Hey, baby. Alright, things are going pretty okay-ish today. In general, they're okay-ish. Turn up the... Oh, I'm so sorry, it just turned off. No! I'm so sorry about that. But, things are going okay-ish. So, some somewhat positive news. You have a stomach bug? Oh, that sucks, dude. That's not positive news at all. Dear Lord, I'm so sorry. Um, so this isn't the first time this has happened, but, this has happened a few times now. Uh, but currently, you can still totally order the hot sauce, with the Black Friday sale and stuff. In bad news, oh no, running out of Grimmi sauce. Whoops. Um, it's currently on back order just because it's out of stock. I ran out of stock, which happens occasionally. Um, it's just not usually at a time where everyone's ordering it. So if you're one of the 25 people that have already made an order, you should already not you should already have it, but it's gonna go out to you. I have enough to fill like that. Everyone else, I'm so sorry. It's gonna be a little while. It's gonna be a little while. Um, so that's both positive and negative news. Out of stock. Time to order more. Well, I mean, I'm definitely ordering more. This isn't the first time this has happened. I've gone out of stock like a few times. It's just that I usually plan ahead, so I just didn't do that for some reason. I was just like, it's not gonna be that bad. It definitely was. It was substantial. People were into it. I'm very excited about it. Is Saucy shipping to Australia? Well, Saucy is actually going to be getting a new way of shipping to different countries. I know that a lot of people are really diehard fans of different VTubers and now Voices of the Void, and they've really wanted the sauce immediately. But I'd ask you to probably like hold off for a little bit, just because currently international shipping is going to cost you a ton, and everything's going to be consistently worked on until it's no longer a ton of money. So, I guess I'll just use less sauce. I'm so sorry, Ender. You guys can still order it. It's just that, is the mic out of position? No? What's wrong? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, something could be bad. I don't know what it is. I moved it closer, but that's not good. Um, Karma on Xbox? No, I have it on PS5. I'm not buying an Xbox. You can't make me. I will not do that. I'm not doing that. I liked Karma the Dark Descent, and I liked it on PlayStation. And also PC. I kind of want an Xbox for Bomberman, though. I'm so sorry. Um, okay, does this sound better? Better? Worse? Better? Worse? Better? Worse? I'm watching from a Mac instead of an Xbox for once. This is so different. Oh, wow. Oh, interesting. Hello from the computer. Wait, if sauce demand is up and they're out of stock, that means Grimbo stonks are going to surge. We gotta buy. No. There's no stock. There's no stock. Sounds better now? It sounded a bit tinny? Okay, I'll keep it closer to my face. Um, but that's one of the things. So that's it's a pro and a con. Thank you guys so much for your support. I'm very happy about that. I'm gonna buy 10 creator packs. You'll wait a few weeks then. Sorry. If you would buy an Xbox, I would give you this dollar. Also, the price of silver is 58 bucks. J Cannon, thank you for the dollar. Oh, that's concerning. But let's see here. That's the only like really big thing. Oh, other thing was I was talking to friends and they just were like, don't 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 give the Salvation Army Pokemon cards for the kids thing. It's likely to get jacked. And I was like, that sucks. So I'm gonna find some other stuff for the Pokemon kid. Also, I can't give them the Visa cards, so I can't even go like, what's your favorite Pokemon? Take these, because those will also get jacked. So we're gonna just find a nice opportunity to... Well, actually, no, I can't order it online because there wouldn't be enough time. So I guess I'm just gonna go and get Pokemon toys in real life. That's fine. That's just awful. It really sucks. I'm not hype about it at all, but, that was frustrating. Why do people suck so much? I don't know, but in order to make sure that child gets their gifts, I'm gonna try to get them some other stuff instead. How do you steal from a donation mostly locally run? Depends on the store. Yes, it does depend on the store, but they were saying in this specific area, it'll probably get jacked. So, that sucks. Um, Salvation Army and other thrift stores sell stuff online at yeah, now at scalp prices. Well, it's not that. It's that I was doing the angel tree thing, and they were just saying, no, probably shouldn't give them that, and you probably shouldn't give them those gift cards. That's not a good idea. And you shouldn't give them the food thing either. So that's okay. But that's the one lame thing. Hi, there's Pokemon cards in a shoebox. Well, they search through each box to make sure that you're not sending like children like garbage or roaches or something crazy. Um, I work for thrift stores. I hated how two-faced it is. Okay, yeah, thank you, Lupus. But yeah, that's indicative of how it might go. So we're just gonna find them something else. I'll post pictures of the stuff that I find them. I was really bummed out about that though. Also, Gaming Bleach, thank you for being here for 37 months. I actually appreciate that. Um, I wonder if the child what? No, 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 no. We're not giving children pipe bombs. That would be psychotic. Gaming Bleach, thank you so much for gifting 2 subs. I appreciate that. That's pretty much it. Skip the middleman, go directly to the children's house. No, we can't do that, because that would be considered stalking a child. Um, that's not a good idea. Stibs, thank you so much for your subscribing with your Prime. I appreciate that. Actually, let me thank all of you guys. 1 second. Well, let me thank all of you guys. Demi Moose, thank you for being here for 19 months. Yo, I appreciate that. Also, thank you. Under Kamiyoshi, yo, I appreciate that too. Thank you. Trev, thank you for being here for 16 months. That's very nice of you. Foggy, thank you for the 100 bits. That's very, very kind. Charmy, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime. Drilly, thank you for gifting 10 subs. And the Azalan, thank you for being here for 16 months. I appreciate that. Gruntbusters, thank you for being here at 18 months at tier 2. I appreciate that too. That's very nice, you guys. Yo. Howdy, Grimbo. Hope you're well. Yeah, I am doing well. What kind of garbage person steals from needy kids? There's a lot of garbage people out there, but I think it's best to just try to ignore them, honestly. And just go, okay, we're working around it. All right, we're working around it. Whoa, wait a second. The Anarchist Cookbook? Let me think. Sponsor stream, but again, Gilcon Gain, thank you so much for being here at 18 months at tier 3. That's very, very nice of you. Okay. I'm just gonna say this, and we're gonna leave it at this. You should no longer make jokes about any sort of thing related to unaliving someone, any sort of thing related to anarchy, any sort of thing related to something negative. And you want to know why? Because I'm pretty sure different organizations and governments look consistently for patsies. And if they can find a good patsy, they may need to use you at some point. So I think it's just really not a good idea to do that. Like, at this point, it's not good to even, like, do that in, like, a funny way. I wonder if you do things like getting them a deck of normal playing cards, moving the cards, and shoving Pokemon boosters in there, then seal it. I think it would look tampered with is the only thing. What is a patsy? It's someone that takes the fall for something, and they just go like, alright, I'll keep quiet. Well, they just kind of get, like, blown over and destroyed, which kind of sucks. I don't care how hot the lady knocking on the door is, I'm not buying government drugs. Exactly, baby. Exactly. I love being alive in our government. Yes, but what I would say is just don't put any jokes on social media. Don't do anything like that. There's a very real chance that that could eventually happen to quite a few different people. It's like if the sister breaks the TV and says you did it, yeah. Just like, why would you tell her that? And it's just like, I'm gonna make it so you lose your Xbox. You're gonna be playing Karma the Dark Descent on PlayStation, baby. Mom! There you go. What if it's a really funny joke? What if? Let's see. Have you gotten your sleep schedule back to sleep? Oh my god, a little bit. A tiny itty-bitty baby bit. It's been pretty bad. Just added Minecraft, you'll be fine. No, you won't. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. You guys are gonna go to jail for a very long time. I'm very sorry. Also, yo, Sotek, how are you? Nice have to be a Grimmy Patsy. I wouldn't throw you under the bus. You have to, like, have someone that's actually willing to destroy you. There are people out there, but just be careful. ID Strider, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. Don't destroy yourself, Sotek. Please live. Thank you so much, Lyric Jungle, for the 10 bits. And also, I did fix my sleep schedule a little bit. I have been really tired. Like, incredibly tired. Incredibly. No, I don't want you guys to take the fault. I don't know. I think I've ended up in worse situations just because I'm like, even if the people are mean, like, I don't want to, like, I don't want to cause issue. Like, it gets rough. Last Jagra Trisha, thank you so much for being here for 12 months. I appreciate that. But yeah, so we can't really do much about the Pokemon stuff. Here. I tried to give these to Novel, and Novel just said to open them on stream, but I don't really feel great about that either. I don't really know what to do. I don't know, this is depressing. But look! I don't know how Peepa got away with all her Walmart jokes. She's not gonna get in trouble, but if you're a random person posting that on Twitter, it's gonna be different. We have the 10. Wait, I'm not throwing Novel under the bus. No. 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 Ugh. What's wrong with the cards? It's just that they might be stolen. So we have 2 of these. I don't really know, though. The tins are also so cool, dude. I can't believe they just throw them out. They come with a little card of Leafeon or whatever Pokemon you get. And a big giant, like, a big giant coin, like plastic one. It's really cool. I think they're awesome. Novel will be okay with being thrown under the bus as long as the bus is made of gold or silver. That's true. That's the way he'd want to go. VTubers are above the law. No. It's just that also Lone Singer, thank you for being here for 7 months. VTubers are, like, public figures, even if they're not, like, gigantic ones. Most of them are, at least. So, it's not like they're gonna go, like, yes, this public figure did this, because they're gonna have too much focus on, like, what they've been doing and too much of, like, I guess, like, a digital footprint. So people would just go, like, she wasn't in this area, like, around this time when you were saying, like, a year ago she was planning this. Like, stuff like that gets really specific. I have to become mildly famous and they'll be chill? No, they might still get at you if you are too intense about it. If you get all the tins from all the evolution, the little art goes all together in one big picture. That's so cute! Oh! Wasn't Iron Mouse mentioned in, like, the US Congress? Very different. Very different. She wasn't being mentioned in Congress for committing an act of terrorism, which is really the big difference you need to make there in terms of your congressional hearings when you want your name dropped. That's a big one. Anyway. Some folks reuse the tins. Yeah, I think they're cool. Like, I can think of a lot of different reasons. I got so pissed about someone not using the the tins on Twitter that, like, I pretty much just, I don't know. I don't usually get that pissed, but I was just like, how dare you? People would love these. You should live stream your life 24/7 to protect yourself from being a fall guy. That also sounds like a bad way to live. Probably just don't put anything online that might eventually be used by a government agency to convince everyone that you, like, assassinated someone or did something crazy. That's it. That's it. Did she speak at the State of the Union? I think she did, actually, yeah. They could have sold the money, but yeah. Also, thank you so much, Winner, for the 100 bits. We like it when you argue on Twitter posts. I don't like it when I argue on Twitter. I felt bad about that coffee guy. I love reusing tins. I got some old snacks. Ooh! I use as a paintbrush holder and salsa jars for winter. Oh, that's very nice. That's very cool. Also, that's really neat that you do a painting, like, in the... what's it called? In the real world? That's a weird way of saying it. With physical tools. There you are. Are you on Facebook all the time? Not a good idea. Not a good use of your energy. My local card shop has a $1 tin table and people keep just throwing them out. That's cool that they, like, do that. They, like, dig them out and go like, damn, dude, that sucks. Flesh painting? Whoa, cool. Flesh painting. But that's what I'm saying. That's just the long and the short of it. But this is a cool event. I'm very excited to get to do this one. This is done by ADMD or AMD. AMD sponsored this event, and it's called Endix. I'm gonna set everything up so I'm gonna be set if oh wait, did I not download all of these? Oh crap. These all open in the Steam app. This is a little bit. Okay, I think I downloaded them all. We're gonna find that out. Title and category change? Not quite yet, not quite yet. Only paint I've used was to paint walls. That's cool. I'm just a chill guy doing my math and things, and then I get a job to do math and things. I'm too boring of a person to hate on. Maybe I'm completely safe. Well, it's not that. Like, the government will... Okay, no, Grimmi. You cannot say the government will... Okay. Also, you good Tyler. Thank you for being here for 17 months. How do I put it? Theoretically, let's say that there's a big problem the government is having. A government, not our government. A government is having, or a group, or some sort of religion, or anything like that. They're having a problem. And so, what they can do is they can go, well, this person has these mental ailments, and this person is known for having these types of things. If we were to just say that this person was doing this or this, it wouldn't be too big of a jump, right? And I mean, the thing is, if like we control the narrative of what's going on, you know, who's to say that that person didn't actually do this specific crime? If there's a large enough group controlling the narrative of what's going on, who's to say that this person didn't actually do the crime? And then they can get away from what they did, especially if they're already in like hot water and they're just like, okay, I gotta get this out there, gotta get ahead of things. Stuff like that. Can I say that I hate the CCP? You can say you hate that one, absolutely. Right here you can. I don't think it's a good idea to say that you hate any specific government, though. The FBI doesn't even have enough resources to investigate Native Reserve crimes. I don't know. I think they absolutely have enough resources. I think they're just, like, meh. But that's the thing. So, Pokemon cards? Grimmi's big money now? No, I was gonna give these to a child, but someone said that they were gonna get stolen. A few people said they were gonna get stolen, so, I don't really, open these generally. So, I don't know, we're gonna do that. Been playing through Total Chaos. Oh, really? Oh, that's very nice. I'm glad that you've been enjoying it. Condemned vibes. Condemned is a very interesting game. So you steal them? No. Getting the kids some other stuff, and I don't know what to do with these, so... If I sold them, they'd be scalped, I guess, because I paid too much for them, so... You could have given them to people you know with kids? I don't know anyone. I don't go outside. Deliver them in person? That is stalking a child. So anyway, I do not have any relations with any hate groups. Yeah, it is really good to say that. Get that, like, start just typing that on Twitter every other day. There you go. That's a good way to get the government to no longer target you for any sort of program. Like when it comes to using you as a patsy. Also saying that you are a, fundamentally, what's the word? What if it's a lie, though? What hate group are you a part of? Don't answer that here, actually. No digital footprint. Also, Toxic Mike, thank you for being here for 12 months. Can't believe it's been a year. Yay! Hope you're doing well. Here's to years more. Thank you. I can't believe it either, and it's very kind of you. And Ego Tyler, thank you for being here for 17 months. Anyways, I'll try to argue a little bit less on Twitter, is what I'm saying. I'm not an FBI plant. I'm telling you how to avoid this. What if the hate group is for hating scalpers? I am part of that hate group then. Do I have to use Twitter now? No, you don't. Twitter sucks. So, digital footprint on Grimmi's channel makes her a target too? Probably not, just because I talk so much about this stuff. It would be a really poor reason to use me as a specific target for that. Thank you so much, Klong, for coming by. How are you? Klong does a lot of cool streams. Please go check them out. if I were just very anti-government, but I wasn't like talking about any of the things or like often I said that I would stop talking about this. This will be the last stream, I promise. Um Sell them once they're older for more, turn around, put that back into funding gifts, or be like another VTuber, Lena, and offer the open packs of tier 3 subscriber instead. Heck, reach out to Lena and ask if she wanted them and she's so obsessed with Huh, interesting. But that seems like it's profiting off of it on some level. Like, if you offer them to tier 3 people, then, like, tier 3 people are gonna, like, sign up more. I could give them to Lena, though. It's up to you guys. Should we open them or should we give them to Lena? Vote for Lena, I beg of thee. Oh, thank you very much, Yama, for putting that on screen. Elena birthday gift? I already got her something accidentally by ordering 2 of them. But I could give her these 2. What are we doing today? We are going to go through a lot of really interesting demos with a new way of doing it. It's gonna be really cool. I'm also probably gonna get an energy drink in a second because I am just unconscious almost. Ooh. But yes, a lot happened in the last few days. Oh yeah, Elena messaged about doing the haunted house together. Yes. Also, Sheepy, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Well, I'm already giving Lena something because I'm stupid accidentally. But you'll see. I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to do that haunted house though, just because I have not been able to like stop being sick like for a while. I'm gonna keep trying to get better, but it seems more and more like maybe this is just my life. And it's just like, oh, you're just we'll get you through it at some point. So Pokemon cards must be expensive. I think this little tin was like $37. I thought it was gonna be bigger, honestly, but it is what it is. It's not the worst in the world. Yeah, I thought the kid was gonna be really happy, but apparently Pokemon cards are items that usually get jacked, so. It'd be super bad for your asthma. I should keep using that inhaler. Where'd I put it? I think I lost it. Alright, well, we're probably not gonna get anything too interesting from these packs. It's just 2 of them, so like, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna get anything cool. Honestly, if they had an FBI agent spectating my every move, they'd probably feel bad/guilty. I'm just a plebe on the internet. That's how I feel, too. I don't know. I've been thinking about this. Like, watch her pull an Umbreon? I don't think that's gonna happen. Thank you, K-Nugget, for the 100 bits. Talking about getting sick, how's your shoulder doing now anyways? It still sucks. But I think I'm just gonna have to get used to it and stream with my 3D stuff, like, even if my shoulder's still messed up. That's just life. I think it would be probably really good if I had more help and stuff, but I think that's just something I'm gonna have to, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like this is gonna sound really rude, but I feel like every other, like, oh, FBI agent Tony the Tomato, thank you so much for coming by. Thank you, Silpha, for gifting them a sub. I feel like most people at this level usually have at least some help. Yo, server! Thank you so much for the raid. How are you? I was just saying, I need to figure out how to, like, do stuff more. We're gonna open Pokemon packs specifically because you rated where we're on the fence about it. A little treat for you. A little treat. But, yeah, we were just talking about how not to become, like, a patsy if, there's ever, like, a disinformation campaign by the government. That we don't have to focus too much on that. But yeah, guys, please go check her out. Very nice of you to come by. Yo! And it was very kind of you guys to stop on in. If you guys would like to go take a moment, you can go and check out this lovely young lady. You could. What's wrong with this information? What's wrong with this info? Do you want to know? Hope you're having a wonderful stream. I am. Oh, a wonderful stream. Oh, that's so cute. We're actually going to be looking into quite a few interesting little demos, for a specific event. I think all of, like, the cool events that go on throughout it have ended, but that's good because I didn't want anyone to have to acknowledge my presence as a human being throughout it, so it'll be really cool. But yeah, thank you guys. I hope you're having a good one. I miss being a kid and opening a pack. Now it's just, yeah, scabs, stealing and reselling. Yes, I initially bought these for a child, but, like, apparently you cannot donate these to Angel Tree very easily because they could be taken out of it if they get in the hands of the wrong person, so We're getting the kids some other stuff instead. Anyways, it's gonna be wonderful. And also, Ender, thank you for gifting Cerber a sub. Yay! That's very nice of you. So, the child is Grimmi? No! No! I also wanted to make sure, like, I don't know. I know Pokemon cards. Pokemon cards are more susceptible to people resealing them, like, especially these packs where they're more expensive. Scalpers ruin everything, now you get it. And Mark Nolan, thank you for being here for 4 months. Hello. Wandering the Mansion and maybe more? Ooh, I will be a Nuke Top 5. Yo, we should watch some Nuke's Top 5 at some point. But thank you guys for coming by. Okay. Alright. I was going to quit my job tomorrow because money is overrated. No, you should not quit your job. In honor of Grimbo, I shall go to my local card pack, but... Oh, that's nice. You're gonna give packs to kids there? That's cute. That's really sweet. They're gonna be so happy. Ugh. This pack was worth a lot of money. I haven't opened a pack of Pokemon cards in a very long time. Goldeen. Roto Stick. Oh, Rotom! I love Rotom. I love all the different types of Rotoms, too. Also, hi, Dread, how are you? It's great. Yay, it's Grimmy time. Yay, it's Dread time. How have you been? Dread is wonderful. Thank you for being here for 13 months. A berry. A habanberry. A bronzong. This guy's really interesting. He's like a big bell. Oh, a techno radar. Pokemon has... Oh my gosh. Oh! I love the apple Pokemon. I love the apple Pokemon. Diplin. I don't think I've even seen this one before. I'm really out of touch. Diplin. Oh, this is too exciting. There's a caramel apple type Pokemon. Also, I might have to switch out my desk mat. Like, the Vex one is so, like, high quality that, like, it actually kind of steals the show from anything I'm trying to, like, show off. Friends in... Whoa. What is this? Paldrea. Friends in Paldrea. It's a shiny one? It is a very odd shiny one. Draw 3 cards. Wow. Ah, it's very pretty. Interesting. Draw 3 is kind of strong. Oh. Applin. This is a very high apple card. Like, high apple pack. This is wonderful. Ah, it's Pot of Greed all over again? Yeah, it's Pot of Greed, but 3. It's very shiny. So I think that's our shiny card, but honestly, I'm very happy about the Applin and the Driplin. Oh, and a Glaceon. Very pretty. And then I think this is going to be our energy, and then this is going to be our nothing. Glaceon's very pretty, though. That's very nice. I wish these cards were worth more. They're worth nothing because they're not the super special one. I don't know if I have any sleeves. I wasn't really planning on this. I was just like, oh, this is depressing. We should... okay, 1 second. One sec. One second. I'm trying to find some sleeves. Oh, there's some. Okay. So, also, thank you. Thank you so much. Folly Tempest. I appreciate it. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. Very cool pull. Grunk. Grunk! JMCV22. Thank you for subscribing for 2 months. Appreciate that. Grunk? Really, Grunk? Alright, whatever. Grunk? Okay. Boss, that code is important. What? Is that code important in any way? Oh, some people use these for the online game. Here you are. If you play the online game, it's yours, whoever gets it first. By all means, enjoy yourself. This was a good pack, though. It had 2 apples in it. Yo, and a Glaceon? I wish this weren't like a hellish, like, game where, like, it's just like, that one's not worth $8,000. You wasted your money. It's a very pretty pack. Very entertaining streams. I'm happy you're enjoying them. Thank you. So we got, Friends in Paldea. Friends in Paldea. And Glaceon. And I think they're quite cute. And also we got 2 beautiful, delicious apples! Let's go, baby! I just collect Pokemon, I don't care about the value. Yeah, you just get to look at them and enjoy them sometimes. Oh, wait! Oh! Oh my god. God has blessed me with a shiny apple. Maybe it was all for a reason. Maybe I was supposed to open these packs. I got a shiny apple. That's so awesome. I love shiny apples. I love Applin. Everything might be okay. We'll find a lovely gift for that child that isn't going to get taken by a random person. Congrats on the shiny. I'm a big fan of apples. Thank you. All right. And once again, if you need this, here, it's actually kind of hard to see there, isn't it? Yo. Also, Fally, no. Second pack in the 550. No. Thank you so much, though. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, but this is already just very nice. I'm happy I got a nice apple. In fact, let me put that. I think people tend to put the best cards they get down. I got an apple. I'm so happy about that. That is beautiful. Oh my goodness. Okay. I would have paid for them otherwise. Well, thank you. Get it. Oh, well, thank you. It's too nice of you. Also, I once again hope you guys had a really good time over there with Cerber. Sorry, my energy is a little low. I was really bummed out about that. with the angel tree stuff. I don't know. Execute. Very nice. Larry. I know so many guys that wanted to bang him. Because he was old and he was pathetic, and that's a big thing for women these days. Dunsparce. Huh? I don't know what to tell you. He does look bangable? Okay, well, there you go. Black belts training. The lower energy is kind of comfy, no worries. Okay, well, that's good. Thank you. It's just a very gentle, nice, relaxing time. Area 0 under depths. I don't think anyone, usually plays with these cards either, so it's interesting. Oh, this guy. He's a mythic Pokemon or something, right? Can we get some manager, Grimmi? Absolutely no. Are you a lady or a little fella? It's hard to tell sometimes with anime. Professor Sada's vitality? Ancient? Ancient? Why is she ancient? Oh, this is like a mirror almost. When was your last Pokemon game? I played a Sword and Shield. Sword and Shield. Ooh. Is this a lady? She's a very pretty lady. If not, they're a very beautiful man. She's a hag, even better. Take a look at this big, beautiful, buxom woman. If you can. All right, pretend that you need glasses and you are unfortunately unable to get them. Ooh, and also a Lopunny. Ooh, very pretty. And then a Atticus? Is this like a ninja? An Atticus. Oh, it's very shiny. Hello there, Atticus. Who is that? I don't know, but she's beautiful. It's a nice full art. Oh. It has 2 stars on the bottom. And it's 133 of 131. How does that work? That's a guy? Mother Flipper, you fooled me. I am a fool. And we also got a cool fire energy. Well, this one looks very special. Let's see. You can use this card only if your opponent's active card is poison. Shuffle your hand into your deck, then draw 7 cards. Oh, interesting. Doesn't sound like the best card, but it's very, very cool. Is Atticus a masculine name? I don't know. The Lopunny's also very shiny, very pretty. All right, there you go. Fire is not cool, Grimmi. Okay, all right, okay, I get it. All right, okay, all right, okay. Ancient is a card subtype. The type is not relevant often. Oh, interesting. Well, we had some very, very cool cards here. So I'm very happy that we got to see all of them and They were very nice. I don't think we made back our money, even a little bit, because that's impossible with these unless you're getting a super shiny like Eevee or something, but we got some very pretty ones, and I think these ones are also really cool. And we also got a Dippin'. Very nice. The apple card was peak. The apple card is lovely, honestly. Grimmi has human, female fingers? Yeah? They're a little bit stubby, but I like them. I think they're cool. We're gonna take all of these and put them away now. Hi, Grimmi. Hello there, Spam Senpai. How are you? You have very pretty hands? No, I have completely normal ones. I like them, but that's nice of you. I don't usually get like my fingernails all done up and stuff. I've been going through a very intense, you know what? I'm not gonna hide it. I'm sorry. Oh, also wait, let me give you the other code if anyone wants it. If anyone was waiting for that, by the way. Wait, did I not get two? No, I got two. Here's your second one. I'm gonna hold it up here for a good little bit. 100% bought those cards for yourself. It's okay, admit it. No, I'm not gonna, no. No. I'm already not feeling good about this. Like, I'm gonna time you out if anyone else says that. I don't know. I've been getting really depressed at, like, how the state of the world is getting. Like, it feels like nothing is, like, getting better. No, I'm sorry, Reborn. That's very rude of me to say. I just have been... how do I put it? I've been getting depressed. People have been getting silly these days. Also, Spam, thank you again. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here for 2 months. I've been really depressed about the state of, like, the world. I saw... No, you're okay, it's okay. Everyone has been really mean to each other lately. I feel like I'm definitely in a better place with it now, but, like, I was not, like, treated super well the past few years. I've definitely found people that I can call, like, my friends, and, like, I know that they care about me and stuff, but I don't know. Like, it was just really bad. It sucked, dude. Like, it was horrible. It was honestly just so horrible to go through so much and not really have any, like, I don't know, happiness and healthiness. I think that's why I stream so much. You guys were always so kind. You can only take into account your life currently. Don't let the world ruin that. Just make it better. Yeah, we're gonna make it better. I mean, like, the thing is, like, we can still donate all the other gifts and stuff. And this was still a very nice time. I got a nice apple to put up, and I'm gonna put it in, like, a nice case. There's a chronic lack of empathy from people in today's day. Yeah, it's okay, though. I think things will get a little bit better each and every day. You better stop believing in cyber dystopias, because you're living in one. Yeah. I think the best thing we could probably do is try to instill positive, like, things in others, even as everyone goes like, hello, I've made it to the top of the algorithm by saying I'm going to kill a child live on air. Tune in tomorrow, I'm going to be killing a child live on air. I always worry about, you Grimmi, please don't stress about touching grass makes things seem better. Yeah, I probably should go touch some grass. Also, I hope you're doing well, Johan. Very good girl on Twitch. Very good girl on Twitch. Drilly, thank you for the 100 bits. Funny thing about Pokemon cards is I have a friend who plays Pokemon TCG competitively at tournaments and such. Last time I talked to him about it, he thought about quitting and selling all his cards since it'd get him a nice down payment on a home. Hell! Yeah, but also very sad, but also congratulations. Holy crap. That clipped out of context would be scary. A lot of people would show up tomorrow just being like, when's it gonna happen? I heard something interesting was gonna happen. Ah. Yeah. You've been with enough toxic people, you're probably one of the infected. If you can tell that, wouldn't you want to get a little distance from it and feel better? Don't give up on yourself. Don't actually start committing murders live on air of children. Also, hi, Genji. My action figure collection could put down the down payment on a house for sure. Oh, dang. You don't have to shill me every time, but I appreciate it, buddy. I wasn't chilling you, I was being legit. Also, I thought you didn't like when I did that, so it was cool. I enjoyed your stream with... Oh, wow. It made me smile, taught me more about him. Revealed a lot. Firstly, he stinks at gifts. Oh, no, but wanted to give. And he can just give... Oh, no. I'm really happy that you guys are thinking about gifting to some people that are in need. I kind of want to do that thing where I just adopt, like, an entire family next time and maybe have contact with them, because I was like, this sucks. I don't know. sometimes I just think about stuff like if it's scary that these are now like more money if you don't open them, and it's just like no, 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 speculation on your Pokemon cards. It's concerning. I want things to go back to the way they were, but I want them to keep getting better for everyone. Wait, maybe we should just start maybe we need to start using propaganda to make things better for everyone. I assume someone's used these by now. And if they haven't, then sorry. No, no, not adopting a family like they move in with you. That would be really uncomfortable. Adopting a family or like you purchase gifts for everyone in that family if they're like really going through it. Seems cool. There we go. Okay. There we go. I also saw something that I think, oh my goodness. There's now like this big thing where like there's okay, and I'm not criticizing the person for this. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I saw that there was a discourse about the angel tree also that made me a little depressed. It's not going to be what you're expecting. You're not going to be like, "Oh, I know what's going to happen." Yeah, they're going to be like, "Pull yourself up by your bootstraps." It was someone that would like let's see. It was essentially like I'm gonna try to phrase it in such a way that's non-reactive. What's the art on your mouse pad? That's actually Vexoria. It's like from Bricky's company. It's from 8th Orchid, or Orchid 8. Very, very beautiful. Let's see. You could adopt, you could adopt a bomb-sniffing rat. Yes, the hero rats! Oh my god! I love the hero rats. Aren't you also, like, already using the Oedipus manual and that weird subliminal propaganda book already? Thank you for the 100 bits, winner. I should, honestly. Maybe propaganda needs to be taken into the right hands, hey. Oh. A person came into the card shop the other day and started asking how to make money off the cards after explaining they played scratchers a lot. I was just like, the scene, man? Oh, no. Oh, no. Hilariously, my sneaker collection could give me a down payment on a car, and a combination with Pokemon cards, I could probably have a down payment on a house and collect a lot of stuff. It might... It might be a good idea at this point. It might be, I don't know. I mean, if the market's hot, it might be worth it, honestly. Do you have a Discord or no? Indeed, I do have a Discord, yes. On how Malevola should marry a goth Babbage, also by Silver. Absolutely good on both. Thank you, Jack. 100%. I don't know if I should even say this just because it was so intense, but like, I saw people arguing because one lady signed up for the angel tree for like I think her son or daughter was about 1 year old. And they got her a generic version of a like bouncer, like just like, you know, like the cheaper one at the store that would maybe be like $30-40, and then a few other gifts, and she got really angry because she wanted like a specific like name brand bouncer. Are you talking about the ungrateful person? Yeah, they were really pissed. I don't think the little baby would have noticed though. My new investment strategy is called identifying a handsome man of means and then robbing them. Oh, Gingy, no. I'm out of the loop. What's Angel Tree? It's something where you can sign your kids up to like get presents for them and stuff from people that want to like purchase stuff for them. I think the thing is, handsome doesn't equal rich though. Maybe he wants the organs. I don't know if they're an entitled person so much as just, I guess, So it's thrown for boomers? No, no, it's more like a child. Like if you want to help like specifically children. I used to work shipping for a few bouncer companies. They're the same thing from the same factory, different boxes. Oh, interesting. That's scary. Money makes it easier to be handsome. We're having a lot of very scary conversations. I think their expectations are very high. And I think maybe is the $57 the record high for silver? Yes. It's 58 though. Um, hmm. I think it's more that like people how do I put this politely? How philosophical do you want to go? I think you want to know what it is? You want to know what it is? I can see both sides on the stroller topic. One hand it's being ungrateful, on the other, I think the stroller um uh name brand thing has to do with trust. The brand is good trust a baby as opposed to someone her generic brand. It could be that. It could be that because I think the mom was saying like I could have bought this myself and stuff like that. So it could have been like she wanted one that was a little bit better. But I think personally maybe I'm not a religious person, but maybe now that we've like started kind of started to go towards so oh gosh, I can't remember the philosopher because I don't have all of my brain. But there was it Nietzsche? He said that there was like three different parts of like humanity and like when they were going to start mm, I guess reaching towards like specific was it Pluto? There was the age of religion, which he lived through. Um and the next age was going to be worshipping like things. So no philosopher more misunderstood than Nietzsche. Oh, absolutely. Um it was and then I think after that, um oh, I say Pluto. I know his name was Plato. Sorry, I should really get different about that. Oh, was it Jungarian? Plato, I think about society. Let me look this up really quick because I don't remember it too well. I'm not very smart. Plato about society, age of religion. Because there was an age after that he believed that people were eventually going to come to. Um, he believed that like religion was something that was kind of like needed. Um, hmm. It was Simon and Garfunkel, was it? Uh, but there was a thing after that. I need to figure out. No, it wasn't the Age of Aquarius. Um, Nietzsche getting written off as a crybaby. Well, Nietzsche had a lot of different issues. So let me see here. Let me see if I could find that. That was it. Yes, that was it. It was Nietzsche. So he believed that there were going to be periods of history where everything fit into an age of religion, where people would have a connection to God and religion more so than Grimmi is a certified idiot. You're very smart. Thank you, Johan. Imagine if I had on my brain. Um, oh, okay. The Greeks pronounce it as Pelata. Pelata. So essentially, they believe that there is going to be ages of religions and then ages of kind of mm, not exactly materialism, but people were going to start worshiping, I guess, themselves, like in a weird way. Like, hmm, individualism? Kind of. I'm trying to figure out, like, what specific ideology it was because it was kind of, it seems kind of important to know, like, what was coming after. Because the thing is, he said that, like, he was deeply afraid of what was going to come after. Um, but, like, a lot of different philosophers believed that religion was something important. Like, if people had a connection to religion, then they would be healthier and then they would also be more kind of like, I guess, more connected to something outside of themselves. And when people no longer have that, they kind of move into this, like, weird era where they're disconnected from the self and from each other. Can religion fix me? Well, it wasn't so much that religion could fix you. Um, it was, he was afraid of the worship of Greg, wasn't he? Worship of Greg? Uh, I wish I could remember more about this. He warned of nihilism. Yeah, aren't all philosophers afraid of the future? It's kind of their thing. Well, no one said that they were wrong. Um, hmm. I think what happens though is that we've kind of reached this era of like materialism that we don't really have the ability to discern that it's making us unhappy and that it's making us driven towards things that are ultimately kind of like fruitless and pointless. Like I'm sure like you guys would probably be much happier like with I don't know, a relatively healthy family unit that spends time with each other rather than a bunch of iPhones and a bunch of Pokemon cards. Like, and I know it's kind of like, oh yeah, everyone says things get worse, but um, La Boo Boo, yeah, exactly. Like these are very like, I guess, passe things that like only give you like a little bit of happiness for a short amount of time. Um, Not to say that there weren't people in negative situations that weren't really unhappy. Another month, another pack opening. Thank you so much, Iron Revenant, for the most wonderfully timed comment ever. Thank you for being here for 11 months. I keep thinking of that. Religion was the way to give assurance to the thought of death and what comes after, but also a way to overcome regrets and support people mentally through um, bad times. Yeah, exactly. Grimmy sounding like my mom. I don't mean it in a mean way. I'm sorry. I think you're allowed to like want nice things for yourself. I think it's just also getting to the point where those nice things are now becoming something that people strive for more than the connections they have to each other. Religion was linked to most social aspects of the time, so it would make sense for religion to be a form of unity for most people. People would need another unifying force. Yeah, we've slowly lost all unifying force. Um, and like that's the thing. Like there is some unifying force, and I'm also someone that collects a lot of stuff, and like I have a lot of like things for my cats. In no way, shape, or form am I saying just like you shouldn't like anything and you should buy nothing and you should just live in your house and you should have completely white walls and be scared and sad all the time. That's not good either. Um, oh, it's having a social network is the greatest determining factor in a person's health. So things that connect a person to another person, place, or things. Oh, interesting. Some people, for some people, if they have a significant other, be it GF or wife, husband, etc., they would take care of them and them take care for you. Religion was something like a book club of wellness. I see. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Um, you should do all that and get some lentils. You could get some lentils, true. Um, yeah, so I think in a way that lady wanting like a specific thing isn't totally her fault because it's just kind of the way that society has gone for like a while. It's kind of just like that's kind of like how it be. Like we place an incredibly high value on material objects now. Alienation from your community, family, and your contribution to society. Yeah, that's also very easy these days. Um, let's see. Uh, Someone once said there's no such thing as a true atheist. Everyone worships something or considers something blasphemy. Um, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that there are true atheists because atheism is the sense of if there is a afterlife or some sort of divine that guides you through life. Um, I think maybe sometimes people confuse people having a strong set of boundaries and morals with not being an atheist, but I think that they kind of go hand in hand because a lot of atheists are usually kind of burnt out from what they see as someone trying to be religious and then seeing that everything gets really lame sometimes. So I don't know. That's maybe it. I should consider church. Got no social network, so it'd be a start. I mean, they're very accepting usually. Absolutely. There's a lot of us versus them mentality these days, but it's on the individual level now. Yeah, I think ideally we're probably going to end up in situations where people are a little bit kinder to each other and it's less of like a us versus them um as like individuals and stuff because I don't know. People I think they want to do the right thing, but I think they also don't want to be hurt. So Grimmy adds and went, yo, okay, we're going to have an ad break. We're going to have a short ad break and we're going to stop talking about the existence of self and all other kinds of stuff. I'm an agnostic, but have been since a child. Since God figures never made sense, but I think there's still something higher. There probably is. Like, that's very fair to be an agnostic. Um, hmm. Atheists specifically focus around the word God rather than gods or beliefs, regardless that they believe in things, though they are not without beliefs. No. It's okay, that's a misrepresentation of how atheists present themselves. I'm not an atheist, but I do think it's very important we just don't make them into a straw man that we can go like, they're dumb, look at them. Um, they usually have a different set of beliefs surrounding morals and a desire to not, I guess, give authority to someone or some organization they don't believe should deserve it without merit. And having a belief that things should be fair is very different than having a belief in something outside themselves, like a god or a mysterious focus or force beyond them. If you have a belief in a mysterious focus or force beyond yourself, then you're an agnostic. If you don't necessarily believe in any specific god and you think that there's something out there. Um, there you go. I'm a fan of the Native American concept of using what we need. Yeah, I think that's very nice. I think there's also some. I saw some insane people takes at one point. I've seen some crazy people takes. And also, like, Native Americans tend to be looked at as, like, otherworldly, like, to the point where it doesn't even make much sense. Um, like, there was one thing that was, also, sorry again, Mike. I shouldn't have snapped at you. I think I did feel bad about opening them. Um, well, obviously, but like, what was I gonna say? Essentially, I saw one thing that was really funny. Also, hello there. Hi, Edu. How are you? Edu ones. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. Oh, it was that, I remember, like, being told a lot, like, okay, deer will, like, run, and eventually they just give up their lives, and they lay down, and they let you shoot them because they're offering themselves to you, a person. But it turns out that deer will just do that when they're exhausted and stressed out, like, beyond belief. They'll just sit down and go, like, okay, I can't do this anymore, which is really sad, and I think there's a lot of misconceptions about different ideologies where it's important to actually think about what people are saying regardless. Um, this and the concept of religion is wiggly too. There's organized religions, and then there's more like spiritualities, and they're, yeah, a collection of philosophies and local traditions, like a lot of Native American people practice. Yeah, I know a lot of Native American people that are also just Christian or Catholic. Like that's, I think that's way more common than people realize. Um, so it's kind of like saying like, oh yeah, that guy's really into white guy religion, and then people going like, "Oh wow, that's crazy. White guy religion is very spiritual, isn't it?" Which is really funny. Um, I don't believe in higher beings, yet I have morals and consider myself an atheist. Yeah, that's totally fair. Um, there's just a lot of interesting stuff going on. Misinterpreting? No, I think people just sometimes have like misconceptions, like inaccuracies with what they believe. I believe in God, but I'm not religious. But I still have my doubts in how he works and remember that it's out of my control and just continue with my day, hoping to do good despite me not knowing what I'm doing most of the time. Oh, that's nice. I just have hope and I think that is what matters. That's really nice, honestly. Um, this world has a long history of people adopting the religion of their oppressors. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. It's just saying Native American religion, mm, let's see. Um, Native also you shouldn't eat deer meat at this point because it can have a lot of bad stuff going on in it right now. There's been a lot of prion disease found in deer meat recently. Sinscrow, thank you so much for being here and for the raid. How are you? And Coram, thank you for being here for 8 months. Um, everyone doesn't believe in 4,000 gods. Atheists just go one god further. I guess that's true, bootlicker. Thank you for the 100 bits. Sorry, this is a very weird conversation we're having. Um, the third thing is also just so humanity was built for ancient times since endurance predators. The ability to sweat allowed us to get rid of heat better than any other organism on Earth. Oh, wow. Um, let's see. I believe in the Native American tradition of opening a casino and making billions. It's pretty rare. Like, what happens usually is, like, one Native American, like, how do I put it? Like, tribe will open a casino and then get really aggressive about other Native American tribes not being able to in the same area. So it has its issues with that, too. It's not just like every Native American you meet is going to have like casino money and stuff. There's always going to be issues. Bitcoin just plummeted to 86K. Dear God. um. Also, yeah, they found prion disease across many animals across the U.S. It's spreading. I personally would not eat any animal right now. Prion's disease is not a good disease. It's really. I'm gonna take a quick break because we need to run ads, and I've been just not stopping talking. Sorry. Oh my God, Grimmy Life. Hello there. Oh my God, you're here too. How are you? If you heard it, be like Grimmy and eat people. Nope. Nope. We're gonna take a short commercial break. Sins Crow, thank you so much for the raid once again. Please go and check them out if you have a moment. I can't wait for Prion's disease to be found in Burger King Frosties. I'm not eating anything that could have Prion's disease in it for quite some time. meat is the most consistent one. It's getting really, really scary, so doesn't matter that much though. What happened to the timer? When I had the timer up, I wasn't streaming as long for I don't know why. Maybe it was just God preventing me, but with the timer down, I now went back to streaming 8 to 10 hours, which are marathon hours anyway. So I'm gonna leave it down for the time being. If you don't want to walk away, okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep talking. I'm sorry. Okay, all right, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, or maybe a little bit more. I'm gonna go look at my cats for a second. Guys, I found a Red Bull. Let's go! I found a Red Bull. Yo! Oh, it has melatonin in it? Yo! I hope that you can sleep very, very well tonight. I found a Red Bull, so the energy's about to get crazy. Gamer Subs is good too, though I don't drink it as often. I think there's something like almost nostalgic about drinking Red Bull. But Gamer Subs is absolutely lovely too. I really do appreciate you guys using code Grimmi if you do order it. Time to rock and road, baby. The can crack on cue is wild. Sometimes you need a delicious ice cold. Can't do it twice. It's not ice cold. Ugh. Oh my god. Oh. Ugh. Oh, the taste of added sugar. Oh. Anyway, sorry for making you guys think so much about religion. Just, I wonder what's gonna be after, like, the worship of materialism. What's gonna happen? Something interesting. Help, that game is too fun. I can't play it. I refuse. I absolutely refuse to play that game. I know that like 6.5 hours are gonna be gone for me. If you have 6.5 hours to chill, it's gonna be some of the most lovely 6.5 hours. Just 6.5 hours of straight chillin'. Absolutely. Okay, let me very quickly do this also. So technically this is an ad, but not... It's not like gonna be normal. That makes it sound weird. Never mind. Okay. You guys will like this, I think. Not that you dislike... Okay, not that the other ones are bad. Just this one's gonna be abnormal, okay? Done, baby. Okay, and then I just need to throw this on there. Wait, where's the thing I'm supposed to use? Why am I asking you guys? Guys, where's the thing I'm supposed to use? Where is it? Okay. Okay, here we are. So if you would like to check this out at any point, you can use this one. You can just use, I guess I should make a Nightbot thing for it. I don't think I need to, but... yeah, I don't think I need to, but... I'm gonna do it anyway. Why not? I think this one's really cool, and you guys will like it. So we haven't had the, something that I've been really sad about these past few years is that, the horror demo disc just gets less and less common, a little bit more each day. It's kind of rough. I'm gonna be real with you. It makes me kind of sad. All right, here we go. It makes me a little bit bummed. So this is kind of similar to that. It's not like crazy similar in terms of like it being like a horrifying empty mall where like people are dying and stuff. But it's a little similar in the sense of like kind of giving you an idea of different games and all this other stuff. So it's gotta be like that. What you do is you download a launcher and you install it, you create an account and you log in. I have already done all of that, and now we're going to launch it and we're gonna have a good time. Let's see. And also, if you guys want to do this, you can run around and stab me. Well, I don't think you can stab me! But you can run around and go crazy the entire time if you want to. Every booth is going to be different based on the developer and stuff. It's kind of like what they do with, like, the online Japanese, like, little, like, zine things. No, don't stab me in the butt. Please don't do that. Alright, here we go. So... Alright. Oh, okay, they want to use... Okay. Alright. I'm just making sure that everything is going to go relatively good. Okay. Alright. So... Pardon me. I think this is correct. It's also called Endix. Endix. I assume it's France. I assume it's from France. Or if it's not, then that's okay too, but I assume it's from France. Oh. It looks like also I have to do something a little different because this doesn't all fit. Okay. That's fine. It's from France. I think it's from France. It might not be from France. I hope it's from France. Okay, well, we'll find out. Alright, baby. France keeps popping up all over the place for me. Yo, France. Okay. So I'm not sure how to do 2-line Nightbot things. I'm really not sure. Huh. Well, oh, maybe it means like this. I bet it's that. Yeah. I bet one of these is that and one of those. Yep. Okay, cool. Alright, so this is technically a sponsor, though it's gonna be a little bit different than usual, like I was just saying. Like I was just saying. It's a very cool, like, thing that gets you interacting with different, like, things, so. Alright. Endix. Okay, looking at new horror demos in an interactive world. Yo. I'm very hype about this one. I've been looking forward to this. We kinda, we were gonna do this yesterday, but I just... I went absolutely insane, and I was just like, I'm staying up, I'm gonna raid Alfina. By the way, isn't it cool? We're model sisters. I don't know if you guys noticed. But I'm so happy to have a model sister that I talk to regularly and, like, stuff. Like, look at her. It's so cute. I'm gonna go check her out right now and show you. One thing I thought was really cool was, I introduced her to, the person I got the model from, because sometimes people don't always reply if you just cold reach out, and I was like, okay, no. But you can actually see something really cool. Like, they did something that made me go like, no, this is adorable. I'm gonna just take this picture from her Twitter really fast and show you guys. So, first of all, go check her out if you haven't. We have the same, modeler. It's so cute. She has the same, like, little rings in her eyes. I thought that was so cute. Yo! I thought that was adorable. Also, hey, Colt, what's up? I've been watching her. She's a lot of fun. Thanks for showing her to us. Yay! But yeah, we are model sisters. So please, 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 please check her out. Please, 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 please. Yeah, the eyes! We both have ring eyes. There you go. I noticed the style, especially in the hands. Oh yeah, the hands are similar too. Her smug aura mocks me good. Women should be mocking men, but in a positive, healthy way. We're all gonna feel good. It's gonna be okay, baby. It's gonna be okay. Alright, so... Alright, I think we should be good. I think the title's updated, and now we're gonna get to it, so... Here we go. Alright, cool. Alright, I think we're all good. I think we're all solid. I hope you guys enjoy this next portion of everything. It's gonna be fun. Alright, cool. Okay. We'll have everything. Let's go. Let's go. Alright, we're gonna enter the Endix. Alright. My screen name? Grimmi. My password? Not going to say that out loud verbatim every single character until someone logs in as me and then starts saying slurs, and then they kick me out of this program for the rest of my natural life, and then I cry. Then I just cry. I just cry a very long time. Okay. 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 I also found something really cool recently. Oh my god, this is really funny. Sorry. Not in a rude way. 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 If you guys want to do this too, you're more than welcome to come online and, like, hang out with me for it. Like, I'm just gonna be running around. I just thought this was really funny that we're John AMD. We're your everyman, John AMD. Yeah. What is this? This is John AMD. Oh, I should pin a link, actually. Thank you very much for that, small cat. Who is this AMD twink? Don't call him an AMD twink. They're probably someone that works there, and now we're just like, oh, it's John AMD, Mr. Twink himself. No, sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Hmm? Well, thank God. I think we can only be dudes. We're gonna have a mustache. I am the palest person to exist, so we gotta go in that direction too. Skin roughness? I'm gonna look horrifying. Let's do this. Hair stubble? I wanna have as much hair stubble as possible. Beard stubble? I wanna look like I'm... Okay, ear shape? I can't see for... Let's go! I hope that ear shape's scary. Oh wait, female? Oh crap. It would've been really funny if we were John AMD. Or... Come on. It takes you to a broken QR code redirect. That's not good. Thank you very much, Trilly. Oh, every wish list. Oh, crap. Okay. Let me fix that. That's my bad. I think what happened is I tried to put the 2 lines into it. Yeah, I tried to put the 2 lines into it. There we go. Alright, now it should take you to a place that won't make you feel like you're about to die. Okay. Thank you so much for letting me know. Sorry, my bad. My bad, my bad. Alright, we're gonna delete that one. Thank you very much for letting me know, you guys. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. Alright, cool. And what this is gonna let us do is it's gonna let us see a bunch of different demos and stuff, so... I don't know if it actually has a category. It doesn't. Okay. I guess we'll just go to special events. Yeah, special events is probably right. It's 1 AM and I need to sleep. You get some good rest, Yomi. Sleep well, sleep well. Apparently there's a lot of horror demos in this, so I'm very excited. I need to give myself, these all kind of look like Ellie from The Last of Us 2 in a way that I can't really comprehend. Like, they all look a little bit like her. Which one's the most Grimmi? This? Probably this. Maybe just long hair? No, I think it's this. Oh, that's not... Okay. That's not gonna work. No, I don't want it to be bright. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh, finally. Oh, yes. Big Grimmi, skinny Grimmi. No. Big Grimmi coming to fight. This is actually how bodybuilding ladies look. Like, they usually have, like, more weight on them. Just specifically, oh, old Grimmi, oh. They usually have, like, more weight on them specifically because they're, like, bulking constantly and getting big muscle. Big muscle, yes. Big muscle. And then when they go to, like, lift stuff, they're big muscle under, like, fat and stuff. Like, very, very cool. Okay, let's make this a little bit more realistic. Let's be a little bit more real. But I dare to dream. I am also 108 years old, or 109 actually, so yes. This looks about right. Okay. I think curvy is donk, so let's go full donk. Okay, let's go full donk. Alright. Eyebrows? There, I look a little scared. Perfect. Eyes? Of course they're yellow. Whoa, that's very intense. Very gray. Limble ring? We need big limble ring. We need big pupils. No. Here we go, saturation high. Golden eye, baby. Much like the beloved James Bond. Eye shape? We need some that are like, yeah, they need to be like, These look scared. These look a little scared. I think these look a little bit more like, yeah, I think those are kind of more similar. She's not like an anime woman though, so it's gonna be hard. Let's make our eyes as small as possible. Oh, whoa. Wait, how's that narrow? I want them to be like... Actually, my eyes are gigantic, wait. There we go. If your eyes are bigger, you look more afraid. Alright. Crap, you can't even see my lips. I don't have lips. Crap. Oh, that's cute. No. I don't have lips. No. I don't have lips. Lip color? Let's go for something beautiful. Oh my god, we look gorgeous. Yes. Work it, queen. We work at Sephora now. Yes! We're one of those Sephora gals. Yes, baby. Yes. Work it. Work it. Oh! Work it. Oh my god. Work it! Yes! Okay, I just need to stop yelling that. Let's see here. I have a pretty big jaw, actually. I've never really looked at my face in relation to sliders. For England, Grimmi? Wait, for England? Work it? Work it, yes, clean? No, I feel like that's something like a gay photographer would say. Not in a rude way. Wait, how did I come over here? No, I want to be over here. I feel like this kind of looks like me, I think. This kind of looks like me. My nose? My nose is non-existent. That looks weird. We're keeping my nose average. I don't think I can do that. My nose suited my face before. Okay. I look very unhealthy. I don't think I'm doing this right. Okay. Wait, I wanna be AMD. I wanna be AMD. I wanna be Miss AMD. I wanna be Miss AMD, please. Oh, that's a nice blue. AMD. No, novel, no! Upper body? Lower body? Oh god, no. No, not leggings, no. No. Not cargo pants, not jeans, no. We're going straight sweats. We're going straight sweats. I want these to be sweats. I want to look like I got out of the house and went, I can't do this. Oh god, no. Perfect! Perfect! Yes! Okay. I think all this looks good. We're not colorblind. Enable name tags? Alright, no one make themselves the name of a slur. Alright, and then scan QR code or click here. Support your favorite creator, wishlist indie games. Okay. And then I think we missed everything. We're entering the Endix. We are also not transmitting our voice. Alright. Which one of you? Which one of you is that? Which one of you is that? It's not a slur, though. I'm so proud of you. Not transmitting voice. Is your name a slur? Oh, that's from the team. Hello there. I don't know how... Okay, okay, I don't know how to say... Okay, Q to emote. That's not what I meant to do. I got scared. And started breakdancing. Hello. Not global! Not global! Not global! Proximity. Hello. There!
Hello, welcome.
Oh my god. Oh, how do I don't know. It's... I hope you're having a lovely night. You're having a lovely night. There we go. I'm knocking this out of the park.
Yeah, I do. Thank you for thinking about the team, and thank you for joining Endix as well.
Oh, that's so nice. Very excited to go play some games. Thank you so much for doing this. I love that I can type instead of talking. There's no way he's watching the stream right now, right? No, I'm knocking this out of the park! Don't overthink it, Grimmi! Don't overthink it! You are knocking this out of the park.
Enjoy, and if you need anything, you can type on global.
Thank you. Thank you. You're knocking this out of the park, Grimmi. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. God is gracious. Can you believe that? I just talked to a grown man that develops video games perfectly. Who is this, specifically? Which one of you guys is this? It's you! Oh my god, it is you. Mm-hmm. How's it feel to have your name plastered all over the stream? This is the effing crazy. This could be a random autistic person in Wisconsin. Wow. To be fair, I could also be a random autistic person in Wisconsin. You never know. It's the effing crazy. I feel powerful. Let's go, baby. All right. Any of you guys are welcome to come on over and I probably should figure out where I'm supposed to go here. All right. I'm gonna be... I was really hoping I could break dance. Wait. No, I can't, like... I was really hoping I could breakdance my way everywhere. Okay. So here's what we're gonna be doing. We're gonna be finding the horror games. This is really interesting. Are these real people? I'm sure there are hidden areas that don't appear on these maps. Nah. You're overthinking it, hun. We live in a utopia. You don't need to worry about that stuff. Would you like to go and eat one specific sandwich of grilled cheese at this cafe that only serves grilled cheese, which happens to be all of our favorite food? Don't worry so much. Okay. I probably should have taken that. Wait, no, I don't want to go to the club. I want to go to the horror games. Alright, no transversal emote? I wish. Okay. We're supposed to, like, see... Theatrum Obscurum. That sounds like Latin. I think I summoned something. No, we're not going to the city center. We're going to the Endix. Are you alive? You are alive. You're the fella. Hello. Whoa, this is interesting. I can hear birds, but I see nothing. Are we in a simulation or something? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Go home to your loving wife that only knows how to say 7 words. It's okay. Don't think about it too hard. That's where you get in trouble.
Can we go in here? Oh, this is actually a game you can play. Hectic. It looks like elves and Argonians. Pardon me. That opens your Steam? Wait, I have a Steam. Okay. I'ma find something. I'm gonna find the place where there's gonna be horror games. Oh, there's a club. Bless you. Thank you. Oh, this is a hub to look at trailers and stuff. Well, it's also a hub to, like, actually bring up trailers. Or bring up demos. So we're gonna be playing a few demos as well. Wait, Club Iron Mouse? Oh, she probably had an event on here or something. I'm walking past him. They gave everyone gamer posture. I just realized. Look. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's 105 gigabytes with demos? Oh, crap. Huh? Oh, this was an event. Oh. Oh, that's nice. So there was like a... There was an event here. Or there was like one where people watched like a show together. There was a TwitchCon show? Oh, that's nice! Let's go here. This is cool. I kind of like... Wait. Why is my hair purple? No, I don't want to look well put together. Moonlighted 2! They are here. Ooh, Kiva Hora. Ooh, this is neat. Lootbound. Moony Black Lotus. Oh my goodness gracious, this is too fun! Effing crazy. You're also blue. This is interesting. Wait, we're both blue. Feels like this was planned now. Okay, ooh, emotionless. Whoa! Vero Curse of Faces. Whoa! Oh, this is like being at a little convention. Nikkei, thank you so much for the raid. How you doing? How was your stream? This is like a little, like, convention or something, or like being at PAX. Oh, please don't crap on the table. Oh, interesting. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, this is perfect. There's no one going like, hello there, how are you? Would you like anything? I need to assess you as a human being and see if there's anything that you need here. Hello. Oh, you're burnt out on Metroid Prime? It's okay to take a break, baby. You need some time. Oh, how was the welcome tour? It's a really cool idea. I've actually done these before. Oh, T is push to talk. I didn't play much. Hey, you get online, you stream, that's still something, baby. That's still something. Emotionless, the last tick. I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry. Oh. Oh. Grimmi is acting as the booth babe? Look at me. Look at this. No. I'm acting as the depressed woman that wandered over here after someone said, like, you have to get out there more, girl. No, you don't have to put on shoes. You're so crazy. And then you show up without shoes and they're like, oh, that's so crazy. Okay, no, we don't really love that. Okay. I guess it is what it is, though. Yeah. Yeah, that's rough. Huh. Welcome to a brave new world. You think they knew that wasn't like a good line to use? That is Grimmi posture? Absolutely. That's just your standard streamer posture. Every stream it gets a little bit worse, you have to fight against it. Oh. Death Howl. Oh, this one looks really interesting. This is crazy, look at all these!
Close your eyes. Dream beneath the darkened skies. My little
I've actually been quite excited for this.
the wind still hums its silent song.
Hmm.
I follow your steps through ash and clay. Every step leads me astray. With trembling hands, I search.
Here, you need this.
Yet what has passed cannot return.
It's like a deck builder, but also people are just getting killed and murdered and stuff. It's really cool.
I cut them down without remorse. The stars above beheld my cry, but only echoed back the sky. I call upon fire to ignite my wrath. I call upon the spirits to light my path.
I'm gonna play this one for sure.
Speak to me, love. Let me hear your breath. And
Death
never again.
A Souls like Death
Your
build.
howl
No!
of death.
A little ghost. I forgot effing Crazy was here. Hello, Crazy.
Now old.
Not in a rude way, that's his name. Oh crap, Killer Frogs is here too! Yo! Oh my god, it's John AMD! This is incredible! We gotta all do this at some point. Like, we have to plan ahead at some point and just all go, like, breakdancing in a video game. Next year, baby. What even is this game? It's not so much a game as it is, like, a feature, like, thing where you can download a bunch of different stuff and then you can try them out. It's kind of like the, PS1 demo disc stuff that, like, gosh, who are they? Scully and the team? I don't actually know the names of the people that put it together, but like they used to put something together every year. I think it might have been something they aren't doing as much, but I thought it was really cool. Also, Generic Statue, thank you for being here for 2 months. What the hell did I walk into? Take a look! This is the future of video game trailers! I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not being sarcastic. Also, that is true. Yeah, if you had more time to download this, like, you guys could have checked it out. Well, you can still check it out. I just really wish I could actually... I want to breakdance and I want to, like, scoot at the same time. I feel like, I'm watching one of those baby sensory videos and it's working! This one looks crazy.
So cold.
Whoa.
Every year I tell myself
The devil is here.
This is the last time.
The devil is here.
Every year I drive this same road. Like visiting a grave that doesn't exist.
Oh, we might have played this demo. I'm gonna try to get away from the spikes that kill you and be in the corner here.
James. Time moves strange down here.
It's the carnival one we have!
The right son. It goes deeper than it should.
I like this game.
Deeper.
I'm waiting for the full
I can
release, I'm
barely
excited.
feel. Maybe just echoes now. They want you to join them, James.
Emotionless, the last ticket. This is very cool though. You see like, well, ignore me breakdancing, but you see like the weird tentacle, horrifying like demon spikes.
So cold here.
And you see a duck.
So cold. Every year I tell myself.
Is this still a
is the
demo?
last time. Every year I drive
And look, there are
this
these
same
like
road.
alien things too.
Like visiting a grave that doesn't exist.
Just ignore me. Like, look at the beauty of like this specific world.
James. Time moves strange time.
Ignore the breakdancing. Ignore me busting it down non-sexual style. Oh. Oh, I've never get tired of the necromancer look. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. This game is so cute. It's kind of like Racketeer. Look, it's like the shop from Racketeer, or not from Racketeer, the Moonlighter. There's a 2! What you do is you go into a dungeon and you fight things, and then you come back and you like go, Grandma, buy this, you need this. Grandma, buy this, you need this. Grandma, buy this, you need this, you need this. Grandma, buy this, you need this. You specifically, dancing, breakdancing man, you need this, buy this, you need this. You need this, buy this, you need this. If I had a nickel for every time I had to tell people to ignore my breakdancing, I know, right? They should understand when you're doing it for their attention versus... Whoa! That's a great use of their space. It actually looks like it goes on for like a lot, like, more. That's so cool. Oh no, it does! It's a little puzzle. Yo! You found the back rooms? Indeed. Whoa! What happened? Wait, there was a jump scare. What was it? I ruined that for everyone. I'm sorry. Oh, this looks cool, though. Chiara. Horror is a survival horror game in a found-footage style. You found a tape taken in 1987 after the tragic explosion in Chernobyl. You have to survive and escape from the mutants in the hostile environment to finish your mission. Ooh. Looks pretty cool, honestly. Do you believe people aren't edgy enough with their anime girl memes? Are you one of those guys that wants people to start saying slurs in chat now? I don't think that's a good idea. I think you need Jesus, personally. I think you need Jesus, son, and you know that too. Your family needs to start taking you to church. Just a little bit. I'm not a religious woman, at least not usually, unless, you know, like, I think my life may end in the next few minutes. But they need to start taking you to church. Oh, this one looks so good! Oh my god!
Peter Sherman contacted me. He told me about terrifying, unexplained phenomena happening on his farm.
This one's so cool, this one's so cool, this one's so cool!
Was planned. Although we agreed to meet, no one was home.
I like this a lot.
On a note, I understood that the farmer's daughter Megan disappeared.
You dislike organized religion? Then you need something besides Jesus. Bootlicker, thank you for the 600 bits. No, don't say that!
All the animals on the farm were sick, infected with some parasite.
That is a very intense parasite.
Found out that there was a secret military complex near the farm that nobody knew about. The military was monitoring the Sherman family. Something
I am
terrible
only
happened
religious
here
when I
30 years
encounter the
ago,
biblical devil.
after which a series of inexplicable events began. Now, I feel like someone is
Owls are
watching me.
actually something people, like, usually recall being at their window if they've had an alien abduction experience, supposedly. So this was one where it looks like Gleep Glorps come and try to beat you to
I've
death.
gotten myself into.
Yes, this is one where I played the demo and I was so afraid I couldn't look at the screen and I had to have you guys just tell me how to get out of there. So you guys had to go left, left, right, right, no, go forward, no. Click E, click E, click E. For about an hour and a half, it turned a, I think, 4-minute demo into about an hour and a half. Danger,
My name is
baby.
Taylor Fox. I am a journalist. Farmer Peter Sherman contacted me.
Danger, baby!
Terrifying, unexplained phenomena happening on his farm. I went there to investigate.
Yo!
It didn't go as planned. Although we agreed to meet, no one was home.
I work for the CIA.
I understood
Don't
that
be
the farmer's
jealous.
daughter Megan disappeared. His wife Susan started behaving strangely.
Oh, there's other
Someone
dances?
was controlling her like a puppet.
Whoa!
All the animals on the farm were sick, infected with some
Whoa!
I found out that there was a secret military
Oh, it's a Gleep
complex near
Glorp,
the
like, oh,
farm
they have
that
jellyfish
nobody knew
brains. Very lovely effing crazy, very lovely.
about.
That actually sounds worse than what your name is. You have blue hair like Ninja. Ninja AMD. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness, if it isn't Unrelenting Placenta. So you haven't broken out of the placenta yet. This might not be someone from stream. Don't worry. I know what to do. The Crit of Innocence, thank you for being here for 35 months actually, holy crap. A dude breakdancing under an alien sign is not what I expected to walk in today. I'll have you know that was a woman, that was me. You gotta press Q, Unrelenting Placenta, press Q! Press Q to emote! Q! Unrelenting Placenta, Q! He might not be from the stream, actually. Uh-oh. This is a random man. Oh, no! Guys, no! No! Chase him? Good idea. If you hold space, you look like you're just walking, so we're gonna chase him as I'm gonna chase him as aggressively as I can. Oh yeah. Oh, what's this? He's trying to die to get away from us. Oh no! Oh, Biohazard Cookie, hello there. We're making this man afraid to use this service. Wait, maybe this isn't what I was hired to do. I'm just saying, stop bullying him. I'm just saying. More booths are downstairs. We're supposed to go in this direction. This is what the internet was for like several people that are weird to just run and follow people around. Where'd he go? Come on. Okay, wait, maybe I wasn't supposed to— okay, I'm so sorry. I should probably stop griefing the general public. We were just happening to go in here. Okay. Okay, yes, it's so beautiful. Oh, this place looks interesting. This is such a cool event and concept. Hello, Biohazard Cookie. Those sandals. That deserves a little bit of this. Thanks to using a viewer starts harassing him more high swift, sorry. Grimmi getting her entourage. It's not my fault that we're acting like really good Disney Channel original, like, bullies from a Disney Channel original film. You couldn't pay to have sequences this consistent. This is years of practice. Busting around VTuber style. Honey, you know what's up? There are sandals. Enjoy the sandals, baby. Yeah. I want someone to walk in here. I want someone to walk in here and be like, "Aw, man, not really seeing anything too interesting." They walk in here and they run. Ujabula, thank you so much for being here and for gifting 5 subs. How are you? Thank you. And also Bootlicker, thank you for the 900 bits.
Teach 'em our peaceful ways by force. Yeah, thank you, Ujabula. Thank you, Bootlicker, yeah.
What did I tune into here? Commerce. Commerce. He likes being chased. He likes being chased. Maybe we need to bunny hop. I don't think we can bunny hop in this. Holy flip! Uh-oh. Alright. Hey! I didn't think you could do that. Alright, come on, man! Luckily no fall damage, luckily no damage in general. He keeps trying to die, like in random places. This is very upsetting. You should hang out with us. Why does he just... You don't want to hang out with us? You'd rather just die in the ocean? That is so insulting. That is so insulting. Hello there. Or an impenetrable wall. Yeah, let's go! You will be happier now. There you go. He relented? Absolutely. Look at that. That's commerce right there. That's commerce. I want you to take a good hard look at commerce. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for all of your support. This is truly a magical evening. I'm very happy to say that all of the games we've looked at have been absolutely beautiful. Beautiful games. And one man that didn't know who we were even a little bit was scared enough into complying with our ways. And if that isn't absolutely beautiful, what is? What is? There you go. I just really hope the organizers don't see this. Also, hi Kronos. Look, it's Kronos too. I like that no one's on this anymore except for us also and this one man that was like, I want to go look at some trailers. Yeah, you better think again. You better think again, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Before you decide to just go on a completely random little thing here and just, you know, see some game trailers. Yeah, you better think again. Yeah, you better start busting it down non-sexual style immediately. If we asked a man to bust it down sexual style and made him, that would be very, very perverse. We will not be doing that. This is a non-sexual style. Alright, cool! Let's go, baby! Let's go, baby! I like that you can also just sit down in the middle of nowhere all of the time. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Alright. I've got to look at some trailers. I'll be looking at some trailers. There's no music also. I'm gonna find some music. I'm gonna find some dope beats. Whoa, what the hell is that thing? Whoa, what the hell is that thing? Is that a jump puzzle? Okay, I know we should probably look at the horror trailers, but what about the jump puzzle? Who's... Maitreya? Is that Maitreya? Or is that Maitreya? Is it the goth shoddy or that? Was it a video game? I thought she was a VTuber. Thank you for being a part of this, everyone. I hope you're all well. Are you guys afraid to go on the stage? You can do literally whatever you want. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. You guys can look around too. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make us just look at the Maitreya trailer sequence for the next 20 minutes. Oh, they're not friends? I thought they were best friends. You're beating up Maitreya? No. No! I thought they were gonna be buddies. This is upsetting. I have to break dance. I'm afraid to be on stream? Oh, that's okay. The great thing about this environment is that you can't piss your pants. So if you're really terrified to be on stream right now, remember... Uh-oh. Sorry, I'm not meaning to step on your head. You can't piss your pants at this exact second. So technically you're in a really good position. You can't piss your pants. But what if I do on stream? I would be really proud of you. Because I don't think it's gonna be very easy. I would be really proud of you, honestly, if you managed to piss your pants. Why is that guy... zooted? Do they have a quest marker? Oh. He's dying. If you see any bugs, we have to- No! Those two stole the elevator! Going on your little gondola together. I see how it is. Sorry, odd shot. Not non-sexual, just try to see where the elevator's coming. Am I gonna get killed? Horrifying. Hey, another person! No! The great thing is, what game trailer was that for? It was for... I can go back and look, actually. Oh! Oh, interesting. Good job, Grimmi. Okay, okay. Let's see here. The fastest avatar wins a €100 Steam gift card for getting to the top the quickest. Holy crap. That's actually not bad. You're gonna have to go crazy with it, but... Oh, crap! You need the running jumps, I think. You need the running jumps. And it's hard because you don't have, like, a running button. You need the running jumps, though. But if you guys get to the top the quickest, you get some mad money. You get €100. Crap. There seems to be a delay while jumping, possibly. €100 of Steam money is worth it, though, baby. Come on! Come on! Okay, come on. Come on! Okay, it's a little bit hard. Yeah, you need that running jump, too. You need the running jump. You need the running jump. I think it is possible. It's probably very possible to get to the top in, like, under 20 seconds. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Bird. Oh, what a cute little bird. No! Oh. I seem to be floating. Good stuff. Right? Yeah. Oh, Lord. We're floating. Yeah, we're floating, baby. Float, baby, float. Remember, if you make it to the top in the quickest amount of time, you get 1,000 euros worth of money. Wait, worth of Steam money. Wait, how do you get down from here? No! I'm glad that you're okay, even if you start to perish and die. That's beautiful. Aw. Found a bug? We did find a bug. Luckily it was on stream, so... No! Come on. Let's go, baby. Okay. Maitreya was the name of this game that we just saw a few minutes ago. Someone was asking about it. Please enjoy. Why is it in Euros? Is it a European game? A European developer must have made that one section. So... it must be that that's why it was in Euros. Oh, very good point. Enter the Expo Center. Whoa! Immersive indie booths, first floor. Oh, mascot at Endix. Yeah, you're pretty attractive. Okay. Wanna know about my story? No, I want you to have an air of mystery. Okay. Alright, there we go. Razork was fun? Ooh, that sounds cool. This is very interesting. I wonder if, like, certain developers, like, paid more for, like, a cool booth outside or something like this. That's really neat to think about. This is so fun! It's really funny to see you guys all here. Oh, indie? Oh, this is for indie developers. It's true. This is Endix and indie. Hawthorne, baby. Oh, this is very, very... Yo!
Hawthorne is a sandbox RPG realm of anthropomorphic animals.
Oh my god, I never realized I wanted to meet a giant owl.
Play solo or co-op as you recruit villagers
Oh,
and build a village
how
of
cute!
innumerable NPCs.
Varmints!
Defend against the elements and against forest
What
tricksters.
cute little varmints!
Celebrate the season's traditions. Farm, craft, and explore an ever-changing world bigger than the small creature you play. Bringing this
You can get
nostalgic
the
world
animals
life
to drink
is
little
a
alcohols. This is
long-term
amazing,
dream for us,
dude.
and we're
Oh my
thrilled to be
god.
doing it alongside our players.
Virtual real estate pricing with infinite space,
Hawthorne
but it's a
will leverage
convention,
our
so it'll...
experience
No!
to create most beloved RPGs.
Hmm.
To establish
What are we
a new
doing
genre
tonight?
that
Why don't
blends
you
the
tell
rugged
me?
fun of sandbox games with a charming simulation of village life. It's a fantasy home you can keep
We're at a
returning.
convention. On the internet. With owls.
The different playable species have asymmetrical abilities and limitations.
Oh, the owl's eyes look a little bit
Your
haunting.
friends and your NPC
I guess that's
followers
owls in
work
general,
together
though, to be
complete
fair.
jobs around the village. Differentiated species together with our
Oh, this is
procedural story
cute!
combined to make each
Oh!
player's story in Hawthorne a unique and enjoyable experience.
Oh, that's cute.
We're a small team of experienced developers bringing Hawthorne to life as a true passion. project.
Oh.
This game is independently funded to keep
This is called
creativity at
Hawthorne.
its heart. And now, with our incredible community, we have the chance to build something unique.
You can
and
place
memorable.
pumpkins in it.
Join us on this adventure. Wishlist
Oh, you can
Hawthorne on
tame
Steam
snails.
today.
I was terrified
All
that
our
rodent was just gonna
creators
start,
help
like,
bring this
eviscerating them and eating them. Hawthorne. Oh, it kind of looks like The Secret of Nim. That's very cute. Oh. But yeah, you breakdance and you look at different video game trailers with everyone.
Hawthorne
It's really
is a
cool.
sandbox RPG realm of anthropomorphic animals and fairy tale creatures.
It made the demo key based? No, you can just watch the trailers. For some reason, my brain just went like Grimmi, this ain't for you. It's all clowns. Hello there, Corey How are you? Goodbye, Corey
Hello. If you have any questions about the project or your chat, feel free to ask.
Oh, thank you. Oh wait, I could say, oh, thank you very... Crap. Thank you very much. If anyone would like to say anything that doesn't, don't say any slurs, guys, but you can also ask this, this fine gentleman any questions you have. There you are.
Yep, you can. And nice dance moves, by the way, everyone.
Thank you. I assume this is how everyone played it. Right? Yeah! Welcome to the club, baby! I don't think anyone has any... Is your name Unit 731? What the hell? Who made their dude Unit 731? Okay, we do need to breakdance at this man. This is uncouth. I just noticed that guy too. Unit 731. I'm gonna look at some more of these.
I actually added because we're EU based and
This is really cool. Begin a new life with your child. Oh, it teaches you how to raise children. Build trust and make them feel safe. Aww, you can teach them right how to make hedgehogs. And you can give them little cocoa. Parenting isn't always easy. This'll teach you how to, like, treat a child and make it so they grow up healthy and happy. You can do it, I believe in you. I just remember what that meant. Oh, Unit 731. Yeah, a little bit different than what's going on here. What if I want to do the opposite? Never have children? And you should maybe, maybe just be careful, don't have kids. Just that. Look at that, though, that's too cute. That's too adorable. Oh my goodness gracious, I think we went through this one. No, wait, did we? Emotionless, the last ticket. Hmm? Oh, it has two different areas. The duck's over here again. Yeah, baby! I think this is the way you watch trailers these days. 100 people breakdance on top of a duck. And then you get to, like, you know, really think about everything. That really helps you absorb the material in them. Ads time? Wait, whoa, wait, we can't have ads during this. I need to find a way to disable this stuff. I need to make a new account. Oh, whoa, look at this. Interesting. Okay. Well, what's a fun one we could leave it at for ads? That looks good. Maybe not near Unit 731. Okay, maybe over here. Okay, good. I really am gonna be embarrassed if I go to the other people that played this event and watch their streams and everyone wasn't breakdancing in fire. Did anyone else do this? Were they all breakdancing in fire? They were, right? Everybody did it? Thank God. Okay, cool. Hell yeah. Everyone, good stuff. Yeah. Every single day, let's go. Yes, literally, everybody, let's go, baby. The human spirit never dies. Okay, we're in the middle of a break. We'll be right back. 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 Oh crap. I got logged out. Oh no! I got logged out! Yo! We're gonna get back in there. But let's see. Let's see. Thank you so much, Ower, for the 200 bits. I just got here. What's going on? No, don't worry about it. Winner, thank you for the 100 bits. I doubt anyone else bullied Amanda to submission. You just have to, you have to breakdance aggressively. Aggressively. I think I did get timed out. Sorry about that. I usually get up and stretch a little bit during the breaks. My bad. Also, Endix, thank you so much for coming by. I definitely want to do, like, more of this. Like, this is cool. I think, how do I put it? I think having, like, online conventions and stuff like this is, like, a really, really, really cool concept. Like, we don't see it enough. We should have all kinds of stuff like this. A lot of people don't go outside these days. Like, it's expensive to travel. You're terrified of other people because they might start beating you, and sometimes they'll just, they'll get very aggressive and intense, and you'll be like, okay, I might be killed. Oh, hey, you again. There's no fall damage in the Index world. Okay, thank you. You know, that type of stuff. So, like, having a convention like this is honestly really cool. You can go all kinds of places. Mm-hmm. Did we check out... Okay, I don't know if we... Whoa. Suspicious Grimmi chatter? What is going on with you? Who are you? What did you do? What did you do? Project Remind. Remind, baby.
January the 27th, 2092. I can't believe how far we've
There we go.
And yet,
We're watching some more trailers.
still don't have an answer to my old mystery.
Who are you, suspicious Grimmi chatter? But yes, also if you have any questions for the people running this, please let them know.
That I'd be ready for this.
I think my only question is, like, when are you doing more of this? I'd love to go.
Not of death.
I'd love to check it out. Stream sniping? Suspicious Grimmi chatter?
I'm about
It's okay. Oh, and there's Legato. Oh my goodness. And there's effing Crazy. Having a good time over there. This looks cool.
I have to find a way to get there.
This isn't the trailer, is it? This is the trailer! April or May is our next event, probably? Yo, that's wonderful! Well, thank you so much for inviting me to this. I'm very excited to see what you guys... Unit 731, what is going on with you? I'm very excited to see what comes of this in the future, because it's very, very cool as a concept, and I've gone to some of these as,
Very old.
Are you trying to get the name in front of the window as you dance? Did you think it was gonna drop a little? Unit 731? Okay, Anyway, what horror games should we be keeping an eye out for? I think there's a lot that are coming out relatively soon. This one looks very interesting. It's not so much a horror game, but this is called Project Remind.
How far we've come.
Looks like it's about the future.
Yet, I still don't have an answer to my old mystery.
And it looks like also you're going crazy. You get old, you go crazy.
You know, you'd think that after so many years that I'd be ready for this. But I'm terrified.
Bye, Chrono. Oh, hi, Chronos.
Not of death. But of
Hell
what
yeah.
I'm about to do.
I should have been John AMD. That's my only,
About to
like, sad thing about this. Also excited to see how it'll go. It's a new endeavor, and it's only our third event. It's only our third event? Well, congratulations. It looks absolutely lovely. I'm definitely gonna be John AMD next time. I thought I should represent women, but I'm gonna be John AMD next time. Hi, Grimmi, how are you today? I'm doing great! We're currently watching trailers in a beautiful convention environment with, some very interesting people. Alright, we gotta check out a few more trailers. That was the first one we saw. I wanna see the horror games. But honestly, this is really cool. Like, so many people put a lot of, like, money into, like, I don't think we did this one. So many people put a lot of money into big like convention spaces when you could just do something cool like this. Yeah. Oh, what? You guys got the fire? I want the fire. Oh my god. Everyone burning themselves alive breakdancing has been like the highlight of the evening for sure. What's this? Check it out. I can't wait to do another one of these. It's gonna be so fun. Oh my goodness. But again, please go check this out if you'd like to. This is a very this is a very interesting way to like also see demos, just because like these are mostly indie developers, it seems like. So they probably can't afford to like make this for like a gaming convention with like these shields and these like crystals and this fire that we're burning ourselves with. I also couldn't let people around this because people would try to breakdance on this fire, like, you know, in their day-to-day lives, like while they're actually outside having a good time. But in this way, it can be something we all experience online. In the digital world, in the digital era. Yeah. Yeah. With a raffle of 200 keys. I want a raffle of 200 keys. I want 200 keys. Wait, okay, sorry, that was the wrong response. I got too excited. Are these all games that we can raffle? I want to raffle one. Okay, I'm gonna raffle one. What game are you guys most excited about all of this? I'll give a raffle key away if it's not out like yet. I'll do it once it comes out. Oh. Visit THQ Nordic via fast travel. Okay. Let's do it, baby. Sorry, we're going somewhere. THQ Nordic via fast travel. Okay. Vote for your favorite booth? Whoa, you can vote for your... Oh. We're not gonna do that yet. We haven't seen all the booths. THQ Nordic. THQ Nordic. How... Okay, we need to find a place to get out of here. THQ Nordic. It's AMD, baby! Their newest cards! I'm not as... Whoa! We can die in a fan! Woo! Oh, God. Okay, this is beautiful. I just saw a man's body drop off the face of the earth and die. Okay. Oh, that's an island. Oh. Oh, my goodness. Press E to play? Or press E to enter? Oh my god! If you guys want to get keys, you can press E to enter on any of these. Oh, that's not bad. Oh, Alone in the Dark was really fun. We still need to play that again. Oh, Reanimal! Wow! Oh! Hmm. What is this taking place in? This is on an island. Oh, so this is THQ Nordic. Oh. Oh, there's a Reanimal booth. Is that a car? Is that a car TV? Hmm. The terminal station next to you? Trampoline Quest? Win a code? So, THQ Nordic X Endix Expo November 2025. Ah, how many queues are on the THQ Nordic billboard? Crap. I remember seeing it at one point. I don't remember where it was now. Oh, I think it's over here. Okay. Both sides or one side? Uh-oh. Because there's one over here. Uh-oh. Gotta get that run and jump, boys and gals. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay, 10? I think 14. I think it's 14. Is it just one side or both? Uh-oh. I feel like I missed a lot. Not at all. Don't worry about it. 14 for sure. 14 for sure. Okay. 14. How did you like the Nordic Island? I loved it. 5 out of 5. Which THQ Nordic game did you wish list? I already have Reanimal wish list. Can't talk. Wish listed. What is your email address? It's Grimmi. I confirm that I'm 18 years old. I consent to my data being used for this giveaway. I accept the terms and conditions. All right, let's see if we win. All right. That's one of them. Death by sleeping. Oh, that might be a random man. Sorry, sir. Oh, there's another one over here. Oh. These cars are killing each other.
Here we go.
Oh. Oh, it's a wall. Whoa. You didn't read the terms and conditions? It's fine. It's fine. Oh, this is crazy. I gotta go to the Reanimal one. I'm sorry, I gotta go to the Reanimal one. Rocket Moan Creature, thank you so much for being here for 4 months. And Jack, thank you for the 100 bits. We will become Digidestined Grimmi. Oh,
We know from experience what it means to be away from those we love most of all.
Where the hell are we?
To you living in new surroundings, we send a message of true sympathy. And to think of all the new sights you must be seeing. And the adventures you must be having.
Grimmi's data will be sent to multiple conglomerates to study what kind of ads work on our audience. I don't know, what kind of ads work on you guys? You are susceptible to propaganda. Please do not forget.
I know you won't forget us.
This looks like Outlast. This looks like Little Nightmares.
Good luck to you all.
You can actually see the models for like the characters really well. Hello, little girl. Although, maybe this is canonical. Maybe these children are actually twice as tall as a person almost. The lore. The lore is getting interesting, huh?
We know from experience
Oh, it's Kurin!
what it means to be away.
Oh wow, there's so many people here now. Kazurai, how are you? This is crazy. Everyone from chat is... Well, not everyone. That would be, scary. But there's quite a few of you guys from chat here. Oh. Did not want to let us go. Titan Quest 2! Also, Jack, thank you for the 100 bits. You are susceptible to propaganda. Chat reflects streamer Grimmi. Yo, no, everyone's susceptible to propaganda. That's why it's so concerning. Never forget, you are susceptible to propaganda. And it's gonna get scary. And it's gonna get weird. You need to be careful. Snake Lady. Yeah, baby! Is this misogynistic? I can't tell. Remy thinks everyone is gullible because she was raised in a cult. No, I just know the way propaganda works, and it's not just going like, you would like this Oreo cookie, wouldn't you? You would like to eat an Oreo cookie. It's more like, giving everyone a sincere sense of self or also a lack thereof in like several different situations to the point where you demand conformity. And if you don't get that, you destroy, like, essentially, or I guess you have your life destroyed. So you inevitably want to just, like, go with the status quo. Messed up stuff. Twisted comment in my opinion, I'm sorry. Well, that's just how it be. You would okay, no, not the Oreo. That's, okay. Fort Gamma, thank you for being here for 7 months. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Oh, and thank you again for the 200 bits. A lot is going. You don't need to worry about it, though. We're having a good one. Azunyan Gaming, thank you for the 210 bits. 37 minutes ago, sorry. Thank you. I'm so sorry about that, thank you. Why are you becoming a rock creature? Why can't I become a rock creature? I'm gonna go figure that out. Oh. Well, this is an interesting world. So this is the THQ one. Also, once again, guys, thank you for joining me for this. This has been... Oh. So, this is where you can win some keys. Reanimal is the key that I would want really badly. I think these are games that are already out. Spellforce. Ah. Recreation. We also wanna... I managed to join. Yo! What's up? You can use these to zoop around the island. You can also use this to register to try to get a code. I'm gonna try to zoop around the island and see the other stuff that we haven't seen. I can't fall for propaganda if I want them to propagandize me. Oh. Oh, the snake lady is a... Oh, that's so cool. The Iron Mouse Wall of Fame. First floor, second floor, third floor. Heptic Arena Stand. Minigame Climb Trial, The Bridge. Minigame Endix Maze. Theatrum Obscurum. That looks really cool. Theatrum Obscurum. Whoa. Sorry, Jelly, didn't mean to stand on you. Yeah, oh, yo! Look at that. Oh, pretty. Haunted area and discover up to 20 horror trailers. Oh, yo, what?
Alright, folks, another day.
I went to the wrong part of the island.
Brave contestants on 7 minutes in hell. The rules are simple. Collect cash and find the exit.
Oh.
Traps are set and creatures unfed. Watch those poor souls scramble through the...
Oh, we found the jackpot. We we did. Oh, there's so much blood here. That's so fun.
The winners are in
Come on.
for a treat. Outfits, furniture, sponsorship deals, and gear. They'll need all the help they
Oh,
can get.
interesting. It's like streaming.
Bonus rounds demand laser sharp attention.
Okay, I need to go back and do this again.
Giant dolls, glass bridges, and mazes. And we keep throwing in some extra spice with new monsters.
There we go. Is that Cece?
No, I'm not okay.
I saw Cece! I saw Cece!
Look at this guy. Hey, buddy.
I saw Cece!
Nifty gadgets, fierce monsters.
Oh my god, I gotta see if she wants to play this.
All in this adventure of blood, guts, laughs, and adrenaline.
Yo.
That's how the honey hardens. Thanks for watching 7 Minutes in Hell.
7 minutes in hell. Oh, Michi was on there? I was already just so hyped.
They all kind of die.
7 minutes in hell.
Folks, another day, another stream, another group of brave contestants.
I think we can also change it. Oh, backrooms! Backrooms. 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 Backrooms.
But you,
Ducky?
all of you,
No?
I mean, you're not supposed to know.
Just tell me what it is so I can buy it.
Why don't we play a little game of chess?
I think I've played the demo. Which one was this? Backrooms, baby. I think you also have to change the demos for yourself. With the thing up front if you guys are playing.
Afraid. Your end will not be a tragic one.
This is the one with X in its name. I know every Backrooms game! There's something wrong with me! Woo! Let's go! Alright, Backrooms level X. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good.
It's been a long, long time since anyone's seen anything.
Backrooms level X, 7 minutes in hell. Let's go, baby.
Dad?
Tom, don't worry. It's just a little engine trouble. I'm gonna head to the gas station to call for a tow truck.
Oh. I gotta... Sorry, I'm like going through and trying to get all these.
Going to the gas station. Can you bring me a...
I went to the restroom. What happened? Was it good? Was it interesting?
This isn't funny. Mom, open the door.
What happened to his dad? What did he get at the gas station? Did he get corn nuts? I'm not a fan, but I like when people eat them.
The stall. It's really creepy.
If you don't like it, put it in the closet or somewhere it won't get broken.
Ooh. This is exactly how it would be if, like, you were able to go into, like, a movie theater, like, but you had command of everything and no one was alive, like in a dream. Like, you just go to the front of the screen and start breakdancing and crying. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. I see you. Hey, Milrock.
It's just a doll, Tom.
It is like Goosebumps. It's Bepsity.
Louisiana.
Is that Dr. House? Why are you coming for Dr. House?
There must be something more to this case. 4 bodies across the
This is how people describe the Minecraft movie screenings? That sounds awesome.
Aren't they a trusted police detective?
Is there anywhere that all the horror games are listed? Because I want to buy all of them. The Backrooms level, I think it was Project X. I don't remember its exact name, but... Oh, children were dying. That's not good. We need to figure this out. Oh, that's so cute. What a beautiful brooch. Interrogate the witnesses to uncover the truth.
Do you by chance have
Oh,
any
damn.
information
Cabbages.
about the identities of her clients and names?
It's a very private matter. How would you feel if you were one of them and someone just revealed your identity? Huh?
Oh, wow.
I'm just playing around. She never told me any names.
Oh, Babbages.
I
Oh,
don't
man.
think she even knew their names.
She is really beautiful.
Collect and analyze data you've gathered.
Original link you sent to wishlist. The games are organized by where they are in the index. Ooh, cool. Thank you. Sorry, I have to open this really fast. So I can look after I will forget. I will forget!
Get this over with. But I told you, it's an order. You'll find all the files on James' desk.
Ooh. This is weird to come into. No, come on into the theater. We're having a great time.
Hope you can make it out alive.
Veins of Arkham.
There must
Cthulhu
be
Mysteries.
something more to this case.
Join us. To be fair though, if I walked into a theater and I saw this, I would probably leave the entire, like, Townos inner city. I would just be like, no, there's weird stuff here. Someone's gonna do something creepy. Oh no.
You have to solve this
wait.
unusual case alone.
And another one of these. Oh, we played this one! This is from the Japanese devs. These are really fun. That entire, like, Serafini Studios, everything they put out is really lovely. I'm happy they've been translating so much and putting so much out to an American audience. Ew! Ow! 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 It does hurt, though. Looks pretty normal. That we used to be a country. We used to be a country. This used to be what we were doing with our lives. We go to the theater and we'd have a baller time. We'd be busting it down. We used to be a country. We used to bust it down on the regular. Again, non-sexual style. Oh, this might be the second game that came out in the series. There's one about the guy, like the one we played, and then there's one about the lady that we heard getting murdered by the devil. That one might be up next.
We came for the promise of gold.
Ooh. Oh, that's fun. Oh, that's not fun.
But my crew.
We did used to be goated. I don't exactly know what that means still.
I need to find a way out. The
Ooh.
forest watches my every step. And
I wouldn't want to be dropped off in a place like this. I know that's something everyone feels, but like I especially feel it when someone just goes like, I have to find my way out of this. I don't think it'll ever happen. I don't think like someone's gonna like abduct me from like a Walmart parking lot and put me here, but like, you know, it's something I worry about.
What is the way out?
I don't think all of the screens are playing. No, I mean, you have to adjust the trailer for yourself is the thing, I think. Engraving. Looked pretty good. Ooh. This looks like a CRT. Oh, what is this? Oh, that looks fun! Looks very liminal! Looks very liminal. Is this... No, I was gonna say, is this, like, no player online? Doesn't really look like it, though. What is this? This looks really good. Kitty! Oh, it's Michael! It's Michael! It's Michael! That's Michael! That's Michael! I like the look at this one. I wouldn't mind checking this one out. Looks like there's a lot of fire and problems. Michael! Oh, I want to pet Michael so bad now. He's been so needy today. He's been such a good little orange. Ooh, creepy. Force restart. It's called Force Restart. Oh, that one went to that.
Mild fantasy violence.
This looks like a Gingy game. This is like the Gingy vibe. For some reason, I think of him as someone that runs a circus and doesn't torture children, but doesn't really notice like what's going on with them and like, you know, makes them like fight for scraps. Oh, hello, Vixie! This game slaps. Have you tried it? I hope you're doing well. I'm a big fan of very spooky, fun little games like this. Hi, cutie. Hi, cutie! Oh. Wait a minute, Suspicious Grimmi Chatter? Who's Suspicious Grimmi Chatter? Who are you? It's suspicious. Is it me? This kind of looks like Psychonauts almost. Gloomy eyes. Very cute. Also, guys, please go take a moment to go check out Vixie. It's like Among Us. It looks really cute. Oh, we got the dubstep. Oh, this one's gonna be good. It's got the dubstep. Are you afraid of the dark? Is this that one about, like, Red Room murder streamers that I was saying they should put me in this, but make it so I'm just like, oh man, I'm sorry. I didn't want to have to. Oh no, this looks interesting. Like, that one looked interesting too, but... Oh, the devil. This looks like, not Let the Devil In. The devil is in the details, like the design of the characters. Jack Hotlines, master of puppets. Perp. Oh, that one's cool.
Pugsy Studios.
I played this one, I think. None of us could figure out how to play this. I think it was Froggy, Papa, and who else was it? There was one other person there. None of us could figure out how to play this. We like just wandered around a dark place with nothing going on for like 2 hours. We could not figure it out. I'm so sorry. Was it Gator? I don't think it was Gator. Oh my god, that man doesn't have a head. Oh no, there it is. We figured it out. Okay, that's good. That was almost uncomfortable. Oh, no, it could get worse, apparently. This is rough. A beautiful smile. Oh my god. Thank goodness they also took off the bits. That would be very uncomfortable. My last Friday. Ooh, this looks cool. Nice, cozy place. Oh, killers, lowlife, swindlers. A family-friendly morgue. I love my friends. This looks like someone that would either, not in a rude way, I don't know how else to put it, but you would either make a game like this or be found to have murdered like 9 people. Not in a rude way, just, you know, like, look at it. Like, they either make this game or they murdered 9 people. Pain to win. Oh, I love this one. We need more characters that are old men.
Are you her?
Red Soul Games. I really like this one.
Where is this? Where am I?
Everyone in chat wanted to bang this guy.
But you won't like what you'll find.
Can I leave?
We're not stuck or lost. No. We are right.
Not you? Okay, I'm sorry, Yoshimitsu. Not everyone in chat. Yoshimitsu did not want to. This was post-trauma. I really liked this game. This was a really interesting one.
This hell?
Hell
Explore
would have
Twisted
meaning.
Realm.
No, this is just us and our queen.
It was heavily inspired by like a lot of games a lot of people really liked. I recommend this one still.
Escape what you've done?
I think I can try.
Post-trauma. What'd y'all think of that one? Looks like it's a winner. Sorry, I'm sorry that I just had to stop moving and watch every horror game trailer. 7 Cthulhu before time runs out. Don't let anyone get suspicious. And don't get caught red-handed. Oh, you're a bunch of little kitties. Oh, kitties can do no wrong. That's so cute. I don't want to see them get hurt, though. This Halloween, you are invited. Ooh. To the party. This already looks scary. I wouldn't want to be around this many people that are drunk and hanging out. Of your life.
It's Halloween.
I thought this was gonna be like a Fears to Fathom type game, and then it got real aggressive. Oh, they remind you of Elfina's chat mascots? Oh, they do look like voidlings, you're right. This is not a Fears to Fathom. This is the fears are here. You're not fathoming them anymore. You are being killed. This is another one of the Japanese developers, Serafini Productions. Sorry, we should probably look around here a little bit. I'm sorry, my bad. My bad for just seizing up there for a good 20 minutes. I'm gonna look around a little. I'm gonna see what's going on here. What? We can't go upstairs? Haunted Mansion. Haunted Mansion. Haunted Mansion. Haunted Mansion. That's fair, though. Sorry, false alarm. There's nothing over here. Oh, crap. Okay. Crap. Crap, sorry. I kinda just lured everyone back there and now they can't escape. My bad. My bad, my bad. Okay, they got out. They got out. We can't go in there. No.
Please, someone help me.
Broken lore, unfollow. Verho. Verse of Faces. Oh, I remember seeing this in the other place, too. The indie horror exhibit has been lovely. You bought it already and it's shipping soon. Outlast Trials / Devour vibes? Oh, very true. I did talk to Novel. Novel does have everything under control. It'll still be shipping and still in development on normal times. So, that's good. Hell yeah. Sorry that Silver also went so far up. I'm so sorry. Since Saucy is on pause, what am I supposed to advertise now? G-Subs Cheeky? No, you can still order from Saucy. It's just gonna be on back order, so it's gonna take like a week before your order goes out. Just as a heads up, don't be like, oh my god, it didn't go out today. I can't get it out today. It's on the way though.
You can't hide behind that mask forever.
Stop playing Pikmin in a different game. This ain't Pikmin. Oh, you mean leaving them to their deaths in a different room? That is Pikmin, yes. Absolutely.
I see a spark in your eyes.
This looks like a very cool, well-made little game. It seems like they really put their whole heart into it, baby.
Will you be able to kill me again?
I don't care if you say I'm giving you half of what you bought. Wait, what? Wait, Otakoi, did you only get half of your order? Did I mess that up somehow? Wait. Did you get half of your order for real? I'm sending you the rest. You have to just send me an email. I'm so sorry. Please send me an email. Oh, Reanimal. You bought 30? You bought 30 bottles. Oh, okay. I'll get you your hot sauce. Holy crap. I don't know how on earth I only sent you 15, but I'm gonna go and get that resolved. Oh, Grimmi coin! Oh, I'm so sorry, Novel. But no, you're gonna get your Grimmi coin. That's a lot of Grimmi coin. I actually bought 30 as well. I wanted to buy even more before it was more expensive. I was just like, no, I want to make sure that I have like some silver, like the balloons I can give to people.
Good night, and good luck to you all.
Michi and Grimmi was playing the demo, but the Epic servers went down and they couldn't play it. No, I wasn't. Oh, a lot messages Grimmi coin, thanks. Oh, you bought 3? Oh, no. Thank you for buying one Grimmi coin. Okay, if you had an error in terms of like the processing of your messages, you gotta ask Novel about it, but I'm sure he intends to send you like your full amount.
It's been a long time.
But if you somehow think that it's not going to occur, please message him. I think we got through all the horror trailers, though. Yo.
Tom, don't worry.
This is my favorite area. I wish there was more to do about town here. This was really cool. This was really hype. I like this area a lot. Okay. I think it's time to vote for, my favorite, and everyone's favorite. Did we watch 20? I feel like that was 20. I guess it was. Time flies. I'm gonna vote for my favorite booth. It's up to you guys if you'd also like to vote for your favorite booth. Your favorite booth, baby. With how silver's moving, I wish I had bought 2x silver like I planned. LOL, yeah. Oh. Vote for Lena for Horse Streamer of the Year. Absolutely vote for Lena for Horse Streamer of the Year. I'm gonna start making a bigger push tomorrow. It's gonna get crazy. Wait, I don't know how to get back to, Oh, that is a beautiful building. The one thing that is a little bit lame about not going to an IRL event is that you go like, oh my god, that looks so relaxing. I'm not gonna see that ever. Oh, that looks so beautiful. Oh, we haven't gone in the tram. We have to do that too. We have to go in the tram. There we go. Thank you for joining us in this unique event. Thank you so much for hosting it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciated. Oh my god, there's so many of you here now. I'm so sorry. There we go, baby! I'm gonna take the tram. I'm gonna vote for my favorite booth. I wonder if I can actually have it be the mansion. And then I think it's time to, say goodbye until the next event. But I'm definitely gonna go and check out the next one, too. And I'm gonna do it while everyone's active on it and not afterwards. Because this looks like a very fun time. Kind of reminds me of PlayStation 3 home Sims like game? Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Have a good stream. Parona. Sleep well. I don't know if you guys have a good recommendation for this, but I really want to play like a nice Fears to Fathom like game. Have you ever listened to the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes radio show? I've listened to a lot of the Green Hornet. It's kind of similar. Are you trying to feel up the mascot? Are you trying to bang the mascot? Don't bang the mascot. No. They asked us politely to be here. Don't try to bang the mascot. No. No. Do not do that. Also, Brajna, I think they're about to send them... Stop trying to bang the mascot! Sorry. They should be getting out there soon. I think December is when they're shipping them. So, they haven't forgotten about them. They've also showed me some Stop! Stop trying to bang the mascot! Oh my god, you're like those guys that go up to, like, the booth cosplayer and is just like, hey, what? Wait, can we not write on that? Crap. Crap, I thought we could write on that. Crap. FD Chunkster, hello, how are you? Great to see you, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Alright, I'm a vote for my favorite booth, and then, hello, Strider. Okay. I think it's this one. Yep, here it is. Alright, so this is gonna open up a new window. And that's fine. Also, Kronos, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Hey, Grimmi, have you ever heard of, the Magnus... Yes! I love the Magnus Archives. I love it. I love the Magnus Archives. It's one of my favorites. I'm probably gonna listen to a bit tonight. Endix username? It's Grimmi, baby. Email use Grimmi. We didn't actually even play any of the horror demos or anything. We just looked at all of them and looked at all their, like, places, but, Oh, there's even more on the rooftop. Oh, crap. Oh. Oh, no. But I want to give it to... They Are Here Alien Abduction Horror, because I got to breakdance on an alien. On an alien corpse. My favorite. Oh, whoa, you're entered to win a $50 Steam gift card. Yo, baby! It also says Steam gift card. I like that. I love the gamer posture they give everyone. God, I should have been John AMD. I should have been John AMD. I should have been John AMD. Ooh, glasses lady. Beautiful. Okay. I do love that whoever made this just gave everyone gamer posture. You're wonderful. Thank you. I'm gonna really quickly just get shot up the AMD geyser again really fast because that was really fun. Scary. Spooky. Yippee! Okay, and again. Yippee! Big fan of this one. I'm actually gonna start looking more into AMD cards also just because, I know NVIDIA's like the standard in... Hello, Iron Mouse. How are you? I love that she loves the back rooms. She loves the back rooms. I'm always gonna root for you, Iron Mouse. People don't love the back rooms as much as they should. It's a transitory space that feels otherworldly. What's not to love? Why isn't everyone talking about the back rooms all of the time? AMD has more VRAM, but are starting to become more expensive compared to before. Oh, crap. Oh, that makes sense. We're gonna leave this up as we, That is a nice song, too. Ooh. But everyone, please go and check this out. Also, thank you again, Kronos. I love the Magnus Archives. Please go check out this lovely time. The Endix showcase was lovely. It made me want to stay in my home and pretend I'm at a convention. It was so cool. Did you hear about the crazy Reddit mod that banned Mousy from her own subreddit? A lot of people are going through it, huh? Every day I'm a little bit happier that my problems are something I can generally deal with. And I'm less crazy than I think I am. I hope that person can chill out, whoever they are. Hello there, C2, how are you? Looking good, girl! So, that was the Endix showcase. We kind of had this place entirely to ourselves since I did it a bit late on Sunday. Hello there. Hello there, Blind Fate. Is that why you have sunglasses on? This feels like a good way to end it. But again, everyone please go check out the lovely people that sponsored us today, Endix. I really like this one. I like this so much more than I thought I would even. Like, are we rating out? No. We're just gonna take a quick break because I'm pretty sure it's ads time. I'm gonna go pet Michael, I'm gonna give him a quick pat down, and then we're gonna probably play some... Cause I just drank a full Red Bull. What do you guys want to play? I kinda want a Fears to Fathom-like game, but I'm not sure we're gonna be able to find one. I want that Fears to Fathom. I want some Fears to Fathom. This scene brings a tear to my... Yes. It brings a tear to my eye as well. This is beautiful. It's a beautiful music video, too. Very pretty. Clumsy Moe, thank you for being here for 3 months. Appreciate it, Lord. Yo! Oh, we do need to play The Last of Us 2. Please don't make me do that right now. Oh, God. I hate it so much, though. Thank you, Winner, for the 100 bits. You promised? I need to. Have you checked out Total Chaos on stream? Is it a good, Fears to Fathom, like? It's been a hard day. It's been a hard day. I'll take you to the mall to get some Last of Us 2 tomorrow, sweetie. There's a little sequel to an indie game that came out a few years ago. I think they called The Last of Us 2. Why do you guys want to see The Last of Us 2 so badly? She is a trained singer, yeah. I believe she is. It's really lovely. I trained a little bit in opera too when I was younger, but I did not. I was not good at it. I was also the most ADHD child ever. I did not succeed or get anywhere near close. This is beautiful to hear, though. Makes you want to try again. It's beautiful. Alright, Mom, you promised tomorrow. I promise, sweetie. I promise tomorrow, Winner. Thank you for the 100 bits. I promise. You deserve some Last of Us 2. You do. You deserve some Last of Us 2. Alright. I look away for 30 minutes. What have you done, Grimmi? Nothing. Beautiful music video, though. Mouse is a wonderful singer. And we are going to now let it go for the time being. I thought that was really nice. I thought that was very beautiful. And also it was just a wonderful event all around. So it was really cool that they featured VTubers. It was really cool that they put all of that time into it. Oh, I know what we're gonna play. I know what we're gonna play. I need something that's good. Sweetie, I just need a little something that's going to help me. Your mother is not doing good today. I just need a little something that'll help me. Can't wait for it to be more fleshed out than Line Sankurin. I thought it was really cool. Also, yeah, Skelter can clone him, or not clone himself. I think it's just still Skelter, but like he's omnipresent, and I don't understand it fully. Dopamine, the video game. We're gonna play at least 3 to 5 rounds of this. I had a really intense day, but we're gonna play at least 3 to 5 rounds, baby. At least 3 to 5 rounds. Let's go. Woo! VOD Watcher, skip to the next year. No! How many hours are you up to? Not that many. I haven't played that much of it, but we'll be right back. This ain't Wednesday. I actually have a really good idea, though. How are you? Or do you mean, do I look like Wednesday Addams? A little bit. But I have a really good idea, you guys. Wait a second. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. What about monsters are coming, but Magnus Archives. We can listen to the Magnus Archives at the same time. Hey, I like it. Oh my god, you guys are in for a treat. If you're that way, we can keep this vibes really nice and spooky. But no, trust me. Have you guys not heard of the Magnus Archives? Here we go. Okay. Also, again, go check out Endix and all of those games that we just saw. They were so much fun. That was really cool, actually. I really liked it. Thank you again so much for the opportunity. Okay. Magnus and monsters are coming. Magnus Archives. If you guys are unfamiliar with what the Magnus Archives are, it's really cool. It's a podcast that's essentially like a more like Victorian style. Is it episodic or shorts? I haven't listened before. It's episodic. On the cutting edge of stream awesomeness. It's gonna be so good. Oh my god, you guys are gonna love the Magnus Archives. Are you Asian? Are you okay? It's okay though. I really do like that one specific. Also, thank you, Yama, for pinning that. Are you Asian? I sometimes think to myself, white woman spotted while out in public after viewing a specific 4chan post screenshot of such. So, completely understandable. Unfortunately, I think responding to it would not help you become a healthier person. So I'm not gonna talk too much about that. You should probably get help. That sounds like a compulsion, like an anxiety, just like, God, I need to know if every woman's Asian. Oh God, it's gonna define so much about them. Ah! Like that sounds horrifying. That sounds like a really sad way to live. I'm so sorry. Dear God, that's rough, dude. I'm so sorry. Anyways, we're gonna, are you a tourist? No, I don't really like going outside or experiencing tourism. But what we're gonna be doing is we are going to be putting on the Magnus Archives. You are gonna love it, by the way. Oh my god. I've played this game so much. Yes, it's also killing me. Novel, I'm glad you're enjoying it / it's killing you. Well, I'm not glad it's killing you, but, oh, you're so... Oh, to be listening to the Magnus Archives for the first time. Oh. I was quietly just... do you guys know Dice Queen D? I would just quietly, like, sit in her Magnus Archive streams, like, saying nothing for... Okay, fair, but you deleted that. I was giving them a little bit too much, I was just giving them a little too much attention. My bad. Dice Queen D, the one and only, baby. I love Dee. She's like the only like lady I've met that like is just like as crazy in like a very specific way. Your favorite episodes from episode 1, Magnus from episode 1? I know that it's probably a typo, but I really do like the idea of you asking me what my favorite episode 1 of the Magnus Archives is. Probably episode 1. You're pulling my arm here, but like, you know what? Probably episode 1. I'm sorry. I can't say what my favorite episode is because it's a spoiler. But Mary, thank you so much for the raid. How are you? Did you have a very nice relaxing time? Also, thank you, Whimsy, for the 45 bits. Take my spare bits and have a gumball on me. Oh, thank you. You silly black-haired, amber-eyed... Yellow, but thank you. Fashion lady, make sure it's a green gumball or else. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Also, I'm so sorry. That was like your first message in here. Zonky, thank you so much. I'm sorry to tease you a bit. Thank you, Grimmi. How goes the game? Oh, it's not just a game. It's... The Magnus Archives, Episode 1.
Rusty Quill presents
I might have to tab out.
the Magnus Archives.
But we'll figure it out. That's a bit loud. I was gonna put it louder. Sorry, that's rude.
Episode 1, Anglerfish.
This one's good. It's not an audiobook, it's a podcast, but trust me, you're gonna like it. You're gonna like it, trust me. Oh, interesting. Not buying anything? Oh.
Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Right. My name is Jonathan Sims. I work for the Magnus Institute, London, an organization dedicated to academic research into the esoteric and the paranormal. The head of the institute, Mr. Elias Bouchard, has employed me to replace the previous head archivist,
Trust me, it's gonna get crazy.
Robinson, who has recently passed away. I've been working as a researcher at the Institute for 4 years now, and I'm familiar with most of our more significant contracts and projects. Most reach dead ends, predictably enough, as incidents of the supernatural, such as they are, and I always emphasize there are very few genuine cases, tend to resist easy conclusions. When an investigation has gone as far as it can, it is transferred to the archives. Now, the Institute was founded in 1818, which means that the archive contains almost 200 years of case files at this point.
So?
Combine that with the fact that most of the Institute prefers the ivory tower of pure academia.
As you probably understand so far, this is a man getting a job where he gets to be a clerical person that just, you'll figure it out. Looking okay today, Grimmi? Thank you. Looking okay today, John Smith. This game is not what I was expecting. It looks fun. Oh, it's amazing, dude. It's amazing. This is the Magnus Archives, episode 1, by the way. Magnus Archives. This is about 16 minutes. We're about 2-3 minutes into it, so just trust me on it, trust me, it gets interesting.
To the complicated work of dealing with statements or recent experiences, and you have the recipe for an impeccably organized library and an absolute mess of an archive. This isn't necessarily a problem. Modern filing and indexing systems are a real wonder, and all it would need is a half-decent archivist to keep it in order. Gertrude Robinson was apparently not that archivist. From where I am sitting, I can see thousands of files, many spread loosely around the place, others crushed into unmarked boxes. A few have dates on them, or helpful labels such as 86-91G/H. Not only that, but most of them appear to be handwritten or produced on a typewriter, with no accompanying digital or audio versions of any sort. In fact, I believe the first computer to ever enter this room is the laptop that I brought in today. More importantly, it seems as though little of the actual investigations have been stored in the archives, so the only thing in most of the files are the statements themselves. It is going to take me a long time to organize this mess. I've managed to secure the services of 2 researchers to assist me. Well, technically 3. But I don't count Martin, as he's unlikely to contribute anything but delays. I plan to digitize the files as much as possible and record audio versions, though some will have to be on tape recorder,
more Victorian
as my attempts to get them on my laptop have met with significant audio distortions. Alongside this, Tim's...
Also, you could tell right there, cognito hazard type stuff, not letting you record things as easily. Her favorite episode 1 of the Magnus Archives. This is my favorite episode 1. Sorry, we're giving you so much cred, that poor little nice person that came by and asked such a normal question. I'm just saying, it's okay. It's only $8 on Steam. This is a very good game if you just want to have some nice relaxing time and listen to a nice Magnus Archives. I've had a Martin that's really, 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 really funny without context, of what happens in this. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. Don't look it up.
Sasha and, yes, I suppose Martin, will be doing some supplementary investigation to see what details may be missing from what we have. I'll try to present these in as succinct a fashion as I can at the end of each statement. I can unfortunately promise no order in regards to date or theme of the statements that are recorded, and can only apologize to any future researcher attempting to use these files for their own investigations. That's probably enough time spent making my excuses for the state of this place, and I suppose we have to begin somewhere.
Listening to a nice horror podcast.
Watts, regarding an encounter on Old Fish Market Close, Edinburgh.
Also, look at this.
Original
they ain't got nothing on
given
us.
April 22nd, 2012. Audio
26
recording
extra,
by
like,
Jonathan
rocks,
Sims,
too.
Head Archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. This all happened a couple of years ago, so I apologize if some of the details are a bit off. I mean, I feel like I remember it clearly, but sometimes things are so weird that you start to doubt yourself. Still, I suppose weird is kind of what you guys do, right? So I'm studying at the University of Edinburgh, biochemistry specifically, and I was in my second year at the time this happened. I wasn't in any sort of university accommodation at this point and was renting a student flat down in Southside with a few other second years. To be honest, I didn't hang out with them much. I took a gap year before matriculating, and my birthday's in the wrong part of September, so I was nearly 2 years older than most of my peers when I started my course. I got on with them fine, you understand, but I tended to end up hanging out with some of the older
addiction,
students.
yes.
That's why I was at the party in the first place. Michael Macaulay, a good friend of mine, had just been accepted to do a master's degree in Earth Sciences, so we decided a celebration was in order. Well, maybe party isn't quite the right word. We just kind of invaded the Almanac down on the Royal Mile and drank long enough and loud enough that eventually we had the back area to ourselves. Now, I don't know how well you know the drinking holes of Edinburgh, but the Almanac has a wide selection of some excellent single malts, and I may have slightly overindulged. I have vague memories of Mike suggesting I slow down, to which I responded by roundly swearing at him for failing to properly celebrate his own good news, or words to that effect. Long story short, I was violently ill around midnight and made the decision to walk the route home. It wasn't far to my flat, maybe half an hour.
This audio is hypnotically narrated. It's a very, very good audio. I love this. Magnus Archives is kind of like a Victorian Britishy SCP style thing, where it almost feels like there's like a little like, I don't know, it kind of feels like, you know, like when you have to go like, hey, you need to contact the British branch, and it's like, those guys are like really chill though. They're not going to get this done for 2 weeks. You got to contact them anyways. They're not going to get it done for 2 weeks. You need to contact them now. Okay, fine. And then you get contacted like by these dudes, and they're just like, yes, a man went to go drinking one day, and then like it's really nice and relaxing. Like if you're cold right now, get a little space heater, get a little blanket going, and also get ready to feel like you're gonna be afraid forever. It's beautiful. Also, Cheese, thank you so much for being here for 14 months. You are maybe the only person that's ever like. Because I'm still paying you the $500 worth of the Grimmi coin. You are probably the only person that's ever been on Twitch and made money from it. Like, just, you lucked out. Congratulations.
If I'd been sober, and the night was cool enough that I remember having a hope that the chill would perk me up some. I headed for the Cowgate, and the quickest way to get there from the Royal Mile is down Old Fish Market Close. Now, I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that there are some steep hills in Edinburgh, but Old Fish Market Close is exceptional, even by those standards. At times it must reach a 30 or 40 degree angle, which is hard enough to navigate when you don't have that much scotch inside you. As I have mentioned, I had quite a lot, so it probably wasn't that surprising when I took a rather nasty tumble about halfway down the street. In retrospect, the fall wasn't that bad compared to what it could have been, but at the time it really shook me up and left me with some nasty bruises. I picked myself up as best I could, checked I hadn't seriously injured myself, no broken bones or anything, and decided to roll a cigarette to calm myself. That was when I heard it. Can I have a cigarette? I was startled out of my thoughts by the words, as I thought I had been alone. Quickly trying to compose myself and looking around, I noticed a small alleyway on the opposite side of the street. It was very narrow and completely unlit, with a short staircase leading up. I could see a light fixture a little way up the wall at its entrance, but it either wasn't working or wasn't turned on, meaning that beyond a few steps the alley was shrouded in total darkness. Stood there, a couple of stairs from the street, was a figure. It was hard to tell much about them as they were mostly in the shadows, though if I'd had to guess I would have said the voice sounded male. They seemed to sway ever so slightly as I watched, and I assumed that they, like me, were probably a little bit drunk. I lit my own cigarette and held out my tobacco towards them, though I didn't approach, and asked if they were okay with a roll-up. The figure didn't move, except to continue that gentle swaying. Writing it down now, it seems so obvious that something was wrong. If I hadn't been so drunk, maybe I'd have noticed quicker, but even when the stranger asked the question again, "Can I have a cigarette?" utterly without intonation, still I didn't understand why I was so uneasy. I stared at the stranger, and as my eyes began to adjust, I could make out more details. I could see that their face appeared blank, expressionless, and their skin seemed damp and slightly sunken, like they had a bad fever. The swaying was more pronounced now, seeming to move from the waist, side to side, back and forth. By this point I had finished rolling a second cigarette and gingerly held it out towards them, but I didn't get any closer. I decided that if this weirdo wanted a cigarette, they were going to need to come out of the creepy alleyway.
It's about to get
They
scary.
didn't come closer, didn't make any movement at all except for that damn swaying. For some reason the thought of an anglerfish popped into my head. The single point of light dangled into the darkness, hiding the thing that lures you in. Can I have a cigarette? It spoke again in the same flat voice, and I realized exactly what was wrong. Its mouth was closed, had been the whole time. Whatever was repeating that question, it wasn't the figure in the alleyway. I looked at their feet and saw that they weren't quite touching the ground. The stranger's form was being lifted ever so slightly and moved gently from side to side. I dropped the cigarette and grabbed for my phone, trying to turn on the torch. I don't know why I didn't run or what I hoped to see in that alley, but I wanted to get a better look. As soon as I took out my phone, the figure disappeared. It sort of folded at the waist and vanished back into the darkness, as if a string had gone taut and pulled it back. I turned on the torch and stared into the alley, but I saw nothing. Just silence and darkness. I staggered back up to the Royal Mile, which still had lights and people, and found a taxi to take me home. I slept late the next day. I'd made sure I didn't have any lectures or classes, as I had intended to be sleeping off a heavy night of drinking, which I guess I was, although it was that bizarre encounter that kept playing in my mind. And so, after making my way through 2 liters of water, some painkillers, and a very greasy breakfast, I felt human enough to leave my flat and go to investigate the place in daylight. The result was unenlightening. There were no marks, no blood stains, nothing to indicate that the swaying figure had ever been there at all. The only thing I did find was an unsmoked Marlboro Red cigarette lying just below the burned-out light fixture. Beyond that, I didn't really know what to do. I did as much research as I could on the place, but couldn't find anyone who'd had any experience similar to mine, and there didn't seem to be any folklore or urban legends I could find out about Old Fish Market Close. The few friends I told about what happened just assumed I'd been accosted by some stranger, and the alcohol had made it seem much weirder than it was. I tried to explain that I'd never had hallucinations while drunk, and that there was no way this guy had just been a normal person. But they always gave me one of those looks, halfway between pity and concern, and I'd shut up. I never did find out anything else about it. But a few days later I saw some missing person appeals go up around campus. Another student had disappeared. John Fellows his name was, though I didn't really know the guy and couldn't tell you much about him, except for 2 things that struck me as very important. He'd been at that same party and, as far as I remembered, had still been there when I left. The other was just that, well, on the photo they'd used for his missing persons appeal, I couldn't help but notice that there was a pack of Marlboro Red cigarettes poking out of his pocket. I haven't quit smoking, but I do find that I take a lot more taxis now if I find myself out too late.
Yo. Mm-hmm. I love that one especially, and I love all of, like, this show. Especially just because it feels like it's all very possible. Like, everyone has, like, little stories like this, and you're like, you crazy! Oh my god! And then you're like, what if they weren't? Like, and then someone, like, collecting all of them and keeping them in an archive. Oh my god, can you imagine a better job? And this little mother flipper right here, the guy, like, running all of it, he does not appreciate it enough. I'm just saying, he needs a little space heater and a nice sweater and to go like, oh my goodness my, another day, another dollar, is it? What? Like, you know, that kind of vibe, you know? You should be a little bit more appreciative of that kind of thing, I'm just saying. Oh crap, there's a lot of spiders. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Oh, because we're at, like, another stage now. Ow. Hey. Rude. But, makes a really good impression. I love this show. Like, if I mostly wanted to play this just so you guys, like, anyone interested in it would know about it, because God, it's so good. It's so good, dude. It's so good. It's literally perfect. It's amazing. Hey, back off. Back off, little bats. There you go. But, Cockney British man voice, yes, just another day, another dollar. Just, you know. I like it. I'm gonna let it play a little bit more. I'll listen to it all. You convinced me. We're probably gonna listen to a few episodes. Hi, Rich. Yo! I'm so excited to have food and hot food and heat. Are you a fan of Magnus Archives? Because if you haven't listened to this, you are gonna love it, baby. If it's very good, have you listened to all of it yet? Or are you working on? I've listened to all of it. I've listened to all of it once, but sharing it with you guys, trust me, this is the best combination of things in the entire world. What's it called again? It's called the Magnus Archives. And it's in the stream title.
Statement ends.
It's really
the
good.
investigation at the time and the follow-up we've done over the last couple of days have found no evidence to corroborate Mr. Watt's account of his experience. I was initially inclined to refile this statement in the discredited section of the archive, a new category I've created that will, I suspect, be housing the majority of these files.
You're rude!
However, Sasha did some digging into the police reports of the time, and it turns out that between 2005 and 2010, when Mr. Watt's encounter supposedly took place, there were 6 disappearances in and around the old fish market close.
Ooh.
Jessica McEwen in November 2005, Sarah Baldwin in August 2006, Daniel Rawlings in December of the same year, then Ashley Dobson and Megan Shaw in May and June of 2008. Then finally, as Mr. Watts mentioned,
I'm gonna cry.
John
What a time to be
Fellows
alive.
in March 2010. All 6 disappearances remain unsolved. Baldwin and Shaw were definitely smokers, but there's no evidence either way about the others, if they're even connected. Sasha did find one other thing, specifically in the case of Ashley Dobson. It was a copy of the last photograph taken by her phone and sent to her sister Siobhan. The caption was, "Check out this drunk creeper, LOL." But the picture is of a darkened, apparently empty alleyway, with stairs leading up into it. It appears to be the same alleyway which Mr. Watts described in his statement, the one that, according to maps of the area, leads to Tron Square. But there doesn't seem to be anyone in the photograph at all. Sasha took the liberty of running it through some editing programs, though, and increasing the contrast appears to reveal the outline of a long, thin hand, roughly at what would be waist level on a male of average height. I find it oddly hard to shake off the impression that it's beckoning. End recording.
That was the Magnus Archive episode 1. It all comes together so cool and so perfect. Yeah! I love that one. I love that one. I love that one. I see Grimmi needed a dopamine hit, and I needed you to also listen to the Magnus Archive episode 1. God, that's a good one. Oh, that's a good one. Oh god, I feel like the Quaaludes guy. Like, you ever see that guy talk about Quaaludes and start to have like a fit? The VA is incredible. It is. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. Let's also get some... Let's get some rocks. I love the Quaaludes guy, just like the Magnus Archives. We didn't need anything. We just listened to the Magnus Archives. And then he starts to, like, lose it. Like, that's how I feel when I think about the Magnus Archives. Just a little bit.
Bring back the Magnus! We need it! Society was better!
Oh, they are setting everything on fire. Holy crap. I never understood what this was about. Here we go. Big gaming, Grimmithy. We're big gaming today. We are indeed big gaming. Big gaming, baby. Big games. Oh crap. Big games today, baby. Big games. I need to make sure that I don't... Oh my god! Okay. No. No. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, no. Oh crap! Big EXP and stuff, but dear lord. Let's get another explosive going. Okay, there we go. Alright, would you guys like to listen to episode 2? I'm trying not to pause it too much, but I would just be like, did you hear that? That's crazy! Like, every 2 seconds. I'm a big fan. Yeah? Okay, cool. It's a very creepy, nice vibe. So this is episode 2. Do not open.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives.
Oh, I'm a big fan.
Episode 2. Do not open.
Oh crap. Need a little bit more damage output, I think. Oh, we need a lot more damage output, I think.
Statement of Joshua Gillespie regarding his
Yeah,
time
this
in
might be a
possession
bum
of
run.
apparently empty wooden casket. Original statement given November 22nd.
This is gonna be a bum run.
1998. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist.
This is
of
a
the
bum
magazine,
run. Yeah.
London. Statement begins. It started when I was in Amsterdam for a holiday with a few of my friends. Everything you're thinking right now, you're right. We were all early 20s, just graduated, and decided to spend a couple of weeks going crazy on the continent, so you can almost certainly fill in all the blanks yourself. There were very few points where I'd say that I was entirely sober, and even fewer where I acted like it, though I wasn't quite as bad as some of my friends who had a hard time handling themselves at times. This may have been why I headed out alone that morning. No idea of the exact date, but it was sometime in mid-May. The others were sleeping off their assorted hangovers, and I decided to head out into the beautiful sunshine of that Netherlands morning and take a walk. Before graduating from Cardiff with the others, I'd been studying architecture, so was looking forward to spending a few hours by myself to wander and really take in the buildings of central Amsterdam. I was not disappointed. It's a beautiful city, but I realized too late that I hadn't taken any map or guidebook with me, and an hour or two later I was thoroughly lost. I wasn't particularly worried, because it was still mid-afternoon at this point, and getting lost in the back streets had kind of been what I was trying to do. But I still decided I'd better make an actual effort to find my way back to where my friends and I were staying off Ellenstraat. I managed it eventually, but my inability to speak Dutch meant I spent a good hour riding the wrong way on the various trams. By the time I got back to Ellenstraat, it was starting to get dark, and I was feeling quite stressed, so I decided to pop into one of the cafes to relax before joining up with my friends. I couldn't say for sure exactly how long I was in there, but I do know it had gotten fully dark by the time I noticed I wasn't sat at my table alone. I've tried to describe the man who now sat opposite me many times, but it's difficult. He was short, very short, and felt like he had an odd density to him. His hair was brownish, I think, cut quite short, and he was clean-shaven. His face and dress were utterly unremarkable, and the more I tried to think of exactly what he looked like, the harder it is to picture him clearly. To be honest, though, I'm inclined to blame that on the drugs. The man introduced himself as John, and asked how I was. I replied as best I could, and he nodded, saying he was also an Englishman inside a foreign land. I remember he used that exact phrase because it struck me at the time as very odd. He said he was from Liverpool, though I don't recall him having any sort of accent, and that he was looking for a friend who he could rely on for a favour. Now, high as I was, I got suspicious as soon as he said that last part, and I started to shake my head. John said it was nothing too onerous, just looking after a package for him until he had some friends pick it up, and that he would pay well. I thought he was talking about smuggling, and was about to refuse again when he reached into his jacket, I think, and pulled out an envelope. Inside was £10,000. I know, I counted it.
Yes.
I knew it was a stupid move, but
I know that this is very unnerving and very otherworldly and feels very scary, and he's like meeting like the devil or something. But look at this! Tower explosion size increased by 1% per. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is crazy. That's gonna be the entire map. We gotta get some explosions going. Okay. Okay. I'm just. Okay. Just saying.
I kept remembering my friend Richard telling me how easy it had been to get a pound of hash through customs on his first trip to Holland, and holding that much cash in my hands, I said yes. John smiled, thanked me, and said that he would be in touch. He left the coffee shop, and I immediately started panicking about what I had agreed to. I wanted to chase after him and return the money, but something weighed me down, kept me locked into my seat.
Yeah.
I just sat there for a long time.
The devil, baby.
I don't remember much about the next few days except worrying about when I'd see John again. I was careful not to spend any of the money he'd given me, and had decided to return it as soon as he turned up. I'd say I had made a mistake and couldn't take his money, or look after anything from him. I tried to enjoy myself, but it was like this shadow hanging over me, and I couldn't stop thinking about it. I waited for days, right up until the end of our trip, but he never showed up. I obsessively checked my suitcase before boarding the plane home, just in case someone had snuck something into it, but there was nothing new in there. I flew back to England with my friends still high and £10,000 tucked into my coat pocket. It was surreal. It wasn't until almost a year later that I felt confident enough to actually spend any of the money. I'd moved down to work for a small architect's firm in Bournemouth, on the south coast. It was an entry-level job and the pay wasn't great, but it was the only offer I got in my chosen field, so I moved down there with the hopes of getting some experience and a better position in a year or two. Bournemouth was a decent-sized seaside town, though much less idyllic than I'd assumed it would have been. But rents for a place of my own were a little bit out of my price range, given my starting pay grade. I didn't know anyone else down there and wasn't keen to share my space with strangers,
Downloading
so I
this now,
decided
please
to use
do.
some of the money I'd been given in Amsterdam the previous year. I reasoned they were unlikely to find me at this stage. I'd not given John any of my details when he spoke to me, not even my name. And if they hadn't been able to find me over the course of the last year, it was doubtful they'd be able to track me here. Also, if it had been drug smuggling as I suspected, £10,000 probably wasn't so much money to them that they'd track me this far over it.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Also, yeah, don't get this game if you don't have time. I just like playing it, and like now we're listening to the best podcast ever. But yes, it is. Do not steal $10,000 from drug lords. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. $5 is too much from drug lords. 30 cents is too much. They will eviscerate you with a pine cone just to prove a point. In no way, 1984, you can die filleted like a fish in the middle of the Mojave Desert if you'd really like to, but I'm just giving you my Genuine advice for you. Okay, how do you know this? Oh, goodness. I'm just letting you know. Would you rank Magnus Archives on your top-ranked podcast of yours? Yes, this is amazing. Are you hearing this? Otherworldly creatures interacting with humans in a vague and unsettling way. It only there. My favorite one might be the cave one, but you guys will understand.
So, and looking back, this sounds stupid, but I'd just grown a beard and thought it would be hard for anyone to recognize me as the same guy. So I spent a bit of John's money on renting a nice one-bedroom flat in the Triangle
Obliterated.
near the town centre, and moved in almost immediately. About a week later,
super murdered.
I was in my kitchen cutting up some fruit for breakfast, and I heard the doorbell.
Super murdered.
I answered it to see two red-faced delivery men.
Should I get...
Between them, they carried an immense package, which they'd clearly had to maneuver up the narrow stairs of the building I lived in. They asked if I was Joshua Gillespie, and when I said yes, they said they had a delivery addressed to me, and pushed past into the hall. They didn't seem to be from any delivery company I knew, and they weren't wearing any uniforms. I tried to ask them some questions, but as soon as they'd placed the box on the floor, they turned around and walked out. They were both well over 6 feet tall and very imposing, so there was little I could have done to stop them leaving, even if I'd wanted to. The door slammed behind them, and I was left alone with this package. It was about 2 meters long, maybe 1 meter wide, and roughly the same deep. It was sealed with parcel tape, and written on the top was my name and address in thick, curving letters. But there was no return address or postmark of any sort. I was starting to risk being late for work at this point, but I decided I couldn't bring myself to leave without seeing what was inside, so I fetched the knife from my kitchen counter and cut the tape, keeping the box closed. Inside was a coffin. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that. My knife fell to the floor, and I just stared at it in mute surprise. It was made of unvarnished, pale yellow wood, and had a thick metal chain wrapped around it, which was closed at the top with a heavy iron padlock. The lock was closed, but had the key sitting inside it. I started to reach for it when I noticed two other things on the coffin lid. The first was a piece of paper, folded in half and tucked under the chain, which I took. The other was the presence of 3 words, scratched deep into the wood of the casket in letters 3 inches high. They read, "Do not open."
Not open.
I withdrew my hand from the padlock slowly, unsure what I was supposed to do. At some point I must have sat down, as I found myself on the floor propped up against the wall, staring at this bizarre thing that had inexplicably turned up at my home. I remembered the piece of paper at this point and unfolded it, but it simply read, "Delivered with gratitude, J." Strange as it sounds, it was only then I made the connection with the man I'd met in Amsterdam. He'd told me he wanted someone to look after a package for a while. Was this the package he was talking about? Was I to be looking after a corpse? Who was coming to pick it up? When? I called in sick to work and just sat there, watching the coffin for what might have been minutes or might have been hours. I just had no idea what to do. Eventually I steeled myself and moved towards it, until my face was just inches away from the lid. I took a deep breath, trying to see if I could smell anything from inside. Nothing. If there was a dead body in there, it hadn't started to smell yet. Not that I really knew what a dead body smelled like. It was early summer at this point, which would mean that they must have died recently, if there was a body in there at all. As I got up, my hand brushed the wood of the coffin. I realized it was warm, very warm, like it had been lying in the sun for hours. Something about it made my flesh crawl slightly, and I withdrew my hand quickly. I decided to make a cup of tea. It was something of a relief standing next to the kettle, as from that angle I couldn't see the thing out in the hall. I could just ignore it.
Nice.
I didn't move even after I'd filled my mug. I just stood there, sipping my tea. not even noticing it was still far too hot to drink comfortably. When I finally got the nerve to step back out into the hall, the coffin still lay there, unmoving. I finally made a decision and, firmly gripping the padlock, I removed the key, placed it on the hall table next to the door. I then took hold of the coffin and chain and started to pull it further into my flat. It was weird to touch it. The wood still had that unsettling warmth to it, but the chain was as cold as you'd expect from a thick piece of iron, and apparently hadn't taken on any of the heat. I didn't have any cupboards with enough space to hold the thing, so in the end I just dragged it into my living room and pushed it up against the wall as out of the way as possible. I cut up the cardboard box it had been sealed in and put it with the rubbish outside. And just like that I had, apparently, started storing a coffin in my home. At the time, I think I assumed it was full of drugs, at least as far as I assumed anything about the situation. Why anyone would store something in such a noticeable way, or with a total stranger like me, these weren't questions I could even guess at an answer to. But I decided it was best to think about it as little as possible. For the next few days I avoided my living room, as I found being so close to the thing made me nervous. I was also staying alert for the smell of any sort of rot, which might indicate there was something dead inside the coffin after all. I never smelled anything, though, and as the days passed, I found myself noticing my...
I like that narrator Zero. I'm
Extremely disappointed you're listening to the British. Quietly as you play a game that makes your brain excited.
That's fair. It's a little bit more subdued than usual. But what the British man is saying, absolutely incredible. No cap on the 5%? I don't think so. We're about to go absolutely insane.
mysterious charge less and less. About a week
I don't think
after
this
it
has to be
arrived,
connected to these either.
I finally started using my living room again. I'd watch TV mostly and keep half an eye
It's
on
no
what
longer
I'd been
got any
tasking.
cooldown.
At one point, I got so cocky as to actually use it as a table. I was drinking a glass of orange juice at the time and absent-mindedly placed it on top of the lid, not really realizing exactly what I had done. At least, not until I heard movement from underneath it. I froze, listening intently and staring, willing myself to have been imagining things. But then it came again, a soft but insistent scratching, just below where I had placed my glass. It was slow and deliberate, and caused gentle ripples to spread across the surface of my juice. Needless to say, I was terrified. More than that, I was confused. The coffin had been lying in my living room, chained and unmoving, for well over a week at this point. If there had been anything living in there when it was delivered, it seemed unlikely it would still be alive. And why hadn't it made any sound before if there was something in there capable of movement? I gently picked up my glass and immediately the scratching stopped. I waited for some time, considering my options.
Though this
before I
combo
placed
is
it
rough
back
right
down
now.
on the other
Yeah,
end
I'm
of
listening
the
so hard right now, bro. Listen.
It took about 4 seconds for the scratching to start up again, now more insistently.
Ooh.
When I took the glass away this time, it didn't stop for another 5
Ooh.
minutes. I decided against doing any further experiments, and instead made the very deliberate decision to ignore it. I felt at that point I either needed to use the heavy iron key to open it and see for myself what was in there, or follow the gouged instruction and resolve myself to never look inside. Some might call me a coward, but I decided on the latter, that I would interact with it as little as possible while it lived in my house. Well, I guess lived may be the wrong term. I knew I'd made the right decision the next time it rained, and I heard the box begin to moan. It was a Saturday, and I was spending the day staying in and doing some light reading. I had few friends in Bournemouth. Something about having a mysterious coffin lying in my living room made me reluctant to make the sort of connections that might lead to people coming round, and so I spent most of my free time alone. I didn't watch a lot of television even before my living room was taken over with storing this thing, and so I now found myself sat in my room reading quite a lot. I remember I'd just started Michael Crichton's The Lost World at the time, and it started raining outside. It was a hard, heavy rain, the sort that falls straight down with no wind to disturb it until everything is dark and wet. It was barely past midday, but I remember the sky was so overcast and gloomy that I had to get up to turn on the light.
I wonder if the guy he met is inside.
That was when I heard it.
Ooh.
It was a low, gentle sound. I've seen Dawn of the Dead. I know what the groans of the undead are meant to sound like, but it wasn't that at all. It was almost melodious. It sounded almost like singing, if it was muffled by 20 feet of hard-packed soil. At first, I thought it might have been coming from one of the other flats in my building, but as it went on and the hairs on my arm began to stand on end, I just knew where it was coming from. I walked to the living room and stood in the doorway, watching as the sealed wooden box continued to moan its soft, musical sound out of the rain. There was nothing to be done. I'd made my decision not to open it, and this certainly did not make me want to reconsider that. So I just went back to my bedroom, put on some music, and turned it up loud enough to drown out the sounds. And so it continued for a few months. Whatever was in the casket would scratch at anything placed on top of it and moan whenever it rained, and that was that. I suppose it goes to show that you can get used to anything if you have to, no matter how bizarre. I occasionally considered trying to get rid of it or finding people like you guys to investigate, but in the end I decided that I was actually more afraid of whoever was responsible for entrusting me with the coffin
A few
than I was
months.
of the actual coffin itself.
Look, if you're the type of person... Also, yeah, the narrator does give off good tingles. It would make a very good conversation starter. Hey, why do you have this coffin in your house? Oh, like, a guy gave me, like, $10,000, and I've been, like, too awkward to, like, move it outside. Oh, okay. Is there any other... Oh, a Michael. English... Oh, a Michael. 1 second. Let me let the Michael in. 1 second. Okay, here. I'm gonna play a little bit more of it. I can still hear it. Don't worry. I'm not gonna miss a thing.
So I kept it secret. The only thing that worried me was sleeping. I think it gave me bad dreams. I don't remember my dreams, never have, and if I was getting nightmares, they were no different. I didn't remember them, and I certainly don't now. But I know I kept waking up in a panic, clutching at my throat and struggling to breathe. I also started sleepwalking. The first time that happened, it was the cold that woke me up. It was the middle of winter, and I tend not to keep the heating on when I'm asleep. It took me a few seconds to fully process where I was. I was standing in the dark.
This
in
is
my
Chua,
living room,
actually. He was
over the
pretending.
coffin. What concerned me more about the situation was the fact that when I awoke, I seemed to be holding the key to it in my hand. Obviously, this worried me. I even went to my GP about it, who referred me to the sleep clinic at the nearby hospital, but the problems never occurred in a clinical setting. I decided to hide the key in more and more difficult to access places, but still I kept waking up with it. I was starting to panic. When I awoke one morning to find I'd actually placed the key within the lock and was, as far as I could tell, moments from opening it. I knew I had to find a solution. In the end, what I took to doing was perhaps a bit elaborate, but it seemed to work. I would place the key within a bowl of water and then put it in the freezer, encasing it in a solid block of ice. I still sometimes found myself trying to get to the key in my sleep, but the chill of the ice always woke me up long before I could do anything with it. And in the end, it just became yet another part of my routine. I lived like that for almost a year and a half. It's funny how fear can just become as routine as hunger. At a certain point, I just accepted it. My first clue that my time keeping the coffin was coming to an end was when it began to rain and there was silence. I didn't notice at first, as my habit at that point had been to put on the music as soon as the weather began to turn.
A year?
But after a few minutes,
10K
I
is
realized that
10K.
there wasn't anything to drown out. I turned off my music and went to check. The living room was silent. Then came a knock at the door. The sound was light and unobtrusive, but it rang out like thunder in the quiet flat. I knew what I'd see as soon as I opened the door, and I was right. John and the 2 delivery men stood there. I wasn't surprised to see them, as I say, but they actually seemed quite surprised to see me. John had to take a second to look me up and down, almost in disbelief, as I asked if they'd come to collect their coffin. He said that they had, and he hoped it hadn't been too much trouble.
They tried to eat him.
I told him where he could stick it, and he didn't seem to have an answer for that. He did seem genuinely impressed, however, when I got the key out of the freezer. I didn't even try to thaw it. I was so eager to have this thing out of my life that I just dropped the bowl of ice on the floor and shattered it. I watched as John picked the icy key off the floor, and I told them it was in the living room. I didn't follow them. I didn't want to see what they did with the coffin. I didn't want to see if they opened it. And when the screaming started, I didn't want to see who was screaming, or why.
Oh.
I only left the kitchen when the 2 delivery men carried the coffin past the door. I followed them down the stairs and watched in the pouring rain as they locked it into a small van marked Beacon and Hope Deliveries. Then they drove away. There was no sign of John. That was the last I heard of it. I got a new job and moved to London shortly afterwards. And now I just try not to think about it too much. Statement ends. It's always nice to hear that my hometown...
Smart horror protagonist? Yeah, for real. If you ever have a key that's trying to get you to open something and you're having like almost demonic levels of possession as a vampire, just like, God darn it, please. Turn the key! What's wrong with you? Why? You now know to put it in a big block of ice. That was a good one. See, these are really, really good. Like, this is an amazing... Oh, want to go out, Chua? I know it's a little bit more subdued. Want to go out? There are people, like, hanging out kind of hot sauce. It should be okay. Nice, Chua. Go have fun, baby. Nice, Chua. There's people for him to hang out with right now, though. Go, Chua, go. Go. Alright. Beacon and Hope. Those 2 are so good. Oh, really? I really like that one. I really like that one quite a bit. I know this is a little bit more subdued as we play, like, a very intense action-packed game. And then it's just like, and then... How are you guys liking this, though? Is it something you're enjoying, or would you prefer more conversation? Because I love this one, and it makes me feel really relaxed and just like, yes. I am slowly dying in an interesting way. I dig it. I really like it. It's cozy. Yeah, it's super nice. I love this one. It's such a good podcast. I'm glad you like it. I'm really glad. 10 out of 10 vibes. It's so cool, right? Well, regardless, it's ads time. No, it's not. No. About this. We're going into episode 3 in a second. What we're gonna do, I'm so happy so many of you are... Also, I'm just eating some chips. I'm eating some chips and food. Can we watch Make the Mods? No! We have to suffer it together. But we're gonna finish this episode of the Magnus Archives, then we're gonna go to ads.
...is not entirely devoid of odd occurrences and eerie stories. Ice cream, beaches, and boredom are all very well, but I'm glad to hear Bournemouth has at least a few apparitions to call its own. That said, the fact is Mr. Gillespie's statement starts with drug use and continues on with the lack of corroborating witnesses being a central theme, which means that an eerie story is all that it is. When the Institute first investigated, it doesn't look like they were able to find a single piece of evidence to support the existence of this scratched coffin. And to be honest, I didn't think it was worth wasting anyone's time over now, nearly 20 years later. That said, I did mention it to Tim yesterday, and apparently he did some digging of his own. Beacon and Hope did in fact exist, and were a courier service that operated until 2009 when they went into liquidation. They were based in Nottingham, however, significantly north of Bournemouth, and if they kept records of their deliveries, they are no longer available. What is interesting, however, is the address Mr. Gillespie provided for the flat this all took place in. The housing association that ran it does keep extensive records on the tenants that have lived in their buildings going back some 40 or 50 years. From what Tim could find, It appears that for the 2 years of his residence, Mr. Gillespie was the only person living in that entire building, with the other 7 flats being utterly vacant. Nobody moved in following his departure, and the building was sold to a developer and demolished shortly after this statement was originally given. Predictably, no one who worked for that housing association in the 90s is still there, and despite Tim's best efforts, we could get no explanation for why, in a building of that size, Mr. Gillespie spent almost 2 years living alone, save for an old wooden coffin.
They were farming the residents.
Recording ends.
They were farming the residents. They were farming the residents. Okay, quick ad break. I'm actually going to go get my little space heater so it's even more cozy for me because I'm a little cold. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break and then we're going to be listening to episode 3. It's really good. I really at least want to get the... this one's pretty solid. I really at least want to get to my favorite one. So we're going to keep going until we get to my favorite one, and you guys are going to be like, "Oh, holy crap, that's scary." Oh, it's so good. Untrustworthy narrator. The narrator is just very British and like, "No one's as smart as I am, nothing's real, the world sucks." Like, you know, everyone knows that guy. Everyone knows him. It's kind of me, but I'm usually a little bit more hyperactive and excited. Oh my god, Miso! Thank you so much for the raid! I'm so sorry, we were actually just about to go to a 3-minute break. But we will be right back. Also, thank you so much for shouting them out, JC. I dropped my soup. No! That is the saddest thing ever. Not sure if you guys are familiar with the Magnus Archives, but it's a horror podcast. We're currently playing the video game equivalent of crack cocaine, and we're also listening to the Magnus Archives. It's kind of like if the SCP Foundation, if you're familiar with those, like SCPs, and if you're not, kind of like an organization that catalogs like paranormal events and stuff.
I recognize you from short-form video content. Hello there. That's the other Grimmi. I have this voice, different Grimmi. I'm from what's it called? The British. I'm from London. Oh.
Okay, I'll be right back though. But again, Miso, thank you so much for the raid. Everyone, please go check her out. I really do appreciate it, and Pajama Sam 2 seems like a very fun game, so thank you so much. We are unfortunately going to take probably a 3 to 5 minute break, and then we are going to listen to the Magnus Archives episode 3. It's wonderful. It's a really, really, really good podcast. Okay, quick break, then we back. Thank you, Wooden Deer, for being here for 5 months. I have some news. I didn't think that the new medication was affecting me negatively, but, I have something to show all of you. Okay, so... I have no memory of ordering these. I have no memory of these whatsoever. This one's Duskmorn. I thought I was done with Duskmorn. I think it was just whenever I saw them on sale, I was like, yay. So, this one looks sick though, Spider-Man. And a Final Fantasy. I don't remember this. I don't remember this happening. So, oh my goodness. It's the $700 sleep purchase or silver purchase all over again. Yeah. Yeah, it's similar, isn't it? Congratulations. The sad part is, I checked Amazon. I bought this all when it wasn't being scalped, so technically I could just resell it. I'm not going to. I'm not drinking and shopping. I'm on gabapentin and Dayvigo, and apparently I don't sleep when that happens. Apparently I do other stuff and think I'm sleeping, so I'm gonna disconnect all my cards. Holy crap, though. Grimmy might need a conservator. You know how- have you ever seen the show Monk and how he has an assistant that helps him? I think I need one of those. I think I need a live-in assistant that goes like, you're not gonna do that, that's stupid, Grimmy. Oh my god. How'd this happen again? I'm returning this. I don't care if they're worth more now. I need her. I need her. God, please let me meet her. I'm gonna put these aside. I have some PR packages from like different studios coming in for games and like horror games and stuff, so we'll maybe open those on the days we're doing that. Lupus Familiaris, thank you for the $100. I told you to disconnect the cards, Grimmy! I had no memory of this! I thought I was doing really good! Zooted, you said you wouldn't remember doing this, so we couldn't prove it to you! Wait, for real? I told you this? No, I told you I would do this on stream and I forgot? No, are you lying to me? Are you lying to me? And you and the assistant go self-crimes? Hell yeah. Yes? Wah! No way. For real? Oh, I gotta turn Nightbot off. Are you kidding? I really did just come on here and go like, I'm gonna do this. She's not gonna know any better. You mentioned it a few times? I don't remember this conversation. Crap. Oh my god. Please don't overload your system. I'm not trying to. Oh no, but I did actually tell you to disconnect the cards. I will now. I didn't know that. I guess there's a different Grimmy. There's a different Grimmy. Oh no, dude, really? Oh no. Oh no. Let me turn off the Nightbot timers. Okay. Alright. 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 Okay. No, for real? Oh my god. Stop giving Gaspar your credit card. It's not Gaspar. Gaspar wouldn't buy this stuff. It's Grimmy, but different. Normal Grimmy is not responsible for Alchemy. Thank you, Angel of Death 640 for the 100 bits, and thank you so much, Nibos, for the 5 gift subs. You don't have to do that just because I did something dumb while I was unconscious. Oh no. Evil Grimmy is compulsive? Well, the thing is, I think I started buying these when they were at, like, MSRP, like, just normal. Other Grimmy is a riot? I guess so. Dear God, dude, this is not a joke. I was just like, oh yes, the stuff for the children, and I started opening them and I was like, uh-oh. Well, at least it's just this, uh-oh. Well, at least it's just these two, uh-oh. Well, at least it's uh-oh. And then I was, I think that's all of it. I'm gonna check, though, and make sure that it's all of it. Ask Guy to clip the part where you said you would buy this while medicated, and then do a quick cut to now. There's no way, did I actually say that? I actually said that on okay, I don't have any memory of it. I don't even remember. It's crazy that I haven't said anything racist or insane, like, while I'm streaming. I have no memory of it. I have no, like, I just completely black out, and then I'm just come back later and go, like, what's happening? But, yeah, what do you mean, huh? No, people do that all the time when they're, like, on Ambien. Apparently, it's like, it's something that no, not self-report. You're getting to know all of my innermost thoughts when, like, I'm acting like that. Like, apparently it's not gonna happen. It would have happened by now, right? Thank you so much for being here for 6 months in advance. Oh, hi Hootie, how are you? Do you have racist thoughts? I have thoughts about how people are mean to each other, and sometimes I cry if I'm drunk. But that's normal. I cry about everything when I get drunk. I just think about how everything bad could happen forever, and I get... Anyway, so your innermost thoughts, how can you screw normal you over with random purchases? I just don't think I had any, like, understanding of why... Like, I guess I just completely forgot. Like, I just completely forgot. That sounds like you... Yeah, like... I think that, like... I don't know. Thank you, Winner, for the 100 bits. Talking about Ambien... it is the Tuesday hallucination session still gonna happen, or what? Tuesday? Like a show or something? Thank you, Boring Bob, for the 100 bits. I hope you're okay. Should probably hide your phone when you take it. Well, I mean, I just argue with people on Twitter that don't like coffee that's served to them and stuff like that. And I called a scalper, what did I call them? I called them something really rude. I think I called a scalper a deranged slut. That was rude of me. Yeah. I don't feel good about that type of language. Granted, I didn't think of it as, like, them being a sexually active person. It was more like they were being a demon that would, like, go around, like, in the gutter and, like, steal from children. You said we should take GABA because we were gonna make a C-Fix? What? Thank you for the 100 bits, Witter. What? Christers, thank you for the 100 bits. I can't believe bits are free. Bits aren't free. But thank you. That's very nice of you. I laughed reading that tweet. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. So a proper slut rather than a... Yeah. You guys bang as much as you want. I don't think there's anything wrong with banging. Even banging a great deal. I'm gonna turn the episodes back on. This has been hell for everyone. Anyways, I just wanted to show you that and hope that that was all that was coming. I bought the Spider-Man Collector's Edition. It must have been really cheap, though. I think it was when I checked. Like, compared to how much it normally sells for, it's very cheap. I can't believe it. I shouldn't have done that, but, like, you know. Anyways, we're back on it. I did order my bottle of GABA as you instructed. What the hell did I instruct you to do? Oh, no. Okay. We're gonna play a little bit more. We're gonna go for it. And by a little bit more, I mean probably, like, hours.
Rusty Quill presents
The Zombies
Magnus Archive.
What? Okay, these guys should be melting.
Episode 3.
Yeah, they're melting. Okay, cool. I do need some firepower on the front in my units. Okay. Obstacles ahead, baby. Not anymore. Medicated Grimmi is sponsored by GABA, apparently. I mean, GABA's a really good substance if you want to, like, retrain your brain. If you want to enter alpha, like, waves, like, or alpha, like, wave mode, like, pretty consistently, GABA's a good substitute for it. 100%
Statement
damage.
Amy Patel regarding the alleged disappearance of her acquaintance, Graham Foreman. Original statement given July 1st, 2007. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins.
I don't want this one.
I first met Graham 2 years ago, more or less. It's hard to say exactly when we first met or even started talking, as we were taking a class together at the time. I'm sure there was plenty of discussion or interaction before we learned each other's names, but I started my course in September 2005, so yeah, about 2 years. I decided to take a criminology course at Birkbeck University as a way of getting out of the rut with my office job. I'm an associate compliance analyst at Deloitte, and if you think that sounds boring,
We're gonna die.
well, yeah, it is. I knew a night course in criminology wasn't going to go anywhere, of course, even if I'd finished
Oh my
it.
god!
I
Okay,
just
we're
had to
gonna
do
not
something to find a bit
go
of
in that
interest in my life. And it was either that or become an alcoholic, so... Sorry, I'm going off topic. I initially found Graham a bit off-putting, to be honest. He was a chain smoker and wore far too much deodorant to try and cover the smell. He was a bit older than me, maybe 10 years or so. I never asked his age, I mean, we weren't that close, but he was starting to grey at the edges of his hair, and you could see that the tiredness on his face wasn't just from missing a single night's sleep. That's not to say he was bad looking. He had a round, open sort of face and quite deep blue eyes, but very much not my type. He was well spoken in group work, at least when he did speak. I think it came up once that he'd been to Oxford, though I don't know what college. I'd noticed earlier that during lectures, he always seemed to be scribbling furiously in a notebook, even when the lecturer wasn't speaking. At first, I just thought he was thorough, but I swear I watched him fill a whole A5 notebook in one lecture. I remember it was a talk on youth and the justice system where the speaker was so slow that it wouldn't have filled that book even if Graham had been writing down literally every word. Not to mention, I asked to borrow his notes when he did an essay, and he gave me this weird look and said he didn't take any notes. So yeah, point is, I wouldn't have called him a friend, but we got on all right.
Thank you all for your
It was
support.
about
I'm so sorry
4
for buying
months
so
into
much
my course that I first encountered Graham outside of the university. I was riding the night bus home, having gone for a couple of drinks and missed the regular service. I live in Clapham, so there's a pretty regular night bus service headed there. Of course, regular also means drunken, angry vomiters, so yeah, I generally try to be unobtrusive, sitting in a seat at the back of the top floor. It was there that I saw Graham. He was sat right at the front, staring out of the window. People watching is one of my guilty pleasures, so I decided not to say hello, at least not right away. I wasn't disappointed either. He
Your
was
wife
stranger
sympathizes.
alone
This
than
is why
he'd
she's
ever been during class. It was the middle of winter at this point, so the windows were solid with condensation, but he almost obsessively wiped it away from the one in front of him the moment it started to obscure his view. He seemed to be intently scanning the street for something, except that at times he would crane his neck to stare at the roofs of the buildings passing by. He seemed nervous as well, and was breathing way faster than normal, which fogged up his window even more. It was slightly alarming to watch, to be honest, and I finally made up my mind to tell him I was there. He jumped a bit when I greeted him, and I asked him if he was all right. He told me he didn't usually stay out so late, and found nighttime public transport unsettling. I sat next to him, and he seemed to get much more relaxed, so I didn't push the issue. We talked for a while about nothing in particular until the bus started to approach my stop.
We're gonna do a Minions
As I
run.
rose, I noticed that Graham had stood up at the exact same time as I had, and I realized with some discomfort that we must live at the same stop. I liked the guy fine, don't get me wrong, but I still didn't really feel okay with him knowing where I lived. But yeah, it was obvious that I'd gotten up to get off the bus, so I couldn't really ride on to the next stop. And it wasn't even that I felt unsafe with Graham, I'm just a private person. I decided to just walk back with him as far as necessary and make sure he didn't see what building I went into. Maybe we weren't even walking in the same direction. Yeah, we were walking in exactly the same direction. We even seemed to be heading to the same street. It was at that point I felt a hand grab my shoulder and throw me into the road. I don't know how else to describe it. One moment I was walking along, the next I was flying towards the ground. It can't have been Graham, he was in front of me at the time, and I would have sworn there was nobody else on the street. There weren't any cars coming, but I hit my head hard. I think I must have been unconscious for a few seconds, because the next thing I remember is a panicky Graham on the phone to an ambulance. I tried to tell him I was all right, but didn't really manage to get the words out, which, yeah, probably meant I wasn't all right. The ambulance arrived in pretty good time, considering it was London on a Friday night, and the paramedics gave me a look over. I was told that the injury itself wasn't serious. Apparently head wounds always bleed that much, and it's nothing to panic about. But that I did have quite a nasty concussion and shouldn't be left alone for the next few hours. Even though we were within sight of my door, I had for some reason settled upon the idea of Graham never knowing where I lived. In retrospect, this was likely the concussion talking, but the upshot was I agreed to go back to Graham's flat to recover. He was quite awkward about the whole thing and took great pains to assure me that there was nothing untoward about the situation. Apparently he was gay, which I'll admit did actually reassure me a bit.
Oh, it's a lady that's
Still, it was
talking
clear
about
this
this
wasn't how
story.
either of us had hoped to be ending our nights. As it turned out, Graham's flat was directly across the street from mine, just a couple of floors lower. I wondered if I could see my window from his, and I remember I had the odd thought that...
Do you guys... Okay, I think this is like a specifically like feminine kind of like anxiety. Not in a rude way, just like... If you're like a lady or a very feminine fella, like if you like have to like... I don't know, if you befriend someone and it's like, oh, you know where I live now? Like, it's like a specific anxiety surrounding that and stuff. Like, so this might not be something that's really hidden with everyone. Some people might be like, that's weird, why would anyone be upset about that? That sounds cool. Just because some people assume that they're going to be killed. Generally, just like, oh, you know where I live? I guess I've lived a long and healthy life. Okay, cool. Let's hope that you're not a murderer, but if you are, you know what? I've lived a good one. Like, that's the kind of vibe sometimes people get. So, just letting you know. Me leaving an ominous pile of silver coins at Grimmi's doorstep, that sounds like a mythological creature. That sounds like an actual, like a fairy. Like, I don't know, like some sort of, like... leprechaun? Maybe a leprechaun, actually. Leprechaun. Let's do this one. We're doing a Minions run, baby. Sounds like Krampus? Cool. That's why I have a machete under my bed, is specifically in case Novel comes by and tries to deliver silver to your door. You're just like, I got the machete ready. Machete ready, machete ready, machete ready. Oh my god, good sentence. Let's go for... Very nice. Looks good there. Machete ready, machete ready, machete ready. How did we go from not knowing where I live to leprechauns? Yeah, just, no. Think about it like this. If leprechauns knew where you lived, if they were polite, they'd give you a gold coin. And if they weren't, they'd probably rip off all of your skin and kill you. Leprechauns and, like, fey creatures are not very nice. Like, generally. Like, they aren't, like, it's not like, oh man, this is so hype. It's usually just like, oh man, they're gonna eat you. Why not a silver coin? True that. True that. Where do you find silver or gold jewelry these days? I don't think it exists anymore because it's too expensive to produce now that I think about it. I've seen the movie. Interesting.
If I had to look out, I'd need to be careful of his window box, as I could see the hooks attaching it to the frame. I asked him what he grew, and he gave me a look as though my concussion had stopped me making sense again. I mean, maybe it had, because when I looked back at the window, the hooks were gone. There was no sign of any window box. At the time, I put it down to my head wound, and even now I'm not sure. The flat itself was a simple affair, quite big by London standards. It had only a few pieces of furniture and a lot of bookshelves, each covered with rows and rows of identical notebooks, with no apparent marking system or indication of contents. I started to ask about them, but my head throbbed and I didn't feel up to any answer that might have been forthcoming. Graham led me to the sofa and disappeared to fetch me an ice pack and a mug of sugary tea. I graciously accepted both, though I wasn't in much of a mood to talk. Graham clearly felt awkward enough with the silence to do the talking for both of us, and I learned more about him over the next hour than I'd ever had a desire to know. Apparently his parents had died in a car accident a few years previously and had left a great deal of money and ownership of this flat. He didn't need to work anymore and so had found himself somewhat adrift, taking night college courses to pass the time and broaden his mind. His words, not mine. He said he was trying to figure out what to actually do with his life. He talked on like this for a while, but I stopped listening about that point as I'd become enraptured by the table on which he'd placed my tea. It was an ornate wooden thing, with a snaking pattern of lines weaving their way around towards the center. The pattern was hypnotic, and shifted as I watched it like an optical illusion.
Oh, this one's
I found my eyes following the lines towards the middle of the table, where there was nothing but a small square hole. Graham noticed me staring and told me that interesting antique furniture was one of his few true passions. Apparently he'd found the table in a second-hand shop during his student days and fallen in love with it. It had been in pretty bad shape, but he'd spent a long time and a lot of money restoring it, though he'd never been able to figure out what was supposed to go in the center. He assumed it was a separate piece and couldn't track it down. And yeah, like most of his conversation, I'd have found it dull even if I wasn't concussed. But by this time I was beginning to feel well enough to leave and started to make my excuses to Graham. He expressed his concern, said it hadn't been long enough as the medics suggested, but if I had to... You get the picture. In the end I did leave as I kept getting lost in the lines of the table. The pipes outside of the window made such a weird noise that I didn't think staying was actually going to help me recover. I went straight home, making sure Graham couldn't...
I like that it's just like, oh, the pipes were so loud, I wasn't gonna get healthy. There's probably a lot of other issues going on here. Like, you're trapped in a horror story and it sounds like you're going to be murdered or something. Why were the pipes the big thing? I'm just saying. Just like the noise of the pipes? No, come on. Autism, I guess so. I'd also be like, hey, can we figure this out? I don't like this. Excuse me. Excuse me, I'm literally going to die. Yes. Yes, I know that it's stupid. Yes, I get it, but I will literally die here. I know this is literally the voice of the narrator from Slay the Princess, but like, wait, this is the voice from Slay the Princess? I didn't know that. Dude, I would have played with the narrator on. Oh my god. Did we ever find out how the castle moves? I think it's just, technically it's a tower, but I think it's, oh my god, though, that's so cool. Oh my god. I think it's supposed to be like little wheels, or like maybe they're moving it forward. He did, didn't he? That is so interesting. That's crazy. Sorry, this is the Magnus, sorry, is this the Magnus Archives? Yes. I wanted to have a stream that just gives me like the absolute like maximum amount of serotonin. So we're listening to the Magnum Archives and also like playing the equivalent of like, I don't know, like Autism Subway Surfer at this point. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it. It's Autism Subway Surfer in the Magnus Archives, baby. We are getting strong.
See me from his window and spent a few hours watching TV until I recovered enough to go to sleep. By the time I woke up the next morning, I was feeling more or less okay, though I kept a plaster on the cut on my forehead and tried not to think too much about the previous night. One evening, a few days later though, I found myself staring out of my window, the one that faced the street, and I remembered how close Graham lived. I looked to see if I could figure out which window was his, and yeah, sure enough, there it was. It was actually a remarkably clear view of his flat, and I could see him sat on the sofa, reading one of the notebooks from his bookshelves. I realized that if I could see him so clearly, he could likely see me just as well if he chose to look up, and with some remnant of my apprehension from that Friday, I decided to turn off the light in my flat, so he wouldn't see me if he looked up. And then I went back to watching him. Yeah, I know that sounds creepy.
Yeah, we're being the creepy ones, man.
It really wasn't meant to be. I said earlier that I really enjoy people watching, and regardless of how boring he may have been to speak to, Graham was weirdly compelling to watch. So that's just what I did. And not just that night either. Yeah, there's no non-sinister way to say that watching Graham became my hobby.
That's
evil!
It was
strange, I'll admit it, but...
It's not strange, it's quite perverse. It's horrible.
Watching him with any purpose or malice in mind. It was purely out of a detached interest in his life.
No,
and in
evil.
my defense, I would have stopped a lot sooner if it hadn't been for the bizarre things he would do. He would constantly reorder his journals, without any apparent system of organization.
Oh my god.
Without even opening them. Sometimes, he would grab an apparently random notebook from the shelves and start scribbling in it, even though I could see that the page was already covered in writing. Once, and I swear this is true, I saw him take one of his notebooks and start to tear out the pages one at a time. And then, slowly and deliberately, he ate them. It must have taken him 3 hours to get through the whole book, but he didn't stop or pause.
Dude, let this man eat in peace.
Going.
I would be so embarrassed.
Doing anything with
let him just do his weird crap.
Energy to it. From what I could see, he was constantly on edge and jumped every time any loud noise passed on the street below. A police siren, a breaking bottle. Hell, I even saw him freak out over an ice cream truck once. Each time he'd leap to his feet, run to the window and start looking
Damn,
out,
let him
wildly
be
craning
an
his neck
autistic
from side to
shoddy.
side. Sometimes he'd look up, but I'd learned his patterns well enough to avoid being spotted. Then, all at once, he'd decide that there was no problem and go back to whatever he was doing before. And by whatever he was doing before, yeah, I mean nothing. He apparently didn't have a television or a computer.
Nice.
The only books he seemed to own were his own notebooks, and I only ever saw him eat takeaway food. I don't know how many times I watched him eat the same pizza, pepperoni with jalapeno peppers and anchovies. Yeah, I know. But the rest of the time he just sat there smoking, sometimes looking into space, sometimes staring at that wooden table of his. And yeah, I remembered the pattern was kind of hypnotic, and I spent more than a couple of minutes staring at it myself when I was there, but he did almost nothing else. Who knows? Perhaps he had a rich and fulfilling life outside of the flat. He certainly left it regularly enough, and yeah, I wasn't so far gone as to actually follow him. In fact, I always waited a good long while before leaving my own building to make sure I didn't bump into him. I still didn't want him to know where I lived, although now for very different reasons. In the end, though, it was a hobby, not an obsession, and often days would pass when I wouldn't see Graham.
Do you think anyone, like, I would feel so embarrassed if people saw me, like, what I'm doing when I'm streaming, like, oh god, there's another layer of hell, I didn't realize it. Like, if people, like, saw me while I was streaming and I was just, like, eating V-cards and, like, acting like a menace and, like, being crazy, oh no. He's just a VTuber. That was just, like, he's a streamer, that was his, like, subathon goal, just like, yeah, I'll now eat this entire notebook. At one at a time, and she's like, he's so boring, but weird. Oh no, oh no.
At all. Maybe there was stuff I missed that would have explained his behavior. I just wish I'd missed what happened on April 7th.
That sounds good, honestly.
Then maybe I'd have just thought he'd moved on, or I don't know. I just wish I hadn't seen it. Work had been intense for a couple of months, with so many late nights I'd had to drop out of my course. It was just as well, really, as I hadn't actually spoken to Graham since the night I suffered my head injury. I think he still felt awkward about it, and I'd seen him do so many weird things alone in his flat that I think I'd have struggled to have a normal conversation with him. Anyway, this week I'd barely had time to eat, let alone do much in the way of Graham watching, so when I got home at about 10:30 at night, my first thought was just to fall into bed. But it was Friday, and I'd drunk a huge amount of coffee to keep going at work, so yeah, I was wired, and looking forward to a long lie-in the next day. So when I saw Graham's light was still on, I decided to spend a relaxing few minutes checking in on him. His light may have been on, but I couldn't see him. I wondered if perhaps he'd gone to bed and simply forgotten to turn it off. More likely he was just in the bathroom, so I decided to wait a while longer. As I stared at that window, I realized there was something, I don't know, off about it. It looked different somehow, but I couldn't figure out what it was. Then I noticed it. At first, I'd just taken it to be a water pipe running down the side of the building, attached just below Graham's open window. The light from the street lamps didn't reach up to his fourth-floor flat, and the window ledge cast a shadow that stopped the light from the room illuminating it. But it was long, straight, dark, and from what I could see, it just looked like a pipe. Except, I'd been watching that window for months now. I would have sworn that there had never been a pipe there before. And as I stared at it, it moved. It started to bend, slowly. I realized I was looking at an arm. A long, thin arm. As it bent the joint close to where the arm ended, I think I saw another joint further down, also moving and bending what I could only assume were elbows. It hooked the end of the limb over through the window. When I say moved, that's not quite right. It shifted. Like when you stare at one of those old magic eye paintings and you change from seeing one picture into seeing another. I never saw anything I could actually call a hand, but still it pulled itself through his window. It took less than a second, and I didn't get a good look at what it was. I just saw these arms, legs, at least 4 of them, but there might have been more. And they kind of folded themselves through the window in a flash of mottled grey. I think that was the colour. It was mostly a silhouette. And if there was a body or head, it shifted inside faster than I could see it. The moment it was inside, the light in Graham's flat went out, and the window slammed down behind it. So, yeah, I just kind of stood there for a long time trying to process what I'd just seen. I could make out some vague movements from inside Graham's flat, but couldn't see anything clearly. I finally decided I had to phone the police, though I didn't have any idea what to tell them. In the end, I simply said I'd seen someone suspicious climbing in through a 4th floor window at his address and hung up before they could ask me who was calling. Then I waited and watched the darker flat opposite. I couldn't look away. I was convinced that if I stopped staring, that whatever the hell it was would fold itself back out, reach over and step into my home. Nothing came out. About 10 minutes later, I saw a police car driving up the street. No sirens, no flashing lights, but they were here, and right away I started to feel better. Looking up, though, I saw the light had come on in Graham's flat. There was no sign of the thing I'd seen climb in, but as the police pressed the buzzer outside his building, I saw someone walking towards the door to let them in. It wasn't Graham. I can't stress enough how much this was not Graham. He looked completely different. He was maybe a few inches shorter, and had a long, square face topped with curly blonde hair, where Graham's had been dark and cut short. He was dressed in Graham's clothes, though. I recognized the shirt from my months of watching, but he was not Graham. I watched as not Graham walked to the door and let the 2 police officers in. They talked for a while, and not Graham looked concerned, and together they started to search the flat. I watched, waiting for the thing to emerge or for them to find the real Graham, but they didn't. At one point, I saw one of the police pick up a dark red shape that I recognized as a passport. My heart beat faster as I saw her open it and look at Not Graham, clearly comparing, waiting for the moment when she detected the imposter. But instead she just laughed, shook Not Graham's hand, and they left. I watched the police car drive away, feeling a sense of helplessness. And when I looked up, he was standing at Graham's window, looking back at me. I stood there frozen as his wide, staring eyes met mine, and a cold, toothy smile spread across his face. Then in one swift motion he drew the curtains and was gone. I didn't sleep that night, and I never saw Graham again. I saw this new person, though, all the time. For the next week, I'd see him taking out large, heavy-looking rubbish bags several times a day. It took me a while to realize he was disposing of Graham's old notebooks. But soon enough, the flat was empty of them. I think he did other redecorating, but I never got a good look. The only time he had his curtains open was when he was staring intently at my flat, which he now did every night. I tried to find evidence of the old Graham, but anything I could find online with a picture, it was always a picture of this new person. I even asked some of my old classmates, but none of them seemed to remember him at all. Eventually I moved. I really liked my old place in Clapham, but yeah, it just got too much. The last straw was when I was leaving for work one morning, and didn't realize until too late that Not Graham had left his building at the same time. He greeted me by name. His voice was nothing like it should have been. I started to make my excuses and hurry away, but he just stared at me and smiled. Isn't it funny, Amy, how you can live so near and never notice? I'll need to return the visit someday. I moved out a week later, and I never saw him again.
Oh my god.
Statement ends.
That is a cognitohazard.
I'd be tempted to dismiss this as hallucination resulting from long-term head trauma complications.
Be nice!
But Tim came through with this one and managed to get hold of Ms. Patel's medical records. God knows how he got them, but he better not be using Institute funds to woo filing clerks again. The records just don't support the idea she was suffering those sort of problems. Not to mention I usually trust co-worker testimony as far as I can burn it, but her job really doesn't seem like the sort you could do with a compromised sense of reality. Ms. Patel has refused our request for a follow-up interview and seems to be trying to distance herself from these events. Graham Folger definitely existed and appears to match up with her story. According to coroner's records, Desmond and Samantha Folger, his parents, died on the M1 near Sheffield on August 4th, 2001, and Graham Folger's name appears on the register of several colleges and universities in and around London over the next few years. The flat she mentioned did belong to Mr. Folger, but was sold through an agency in early 2007. All the photographs we've been able to source seem to match the description of this not Graham that Ms. Patel described, except for a few Polaroids enclosed, which appear to be from the late 80s and show the two parents along a dark-haired teenager who doesn't match the later photos at all. There doesn't seem to be much more to be done here. Ms. Patel, like so many of our subjects, seems to have been more interested in giving her statement as a form of personal closure, rather than as the start of a serious investigation.
Be nice!
She wasn't even interested when Sasha told her we'd managed to locate what we believed to be one of Graham Folger's journals.
Oh.
Doubt it would have done much good. It just says the same thing on every page. The words, "Keep watching," over and over again.
Oh.
Recording ends.
That is a cognito hazard, though. That's like the definition of one. Like, the more you watch, the more you know, and then it eventually gets to the point where you're in serious danger because of your knowledge. Oh! So he liked it? I think he... Oh, excuse me. Sorry, that was a very loud, abrupt noise after being so cozy. Just putting my bowl of chips back so I can... I eat them with beans and rice. I don't really eat them that often with salsa. Just letting you know. Not that it really matters. It doesn't matter even a little bit. That was so good. The writing in this is amazing. I really love it. Okay, so he liked it, yeah? Or no? Oh. It was keeping him safe? Oh! That's even scarier. Oh, God. Yeah, wait a second. Like, that's why he wanted her in his apartment so bad, too, probably. And was just like, I'm gay, please don't leave, I'm scared. Please. Please, something bad is happening. And she's like, the pipes are really loud. And he's like, I know, I'm scared. Please help me. She got in too late to save him that day? Interesting type of horror. It's kind of like a horror of loneliness. This looks cute. Digi, if you play this game, it will completely destroy your life. It's so good. It is like the best relaxing and just enjoying your life game ever. And we're also listening to stuff where men are being killed. As we like to do. I really like how the early episodes really build up the story. Yeah, this is a very interesting one. And this character is really interesting too. So the entire time you're like, oh, they're weird, they're weird, they're weird. Not necessarily. Yeah, too many is this is like a really intense one. When did I get VIP? I think when I insulted you so bad on your birthday. Probably then. Thank you, no worries. Are you completely up to date? I am. But many of the people in chat are just starting to listen to it. A pity diamond, hey, not many people get those. You enjoy it. The pity diamond's worth something. The pity diamond's worth a lot. But yeah, guys, please go check out Digi. Very powerful fella, having a very, very, very good future ahead of him. Yes. Yeah, no spoilers for this, because I think a lot of people are just listening to this for the first time. It is my favorite, like... Oh, it's my favorite podcast. Oh, it's so good. The Guilt VIP is real. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. But yeah, we're not going to do any spoilers just because it's going to get really crazy. I had something profound, but I forgot. Was it that silver's up, baby? Was it that silver's up? Where do you find silver and gold jewelry? I wanna try to find some. I'm gonna find some. I'm gonna find some good ones. Diamond or no, she gets you with tarot card and your toes. No. Also, this is so good. The spoilers for this series, I would not look it up. I would only look up Magnus Archives episode From Where You Want to Go. We're getting into episode 4. The plot twists in this are probably some of the best I've ever seen. They're also very sweet. This is... This is like Welcome to Night Vale, but like really good. Like, I'm sorry to say that. It's just Welcome to Night Vale was so good until a certain point. Holding back the misfortune through sheer force of will.
Yes, Digi. Having a wonderful life with this beautiful honey. Yes! Ah!
We're manifesting it. We're manifesting it. Yes. 100% don't look up spoilers for this series. It is really good. When are we getting Grimmi tarot cards made of gold? That would be like $1 billion. I can't do that. There's gold Grimmi merchandise would be so expensive, you guys. You mean like a gold back? Gold backs are really interesting. That's like the only way you could do that sort of thing. Essentially gold backs are like pieces of money that have like gold actually in them. They have like little flakes of gold within the paper, so if you burn them and melt them down, you get pieces of gold. Those are really cool as a concept. They also got so many shotties on them. They got real hot shotties on them. How would you shuffle a deck of solid gold cards? Yeah, I guess they would like flake off each time. Or zinc leaf. Oh, interesting. Apparently there's a man that cashed out all of his money in Bitcoin before like the big drop, and he bought thousands and thousands of nickels. And he was just like, the zinc is worth more, baby! What can I say? And everyone was like, you're stupid. And now they're like, oh crap, I don't want to live anymore. So go for physical wealth, I guess. The whole bill is gold? The whole bill is gold? It's really thin? Really? I didn't know that. I thought it was just like in the paper of it. Are we sure he didn't sell he has just so many nickels, and he like just dumped all of his bitcoins. Like he was like instructed by God, it seems like, because he didn't lose like half of his wealth at once. I'm sinking all of my hypothetical money into Zeppelins. We haven't seen anything bad happen to Zeppelins in quite some times. That means they're good to go, baby. Put it in Zeppelins. Put it in Zeppelins. Episode 4, Page Turner. Yeah, you can't legally destroy it or melt it. No one cares at this point. They're not gonna stop him. They don't stop people for nothing anymore.
Rusty Quill presents
What are they gonna do? Shoot
The
me down?
Magnus
Oh no.
Archives.
You be careful. They look for patsies now. Be careful. You be careful. You be careful.
Episode 4. Page Turner.
Now? Oh, well, more noticeably. And more consistently. He buried 34 tens of pennies under a hill in the Mojave Desert. Which hill? The Mojave Desert seems awesome, dude. I love Mojave. I love Mojave as a desert.
Statement of Dominic Swain regarding a book briefly in his possession in the winter of 2012. Original statement given June 28th, 2013.
Putting my food away.
Audio recording by
Also,
Jonathan
Hannah.
Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I work as a theatre technician in various venues around the West End. I mainly deal with lights, but a lot of the smaller venues can't afford large crews for their productions, so you end up doing a little bit of everything. I guess that's not directly relevant to my experience, but I just want you to know that I'm not some crazy person wandering in off the street. I work. I do practical things with my hands, and I am not prone to crazed flights of fancy. That day, I was going to see a matinee performance of The Trojan Women at the Gate Theatre up in Notting Hill. A friend of mine, Catherine Mendez, was in it, and had been trying to get me to come to see it for a while. We'd worked together on a production of The Seagull a couple of years before, and had had a bit of a thing going back then. At this point, I had just become single, so was keen to meet up and see if any of the old spark remained. I ended up going along on the afternoon of Saturday the 10th of November. I remember the date exactly. There had been a lot of back and forth about it, since we were both involved in separate shows at the time, making evenings difficult. So, on Saturday afternoon, I found myself in Notting Hill Gate, killing an hour or two before the show was due to start. Now, Notting Hill is not somewhere I go often, as it tends towards the pricey, even for London. And I'm not sure how much you know about theatre techs, but we're not generally an overpaid profession. Still, I had some vague memories of there being an
Theatre techs are
Oxfam
kind of
charity
like
shop somewhere
indentured
nearby,
servants.
and I'd previously bought quite a nice old military tunic there, which remains one of my favourite jackets. I found it without any problems and spent 10 minutes or so looking over the clothes and knickknacks, but was a bit disappointed. It was smaller than I remembered. It just seemed to contain the same tedious curios as every other charity shop. I still had some time to kill though, so I decided to have a look through their books, something I rarely bother doing usually. I found the book on the science fiction and fantasy shelf. At first I assumed it was some sort of faux leather special edition, and I was sure whoever put it out for sale must have done the same, because the price on it was only £4. There was something about it that made me take another look though, and picking it up, I felt the binding, and realised it might well have been bound in real leather, probably calf given how soft it was. I'm not an expert on books by any means, but it seemed old, and I thought it might have been hand-bound as the pages were slightly uneven. There was no dust wrapper on it, and the front had no title, but embossed on the spine in faded gold letters were the words Ex Altiora. I did some Latin in school when I was a child, but I haven't had much cause to use it since, so you'll have to forgive me if my translations don't make much sense, but I believe it meant from higher, or out of the heights. I was astounded, to say the least. The book was clearly worth far more than it was being sold for. If the shop clerk who put it out had been paying any attention, it would have been in the glass case where they kept those things people donated that were actually valuable. I had a flick through, but it seemed to be entirely written in Latin, so I didn't have much luck discerning what it was about. The only English seemed to be a bookplate at the front that read, "From the Library of Jürgen Leitner," although no author was listed. There were also several black and white illustrations, woodcuts I think, each showing a mountain or a cliff, or in one picture what appeared to be an empty night sky. I felt an odd sensation when I looked at that image, as though, simple as it was, I was about to fall into it. My stomach gave an odd jolt, almost causing me to drop the book in the middle of Oxfam. I made up my mind to buy it. Even if I never figured out how to read the thing, it was clearly worth a lot more than they were selling it for. I felt like a bit of an arse for not letting them know how valuable it was, almost like I was stealing money from the charity. But in the end I realised that it wasn't my job to set the prices in this shop, and besides, this book absolutely fascinated me. The woman working the till didn't even raise an eyebrow when I brought it over and paid my £4. I headed out, hoping to find a cafe where I could sit and have another look through. But it was then that I noticed the time. I'd somehow managed to spend an hour in that shop. Now I was very nearly late for Catherine's play. I made it in time, luckily, though I had to run a bit. The show was fine. I've never been a particular fan of Greek plays, and this interpretation was not the one to win me round to them. Catherine was excellent, of course, but the rest of the show was quite frankly a bit pedestrian. Still, I'm not a theatre critic, and I wasn't exactly paying it my full attention, so I was convinced there was a problem with the stage lights. Throughout the show, I kept getting the faintest smell of ozone, and was worried. The only other time I'd smelled that in the theatre was when one of my stagehands had accidentally ordered the wrong sort of light, and we'd ended up installing a projector with a xenon mercury lamp, the sort used to sterilize medical equipment with UV. I spotted the issue before anything happened, but I still remember that intense ozone smell. Still, no one else seemed to notice it, and I couldn't see anything in their light setup that would have caused the odor, so I tried my best to ignore it. After the performance was finished, Catherine and I grabbed a quick dinner before heading to our respective evening shows. I was disappointed.
We did it! We defeated the cultist boss too. That one was so cool. Want to hear my shower thoughts? As long as it's not sexual. This has also so far been a slow burn on this episode. Just like, we've just been hanging out. I work at a theater. I have clinical depression. You know, it is what it is. If you date a girl with a single father and you have a single mother, they married, does that make you guys siblings? That makes you really concerningly weird for asking. You don't ask those questions. You just go, oh, that's nice, and then you have other things going on in your life. If you're at the point you're asking that, you have to be a little bit concerned about it was in my brain. Okay, that was a mildly sexual one. That was weird. That was a little bit weird. Mildly sexual.
I think you have to take it a step back. Step back. Okay, your shower thoughts now need to be about theoretical physics, and I want to see you have that degree in a few years. Then I want to see you at the top of your field, and then when they ask you, why did you decide to go into this field? I want you to go, I watched a Grimmi stream. There you go.
To discover that whatever attraction there had been between us seemed to have vanished completely. And while we spent a pleasant enough couple of hours together, it was obvious that neither of us wanted to take it any further. I did show her the book, though. She knew even less Latin than I did, but was impressed. She said it looked valuable and that I should take it somewhere to be appraised, although she didn't look through it in any detail, as the pictures triggered her vertigo for some reason. Nothing of note occurred after I left. I did my show, a production of Much Ado About Nothing, down at the Courtyard Theatre, with no problems. I returned home late, having gone for a drink with the stage manager and a couple of the actors, and felt far too awake to just go to bed. So I poured myself a small gin and tonic and decided to look through this book in more detail. Oddly enough, I somehow hadn't learned any more Latin since I bought it 12 hours before, so reading it was still out of the question. But I went through and had a closer look at those woodcuts. There were about a dozen that I found, mostly mountains and cliffs, but one appeared to be a tower, looming over the surrounding countryside at an odd angle, with tiny birds just visible circling the summit. And then there was that picture of an empty sky. I've never had any fear of heights, but staring at that picture I felt... I don't know, really. I just couldn't look at it for too long. It seemed to open forever, nothing to do but fall into it. It was even stranger as there wasn't much to the picture itself except for black ink and a few stylized stars. But something in the proportions just had that effect on me. I decided that maybe Catherine had been right and it might be valuable as an antique, so I did some research to try and find out more about it. Latin fell out of favour as a language for academic texts in the 18th century, and I really doubted the thing was that old. Since then, it was only really used for religious texts, but the book certainly didn't look like it was full of prayers. Searching ex Altiora online didn't do much good. The phrase was used in a few old prayers. There was a company called Altiora and something in Italian about football, but nothing that looked even remotely like it related to my book. Searching for Jürgen Leitner wasn't much better. It brought up an entry for an Austrian musician and a few Facebook pages, although they all seemed to have umlauts in their names, unlike the one in the book, and none of them looked like the sorts to have a library full of strange Latin texts. The only thing I found that looked even remotely relevant was a listing on eBay from 2007. The auction was titled Key of Solomon, 1863, owned by McGregor Mathers and Jürgen Leitner, and had been won for just over £1,200 by a deactivated user, GR Bookworm 1818. There was no picture or description, just the title and the winner.
So if you guys are familiar with the Pinnacles of Solomon, they're like occultist symbols. Like they're essentially like these things he made because he was starting to get into channeling demons and went like, everyone should do this. It's cool. Well, you know, like secret societies and people that deserve wealth and to be happy forever should do this. It's cool. I think you need to be extremely careful when messing around with that type of stuff on the off chance it could be legit. Just saying, and just saying that this is actually a real thing, so I thought it would be cool to tell you a little bit about it before we continue. Okay, anyway, don't get involved in that. You're gonna get really, really weird. Okay, just letting you know, really, really weird. Okay.
Bid. I decided to call it a night and go to bed. I think I had a nightmare, but I don't remember the details. I slept in very late the next day, and by the time I awoke there wasn't much daylight left, but I spent the hours until my show contacting book dealers that I'd looked up online. All of them put the book's age between 100 and 150 years, and said it looked like it had been custom bound. Most offered to buy it off me for a few £100s, but at this point I was more interested in information about it. Unfortunately, none of them had heard of it before, or seemed at all familiar with its contents. The last seller I went to did recognize the name Jürgen Leitner, though. She told me Leitner had been a big name in the literary scene during the 1990s, some rich Scandinavian recluse paying absurd amounts of money for whatever books took his fancy. It was said he'd often have books custom bound after providing a manuscript, or even commission authors to produce works to his brief, although she didn't actually know any writers who had worked with Leitner. He dropped from public view somewhere around 95, but she recalled he used to have extensive dealings with Pinhole Books down in Morden, and gave me the details for Mary Key, who owned it. I went and I did my show after that. The last night of the run, in point of fact, but though I didn't miss a single lighting cue, all through it, I just couldn't take my mind off the book. I felt as though there was something I was missing just beyond my grasp.
We're gonna wait until it's
And all throughout I could detect that same faint smell of ozone.
Ozone?
Or was it ozone? There was something else there. Something I knew but could not remember. Every time I felt I was close, I was overcome with a dizziness and nausea that threatened to topple me over. I skipped the cast party afterwards, instead going for a long walk to clear my head in the cold November air. I don't know how long I walked for. It must have been hours, but it felt right, like it was all I could do. Walking felt as natural as falling. It was only when a man shouted at me for almost walking into him that I stopped and took stock of my surroundings. I had no idea where I was. I took out my phone to find the nearest station and saw that I was only a street away from Morden.
I don't think there's a good time to pause here, so we'll just pause here and relax for a second. We'll talk a bit about what's going on. I love this overwhelming sense of, like, being pulled into something that you can't hope to get away from. Like, it just feels anxiety-inducing. Who's narrating? This is a guy that works at, like, the British SCP place where they don't believe in them as much, and also they're mildly annoyed by everything because they're a little bit more British than, like, the normal SCP Foundation peeps.
So it's just kind of like, yes, a man found a magic book. Yes, it killed half his family. Oh, why complain?
Like, that's the kind of vibe it has, which is kind of funny. I like it, honestly. I think it's cool. I think it's really cool. But yeah, I like it. Time for tea.
Time for tea, whatever.
Yeah. I also have a nice burrito to eat. Not as scary as those ads. It's true, baby. I'm not gonna get up, though. The story is too enticing. Shy guy stopping mid-breakdown for scones. Oh! But also not as scary as the delicious taste of Grimbo sauce. It's true. Though it is currently on back order for the majority of the sauces, I think there's a lot of the cottontail sauce left. So lip-smackingly good, it's on back order. Yeah! Although this has happened a few times, so... Thank you so much, Mystic Zealot, for being here and for subscribing. I greatly appreciate it. Also, hi, Sky. Did you already put out a clip? Is that what Nova was saying earlier? Saying it was recommended YouTube recommendation? Oh, no. I have a nice burrito to eat, too. If you want a long stream, you should eat throughout it instead of suffering and going crazy. You're literally getting recommended this stream already? Whoa, thank you, Sky. Sky works quickly. Oh. You got an update on something? It sounds like there's going to be something very interesting occurring, everyone. Let's check it out. Oh, I also found a, oh. Someone mentioned to Philium that she should do a collab with you that's centric around the sauce. Imagine giving her trends, it would be a you laugh, you lose. She laughs, she has to eat the hot sauce. Oh, hell yeah. I could find something then. Oh, I could find something. Oh, nice. Okay, I won't... Guess what just finished? People are gonna be hype about this. I'm not gonna spoil what it is, but there's something that's been requested for quite some time. Let's see here. Let's see. Also, I'm gonna respond to someone just saying, oh, worm. There we go. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. All right. There's a good piece of merchandise that just finished production. I think you guys will like it. Grimmi theme mortar cannon? That'd be awesome! Never mind, that's the best piece of merchandise you could possibly have. Now back to this man slowly going mad with power.
I felt dizzy all of a sudden. When I looked at the building I was stood in front of, I was not in the least bit surprised to see a brass plaque reading, "Pinhole Books, by appointment only," next to an unmarked door of dark-stained wood. I rang the doorbell and waited. The woman who opened the door wasn't at all what I was expecting. She was very old and painfully thin, but her head was completely clean-shaven, and every square inch of skin I could see was tattooed over with closely written words in a script I didn't recognize. She stood at the bottom of a flight of stairs, and from the top I could hear the sound of death metal blaring out of some powerful speakers. I wondered for a moment if she got complaints from the neighbors playing it so loudly at 2 o'clock in the morning, and realized with a start that it was actually 2 o'clock in the morning. I apologized for disturbing her so late and asked if she was Mary Key. She just snorted and asked in a decidedly unfriendly manner if I had an appointment. I reached into my bag and pulled out Ex Altiora, opening it to show Leitner's name on the bookplate. At this, her eyes seemed to light up, and she turned around to walk up the stairs. She didn't shut the door behind her, so I took this as an invitation and followed her up. We entered a cramped set of rooms, with books piled high in every conceivable corner, almost to a point where I had to be careful following her through the labyrinth so as not to take a wrong turn. She was talking, I realized, and didn't seem to care if I heard her over the music or not. She said it had been a long time since she'd found a Leitner, although her Gerard kept an eye out. She gave no elaboration as to who her Gerard might have been. This strange old woman didn't seem interested in actually reading or looking at my book in depth, but asked instead if I wanted to see hers.
My numbers, thank you for the raid. So, essentially, Fox Girl McRaid, yo, that's awesome. I hope you're having a very good one. We're listening to the Magnus Archives. It's a really, really lovely podcast. Excellent way of doing a Magnus Archives for a string Grimmi. Thank you. I was looking for something that we could do that would be somewhat still like something that could. I don't know. I really like this game and it's fun to watch too. But also something where like we could. I've been wanting to listen to this on stream for like literal years. But it's a tough sell, and I know it's not for everyone. But oh my god, it's so good. It's like British SCP and they all hate life, but also like it's like madness incarnate and things are just getting worse and worse and you're kind of like, oh god, I hope they're okay. Oh no. It's so good. We're currently on episode 4. A man is found an occult book. Well, we know it's an occult book. And he brought it over to the occult people and he was like, hey, I found your book. And they're like, oh my goodness, that is so fun. We love that you found this. And we're going to do something very, very scary.
I just nodded. I was out of my depth here, but I had no idea what in. I just knew that I hadn't smelled ozone since I arrived. I followed Mary Key into a dingy study. It was small to begin with, but every wall was completely covered with packed bookshelves, crowding even further into the space. Immediately my host began to scan them intently, muttering to herself about where he would have put it. I stood there awkwardly, not wanting to stare at the old woman, but also hesitant to do anything else. Aside from the bookshelves, there was little in the room other than a worn desk with a very old-looking chair behind it. The desk was covered with papers, as well as fishing wire and a safety razor. I think it says something about my state of mind at this point, that I didn't even give those items a second thought at the time. Instead, my attention was fixed on a picture, attached to the one small area of wall not covered by bookshelves. It was a painting of an eye, very detailed, and at first I would have said almost photorealistic. But the more I looked at it, the more I saw the patterns and symmetries that formed into a single image, until I was so focused on them that I started to have difficulty seeing the eye itself. Written below it were 3 lines in fine green calligraphy. Grant us the sight that we may not know. Grant us the scent that we may not catch. Grant us the sound that we may not call. At this point, Mary Key returned with 2 cups of tea. I hadn't even noticed her leave, nor had I requested the cup of black tea she pressed into my hand. She asked if I liked the painting, and told me that her Gerard had done it. Said he was a very talented artist. I mumbled something approving, I don't remember exactly what, and looked at the cup of tea in my hand. She hadn't offered me any milk, and was now busily searching the shelves again, her own cup forgotten on the desk. I tried to drink the stuff out of politeness, but it tasted foul, like dust and smoke. I think it might have once been Lapsang Souchong, but if so, it must have been years old. Finally, Mary seemed to find the book she was looking for and took it from the shelf. She handed me a book that, at first glance, appeared to be almost identical to my copy of Exaltiora, except that the leather was in slightly better condition. There was no title on this one, but opening it, I could see that it was written in letters I didn't recognize. There were no illustrations in this book, and the only English words I could find were on the bookplate from the library of Jürgen Leitner, just like mine. Mary told me that the writing was in Sanskrit, but when I asked her if she could read it, she just started laughing. She took the book back and walked over to the desk where the room's single unshaded light bulb cast stark shadows across the floor.
Okay.
She very deliberately held the book in those shadows for a few seconds, and then handed it back to me. I noticed for the first time that the heavy metal music was no longer playing, and the room was utterly silent. I opened the book, and for a few seconds was confused to see that nothing seemed to have changed. The writing was still unintelligible to me, and it felt no different. I lifted it to have a closer look, and as I did, I heard something clatter lightly onto the floor. I looked down to see bones, small animal bones, from what I could tell, but each one was slightly bent and warped into shapes that bones should not form.
Okay.
As I stared at them, Mary Key took the book back from me and passed it through the shadows once again. More bones fell. She did this several times until there was a small pile formed at my feet. I didn't know what to say. By this point my head was pounding and the feel of this cramped, dark place with its old tea and ancient books was starting to overwhelm me. All I could think to ask was whether my book did that as well. Mary Key laughed and told me to look for myself. I began to look through those pages. I hadn't passed it through any shadows, but I knew something had changed. The woodcuts were starker somehow. In the background of each there were new lines, thick and dark, stretching down from the sky. And then I came to the picture of that empty night. But now it had a stark, branching pattern carving through it. A pattern I recognized. My stomach dropped as though the floor was gone and I was falling. Struggling to stay standing, I muttered some excuse and went to leave. The ozone smell was back now, stronger than ever, and I had to get out. I fell down the stairs as I fled, badly bruising my hip and twisting my ankle painfully, but I didn't care. I limped from that place as quickly as I could, and hailed a taxi to take me home, fingers still locked in a death grip on my book. The branching pattern I'd seen in that picture is known as the Lichtenberg figure. It shows the diverging paths of electricity on an insulating material such as glass or resin. I knew it from the pattern of scars on the back of my childhood friend, who had been struck by lightning because of me.
Huh?
His name was Michael Crew, and we'd been 8 years old at the time, playing in a field near my grandmother's house. When the storm hit, Michael had said that we should go inside, but I wanted to keep playing in the rain. I said that to him, and he just sighed and told me all right. It was as he said these words that he was struck. The sound when it happened was so loud that it drowned out his screams completely.
Oh.
But it was the smell that really stayed with me. That powerful ozone smell, cut through with the scent of cooking meat. Michael survived in the end, but the scar, that branching Lichtenberg scar stayed with him for the rest of his life. When I got home, it took all of my concentration to get up the stairs, and when I finally made it onto my sofa, I couldn't shake that feeling as though I was falling. And the smell was so strong I could hardly breathe. I didn't look at the book. I just lay there. I felt as though I was waiting for something, but I had no idea what. By the time the knock on the door finally came, I was almost feeling composed enough to answer. Almost. It still took me almost 5 minutes to work up the nerve to open it. The knock did not come again, but I was positive that whatever was on the other side had not gone away. I reached over, grasped the handle, and pulled the door open. Stood just over the threshold was a man in a long, dark leather coat. His hair was dyed an artificial black, and he had the unshaven look of someone who hadn't slept in a couple of days. I asked him if he was Jared Key. He said that he was, and told me he'd like to see my book. I nodded silently, and he followed me inside, closing the door behind him. I took out the book and placed it on the table. Jared studied it for some time, but did not touch it. Finally, he nodded and offered to buy it from me for £5,000. I almost laughed when he said that. I would have sold it for a fraction of the amount. I might even have given it away if it wasn't for the feeling that that wouldn't count somehow. It's hard to explain. I didn't care what he planned to do with it. I just wanted to get rid of it. And so I agreed. Jared didn't seem exactly happy of the news. He just nodded gravely and headed towards the door, saying he'd need to get the money and return. I didn't try to stop him. He left, closing the door behind him, and I was alone once again. The whole encounter lasted barely more than a minute. I sat there, waiting in silence for him to return. It was awful, and I needed to find some way to distract myself from the creeping smell, so I decided to get out my computer and see what I could find out about Jared and Mary Key. Typing in their names, I don't know what sort of thing it was that I expected to find. But it certainly wasn't a news article from 2008 about Mary Key's murder. Police had broken in late September, after neighbors complained about the smell and found her lying dead in the study. Cause of death was apparently determined to be an overdose of painkillers, but it was judged a murder due to extensive post-mortem mutilation of the body. Large pieces of her skin had been peeled away and hung up to dry on fishing wire, all around the room. The article had a picture of Mary Key, and there was no question that it was the same old woman that I had met in Morden, although in the photograph she seemed to have a full head of hair and lacked any visible tattoos. I frantically started searching for any other information I could find. Other news stories covered Jared's trial for his mother's murder. Apparently he had been acquitted after a significant piece of evidence was deemed inadmissible, although none of the reports seemed to know what exactly that evidence was. It was at this moment the knocking came again. Jared had returned. I opened the door. I thought briefly about not letting him in, but I knew he'd wait there as long as he needed to, and I couldn't think for the reek of ozone that penetrated every one of my senses. I could not hide the terror on my face as he entered, but if he noticed the change in my demeanor, then he didn't react to it. He simply handed me an envelope filled with cash. I didn't even bother to count it before handing him the book. He looked at the title, then flicked through it very quickly, before laughing just once and nodding, apparently to himself, as though he'd just come to some sort of decision. I had expected Jared to leave immediately, but instead he walked over to my metal waste paper basket and placed the book inside. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a bottle of lighter fluid and a box of matches. Within a few seconds the book was ablaze and the smell vanished almost immediately. Even as my head began to clear, I felt like I had to ask him why. But he just shook his head. My mother doesn't always know what's best for our family. That was all he said before picking up the waste paper bin, now full of gently smouldering ashes. I warned him it would be too hot to hold, but he shrugged and said he'd had worse. Then Jared Key left, and I never saw him or the book again. Statement ends.
Haunting.
If I never hear the name Jürgen Leitner again, it will be too soon. I suppose it was too much to hope that we'd finally dealt with all the remainder of his library after the incident in 1994.
Haunting!
But it would have been useful if Gertrude had at least thought to add this statement to the current project file. Who knows how many other statements are in here that might deal with his books or other currently active Institute projects. If my luck thus far is anything to go by, then I'd say it is unlikely this was an isolated example. The more I discover about this archive, the more it seemed Gertrude simply took the written statements and threw them into these files without even reading them. Given that she was head archivist for over 50 years, then that is... This might be a bigger job than I originally thought.
Ooh.
Regardless, most of the verifiable details in Mr. Swain's account seem to match up with our own researches. Martin couldn't find any records of Ex Altiora as a title in existent catalogues of esoteric or similar literature, so I assigned Sasha to double-check. Still nothing. Is it possible Mr. Swain got the title wrong? It seems unlikely, given the simplicity of it, and the occurrences he describes certainly sound like they could have been due to the proximity of a true Leitner tome. Still, all the other books from his library have been custom editions of known texts on demonology or the arcane. If there are Leitners out there that we haven't even heard of, I fear that may be cause for some small alarm. Useful details for follow-up are few and far between, however. Donation records at the Oxfam charity shop in Notting Hill Gate only have anonymous donations listed for books in October-November 2012, and obviously none of the staff recall the book. We've also been unable to locate Jared Key at all. Aside from this encounter, he seems to have almost entirely disappeared following the end of his trial. The description Mr. Swain gives does appear to match file photos of Jared and Mary Key, and from his description it sounds like he did find his way to what used to be Pinhole Books in Morden, although it has been closed since 2008 for obvious reasons, and no new tenants moved in till 2014. There was one interesting thing Tim found out, though, in the official police report on Mary Key's death. Apparently, the drying sheets of skin had been written over in permanent marker. There was no transcription or translation of it in the report, but the language was identified to be Sanskrit. So it doesn't appear that we have any concrete leads to go on. Still, I will be bringing this up with Elias, and recommending that the search for any other missed books from the Leitner Library be made this institute's highest priority. Jürgen Leitner has done the world enough harm, and we must pursue all available avenues to ensure that he does no more.
This is like regular SCP, but boring and nothing ever happens. Gesawan, you have been on TikTok and Twitter for too long, and your brain has started to melt. This is amazing and comprehensive, and everything feels like everything is very slow and methodical. But yeah, the world building is very intense in this. Every single story is very, very important to what's going on in the plot, and it's really good. So, okay, anyway. What is being played in the background? This is Monsters Are Coming. Okay, I'm just gonna say that much. It's okay if you don't like it. But if you come in here and a bunch of people are enjoying something and you say that, I'm gonna rip the Band-Aid off right now. You're being a little bitch. And you need to be a big man. You're being a little bitch on Twitch. Okay.
Recording ends.
Sorry.
The Magnus Archives
okay.
is a podcast distributed
Everyone's a
by
little bitch on Twitch
rustyquill.com
sometimes.
and licensed under a
It
Creative
happens,
Commons
it happens.
Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International
My wife
license.
asked how you change voices for your single
Today's
mom
episode-
impression. Oh, it's just something where you just have to channel all of your inner... If she'd like to do it, just remind her of every bad thing that's ever happened to her and how life is overwhelming. Tell her to think of every overwhelming moment in her life and then just go like, okay, sweetie, that's all right. A lot of callbacks and references the further in you get. Yeah, this is one of the best series ever. I think that there's a few things that stop it from being made into like a series or like a TV or a movie. Did you ask Fillion about a hot sauce collab? I haven't talked to her in a little bit. I should probably message her just in general. See how she's doing. Like, I don't want to just go to her and be like, hey, do you want to do this thing? Like, every time I talk to her. I haven't really been messaging anyone though lately for that. I've just been like, hello, I'm dying. How are you? Hello. Hello. I spend most of my days having panic attacks and crying. I hope that you're doing well. How are you? I don't actually send them those messages unless it's a bad one. Then I'm just like, hey, what's up? How you? Everyone's going through it these days, though. We all out here dying. We all out here dying. Okay, here we go. It's a very addictive little game, though, but this is literally the only way I can put on the Magnus Archives. We have to have like super Subway Surfers. Come on, baby! There we go, but that was episode 4. And so what that was is, it seems as though, for anyone that was unable to figure out what was going on, it seems as though an occultist was maybe shaping their family in such a way where they'd live forever, and now they're trying to track down books to make it so they don't live forever, because that would be a horrifying way to endure everything. Grimmi only sends those messages while on Ambien. I should take my sleep pills. I should do it. If anything, the new series would be better pod to TV adaptation. I think this would be an amazing TV show or movie. I don't think it'll ever be that way, though. Without spoiling it, I think there's something that the, like, people that make this show would really want to hold on to and aren't really willing to, like, budge on. And I think there's something that TV producers would absolutely need them to budge on. And I think everyone here probably knows what it is if you've listened to this series and you're like, yeah, that sucks. That's rude of them. They should budge on that. But it is what it is, baby. It is what it is. Oh god, yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Don't spoil it, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yep. It's a bit silly. I don't know? Then don't worry about it. You'll see. You'll see as it progresses, and you'll be like, oh, that's nice. Oh, okay, I get what Grimmi was saying. At least it's still a good listen? Yes, it's a very good listen. Now, as long as you aren't being a little bitch on Twitch, you can continue listening. Sorry, I have gotten a little bit more intense. I think that, I think it's rude, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Also, I didn't mean to click the, that one. I meant to click this one. You can be a bitch on Twitch if you'd like to. You do what you like to in life. You have fun with it. You have fun with it. I'm sorry, that was rude to that random person who was just like, I don't like this. The thing is, listen to the British man. Let it wash over you. Is this the one I like? Oh my god, did we get to the cave one? Okay, no, we haven't. I think it might be the one after. I think it might be the one after. Oh, I love the cave one. Oh my god, that one, like, that one's tortured me forever. I'm a little bee on T all the time, but in a different way. I'm always a little bee in life. That's who I am. Oh my god, you're so adorable. Not in a rude way, just like, no, Grimmi, I am a bee. That's just who I am. I don't like this show. That's just who I am, but I am a bee. You were correct in that assumption. That's so cute. I love the internet. God, I love the internet. God, I love the internet, baby. Oh my god. What a time to be alive. Oh, hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah, I'm proud of you. The cave one is so good. We're getting into the cave one. I don't care if it's like episode 20. We are getting to the cave one.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
We are getting to the cave one.
Episode 5, Thrown Away.
I need to start getting some attack power. Thrown away. Oops, I got stuck on a...
Statement of Kieran Woodward regarding items recovered from the refuse of 93 Lancaster Road, Walthamstow. Original statement given February 23rd, 2009. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I work as a bin man for Waltham Forest Council. It's not a bad job really, as long as you can handle the smell in the early mornings. Not to mention that when winter really gets going, it can be pretty unpleasant. I've had to chip ice off more than a few bins in my time just to get them open. Still, the pay's pretty decent. At least it is once you throw in the overtime and the bonuses, and once you've done the rounds, you're usually off for the day, so you're working fewer hours than your average office monkey. It's just that those hours tend to be a lot less pleasant than anything you're likely to find staring at some accounting spreadsheet. But I didn't come here to talk about the benefits and problems of working in waste collection. At least, I guess I came to talk about one very specific problem that I encountered last year, when doing the rubbish collection for 93 Lancaster Road. Now, you encounter weird things in this job all the time. People have an odd mental block, this idea that as soon as they put something in the bin, it's gone. It's officially been made rubbish and no one will ever see it again. The fact that someone had to take it from your bin to the landfill or the recycling centre doesn't really enter their heads, and nobody ever seems to realise that up to a dozen people might be seeing what you throw away before it finally disappears forever. But no, as far as the rest...
Okay, I'm not looking for judgment, I just need to know. I just need to know. I'm taken off guard when Grimmi swears. It's rare. I don't consider B a swear if it's aimed towards someone that wouldn't take as much offense from it. Like, if you call a lady a B, I feel like it's being quite rude. If you call a lady a bastard, I feel like it's not that rude. If you call a guy a bastard, it might be considered rude depending on, like, you know, his like, I guess, familial situation. If you call a guy a B, it's probably not as rude. Like, that's my code of conduct. Even if it doesn't make sense to... Even if it doesn't make much sense to everyone, I don't know. That's how I feel. Grimmi goes wild and on swears when she's on meds. I don't say anything I believe is too insulting. Like, I don't know. Say that you just get done calling yourself, say that you just get done telling me about how many men that you're attracted to, and like you're like just like, hey, I'm doing good, like I'm a beautiful woman, like I don't know, I only date men, all this other stuff. Like I would never call you any sort of negative thing at, like, that people call, like, people in, like, I guess homosexual relationships. But I think, like, I don't think they're gonna take offense at bastard. So see, the contrast there, I'm just trying to spell this out in case people are like, yeah, just call them the opposite. That can still be considered quite rude. Don't do that. Anyways, ungendered swears not terrible. Exactly. See, now you're getting it. Let me just grab some rocks and stuff really fast. But that's just my general way of seeing the world. It may not be the right one, but God, am I trying. I'm trying my darndest. Need something up front to help here. Oh crap. I need this though. 30 damage, baby. Let's get that boomerang out there. Oh yeah. Okay. Explosion kills generates 1 ice shard on the... You know what? I don't know what this does. Let's try it. I think there's some explosives that we're sending out, so... We need more stone, though. Little castle. That's just one rock? Wow. It be what it be, baby. It be what it be. Alright, we made it. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Yeah! I try to be reserved like that. Think getting all mass awkward and my inner Irishman comes out. Ooh, cool. Audio, we're putting it back on. I tend to swear casually, never with an excess and never... Yeah, I don't like swearing too much. If I get really stressed out, I'll do it just because, I guess that's just what happens, but I don't take offense to B or bastards because my sibling and I constantly call each other that for banter and stuff. There you go. The thing is, you never know people's level of, like, I guess, comfort.
Of the world thinks about
so adjust to it if they say,
away,
oh, no, I don't like it.
Far beyond all human understanding. This leaves those of us who work in waste collection seeing Kind of a strange side to humanity, but an honest one at that.
I need to know
If
though.
you're a
Oh,
bit
that
of a
was
boot-
it. So, do you guys actually go through people's trash if you're in waste collection? Like, I'm interested in knowing. I don't think I throw out too many weird things, but God, do I throw out a lot of cardboard boxes. I'm not looking for judgment, I just want to know. You swear around friends, but never around family. Good for you. Most garbage collectors won't, but there might be some. Ooh. You're a dumpster diver occasionally? Yes, if it looks in alright condition. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Anyways, they were just talking about that in the show, so, I doubt it's on purpose, but they probably judge the hell out of what they see. What if someone were to have tons of cardboard boxes? Would they assume, let's see, respectable business owner, or would they assume Amazon addict? That's normal? Okay. Wastewater? What's wastewater? Oh, God. That's normal, to be honest? Okay. Well, either way, let's go for it.
There's every chance that your bin men know how much you drink better than you do, because we empty all the bottles. And yes, we do remember. And we also get quite judgmental at times, although not about the things you might think. You can throw away a mountain of grotesque porn, and as long as you've tied it into neat bundles, we're fine with it. But if you throw away cat litter without properly bagging that, you better believe that you've earned the hatred of every bin man that ever slung a sack.
Oh.
Still, I'm getting off topic. Point is, the bag of doll's heads didn't bother me. I mean, it was freaky, don't get me wrong. Hundreds of small plastic heads staring out of the refuse sack at me. But aside from a slight rip on the side of the black bag, they were thrown away very neatly, and were easy enough to toss into the truck. The bag was full of them, mind. It was placed next to the green recycling bin, and at first I thought it was just a single doll with its head positioned near the tear. But when I tossed the bag into the truck, the rip split, spilling forth a whole bunch of the things. At a guess, I'd say there were over 100 in there. They were made of hard, rigid plastic with that infant doll face that you seem to find on every toy like that. Several of them had different hair molded or painted on, so it was clear that they weren't simply from 100 or so of the same doll. Someone had spent time acquiring a whole variety of different dolls, which they then beheaded and stuffed into the sack. They were very battered, but not with age. It looked as though someone had taken the brand new heads and dragged them over rough concrete. Though I couldn't say whether they'd have been attached to the rest of the doll at the time. It was creepy, sure, but the sun was shining and there were 4 of us working the truck that day. So it was easy enough to laugh it off. It was
Hi, Maya. This is a very, very, relaxing, anxiety-inducing, kind of, like, fearful, stream. It's gonna be very, very cute with what's on screen. It's a very addictive, fun roguelite. And then we're listening to the Magnus Archives. A garbage collector has just found a big bag of doll heads. And they're wondering what's that about. The Magnus Archives is kind of like a British SCP force. Relaxing and anxiety-inducing at the same time. Yeah, it's kind of like that, though. Like, you're just like, oh, this is fine. Oh, this is fine. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Uh-oh. But yeah, I hope you guys are having a good night. Maya's very lovely, and she's very forgiveful for what people may say after she raids for the first time, and I greatly appreciate that. And I really hope that you had a very nice stream. It was I'm sure very, very fun. Let's see here. I hope you have a good weekend. Oh my God, is it Friday? Or no, it's Monday. Oh my God. Streamer life, baby. But it looks like you were chatting. Also, thank you so much, Eloso, for gifting a sub to Maya. Greatly appreciated. It's Sunday, Monday. I can't believe that. It is Monday. Oh my God, it's December 1st? No. No, you stop that. Oh my God. Oh no. That's not good. It's Cyber Monday. Oh my goodness. I hope you guys get some good Cyber Monday stuff if that's what you want. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy December. Woo! Hadn't realized it'd been 6 hours since we started streaming, but thank you so much for the raid. We're gonna go back to listening to why this trash man was so afraid of all these doll heads. But again, please go take a moment to go check out Maya. And you guys, thank you so much for coming in. I'm Grimmi. I usually am doing spooky stuff. Today is no exception. We are doing some spooky stuff. So, let's go, baby.
the old crew. Me, David Attiah, Matthew Wilkinson and Alan Parfit, who drove the truck. What it did do, though, was mark out 93 Lancaster Road in our minds as the dollhouse, since we spent the rest of the day making off-colour jokes about the sort of people who must live there. I said before that your bin man knows a lot about you. Now that's probably not actually true for most people. We service hundreds of homes each day, and who can keep track of that many people? Who wants to? You do have houses, though, that you learn to keep an eye on. The sort of places that throw out strange or sometimes even dangerous things. Like I said, we probably know if you're an alcoholic, but it's not because we watch you obsessively or care about your health. It's because smashed bottles and broken glass are dangerous, and you learn to keep an eye out around houses where you're likely to find them.
Oh,
I read once that waste collection is the second most dangerous profession in England. Not sure I believe it. They said the first was farming. But you do see your fair share of injuries, so you learn to keep your eyes peeled and mark out in your mind which houses you want to stay wary of. Now, after that, the dollhouse became one of those houses for our crew. Not so much for any known danger, but when someone throws out a bin full of weird stuff like that, you never know what else they might decide to toss. Also, Alan, well, he had kind of a twisted sense of humour, and he loved the doll heads. When we told him, he insisted on stopping the truck and getting out to have a look. So after that, he always made a point to ask us to keep an eye on 93. And we did. The next couple of weeks, when we pulled up to 93, I took an extra second or two just to check for anything strange in the bins, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Alan especially was disappointed by this, but it was hardly something to dwell on, so we put it out of our minds and pressed on with the day's work. This continued for what must have been a few months, and the whole doll's head incident hadn't come up, except for a few interesting conversations at the recycling plant where, to be honest, I don't think anyone believed us, or if they did, they'd immediately try to top it with their own story of bizarre finds. It was the start of spring when we got the next strange bag from 93 Lancaster Road.
Women can just be...
Again.
Women can be just as scary as ghosts. Oh, hell yeah. Grimmi is a woman, not a ghost. That's true. I am an adult woman. I'm worse. I can set your car on fire. I'm just saying, I can poison you. Ghosts can't do that. They can just go like, ooh,
which is still pretty scary, don't get me wrong. Just, I'm a woman. It's worse. Ooh, let's get this out. I think this is a little bit too far back to be that helpful, but... Oh, crap. No, get away from my tower. Get away from a tower. I'm a woman. I can set you on fire. Okay, let's get back in here.
It was an unmarked black refuse bag placed next to the recycling bin. As soon as I saw it, I knew it was another one.
If you can do that to me, I can indeed set your
The shape of it was too regular to be full of the normal assortment of rubbish. As I picked it up, I realised it was far too light as well. It seemed to weigh almost nothing, but was bulging with what sounded like a whole load of paper inside. I gave the others a look, and told them I thought we had another odd bag. David and Matt started discussing whether we should open it, as this one didn't seem to have a rip like the last one. We were still talking it over when Alan came back to see what was taking us so long. He knew where we were, and you could see it in his eyes that he'd been hoping this was the reason for the delay. One look at his face, and I knew that if we didn't open it, he would. I looked up towards the house, checking for anyone watching, but 93 was right near the start of our route, so it was still very early in the morning and all the lights were off. There was no sign of movement, so, very carefully, I opened the bag. Inside was paper, as I expected. It seemed to be a single strip of thick white writing paper, maybe an inch wide. The paper was long, so long that it seemed like the whole bag was filled solely with this one piece of it, wrapped and curled and crumpled to fit inside. There was writing on it in another language, I think Latin. Matt, who was raised Catholic and never shut up about it, said he recognised it and claimed that it was the Lord's Prayer, the Our Father, written over and over again. He seemed pretty rattled about it, especially at the fact that at certain points the edges of the paper seemed to be slightly singed, as though it had been passed over a candle or a lighter. He even seemed hesitant about throwing it in with the rest of the garbage, but we didn't have anything else we could actually do with it, so into the truck it went. Alan was smiling the rest of the shift, and there was a delight there that, quite frankly, had started to unsettle me a bit. As far as I was concerned, this was a bit of a letdown after the doll's heads, but the way the others had reacted, put me a bit on edge. The third bag was the one that really changed things. It was a fortnight after the one with the prayer paper in it. As we approached 93, I noticed there was another bag sitting next to the bin. The others clearly noticed as well, as everyone went very quiet. The first two had been the only times there had been rubbish bags at the house that weren't in the actual bin itself, so there was little doubt in my mind that this was going to be more creepy trash. Alan turned the engine off as we pulled level with the house and got out. Whatever was in this one, he was going to see it. The bag bulged, just like the others, but had a bumpy sort of look to its surface. We all stared at it for several seconds before I realized that the others were waiting for me to pick it up. I'd picked up the others, and apparently this was how it was done now. It almost felt like a ritual. I walked over and lifted it off the ground. It was heavier than the last one, and as it moved it made a sound like shifting sand or gravel, or maybe more of a rattle. I started to carry it towards my colleagues to open it, when I accidentally caught the bottom of it on the low brick wall at the end of the small front garden. Already filled almost to bursting, the bag tore open easily. From the newly ripped hole poured teeth. Hundreds, thousands of teeth. They came streaming down in a waterfall of white, cream and yellow, bouncing as they hit the pavement and gradually forming a pile of astounding size. When the bag was finally empty, we just stood there in silence, staring at the mountain of teeth that now lay on the ground before us.
Oh dear God.
They looked like human teeth to me, but I wasn't exactly an expert, and I sure as hell didn't want to check closer. Finally, David broke the silence by vomiting loudly into a nearby drain, and I backed away from the grisly mound. Even Alan looked shaken by this. I suppose some things are disconcerting, however grim your interests. We phoned the police. That's something else that people always forget about garbage men. We're perfectly capable of calling the police if we see obviously illegal stuff being thrown away. Usually we don't bother if it's just something small, but this... For this, we phoned the police. They came at surprisingly good time, and I reckon they were even more freaked out than we were. One of them took our statements while the other went up to the house itself to check on the occupants and see if they knew anything about the teeth. As the officer knocked on the door, we all strained to get a better look at what greeted her. There was no way after all this we were going to pass up a chance to actually get a look at the residents of 93 Lancaster Road. Eventually the door opened, and an old woman stood there, blinking in the early morning sunlight and clearly slightly alarmed to see the police. Needless to say, the old lady and her husband had no idea about any of the weird bags that had been appearing in their rubbish, and seemed properly upset when they were given the details. The police spent a good 10 minutes doing their best to collect up all the teeth, and we were sent on our way. I have no idea what, if anything, the investigation turned up. Certainly I was never contacted by them again, and if any of the rest were, they didn't mention it. And for a while that was it. We kept an eye out whenever we were headed down Lancaster Road, but didn't encounter any further ominous garbage bags. I thought maybe the involvement of the police had scared off whoever was leaving them. Maybe the police had caught the culprit and just hadn't told us. I did start to notice, though, that Alan wasn't doing well. He was often late to his shift, and when he finally got there he'd be exhausted and grumpy, snapping at everyone and rudely brushing off anyone asking about his health or how he was doing. He seemed even worse whenever we approached the end of Lancaster Road, sometimes speeding up the truck slightly so that we had to run to keep up. Eventually, after I tripped over the curb while hurrying and twisted my ankle, I confronted him, told me that whatever was going on with him, he could talk about it or get over it, but that he clearly needed to deal with something. He got very quiet and said he'd been watching number 93 some nights. Said he wanted to see whoever was dropping this stuff off, that he had to know. I don't know what I expected. Trouble at home maybe, or depression, but this took me by surprise. I told him it was a really bad idea, that if the police were still investigating, they were more than likely to pick him up as the culprit, and even if they didn't, the old couple at 93 could just as easily get him arrested for harassment or stalking. Alan nodded along and agreed with me as I spoke, but I could see he wasn't listening. He just said again that he needed to know, told me he'd be careful, as though that was meant to reassure me. It didn't, but I could see I wasn't going to talk him out of it. and we ended in an uncomfortable silence. What I didn't say is that I'd almost done the same thing myself once or twice. There was something about this, beyond anything else I'd encountered, that... I don't know. It drew me in almost as much as it disgusted me. Almost. But not enough to do anything. And if I needed any further convincing that leaving it alone was the right decision, I only needed to look at Alan. As time went on, the bags under his eyes deepened.
Oh my goodness.
I'd watch him down half a dozen energy drinks over the course of a morning just to get through his shift. I could have said something to our manager, but even then Alan was still my friend. I didn't want to be the one to get him in any sort of trouble. Eventually, though, it came to a head anyway. Alan fell asleep at the wheel of the truck and drove it into a parked car. No one was hurt and the truck was going too slowly to do any real damage, but at that point it was enough to get him fired. We were sad to see him go, but to be honest, by the end of it he'd become quite unpleasant to be around and no one shed any real tears over it. We got a new member of our crew, a kid named Guy Wardman, and life continued in relative peace. For a while, anyway. Then, on the 8th of August last year, at 2:09 in the morning, I was woken up by a text message from Alan. It said, "Found him." I texted him back immediately. What's he found? Was it whoever was leaving the bags? Had he brought another one? No response. I texted Alan again to ask if he was okay. I sent that text a lot of times, but never heard back. I tried phoning him, but nobody answered. As the minutes stretched to hours, the worry that had been growing in my gut settled into a grim certainty, and I knew that Alan was gone. I also knew that I had to go to 93 Lancaster Road and see for myself. I got my coat and headed out into the night. I walked slowly, with a kind of reluctance, so the sky was starting to get light by the time I arrived. I knew what I'd find when I got there, and I was right. There was no sign of Alan, or of whoever he might have seen. There was, however, a new rubbish bag sitting there in its usual place.
I should say, you can absolutely listen to it from this point on. I don't think you'll get spoiled with anything for a while, though I really recommend this series. It is so good, dude.
It was full, and this time the top of it had been tied off with a dark green ribbon, arranged in a bow like an old-fashioned Christmas present. It bulged in much the same way as the last one. I picked up the bag, which turned out to be quite light, and I took off the bow. Opening it, I saw shifting white, and for a second I was sure it was more teeth. Looking closer, though, I saw the truth. Packing peanuts. Polystyrene packing peanuts, enough to fill the bag to capacity. I almost felt relieved, until I realized there was something else in there. Something making it heavier than a bag of polystyrene should be. I closed my eyes and reached in, expecting to find something horrible inside. My hand closed instead around cold metal, and I drew out a fist-sized lump of, I think it must have been copper or bronze. It had been roughly carved into the shape of a heart, but like a real heart, not like a Valentine's one. It was cold to the touch, like it had just come out of the freezer, and it almost stuck to my skin. Engraved on the side was the name Alan Parfit, the letters carved in with machine-like precision. That was the last sign of Alan I ever found, and as far as I'm aware, he's never been seen since. I gave the lump of metal to a friend of mine who works the medical waste run and owes me a favour. I asked him to throw it in with the shipment, as the medical incinerators burn hotter than any I have access to, and I figured that was my best shot at getting rid of it properly. I still work the Lancaster Road route, but since then there haven't been any more weird bags turning up at 93. Mostly I've just tried to forget about it. Statement ends.
Damn.
It's nice to have a statement where most of the particulars are easily verifiable. It comes with shorter supporting statements from David Attire and Matthew Wilkinson confirming the contents of the first 3 bags, as well as the details of Alan Parfit's behavior prior to his termination from the employment of local government. In an uncharacteristic example of actually dealing with modern technology, my predecessor had the good sense to make a copy of the final text conversation between Alan Parfit and Mr. Woodward. I had Martin conduct a follow-up interview with Mr. Woodward last week, but it was unenlightening. Apparently there have been no further bags at number 93, and in the intervening years he has largely discounted many of the stranger aspects of his experience. I wasn't expecting much, as time generally makes people inclined to forget what they would rather not believe. But at least I got Martin out of the Institute for an afternoon, which is always a welcome relief. Sasha had more luck following up with the old police reports. Alan Parfitt was reported as a missing person by his brother Michael on the 20th of August 2009, and his location remains unknown. The bag of teeth is also corroborated by the police reports of police constables Suresh and Altman, though they can provide no further details as they never made an arrest or even located any suspects. The medical report on the teeth themselves does give one puzzling detail. The teeth were confirmed to be human, but more than that, as far as the examiner was able to determine, they were all in different stages of decay and didn't match any available dental records, but all 2,780 of them were the exact same tooth. End recording.
Oh god, I love this. He hates Smart. He hates it, but it's, oh my god, this is such a good series, you guys. Okay, this might be a 24-hour stream. This might be a 24-hour stream. This might be a 24-hour stream. I know that some people are like, this is stupid. Some of you guys are like activated though. It might be a 24-hour stream, baby. Oh, it's so good. You have no idea what's coming. This was 8 years ago? Oh my god, little Grimmi. Oh my god. Trust me when I say it gets crazier and crazier, and you're just like, okay, that one was kind of a, like, not so important episode. No, it was. No, it was. Okay, no, it was. No, it was. You are mistaken. Okay, let's see here. We don't have that much gold, so we're gonna go really hard into shooting. Alright, baby. And let's see here. The rotating ice does really help for slowing everything down, but let's try to gather a lot this time. We'll do that. We'll do a lot of gathering this time. Oh my god. Okay, Agent Dragonfire, thank you for subscribing for 2 months. Oh, this is quite the series. Like, identical. Same exact tooth. Identical tooth. Same person, it sounds like, too. How can you get an entire trash bag of the same person's tooth? Like, that's where it gets weird and creepy. And you start to go like, I don't need to think about that, but this is their job. They gotta think about it, baby. They gotta think about it and they gotta get nervous. Ooh, it's good. Okay. And at different levels of decay, yeah, see, that's where it gets nuts. Let's, explosion size by 5%. We do have a lot of explosions. Increased dower damage. Let's get some on the front. Let's get some on the front here. Okay. Let's also re-roll this. We're not doing any, yeah, okay, good. Good stuff. Okay. And we'll do this too. This is a good work listen, even if it's draining my phone battery. Sorry, it's really good. You can also check it out. It's the Magnus Archives if you want to listen to it on your own. I'm trying not to like talk too much though and just giving commentary after, because god, this series is... Oh, it's one of my favorites. It's one of my favorites.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus
crap, I have no
Archive.
upgrades to my stuff. I'm gonna die. Forgot this was the hard one.
Episode 6 Squirm.
Zamora Fox, thank you for being here for 6 months. I greatly appreciate that, and I hope you're enjoying your day. And also, UNSC Saratoga, thank you for being here for 28 months. We're listening to the Magnus Archives. It's so good. It's so good, baby.
Statement of Timothy Hodge regarding his sexual encounter with one Harriet Lee and her subsequent death. Original statement given December 9th, 2014. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I don't know what happened. I'm sure she's dead, but I don't... Let me start from the beginning. I work as a designer, mainly freelance with a few more regular gigs with companies who like my work. I also had the luxury of a flat I'd managed to get set up so I could do most of my work there. This meant when I have a big job, I spent quite a lot of time not leaving my home. Not the most stable of employment, but I got quite good at balancing it so that after a big project I left myself a few days or maybe even a week before I had to get started on the next one. I find it's important that I use this time to unwind and blow off a bit of steam, as when I've got work I often end up missing out on the regular weekend. Drinking and clubbing are my relaxation methods of choice, usually down Camden or Old Street. And while I'll admit I'm not above the occasional party drug, I swear that I was stone cold sober when all this took place. That night in particular, it was about 3 weeks ago now. I'd just finished a big job for one of my more demanding clients and I wanted to get a bit wrecked. Unfortunately, none of my friends were free to join me, not surprising as it was a Thursday in the middle of November. So it didn't feel worth heading all the way into the city. Luckily, I live in Brixton, which means I have a few decent options almost on my doorstep. And I happened to know that the Dog Star ran a pretty decent club night on Thursdays. I decided to go along and enjoy myself. I did enjoy myself in the end, despite the crowds and the music. I wasn't feeling quite as wild as I expected, but I drank a bit and danced plenty. Okay, maybe I wasn't quite as sober as I said earlier, but I certainly wouldn't have called myself drunk. Now, I wasn't particularly looking to get laid that night, but I know I'm not an unattractive guy and I live local, so I'm always alert to any possibility of finding myself a partner.
Oh my.
It was closing in on midnight when I saw her. She was skinny and had that student look which could have put her age anywhere between 19 and 28.
Oh my.
Her hair was long, dyed a deep henna red, and she wore torn tights and too much eyeliner.
Hey.
Exactly the sort of girl I go for.
Be polite.
She was lurking on the dance floor, and I wasted no time trying to catch her eye. It was harder than I'd guessed.
She was wearing
her attention seemed to be mainly focused on the doors. At first, I thought she was waiting for someone, but the more I watched her, the more I saw the nervousness in her eyes. Maybe even fear. It was at that point she noticed me, and our eyes just locked, you know? She came over, and we began to dance together. She was excellent, far better than me, and moved in a smooth, rolling sort of rhythm that made the word writhe leap suddenly to my mind. I offered her a drink, but she refused, gesturing instead for water, which I happily got. I couldn't really hear her over the music, but you don't go to these nights for conversation. Besides, I heard her loud and clear when she leaned over and asked me if I wanted her. I said yes. Looking back, it was stupid, of course it was, but she was beautiful, and there was something in the way she moved that
he
really
started
got
thinking
me.
with his pee-pee. Don't do
She
that.
smiled when I said yes, and for a moment it looked less like a smile of anticipation, and more like a smile of relief. Outside the Dog Star, it was much quieter, and we had a chance to talk. She told me her name was Harriet, and she was very pleased to hear I live locally, as it was a cold night. She held my arm tightly as we walked back towards my street. At first I thought this was for warmth, as she didn't have a coat and I doubted the light jacket she was wearing had much insulation. When I looked at her, though, I saw she was looking around the same way she'd been watching the door earlier. Her nervousness was even more obvious now, and she was peering intently down every street we passed. I asked her if anything was wrong and tried to tell her that I lived in a nice neighborhood, she was perfectly safe, that sort of thing. She nodded and agreed, but still seemed jumpy. When we were about halfway, she started scratching her arms. At first I thought she was just rubbing them for warmth, but after a few seconds it became clear that she was scratching them quite hard, leaving obvious red marks where her fingernails dug in. I was starting to suspect something was wrong and asked Harriet if there was anything the matter, anything I should know. She just insisted we head back to my place as quickly as possible. I agreed, since I figured that whatever the problem was, we could deal with it easier in my flat than on the cold streets at midnight. By the time we reached my building, she was staring over her shoulder in near panic. I followed her gaze, but couldn't see anything, so quickly opened the front door and let her in.
This feels like It Follows, like she's trying to like bang someone because she's afraid. You know, like it's got the It Follows, I'm afraid and I'm banging vibe. Sounded like a good night to me, Grimmy? No, it sounds like he's gonna die. It sounds like he's afraid for his life. Ads time? What? Alright, Pumpkin, should we do ads? Should we do ads, Pumpkin? Do you like being in here, Pumpkin? Pumpkin? Kitty. Alright, we'll do the ads and we'll just make conversation until we can come back on the show. This is a really lovely show. She's a beautiful little creature, aren't you, Pumpkin? Pumpkin? Yeah, sniff those cheeps. Get some cheeps. How is Pumpkin tonight? Pumpkin's pretty good, aren't you, baby? She always looks at me like she doesn't know what's about to happen, but it's probably gonna be bad. Why do we bake cookies, cook bacon? Oh god, I want cookies really bad now. If I had the monster from It Follows following me, I wouldn't be scared. What would it do? Walk at me slowly until I bang someone? How scary. That's exactly what would happen, and if it ever caught you, it would beat you to death. That's the point. It would beat you to death. Does she have that round-eyed, faraway stare some cats have? Yes, but she's always looking at you with, like, a sense of, like, help me. Like, she loves direct eye contact. Her favorite thing in the world is eye contact. Right, Pumpkin? Although she seems fine right now. She likes being in here. If you look at Pumpkin's face, she always looks very startled and very sad. Just like, help me. She's very cute, though. She's a good kitty. I usually put pictures of her on my Twitter and stuff. If you guys have seen the cat that has, like, the, like, kind of, like, cream color on their face on one side, but they're mostly, like, a smoky, like, gray, that's her. I heard eye contact from pets is good if you're having a panic attack. That's nice. That's really nice. I think Pumpkin's usually having a panic attack, though. This might sound bad, but, like, you know how there's, like, pets that, like, they give you a sense of, like, alleviating your anxiety? Pumpkin kind of, needs that from people. So she likes to have a sense of anxiety alleviated by you being her seeing eye dog, essentially. Or not seeing eye dog, but I guess emotional support animal. You're her emotional support human. Maybe you're her pet and it's the eye contact she needs. Yeah, she needs a lot of eye contact. Hi, baby. You enjoying it in here? Yeah, you look around. It's relaxing, huh? No sounds? Yeah. No fast movements? Yeah. I'm not gonna yell either. We're gonna just relax, baby. Yeah, you can go and sniff anything you want. She's having a good time today. The pet's job is to be actively mentally ill, so you don't have to. She is very not doing so hot, but she is very cute. Like, really cute. Pumpkin's an angel, dude. She's like one of the sweetest kitties ever. Hi, Pumpkin. Hi. Yeah, it's okay. Okay, she got her eye contact. She can be in here now. Alright. I've recently been putting her on gabapentin, though. She's a big fan of gabapentin. That seems to be, like, her big thing now. Oh, okay. She went in my, like, little recording area, and now she's hanging out in there. She's a big fan of gabapentin. The other cats are a little bit too much for her, and when they try to play with her, she gets scared, but they've learned, and now they, like, lay down next to her when she wants to. Instead of, like, chasing her, they just drop to the ground and, like, sit there, like... This sounds insane, but the other cats are just like, okay, she's nervous, so they drop to the ground around her like they're dead, and, like, they try not to look at her or move. And then they just kind of try not to look at her, and they just wait for her to be comfortable enough to sniff them, and then they lightly move their arm a little bit, and that's how they play. Oh, she's the elephant. No, they're just very nice cats. They're very nice cats. Alright, let's see if this guy trying to bang this lady dies. Oh, then walk into the door and go in with them. That's so cute, Witch. Oh, cats are so sweet. Your cats are more emotionally intelligent than I am. They're very sweet animals. I spent a lot of time with them as they were kittens, the oranges. So they became very upstanding young men, I think.
She
Very
seemed to relax a bit once we were both in the relatively warm corridor with the door shut firmly behind us. My flat was on the 3rd floor, and even though, as I said, I don't live in a bad area, I did have an extra deadlock on my door. Harriet visibly relaxed when she saw it, and more so when it was closed. The skittish glances and scratching her arms stopped almost immediately. I offered her a coffee or tea to warm up. She just asked for a glass of water, said she was feeling a bit unwell. We sat down, and once I'd fetched her water and fixed myself a coffee, we talked for a while. My instincts had been right. She was a student studying art. She hadn't been in London long, she said, was originally from Salisbury, and had been finding it difficult recently. When she left that pause, I saw in her eyes hints of that panic I'd seen on the street. I asked her to tell me what was wrong. Said something was clearly bothering her and I'd like to help.
Need some sort of...
She got very quiet for a few moments and then nodded. She told me she'd been mugged the night before last, although the way she said the word mugged made it sound like she wasn't sure. I just nodded and let her continue talking. She lived up an archway on a street named Elthorne Road and had been walking home around midnight when she saw a woman lying face down on the pavement. This woman wore a long red dress, and Harriet said she could see it shifting in the orange glow of the street lamps, as though something was moving underneath it. Harriet was close to her house, which she shared with several other students, so she said she was maybe less careful than she should have been, and had approached, calling out and asking if the woman needed help. There was no response, but all movement stopped, and the red dress went very still. Suddenly, far quicker than Harriet could have expected, the woman leapt to her feet and sprinted directly towards her, seizing her by the shoulders and pushing her back against a nearby wall.
Oh my goodness.
It happened so fast that Harriet said she had never really gotten a good look at the woman beyond her dress, a head of long matted black hair and wide staring eyes. The woman growled something at her, but Harriet couldn't make it out. She tried to ask what the mugger wanted, but as she did, she felt a sudden pain in her stomach as though she'd been stabbed, which is exactly what she thought had happened. She told me that she had fallen to the ground and lost consciousness almost immediately. When she awoke, the woman in the red dress was gone. Harriet had expected to find herself lying in a pool of blood from her stomach wound, but could instead find no trace of any injury anywhere, except for some scraped knees where she had fallen to the floor. She had staggered home and tried to sleep it off. Since then, she said she'd been seeing that woman everywhere she went. She felt like she was being followed all the time and couldn't stay in her own home, so whenever she did, it was like this weight was dragging her down. Her skin became so itchy as to be nearly unbearable. Harriet had apparently tried to go to the police, but said as she approached the station she was overcome with such a powerful nausea that she threw up on the pavement. She had tried the hospital, but they just told her there was nothing obvious and to make an appointment with her doctor. She had been spending the last 3 days just wandering in cafes and bars and clubs, anywhere there were enough people that she felt safe. She just didn't know what to do. By now, Harriet was crying, and I felt like a complete asshole for having brought the issue up. I mumbled some apologies. I don't know what I said. I was just trying to make her feel better. Not sure what I expected to happen, but I certainly didn't expect her to kiss me at that moment. I know, she was vulnerable.
When bitch is afraid, sorry, I'm gonna say it like in a way that's misogynistic. When bitch is afraid, they do tend to do this. GGG, thank you so much for being here for 18 months. A year and a half. Thank you. A year and a half of afraid bitches. How are you? Yes, hoes scared tend to start going like, oh my god, I love you. I'm so scared. Can I move in with you? Like, afraid bitches tend to do that. So, just as a heads up, I'm not saying you should go look for afraid bitches. I'm just saying this is very common for afraid bitches. Okay. Are you so misogynistic? I don't think that's a good thing for a woman to be. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get better.
I feel like But I swear I wasn't trying to take advantage. I asked her again and again if she was sure, but she just kept nodding and dragged me to the bedroom.
She really is,
I
it
mean,
follows.
we had sex. There's not much more to say about that, really. The important thing is what happened afterwards. As we were lying there in bed, exhausted, I rested my head against her shoulder. I was about to say something or other, but before I could, I felt something move. It's hard to describe exactly, but it wasn't her shoulder that moved. It was something inside it, under the skin. It squirmed ever so slightly against my cheek.
It's following.
I shot up in bed, but the only indication that she'd noticed anything amiss was that she reached over and absent-mindedly scratched where I'd been lying. I started to relax, lie down again. Maybe I just imagined it, but...
No, it's following.
At that moment, she doubled over and groaned in sudden pain. Her eyes went wide, and she clutched her stomach tightly. I tried to see what was wrong, asked if I could help, but she just pushed me away. I had no idea what to do, so I ran out and towards the bathroom. My mind was going completely blank, and I couldn't remember whether I had any painkillers or indigestion medicine, or should I be calling an ambulance? I wasn't sure, and I ended up rooting through my medicine cabinet looking for, I don't know, anything that might have helped. I could still hear Harriet moaning in agony from the bedroom, and had just made up my mind to call for an ambulance when I heard something that stopped me dead in my tracks. It's hard to really describe the sound that came from the bedroom. The closest I could come would be to say it sounded like an egg being dropped onto a stone floor. A sort of wet, cracking thump. And then silence. Harriet was no longer making any noise at all. I slowly, very slowly walked back towards the bedroom. The door was open, but I hadn't turned the light on, so there was little to be seen inside except darkness. I could have turned on the light in the hall, I suppose, but something inside made me think that I didn't want a good look inside that room. I stopped at the threshold. The only illumination at all came from a thin sliver of light coming in through the gap in the curtains from a street lamp outside. You'll have to excuse me. What I saw is difficult to put down on paper, but it's the only way to explain why I had to do it. Why setting my flat alight and standing naked in the winter streets until the fire brigade arrived was far better than spending another second in that place.
What?
No. And yes, I admit here I set the fire myself. Show it to the police for all I care, I just need someone to understand. The room was unrecognizable when I returned. There was a shape on the bed where Harriet had laid, but it wasn't her anymore. I could barely make out anything, even remotely human, in the pile of pitted and warped flesh that now remained. The bed itself was slick and shiny with a dark fluid that dripped off the hanging sheets and onto the floor. But what truly repulsed me, what made me flee as I did, was what moved and squirmed on all of it. They covered every surface, the floor, the bed, what used to be Harriet, even the ceiling. A thick, moving carpet of pale, writhing worms. The flat burned for a very long time. Statement ends. This story is concerning, not because of Mr. Hodges' experience, although I'm sure it was very upsetting, if it was true, of course. In fact, the police report that Sasha was able to acquire throws doubt on much of his story. While Mr. Hodges' flat did indeed catch fire on November 20th of last year, there was apparently no evidence of arson and no human remains found inside, despite the fact that the fire was brought under control long before any significant damage was done to the structure of the building. They did find some charred organic matter in the bedroom, but it was tested and apparently wasn't human, though the report doesn't list whether its source was ever determined.
She was
I
dead
will
in
say
worms.
it does link up with the reported disappearance of one Harriet Lee, a student at Roehampton, who was reported missing shortly after this statement was originally given. She seems to match the description given here. Still, that's not really what concerns me either, though obviously it's a tragic loss of life, etc., etc. No. What I find quite alarming is that if Mr. Hodges' recollection of Harriet's tale is correct, and she was attacked by a woman in a red dress in Archway, then that matches the description and last known location of Jane Prentice. I can't find any evidence that my predecessor took follow-up action on this statement, so I've taken the step of reporting Mr. Hodges to the ECDC. We were unable to locate him to request a follow-up interview, and if he has had intercourse with one of Prentice's victims, then they'll need to deal with him sooner rather than later. I just hope it's not too late already. Recording ends.
She's worms, baby. She's worms, baby. Oh crap, this is an incredibly good one with her this build. Okay, we're gonna throw this on here too. She's worms, baby. Report him to ACDC. No, it's oh, you can actually stand on your little tower after a certain point and just kill people. Cool. So that one, I think it was implying that that lady had been, McMurdered, like something really weird was going on. We don't exactly know what it is yet, but we know it was something very strange and very odd and unnerving. I think she, encountered someone and was cursed and then turned into, like, an abomination. And when she was around him, she didn't seem to notice that yet. Or maybe she just hadn't been turned fully yet. STD curse? Maybe. Maybe he's worms too now. Maybe. So the worms were self-aware enough to get a woman away from the police? I think it was like she was like worms already, but she hadn't fully become worms. Does that make sense? We're not going to use the shop just because we have like so much money and it's making us more powerful, but I'm just letting you guys know, like our... Holy crap. This is the first time I haven't had to move. Oh, no, I don't have to move. That being said, we might still get ice just for like the final little bits of it because it can get really scary if you don't have ice to like slow down incoming monsters and stuff. Oh dear god. There you go, baby. There you go. This looks like a relaxing game. It's very relaxing. I'm a huge fan of this game. This is just like a very relaxing little time. You know how people play balloons? I think I like this game. I think this might be my balloons. I like it. Smash that in there. Finally, baby. More. Finally, some more. We are now going to be McMurdering. Oh yeah, McMurdering. But I'm feeling relaxed. Yeah, this is a very nice little podcast too. This is the Magnus Archives. Every episode you learn a little bit about things and you like kind of start to figure out more about the world. We're now going into the Piper. Oh, they think the next one's my favorite one after this one. Oh yeah, this is going to be a 24-hour stream. I know it's not for everyone, but it's for me. Trust me, baby, trust me. Oops.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives.
Attack speed 84% too.
Episode 7 The Piper.
First an early morning stream, now a 24-hour stream, girlies. This is a good show is the thing. I'm gonna read, or I'm not reading, but I'm gonna listen to as much as I can, so it's really just... Money! Look at that. God is gracious. Even more power.
Statement of
The
Staff
money builds in
Sergeant
this are
Clarence
insane.
Berry regarding his time serving with Wilfred Owen in the Great War. Original statement given November 6th, 1922. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. A lot of people call me lucky, you know. Not many came through the entirety of the war in one piece, and if you discount the burns, then I did indeed do just that.
Oh, God.
Even fewer spent all 4 years at the front, like I did. I was never sent for treatment for shell shock or injury, and even my encounter with the German flamethrower only ended up with me in a frontline hospital at Wipers. I was still in that field hospital when the fighting started at the Somme, so I suppose that was lucky too. 4 years. I sometimes feel like I'm the only one who saw the whole damn show from start to finish, as though I alone know the Great War in all its awful glory. But deep down I know that honor, such as it is, has to go to Wilfred. You wouldn't have thought it from his poems, but all told, his time at the front totaled not much over a year. Yet he got to know the war in a way I never did. He's certainly the only person I know that ever saw the Piper. I grew up poor, on the streets of Salford, so I joined the army as soon as I was old enough. I know you've heard the stories of brave lads signing up at 14, but this was before the war started, so there wasn't such a demand for manpower, and the recruiters were much more scrupulous about making sure those enlisting were of age. Even so, I was almost too skinny for them to take me, and barely made the required weight. But in the end I made it through, and after my training was assigned to the Manchester Regiment, 2nd Battalion, and it wasn't long before we were shipped off to France with the British Expeditionary Force. You seem like educated sorts, so I'm sure you read in the papers how that went. Soon enough, though, the trenches were dark and the boredom started to set in. Now, boredom is fine, understand, when the alternative are bombs, snipers, and gas attacks, but months at a time sitting in a waterlogged hole in the ground hoping your foot doesn't start swelling, well, it has a quiet terror all its own. Wilfred came to us in July of 1916. I'm not intimately familiar with his history, but he clearly came from stock good enough to be assigned as a probationary 2nd lieutenant. I was a sergeant at the time, so had the job of giving him the sort of advice and support that a new officer needs from an NCO with 2 years of mud under his nails. That notwithstanding, I will admit to taking a dislike to the man when I first met him. He outranked me and most of the others in the trench in both military and social terms, and he seemed to treat the whole affair with an airy contempt. There's a sort of numbness you adopt after months or years of bombing, a deliberate blankness which I think offended him. He was unfailingly polite, far more so than I was accustomed to in the Flanders mud, where the conversations, such as they were coarse and bleak. Yet under this politeness I could feel him dismiss out of hand any suggestion that I gave him or report that I made. It came as no surprise to me when he mentioned he wrote poetry. To be perfectly honest, I expected him to be dead within a week. To Wilfred's credit, he made it almost a year before anything horrendous happened to him, and by the following spring I'd venture to say that we might almost have been able to call each other friends. He'd been composing poetry during this time, of course, and occasionally would read it out to some of the men. They generally enjoyed it, but personally I thought it was dreadful. There was an emptiness to it, and every time he tried to put the war into words it just sounded trite, like there was no soul to what he had to say. He would often talk about his literary aspirations and how he longed to be remembered, to take what this war truly was and immortalize it. Were I prone to flights of fancy, I dare say I would call his words portentous. When he talked like that, he had an odd habit of trailing off in the middle of the conversation, the tilt of his head, as though his attention had been taken by a far-off sound.
I get that.
The spring thaw had just recently passed when it happened, and we were on the offensive. Our battalion was near Savvy Wood when the orders came down. We were to attack the Hindenburg line. Our target was a trench on the west side of St. Quentin. It was a quiet march. Even at this stage there was often still some excitement when the orders came down for action, even if it was usually stifled by that choking fear that you got when waiting for the whistle. Yet that morning there was something different in the air, an oppressive dread. We'd made this attack before, and knew that the change from the valley exposed us to artillery fire, and artillery was always the scariest part of it for me. Bayonets you could dodge, bullets you could duck, even gas you could block out if you were lucky, but artillery? All you could do against artillery was pray. Even Wilfred felt it, I could tell. He was usually quite talkative before combat, morbid, but always talkative. That morning he didn't say a word. I tried to talk with him, raise his spirits as is a sergeant's duty, but he just held up his hand to quiet me, and turned his head to listen.
You can't do that to a surgeon.
At the time, I didn't know what it was he was hearing, but it kept him silent.
Can they execute you?
Even when we crested the ridge and the rest of us tried to drown out the deafening thrum of artillery with our own charging cry,
That was in the
even
game.
then he made no sound. The ground shook with the impact of the mortar shells, and I ran from foxhole to crater to foxhole, keeping my head low to avoid the bullets. As I ran, I felt a shooting pain in my ankle and pitched forward into the mud. Looking down, I saw I'd been caught by a length of barbed wire, half hidden by the damp upturned soil. I felt a surge of panic begin to overtake me and frantically tried to remove the wire from my leg, but only succeeded in getting my hand scratched up quite badly. I looked around desperately to see if there was anyone else nearby who could help. And there, not 20 yards in front of me, I saw Wilfred standing, his face blank, and his head swaying to some unheard rhythm. And then I did hear it, gently riding over the pulse of mortars and the rattle of guns and the moans of dying men, a faint, piping melody. I could not have told you whether it was bagpipes or panpipes or some instrument I had never heard before, but its whistling tune was unmistakable. It struck me with the deepest sadness and a gentle, creeping fear. And in that moment I knew what was about to happen. I looked at Wilfred, and as our eyes met, I saw that he knew as well. I heard a single gunshot, much louder than any of the others somehow, and I saw him go stiff, his eyes wide. And then the mortar blast hit him. He was lost in an eruption of mud and earth. I had plenty of time to mourn him, lying in that dreadful hole until nightfall, when I could free my leg as quietly and gently as possible before crawling back to our trench. He was slow going. Every time a flare went up, I could only lay motionless and pray. But the good Lord saw fit to let me reach our line relatively unscathed. I was quickly bundled off to the field hospital, which was overburdened as always. They didn't have much in the way of medicine or staff to spare, and certainly no beds free, so they washed my wounds with iodine, bandaged them, and sent me on my way, told me to come back if I got gangrene. I did have a look around the place to see if I could find Wilfred, but there was no sign of him to be found anywhere. Asking around the trench, no one had seen him return among the wounded, so I began to reconcile myself to the fact that he was dead. He wasn't the first friend I'd lost to the Germans, nor even the first I'd seen die in front of me, but something about that strange music that I heard in the moments before that explosion lingered in my mind, and left me dwelling on Wilfred in many a quiet moment. It was probably about a week and a half later I heard shouting from the end of the trench. It was a scouting party who had been reconnoitering the river that flowed near Savvy Wood. Apparently they had found a wounded officer lying in a shell hole there and brought him back. I made my way over and was astounded to see that it was Wilfred. His uniform was torn and burned, he was covered with blood, and his eyes had a distant, far-off expression to them. But he was most definitely alive. I rode with him back up to the field hospital, along with the corporal of the squad who had found him. Apparently he had been lying in that hole for days, ever since the battle. They'd found him there, half dead from dehydration and fatigue, covered in the gore of another soldier. Whatever shell had created the hole he'd ended up in had clearly annihilated some other poor soul, and it was in his gory remnants that Wilfred had lain for almost 2 weeks. I waited outside the hospital tent while he was being treated. The doctor came out shortly, a grave look on his face. He told me the lieutenant was physically unharmed, something I considered at the time nothing short of a miracle, but that he had one of the worst cases of shell shock the doctor had ever encountered, and would have to be shipped back to England for recuperation. I asked him if I could see him, and the doctor consented, though he warned me that Wilfred hadn't said a word since he'd been brought in. As soon as I stepped inside the medical tent, I was overwhelmed by the sweet scent of decaying flesh and the moans of pain and despair. The sharp smell of the disinfectant brought back unpleasant memories of chlorine gas attacks. Still, I eventually found my way over to Wilfred's bed, and sure enough, there he was, staring silently out at the world, though with an intensity that alarmed me. I followed his gaze to a bed nearby, and there I saw a private I didn't recognize. His forehead was slick with sweat, and his chest rose and fell quickly, then abruptly stopped. I realized with a start that a man had just died, and nobody had noticed except Wilfred. I tried to engage him in conversation, rattled off a few meaningless pleasantries. How are you doing, old man? Heard you had a bit of a close call, glad you found yourself a crump hole, all that sort of nonsense. None of it seemed to produce any reaction in him. And instead he turned to me, and after a long while he simply said, "I met the war." I told him that he certainly had. Not many walk away from something like that, and lying in that hole so long, surrounded by all that death, well, he had definitely met the war, and it was a rotten bloody business. But Wilfred just shook his head like I didn't understand. And to be honest, I was starting to feel like I didn't. And he told me again that he met the war. He said it was no taller than I was. It struck me that perhaps he was describing some dreadful mirage that had come upon him as he lay in that wretched place. And I asked him to tell me what the war looked like. I remember exactly what he said. He told me it had 3 faces, one to play its pipes of scrimshawed bone, one to scream its dying battle cry, and one that would not open its mouth. For when it did, blood and sodden soil flowed out like a waterfall. Those arms that did not play the pipes were gripping blades and guns and spears, while others raised their hands in futile supplication of mercy, and one in a crisp salute. It wore a tattered coat of wool, olive green where it was not stained black, and beneath nothing could be seen but a body, beaten, slashed, and shot, until nothing remained but the wounds themselves. I had heard quite enough by this point and said so to Wilfred, but if he heard me, he gave no indication of it.
I didn't want to interrupt because that's I like that depiction of, like, I guess horsemen in general and stuff. Not that, like, it's actually like a physical thing that would manifest, but it's something you can see kind of on the peripheral of, like, when you're on the verge of death, I guess. Like, that as a concept seems really cool. Like, we don't have really enough depictions of that kind of thing. But we do have a physical depiction of it, actually. I think I retweeted this the other day, so let me find it real fast. My Twitter where I complain about stuff and I just enjoy life is over here, so... let's see if I can find this really quick. Someone did an amazing piece of fan art for it. But I do retweet a lot of stuff on here. Find someone who looks at you the way Grimmi looks into the space while thinking about the inflection of Revelations. It's really... it's good. It's good, baby. It's good. Let me try to find them. I'm gonna find it. Okay, it might be a little further up. Okay, cool. Oh, is this it? Yes, I found it! I think this is the coolest fan art I've seen. Let me, there we go. Here. I'm about to show you what it looks like. How cool is that? Oh, Jack, thank you for the 100 bits. 3 cheers for enjoying life. You find it if you try. Absolutely. Oh, that one's so cool. I would like buy a print of this even. I don't think this artist sells prints. I can check, but also I should give this artist credit for their work. This was in ballpoint pen on paper. This was in ballpoint pen, by the way. Ballpoint pen. Yeah. Ballpoint pen. I'm gonna actually pan it just because there's so many good details on it. You can see them staring at them. You can see the dog tags of, like, the person. Ballpoint pen. Reminds you of the Indian deity with arms? Cool. Who is this drawn by? I just posted the link. I just posted the link right here. In fact, I'll pin it for a few minutes. There you go, baby. There you go. Yeah, it's kind of like Shiva, yeah. And again, thank you, Jack, for the 100 bits. Yeah, absolutely, really beautiful. Okay, we can get back into it. I just wanted to show you guys that, because it's really cool when you hear about it, though. I don't think, like, it's a beautiful piece, but I think without hearing that first, it kind of loses it.
Told me that the war, the Piper, had come to claim him, and he had begged to remain. The thing had paused its tune for but a moment. With one of its arms, it reached out and handed him a pen. He said he knew it would return for him someday, but now he too would live to play its tune. The way he looked at me at that moment was the same way he'd looked at me before the shell hit. For a moment, I could have sworn I once again heard that music on the breeze. I left almost immediately after that, and was later told that he'd been shipped back to Britain to recuperate at Craig Lockhart. The other men grumbled about officers' perks and a nice holiday for the lieutenant, but they didn't know what he'd been through, and I found it very hard to envy him myself. At one point I asked some of the squad who brought him back whether he'd been holding a pen when they found him, but they told me he hadn't. The only thing they'd found nearby were the tags of the dead man among his remains, a man named Joseph Rayner. And for a long while that was that. Wilfred was back at home recovering and taking on lighter duties while I slogged on through the mud of Flanders. I had a few close calls myself, including the flamethrower that marked me so distinctively. Could have been worse, of course. If the rain hadn't almost liquefied the mud of no man's land, I'd have gone up like a lucifer. I did start to notice something among the troops, though. Every time we lined up to go over the top, I would watch them, look into their faces. Most of them showed naught but the starkest fear, of course, but a few of them seemed distant. The whistle would startle them back to themselves, and with wide eyes they would surge forward. I had seen this before all that business with Wilfred, but had always assumed it was simply the mind trying to choke down the likelihood of its own death. Now, when I watched, I found I could not help but notice the slight tilt of the head, as though gently straining their ears to hear a far-off tune. Those men never made it back to the trenches.
The Piper.
You know the phrase, to pay the piper? I thought on it a lot those many months. The debt of Hamlin, who for their greed had their children taken from them, never to be returned. Did you know Hamlin is a real place in Germany? Yes, not too far from Hanover, as I recall. We had a prisoner once from there. I wanted to ask him about the old fairy tale and what, if anything, he knew of the Piper. The poor soul didn't speak a word of English, though, and died from an infected shrapnel wound a few days later.
Oh no.
He spent his last minutes humming a familiar tune.
Ooh.
That night, as we scrambled through mud and broken metal in another futile attack, I began to wonder, were we the children stolen from their parents by the Piper's tune? Or were we the rats that were led to the river and drowned because they ate too much of the wealthy's grain? Still, those are musings for poets, among whom I do not number. I did keep up with the Wilfred's work, though, and was startled to see how much it had changed since he left. Where once it could have been dismissed as frivolous, there was now a tragedy to it that flowed from the words. Even now I can't hear Exposure without being back in that damned trench at wintertime. And the public clearly felt similar, as one of the few newspapers we actually got through to the line had an extensive article praising his first collection. Despite all this, there was something about it that sat uneasily with me. Wilfred returned to the 2nd Manchesters in July of 1918. He was clearly much changed from his time away, and seemed to be in good enough spirits, though we talked little anymore, and when he looked at me, I saw in his eyes a fear that he was quick to hide. The war was grinding towards a close at this point. There was a fatigue that could be felt everywhere. Even the enemy machine guns felt slower and more begrudging in their fire. But this charged our commanders to spur us on to more and more aggressive actions, some desperate attempt to push Germany into a surrender, I suppose, and our attacks grew to a crescendo. On the first day of October, we were ordered to storm the enemy position at Joncourt. I remember the weather that day was beautiful, a last day of sunshine before autumn pressed in. We charged with some success, as I believe the German artillery hadn't been lined up correctly. And for the first time since his return, I found myself fighting alongside Wilfred. I can say without a word of a lie that across all the war, I never saw a soldier fight with such ferocity as I saw in him that day. I hasten to add that statement is not given in admiration. The savagery I saw in him as he tore into a man with his bayonet, I'd just as soon forget it. As he charged, he howled a terrible battle cry, and just for a moment, I could have sworn that I saw him cast a shadow that was not his own. I read in the paper he won the Military Cross for that attack. It was a month later that I woke up to find him sitting next to my bed. He stared at me, not unkindly, though there was something in his eye that put me ill at ease. "Almost over now, Clarence," he said to me. I said yes, it did seem to be all coming to an end. He smiled and shook his head. He sat there quietly for some time. At one point a flare burst in the sky outside, and enough of that stark red light came through the dugout's makeshift doorway for me to see that Wilfred was crying. I knew he was listening to the Piper's tune. He asked me if I heard it, and I told him no, I didn't. And I wasn't sure I ever really had. He nodded and said he didn't know which of us was the lucky one. And neither did I. Still don't, really. Wilfred Owen died crossing the canal at Saint-Broas 2 days later. There wasn't meant to be much, if any, resistance, but some of the soldiers stationed there returned fire. I found myself crouching behind him as the captain, who had been shot in the hip, was pulled to safety. As we prepared to charge, Wilfred stopped all at once and turned to me with a smile on his face. At that moment, I saw a trickle of blood start to flow from an opening hole in his forehead. I feel like I should make this clear. I have seen many people get shot. I know what it looks like and how a bullet hole appears. But here the bullet hole simply opened, like an eye, and he fell to the ground, dead. It was told to me later that it was on that day the first overtures of peace were made between the nations, and the armistice was signed almost exactly a week later. We were shipped home soon after. I believe it was not merely on that day, but at that very moment when Wilfred fell, that the peace was finally assured. No one can convince me otherwise. Did the Piper spare him before? Did it simply use him later to cast him aside?
Oh,
I don't know.
there's some spooky stuff.
And I try not to think about it overmuch. I have a wife now and a child on the way, but I still get nightmares sometimes. The parade for Armistice Day passed by my house last year, and I had to shut my window tight when the military band marched past. It wasn't a tune I cared to hear. Statement ends. Well, if further evidence was needed of my predecessor's disorganization, here we
Holy
have
crap.
it. A statement from 1922 filed
Holy
among
crap.
the 2000.
Okay, no, main character, stop. Oh my god. Thank you, GGG, for the 100 bits. That was one of my favorites. It was intense. Yes, that's not my favorite one, though. I think my favorite one's the next one. The next one is horrifying. That was good. I wasn't kidding when I said the Magnus Archive just gets better and better. It gets crazy scary. Yeah, also, I didn't want to, just turn the game off completely with, the sounds, so we're listening to those as we play. I couldn't really think of, a way that we could listen to these before, because you're supposed... I don't want to be the type of person that just puts on media and then doesn't do anything. So I figured this was, a good middle ground, because that was haunting. That was haunting! I have love listening to horror podcasts in the morning when I go to work, and now I have more to listen to. Yeah, honestly, and if you guys want to listen to this on your own, this is the Magnus Archives. Oh, I'm thoroughly haunted. It's a haunting episode. I love how they make it, like, just so personal to, like, the main characters, and then also so personal to the people going through it. Like, I think that horror isn't, like, in, like, how gruesome or, like, twisted or, like, gross something is in terms of, like, how visceral something is. It's in the anticipation. And not only is the anticipation of this so intense, the payoff is more anticipation and more anxiety and more fear, because we don't know what that person went through, but we do know that they were suffering immensely, knowing that their time was coming, and also getting visions of, like, their death, and, like, oh my god. Oh, I should do a re-listen to the Magnus Archives this Christmas? Oh, absolutely. It's been a while since I heard the earlier episodes. What sucks is, like, you have to listen to it twice to get the most out of it. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so good. I'm so happy that you guys are enjoying this. Like, it's bringing a tear to my eye. Some of these episodes, they're so good.
Obviously, there's not much research or further investigation to be done into a case almost 100 years old,
That's 18
especially when it involves so well-documented a figure as Wilfred Owen. Still, an interesting enough tale. And I feel like I recognize the name Joseph Rayner from somewhere, though for the life of me I couldn't say where. I've had the case returned to its proper location in the archives. Recording ends.
Oh, really, Auntie? That's interesting. It's very, very interesting. And then
the
a third
Magnus
time when you start the
Archives
second
is a
series,
podcast
yes.
distributed by rustyquill.com. And
Okay, let me see. This is 26. Is this my favorite one? No, but this one's good. This one's good. That one was one of the... Oh my god, I love that one. We're gonna be here until we get to the episode I like a lot. We might be here until 6 a.m. I'm not making any promises. There's something wrong with me. So how many episodes are we in? We're on the 8th one now. So this upcoming one is 8th. And we're gonna also run some ads just so it doesn't get cut off in the middle like it has been a few times. Thank you so much, Yama. That's a very good idea. So, is it your favorite or no? My favorite is the one with the caves. I thought this was it, but no, I don't think it is. My favorite one is the one with the caves. People will probably remember the one with the caves if they've listened to this before, because that one's horrifying. That one's so not fun. So, good night then. Sleep well. 0x539. Sleep well. Yeah. The one... Okay, I don't want to spoil it, though. Because I have work in 5 hours. Oh, please get some rest. I'm so sorry. Your favorite one is always the next one? I'm gonna find it. The war one is also just horrific and terrifying. It's also really interesting just because, like, these are characters that are, like, older. And, running 2 minutes of ads now. Let's go, baby! They're older characters, and then they're also, like, not usually in a profession where they're horrified of something beyond their comprehension. I think people in the military are usually, like, very, like, stoic and intense individuals. Like, stuff like that. Like, not always, but, like, it's usually just, like, if someone's going into combat, they're like, I'm not afraid of anything, I gotta get through this, or I'm pushing through my fear, and I'm finding something big to live for and, big to, like, care about. So to have someone just be absolutely horrified just being around someone going, like, something is wrong. Hi, Pumpkin, what's wrong? Oh, you are so puffy. Hi, my lump. What's wrong, Pumpkin? It's okay, Pumpkin. Slow blinkies. It's okay, slow blinkies. You're alright, Pumpkin. It's okay. Yeah, you're a good girl. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay, Pumper Rump. You're okay. She gets very nervous sometimes. She needs some eye contact. I love the cadence of this guy's speech. Reminds me a lot of the villain from Serenity. Oh, interesting. World War I soldiers were essentially, conscripts. They were more or less press-ganged into fighting by local aristocrat. Oh, no. If you like engaging but dense reading, The Hour of Our Death by Philip Aries is an incredible study of the last 1,000 years or so of European death culture. Oh, interesting. I wonder how we're gonna die. I'll probably die of old age, which I don't love the concept of, to be real with you. Or I'll go completely insane. I think that it's one or the other. Stoic and intense, Grimmi, those guys are far from it. Watch some channels from veterans and active duty. Oh, they always get shenanigans and such. That's true. That is very true. I guess maybe the generals then? Maybe not. Maybe he was just, maybe the generals are intense too. I'll get a heart attack? You should start exercising. Cats are love, cats are life, cats are wonderful. I think my favorite TMA is the one where they mention the hive. Ooh, that one's very good. Okay, I'm so excited. We might be up for another 24 hours. Okay. I don't care about how I die. I just want to make it quick once it happens. That's fair. Hopefully we last long enough to achieve android bodies. Oh god, no, I don't want that. I played Soma. Play Soma. You won't want that anymore. I'd rather die somewhere nice outside, no hospital for me. That also sounds very nice, yeah. Also, yes, he narrates the Slay the Princess game, which I didn't know. Thank you, Sayachan. I think, you know who he reminds me of? Frank Miller. He reminds me a lot of Frank Miller. I think that's the name of the guy. He did a lot of really good audiobooks. I was a gigantic fan of his. As an active soldier getting out, we're idiots. People have different... Oh! Uh-oh. Thank you for being so honest, though. And, I hope you liked that last episode. That was probably... I don't know, that's my favorite piece of military horror. Just... I really like that one. We back in it, baby. We back in it.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 8. Burned Out.
Statement of Ivo Lensic regarding his experiences during construction of a house on Hilltop Road, Oxford. Original statement given March 13th, 2007. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I've worked in construction for almost 20 years now, mostly in and around the Oxford area. When my father passed away in 1996, I took over his contracting business and have been working steadily ever since. I can do most anything I'm called on for, but generally specialize in new builds, plumbing and wiring work specifically. And I've got something of a reputation for being available at short notice, so it's not unusual for me to be called in partway through a build to do some work.
Well, that's cool.
When I got the job working on a
Sounds bad
house
for your
down Hilltop
work-life
Road
balance.
in mid-November, nothing about the situation seemed strange to me. The guy they had doing the wiring had been called for jury duty and they'd lost him for a couple of weeks, so they asked me to step in. I was on another job during the day, but my fiancée Sam was at a conference in Hamburg for a while, and we were saving up for the wedding, so I figured I could do it in the evenings. Now, Hilltop Road is quite a secluded street around the Cowley area. There aren't many student houses on it, so it's actually quite a peaceful place, especially after all the kids living there have gone to bed.
Nice.
The house itself had only recently been started, as some dispute over ownership had kept the land locked for years, and when I turned up it was still mostly empty. It had 2 floors, with a loft that was going to be another bedroom to match the rest of the road.
Like they're
Doors had been fitted, although the locks had not. The empty spaces where the windows were due to be still stood vacant, letting in the chill. That side of the road backed onto South Park, with fences marking the bottom of each garden. The garden of this particular house was mostly full of building materials and debris, but I remember that standing over it all was a tree. It was very large and very dead. And not to put too fine a point on it, the thing creeped me right the hell out. It seemed to cast odd shadows, which were dark and clear on even the most overcast of days. But it wasn't the tree that started it, though. No, that happened my 3rd night on the job. It must have been 8 or 9 in the evening, as it had been dark for a couple of hours. I was working on the ground floor wiring when I heard a knock at the front door. At first I thought it must have been one of the other builders who had forgotten something, but then I realized that there was no lock on the door. Any of the others would have known that and just come right in. I began to feel slightly uneasy when the knock came again. Over the years, I've had a few altercations with punks that wanted to cause trouble on my site, so I picked up a hammer as I approached. I did my best to hold it casually, as though I'd just been using it. I opened the door to see an unassuming man in a tan coat. He was quite young, white, maybe mid-20s, clean-shaven with shaggy chestnut brown hair. His coat was quite an old cut. It seemed to me he looked like something out of an old Polaroid. He said his name was Raymond Fielding, and that he owned the house. As he spoke, I felt my grip on the hammer tightening, although I have no idea why. I asked him if he had any ID or documents, and he handed over to me what seemed, as far as I could tell, to be the deed to the house, as well as the land beneath, and did indeed list a man named Raymond Fielding as the owner. So I let him in. I apologized for the draft and said the window panes were being put in over the next few days, but until then it was going to be cold. He didn't respond, just walked over to the empty frame of the back window and stared out into the garden. I tried to get on with my work, keeping one eye on this stranger. Nothing about the situation felt quite right, but he didn't seem to be doing anything suspicious, just standing there, looking into the garden. So I returned my concentration to the wiring. After a minute or two, I became conscious of a sharp, unpleasant smell. I thought maybe I'd wired something up wrong, but no, it smelled like burning human hair. I looked over to where Raymond had been standing, but he was gone. Where he had been, there was just a patch of scorched wooden floor, still apparently smouldering and giving off that dreadful stink. I ran to get the fire extinguisher from an adjoining room. I was gone only a few seconds, but when I returned, the smell was gone. And there was no longer any smoke or fire, just the burn mark on the wooden floor in front of that window. Touching it, I found that it was just as cold as the rest of the floor. I started to clean and found that the wood below appeared to be undamaged, with just a coating of soot and ashes on top. I had to look around for this Raymond Fielding, but if he was ever truly there, then he was gone now. It was only when I finished cleaning up the mark that the true strangeness of the situation began to sink in, and I started to panic. I should probably explain my fear a bit, as it wasn't because of ghosts or phantom smells or anything like that. You see, there is quite a significant history of schizophrenia among the men in my family. My father had it, as did my great-uncle, and in both of their cases it led to suicide. I didn't know much about my great-uncle, but I had seen my father's decline firsthand. It had started shortly after his divorce from my mother, although thinking about it, it was perhaps the early stages that had exacerbated the problems in their marriage. Regardless, he began to spend a lot of time locked in his study doing his work. I was maybe 24 or 25 at the time, and still living at home. I was working with my dad, doing much the same job as I do now, and it was at this point I had to take on more and more of the actual running of the business, since my father was beginning to prioritize his work over his actual job. His work turned out to be fractals. He became obsessed with them, seemed to spend all his time drawing them, staring at them.
Sorry, and I don't want to pause too much, but I will admit that, like, this is something that people do become completely obsessed with. Like, fractals, and, like, they're like a visual, like, hallucinogenic kind of thing. Fractals. So it's really interesting that they kind of pull from, like, real-life stuff and kind of, like, ground it into reality with that. Also, thank you, Jack, for the 100 bits. Cyborg Engineer would be really cool. And thank you, Biscuit, for gifting a sub. I'm just so excited. I just really like this show. I think they do such a good job because they research it just enough to have it feel real. So, okay, back to it.
Measuring the patterns they created. He would talk to me for hours about the maths behind them and tell me that he was on the verge of a great truth. He was going to shake mathematics to its foundations once he figured out this truth hidden in those cascading fractal patterns. One day, I returned home to find my father staring through the blinds in terror. He claimed that someone was following him, told me that they were planning to stop his work. I asked him who it was, but he shook his head violently and said I'd know him when I saw him, because all the bones are in his hands. I tried to get him help, of course I did. but he refused to take any medication as he said it interfered with his work.
Yeah, that sucks.
And he wasn't dangerous, so I couldn't have him committed.
Honestly, really quickly also, you have no reason to fear schizophrenia as long as you go throughout your life, take your medicine, take your medicine, take your medicine, take your medicine. If you ever get sick, take your medicine, take your medicine, take your medicine. Also, yes, House of Leaves, that's what I was thinking of. Yes, they do also become obsessed with fractals and thinking he solved reality. Yes, House of Leaves is such a good book, by the way. And Nacho, yeah, it's true. Like, there's a lot of people that get into sacred geometry and Gnostic occultism. And, like, they don't go like, this could be fun, this is funny. They go, this is real, I'm going to devote my entire life to this. Which is not ideal. So, okay, back to it.
I knew it was only a matter of time before he hurt himself. And sure enough, the day came when he wouldn't answer the knocks at his study door. I broke in to find him lying dead in a pool of blood, with deep gouges along his wrists and arms. The walls were covered in fractal drawings. Every surface was piled high with them, and pencil shavings littered the floor. The inquest ruled his death as suicide, although the coroner wasn't able to identify the tool that had made the cuts on his arms. Why he had such a look of fear on his face. This is why the apparent disappearance of Raymond Fielding worried me so much. I was younger than my father had been, but still had that possibility within me. This train of thought was likely why I wasn't paying as much attention as I should have been.
They got good medicine.
I was stepping and I slipped on the wet section of flooring that I had just cleaned. I fell forward, hitting my head badly. I don't think I was unconscious for more than a few seconds, but when I woke up, I was bleeding from a deep cut on my temple. I tried to make it to my car, but I was so dizzy just standing up that it was clear driving was out of the question. So I called for an ambulance. It arrived quickly and it took me to the John Radcliffe Hospital. When I got there, they were very responsive and quickly determined that I had quite a severe concussion, so I was kept overnight for observation. I told my doctor everything about my encounter with Raymond Fielding. If it was early signs of any developing schizophrenia, I wanted to know as soon as possible. The doctor listened closely and said it was unlikely, as it would be surprising if I developed full hallucinations so abruptly, but that they were keeping me under observation. I noticed as I was explaining my experience, the nurse taking my blood pressure seemed to be listening intently, though she left before I could ask her why. I stayed in that hospital for another 2 days. Sam wanted to cut short her trip when she heard about my concussion, but I told her that any real danger had passed and I should be fine until the end of her conference. So I was mostly on my own for that time. It was the morning before she was due to return that I saw the nurse again. I'd just had the news that the tests had all come back fine, so I was being discharged, and she came in to give me a final check. She asked me if I was sure the man who had come to the house on Hilltop Road had called himself Raymond Fielding. I told her yes, that I'd even seen his signature on the deed to the land, but that I didn't know any of the history of the place. She got very quiet and sat down. This nurse was an older woman, Malaysian I think, and I would have guessed in her 50s, though I didn't ask. She said her family had lived on Hilltop Road for a long time now, and she knew the place I was working. In the 1960s, the house that had stood there had belonged to a man named Raymond Fielding. He was a devout churchgoer and had used it as a halfway house on behalf of the local diocese, looking after teenage runaways and young people with mental problems. The neighborhood apparently hadn't liked it, as its residents often got into trouble and Hilltop Road had started to get something of a reputation for it. Nobody ever said a word against Raymond himself, though, who by all accounts was such a kind soul as to be almost universally beloved. Nobody was sure exactly when Agnes moved in. Some even said she was Raymond's actual daughter, as the two of them looked something alike and she was younger than most of the other kids living there. She couldn't have been more than 11 when she turned up, and didn't really talk, other than to tell people her name if asked. Everyone just started to notice this child with mousy brown pigtails staring at them through the windows of Raymond's house. As far as anyone could tell, that's all she ever seemed to do. Stare at people from the windows. It was unsettling, but no one had any real problem with it. Over the next few years, the kids at the halfway house stopped causing problems in the area around Hilltop Road. It wasn't an obvious change, but Gradually, the people living there were seen less and less. Raymond was still there and seemed perfectly cheery. If anyone asked him about a resident who hadn't been around for a while, he'd explain that they'd moved on, or found a place of their own, and no one really cared enough to follow up on his information. Soon the only people living in that old house were Agnes and Raymond. Then Raymond disappeared as well. Agnes must have been 18 or 19 by this point, and still hardly ever talked. When she was questioned about what happened to Raymond, she simply said he had gone away, and that the house was hers. People got a bit worried at that, and the police conducted a small investigation, but the house had been legally signed over to Agnes, and there was no sign of any foul play. No sign of Raymond either, for that matter. And so the years passed, and Agnes lived on in that old house. Hardly ever seemed to leave it, just watched from the windows. Folks in Hilltop Road learned it was best not to keep pets, as they tended to vanish. Then, in 1974, Henry White goes missing. 5 years old, and the search turned up nothing. People always whispered about Agnes, but now the whispers got nasty. Nasty enough that when smoke is seen pouring out of the old Fielding house a week after little Henry disappeared, no one did a thing. No one phoned the fire brigade or tried to help. They just watched. Agnes must not have phoned for assistance either, as by the time the fire trucks arrived, there was nothing left to save. Through it all, nobody saw any sign of life from within the building. No screaming, no movement, nothing but the roaring of the flames. When the fire was finally put out, they did find human remains. But it wasn't Agnes, nor was it Henry White. The only body they found was that of Raymond Fielding. All that was left was a badly charred skeleton, missing its right hand. That was the history of the place as the nurse told it to me. Once the rubble had been cleared away, the land had become tied up in legal complications relating to the ownership, and had remained so until earlier last year. She asked me not to let anyone else know she'd been talking about it, as she didn't want people to think she had been spreading stories. I told her I'd keep quiet, and she left. I didn't see her again, and was discharged soon afterwards. I rested at home for a couple of days, but I find forced inactivity very boring, and my head was feeling fine, so I decided to go back to work. By all rights, I should probably have avoided returning to Hilltop Road, but I found myself resenting how the house made me feel. I didn't believe in ghosts, to be honest. I'm still not sure I do. And I'd been assured by the doctor that I wasn't displaying any other symptoms of schizophrenia.
Dude, there were corpses
so there
there.
was no reason for me to feel this gnawing apprehension.
Dude, people died there.
I convinced myself that the only way to banish the feeling was to return and finish the job that I started. So that's what I did, although I was careful to work only in daylight now, and tried to avoid being alone. Even so, there were occasional moments when I would find myself the only one working in a room, or when silence fell across the building. And then I would smell it again, that whiff of burnt hair, or catch a glimpse of brown pigtails disappearing around a corner. As the job drew towards a close, it became harder to avoid working there after dark, until I lost track of time completely one afternoon, and looked up to see that not only had night fallen, but I was the only one left in the building. Almost as soon as I realized this, I began to sweat. At first I thought it was nerves or even a panic attack at finding myself alone, but it was the heat. This warmth that seemed to start in my bones and radiate out through me. I took off my hat and jacket, but I just got hotter and hotter until it felt like I was cooking from the inside. I tried to scream, but I couldn't find my breath. I couldn't move. I was burning up. There was a knock at the door and the feeling abruptly vanished. I was cold again, lying on the bare floor. I struggled to my feet as the knock came again. My hand shook as I opened it. By now I didn't know what to expect. Would it be Raymond again, Agnes, or some other thing to announce the end of my sanity? What I did not expect was a Catholic priest. He was short and a bit portly, with close-cropped hair and deep smile lines around his mouth. He introduced himself as Father Edwin Burrows and told me that Annie had asked him to pay the place a visit. I didn't know any Annie and told him so, and he seemed slightly confused, said she worked as a nurse at the John Radcliffe Hospital. This allayed my fears enough that I let him in, and I asked him if he was some sort of exorcist. Father Burrows smiled and told me yes, that's exactly what he was. So I told him my story as he went around examining the house. He nodded as I went through what happened, occasionally asking a question about what had been said or how I had felt. Finally, he seemed satisfied and said he'd do what he could. He explained that exorcism was really only for demons, and it wasn't something he could do to ghosts, at least not officially. Whether or not ghosts actually existed was apparently just as divisive a question within the church as outside of it. But he would go through some blessings and see if he could help. He asked me to wait outside while he worked, so I headed into the back garden and waited. As I stood there in the cold, my eyes fell on the tree. That creepy damn tree. I don't know why, but at that moment I felt an intense, maddening anger at that tree. I picked up a crowbar that lay on a nearby pile of wood, and drawing my arm back, I swung it at the trunk, burying it with all my might. I felt something warm and wet spray out where I had hit it. Sap? No, it didn't feel like sap. I turned on my torch to see blood flowing from the wounded tree. It ran down the crowbar and dripped onto the earth, running in rivulets. As it reached the roots, I saw something else in my torch's light. Curling up from the base of that tree were old, black scorch marks. At that moment, I made my decision. It was easy. Like destroying this tree was the only thing to do, the only path to follow. I found a long chain among the building materials in the garden and wrapped it around the still bleeding trunk, then attached the ends to my car. It took me less than a minute to pull it down, and there was no more blood. When the tree lay on its side, uprooted and powerless, I gazed into the hole where it had sat, and noticed something lying there in the dirt. Climbing down, I retrieved what turned out to be a small wooden box, about 6 inches square, with an intricate pattern carved along the outside. Engraved lines covered it, warping and weaving together, making it hard to look away. I opened the box, and sitting inside was a single green apple. It looked fresh, shiny, with a coat of condensation like it had just been picked on a cool spring morning. I picked it up. I wasn't going to eat it, I'm not that stupid. But more than bleeding trees or phantom burning, this confused me. As I took it out of the box, though, it began to turn. The skin turned brown and bruised and started to shrivel in my hand. Then it split, and out came spiders.
Ugh.
Dozens, hundreds of spiders erupting from this apple that was rotting right before my eyes. I shrieked and dropped it before any of them could touch my arm. The apple fell to the ground and burst in a cloud of dust. I backed away quickly and waited until I was sure all of the spiders had left before retrieving the box. I smashed it with a crowbar and threw the remains into a skip. Father Burrows returned shortly afterwards. He told me he'd done his prayers and hoped that it would be some help. If he noticed the felled tree, he didn't ask any questions about it. Instead, he just handed me his business card and told me to give him a call if there were any further problems. The house didn't feel any different, but there was no smell of burnt hair, no heat or ghosts or any weirdness I could see. I worked on that house for another week. I don't know if it was the father's prayers or my uprooting the tree, but I didn't encounter anything else unusual during my time there. After that, my part of the job was finished. I haven't been back to Hilltop Road since. Statement ends. Head trauma and latent schizophrenia.
You shouldn't go to a place where your schizophrenia is constantly being triggered just to go, I'm not afraid of ghosts. That seems like a bad idea. Last time I listened to this, I was just like, it's a fun little story. Now I'm like, why did he do that? That's like a bad idea, I think. Why did he think that was a good idea? It wasn't. That's weird. But I guess everyone has to go through their stuff, and everyone believes they know what they're doing, generally speaking. So perhaps that is also the case here. Aura farming? Maybe. Raj, thank you for being here for 5 months. Sometimes you take the work you can get, but yeah, okay, that's fair. All right.
Ghost's best friends. Aside from excessive indulgence in psychoactive drugs, it seems to me that there is simply no better way to make contact with the spirit world. Still, glibness aside, the history of 105 Hilltop Road does bear investigation. And while I trust Mr. Lensick's testimony of his own experiences about as far as I can throw a bleeding tree, there is a note in the file mentioning that Father Edwin Burrows put down his own version of these events in Statement 02180111. While I have yet to locate that particular file in the chaos that passed for Gertrude Robinson's archive, the suggestion that there may be external corroboration does lend some potential credence to Mr. Lensick's wild tale. No other workers on the building site at the time reported any disturbances like the ones reported by Mr. Lensick. Martin was unable to find the exact date the original house was built, but the earliest records he could find listed as being bought by Walter Fielding in 1891. It was inherited by his son Alfred Fielding in 1923, and then by his grandson Raymond Fielding in 1957. There was no record of it being used as a halfway house, certainly not one connected to the local Catholic diocese, although the Church of England records for the area that Sasha got access to were unfortunately incomplete. The older residents of Hilltop Road back up the account given by the nurse Anna Kasuma, as related here. Tim managed to organize an interview with Mrs. Kasuma, but apparently she could provide no information beyond what she told to Mr. Lensick. She did admit, though, to asking Father Burrows to have a look at the house, as she was worried about it, and had seen him perform exorcisms before. There doesn't seem to be any print evidence of what happened to the house, no news stories or similar regarding the fire, but one resident did provide a photograph of the house in flames. Raymond Fielding's obituary briefly reported his death as having been due to a house fire, and lauds his work with troubled youth, but gives no details about either. Agnes remains something of a mystery, as we have not been able to find any definitive proof that she even existed.
Ooh.
Except, we cannot prove any connection, but Martin unearthed a report on an Agnes Montague, who was found dead in her Sheffield flat on the evening of November 23rd, 2006. The same day Mr. Lensick claims to have uprooted the tree. She had hanged herself. Her age is given at 26, which doesn't match up at all, but tied by a chain to her waist was a severed human hand, a right hand. Its owner was never identified, but the coroner was apparently quite perplexed, as tissue decay would seem to indicate that the hand's original owner must have died at almost the exact same time as Agnes. 2 families have lived in the house since this statement was originally made, but no further manifestations have been reported on Hilltop Road. End recording.
Oh. I do also have a severed hand. It's true. It's right here. It's literally on my person.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed...
So that was one that's going to come up much later and be very important. So just remember Agnes, remember the strange circumstances of what was going on, and know that things are about to get creepy. They're about to get creepy. I need to get to this one, though. Wasn't Vampire Killer... We're going to be here for a while. There's a lot of episodes of this. Let me actually, like, physically look at, Vampire Killer Dreamer... Oh my god, it's pretty far. It's episode 15. It's episode 15. We're on 9. Hope you're doing well. I am. I wasn't kidding. Let's keep going, baby. You do have time to refill your water. Absolutely. In fact, we could probably do like an actual legitimate break. I've been doing those breaks where I just sit and like don't do anything but like hang out. Also, thank you, Bob. Holy crap. Thank you so much for gifting 10 subs. I'm glad you're doing well and life has been good for you. I hope that everything is very, very lovely. I've been loving this show. Quick shower break. Yeah, let's take a legitimate like 10-minute break, because I've been kind of torturing you guys, just going like, don't go, this one's good. 3-minute break, 2-minute break, 2-minute break, 3-minute break. We've been listening to this for like 8 episodes, I'm so happy that you guys have been enjoying it, those of you guys that are here. This is legitimately one of the best. This is just, it's just one of the best. It can't be beat. It cannot be beat. It's amazing. It's incredible. It's one of a kind. It's perfect. It's so perfect. Okay, let's see. We'll also get some, we'll get some stuff up here. We haven't really been getting many upgrades for the middle of it, but alright. We're gonna take a nice 10-minute, you know what, let's do a 15-minute break just because I know it's been 8 hours. Okay, we're gonna do a 15-minute break since it's been 8 hours. My bad. My bad. My bad. Only Grimmi is allowed to be stinky. I should probably take a shower or something too, honestly, but yeah, my hair's a little oily. I didn't really notice it until we, until we started talking about it. Yeah, my bad. My bad, my bad. We're gonna get to this checkpoint and then I'm gonna call it. And then I'm gonna call it, don't you worry. Oh crap, a lot of spiders. Hey, baby. Ooh, 50% damage, attack per wood level. We're at 14. 50% damage, though. So each episode is an hour? No, episodes are usually about 15 minutes to like, 15 to 20 minutes. We're on episode, let's see here. What episode are we on? I think we're on episode like 9? Yeah, we're on episode 9. Okay. So we're gonna come back in just a little bit. Did someone bust open a blood tree apple in this game? What's a blood tree apple? That sounds so cool. But we're gonna take a quick 10 to 15 minute break. Don't ruin your productive shell. What's productive shell? Oh, protective shell. Oh, right. I'm gonna be real with you. I think that guy just says stuff specifically so it'll go viral. Not to be rude to him, but I'm pretty sure that's the cut of his jib. I think that's what he's doing. I feel bad for everyone that legitimately believes everything he says. I think that, like, on some level he might go, no, I totally believe that, but it's kind of also in the same vein as, like, yes, I totally believe this, and this will also probably get a lot of people to go and see what I'm doing. Just as a heads up. Don't try to get your own protective shell. Just saying. Okay. I'm not trying to start things, I'm not trying to be rude, just, please continue to bathe. It's been something people have been doing for a very long time. So, I can't force you to. I can't force you, but I do think it would benefit you to, continue showering. But again, I can't force you. So, I really want one of those. I want something else. Come on, come on, come on. Ah! We didn't get it, it's fine. Alright. Okay, we are gonna take a nice, 10 to 15 minute break, and then we're gonna come back, and then we're gonna listen to the remainder of these episodes until we get to the one that scared me so much I had a mental breakdown almost. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Thank you, I appreciate it. Alright, we will be right back, baby. Right back. I need to put on something good so it doesn't interrupt, like, the vibe of the stream. Has it been 10 minutes already? It's been 10 minutes, right? Probably should have pinned a 15-minute break message before going on break, probably. Has it been 15 minutes? Because I'm getting... I want to listen to more. I've been just going like, it hasn't been 5... Yes, it has! It's been more than 5 minutes. I'm sure it has... No? Wait, how much longer? You still haven't played the ads? No, for real? It's only been 3? No, it hasn't. You're lying to me. Are you lying to me? You have to tell me... Okay. I'm sorry, it felt like 2. It's a good podcast. I'm excited for the rest of this. Oh my god. 10 seconds has passed. 10 minutes have passed. You demons. You didn't even leave. I did leave. Also, yes, this is, I think, Yumi Nikki. I like Yumi Nikki, but I thought this would be a good thing to kind of keep the vibes of what we were listening to while I was gone. Welcome back, Grimmi. Thank you. I zoned into the music. It's hypnotic, right? It kind of feels like, I don't want to be rude to the TikTok Backrooms community. I feel like they only know like 6 songs. Like, they need some of these. They need like the Yumi Nikki soundtrack. It can really help them. I don't want to have to be the one that delivers this message though. But like, they need it. Break it 8:02. It's 8:16. Yeah, it's been like 15 minutes. Okay, it's like maybe 1 under. It's 1 under 50. Did you drink water and stretch? I played with my cats. They are fat little babies. I played with the cats and I told everyone to start playing with the cats. So now everything's going well. And also, every order has been packed. The only order that hasn't been packed is one that contains a Grimmi Wants to Kill You. But those are currently on back order. So, also what's gonna happen is those are gonna come in the next few days, so you don't have to worry about it for too long. Don't worry. I started playing Monsters Are Coming yesterday. I'm sorry. It's really good, though. All you have to do is enjoy some delicious Magnus Archive with it. And you aren't wasting time. You're finding out who you are. You're finding out that something's wrong. You're finding out that there's some absolutely horrid, terrifying evil beyond your comprehension, and you have to figure out what's wrong before something happens. Something happens. Yeah. I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. Oh my god. I love to find out. Yes! Let's F around and find out. Let's see what's going to happen here. Oh, it's going to be so fun. Oh, it's going to be so exciting. Yes. It's going to be so fun. It's going to be so exciting. Let's do it. Okay. Zoa. This is the rainy apartments from Yumi Tuki. And they are no more. Because we're back, baby. It has been 15 minutes, and I was going crazy waiting. I was like, I need to... So now, we're getting back into more, baby. Oh, yeah. Will you be at San Japan? You mean as like a guest or like a meet and greet? Novel?
Rusty
Is that
Quill
one?
presents
I don't know, actually.
the Magnus Archives.
Like, I don't know. Am I? I think I'm going to some places. People need to just message me where I'm supposed to go. A father's love. Episode 9. But I'm not sure, I'm sorry. Only new model? Oh, thank you. It's not, but I appreciate that. Ooh, thank you. Actually, I can show you my skull, I realized. This is the game where you can see my skull. Yes, please enjoy it. Check out the skull. Check out the skull. Check it out.
Statement of Julia Montauk regarding the actions and motivations of her father, the serial killer Robert Montauk. Original statement given December 3rd,
Your dad's a
2002.
serial killer? That sucks.
Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. My father was a murderer. There's no way I can reasonably deny it at this point. The evidence provided by the police was overwhelming, and I saw his shed myself. I'm not here to try and clear his name. There wouldn't be much point anyway, as I'm sure you know he died in prison last year. 7 years isn't much to have served out of a life sentence, but I doubt it was the early parole he'd have hoped for. Sorry, maybe that wasn't in the best taste. Still, his passing is why I feel like I can tell this story. Something I never really felt free to do before now. I always expected him to talk about it during the media frenzy that surrounded his trial, but for whatever reason he kept quiet. I think I understand a bit more now why he never spoke about it, preferring people draw their own conclusions. But at the time I couldn't fathom why he just sat there silently, letting others talk for him. I'd like to tell someone now, though. And I've only recently finished my court-appointed counselling sessions, so I'd rather not tell the tabloids and have "my father killed to fuel cult magic, says daughter of monster" splashed over page 7 of the weekend edition. So that leaves you guys.
But
Respectable is hardly the word I'd use, but it's better than nothing.
I don't know, you're not your parents,
So yes,
though.
my father killed at least 40 people over the course of the 5 years prior to his arrest in 1995.
That's so
I won't recount the lurid details. If you're interested, you can look up Robert Montauk in the newspaper archive of any library.
Montauk?
There'll
It
be
might be
plenty
a
there.
reference to it.
The papers clearly didn't care much about the American bombing, because in April of that year they seemed to be talking about nothing but my father. There were also a couple of books on him, none of which I can really recommend, but I guess Ray Cowan's No Bodies in the Shed is the closest to what I'd consider accurate. Although it does imply that I was an accomplice, despite the fact that I was 12 years old at the time. Honestly, I discovered most of the details from the newspapers and the courts, just like everyone else. My father spent my formative years killing dozens of people, and I had no idea. But the
That
more
is
I
pretty
think
dark.
back over my childhood, the more sure I am that there was something else going on. I don't have any theories as to what any of this means, but I just need to get it down on paper somewhere. And this seems as good a place as any. I've always lived in the same house on York Road in Dartford. Even now, after all that's happened, and all I know about what went on there, I can't bring myself to leave. As far as I know, the shed came with the house. It always sat in the garden, old, wooden and silent. I don't recall it being used until after the night my mother disappeared. That's when everything started to get strange. My memory of early childhood is patchy, mostly isolated images and impressions, but I remember the night she vanished like it was yesterday. I was 7 years old and had been to the cinema that evening for the first time in my life. We had been to see The Witches at what back then was the ABC down on Shaftesbury Avenue. I had seen films before, of course, on our tiny living room television, but to see a movie on the big screen was awe-inspiring. The film itself was terrifying, though, and even now I'd say it was far scarier than any child's film has a right to be. I remember I spent a lot of it close to tears, but had been so proud of the fact that I hadn't cried at all. When we got home, I lay awake for a long time. That scene where Luke is transformed into a mouse kept playing in my mind, and for some reason it left me too afraid to go to sleep. It was then that I heard a thump from downstairs, like something heavy falling over. I didn't have a clock in my room, so had no idea what the time was, but I recall looking out of the window, and the world was dark and utterly silent. The thump came again, and I decided to go downstairs and see what it was. The landing was almost pitch black, and I tried to be as quiet as possible so nobody would know I was there. The fourth stair down from the top of the staircase always creaked, and still does in fact, but I don't think I've ever heard it creak louder than it did that night as I crept down them so slowly. The light downstairs were all turned off except for the kitchen light, which I could see from the bottom of the stairway. I walked into the kitchen to find it empty. The back door stood open, and a cool breeze blew through it that made me shiver in my pajamas. I saw something shiny laying on the table. Reaching up, I found my mother's pendant. The design had always struck me as beautiful. It was silver, an abstract shape of a hand with a symbol on it that I believe was meant to represent a closed eye. I had never seen her take it off. In my child's mind, I assumed that she had just left it on the table, an accident, and that the open door meant nothing. I went back upstairs, necklace clutched firmly in my hand, to return it to her. She wasn't in bed, of course. The space next to where my father lay, fast asleep, was empty. I gently touched my sleeping father's shoulder, and he awoke slowly. I asked him where Mum was, and he started to say something when he saw the silver chain clutched in my hands. He quickly got out of bed and started to get dressed. As he pulled on a shirt, he asked me where I had found it, and I told him on the kitchen table. Following me downstairs, his gaze was immediately locked on the open door, and he paused. Instead of going outside, he walked over to the kitchen sink and turned on one of the taps. Immediately there began to flow a dark, dirty-looking liquid, and the sick, salty smell of brackish water hit my nose, though at the time I didn't understand that's what it was. The light in the kitchen blew out at that moment, and the room got very dark. My father told me everything was fine and that I should go back to bed. His hands shook slightly as he took the pendant from me, and I didn't believe him, but I did what I was told anyway. I don't know how long I lay there, waiting for my father to return that night, but I know it was getting light outside when I finally fell asleep. Eventually I woke up. The house was quiet and empty. I had missed the start of school by hours, but that was fine because I didn't want to leave the house. I just sat in the living room, silent and still. It was almost evening again by the time my father actually returned. His face was pale, and he barely looked at me, just walked straight to the cupboard and poured himself a glass of scotch. He sat next to me, drained the glass, and told me that my mother was gone. I didn't understand, still don't really. But he said it with such finality that I started to cry, and I didn't stop for a very long time. My father was a policeman, as I'm sure you've read, so as a child I just assumed that the police had looked for my mother and failed to find her.
Oh.
It wasn't until much later that I discovered they'd never even had a missing persons report filed on her. As far as I know, I never had any living grandparents, and apparently no one noticed she was gone, which was strange, as I have vague memories of her having friends over a lot before she vanished. Everyone assumes she was one of my father's first victims, but there was never enough evidence to add it to the official tally. It doesn't really matter. For what it's worth, I don't think he did it. I won't deny it makes sense from the outside, but I remember how devastated he was when she disappeared. He started drinking a lot. I think he did try to look after me as best he could, but most nights he just ended up passed out in his chair. That was also when he started spending a lot of time in the shed. I'd never really paid it much attention before. As far as I was concerned, the sturdy wooden structure was just the home of spiders' nests and the rusted garden tools my parents would use once a year to attack the overgrown wilderness that was our back garden. But soon after my mother's disappearance, a sturdy new padlock was placed on the door, and my father spent a lot of time inside. He told me he was woodworking, and sometimes I'd hear the sound of power tools from inside, and he'd present me with some small wooden token he had made. But mostly there was silence. It should probably have bothered me more than it did, the hours he spent in there, and that odd smell I sometimes noticed, like tinned meat. But I never really paid it much attention. I had my own grief to deal with. He was gone most nights as well. Often I would wake up from one of my nightmares to find the house silent and empty. I would look for him, and he would be gone. I never despaired at this for some reason, not like I had when my mother vanished. I knew he would return eventually, when he was finished with what I had decided must be police business. Sometimes I'd lie awake until he returned. Once, as I lay awake, I heard him come into my room. I pretended to be asleep, I don't know why, but I thought I'd be in trouble if he found out I was awake. He walked over to me, gently stroked my face. His hands smelled strange. Back then I didn't know the scent of blood, mixed with that faint saline smell of brackish water. He whispered to me then, when he thought I was asleep, promised to protect me, to make sure that it wouldn't get me too. There was a strangled sound to his words, and I think he might have been crying. As he left, I opened my eyes just enough to see him. He stood by the door, his face in his hands, wearing light grey overalls that were stained with a thick, black substance. I often wish I'd asked him about that night. I wonder if he'd known I was awake, if I had asked him in that moment of weakness. Well, it's far too late for that now. Over the next couple of years, I noticed that my father seemed to be injured quite a lot, and there was rarely a time when he didn't have some sort of plaster, bandage, or bruise visible. I'd also occasionally find small blood spots or smears on the floors or tables, especially in the hall. I got very good at cleaning them. It never occurred to me to pay much attention to where they came from. I just assumed the blood was my father's. He started staying home during the day and told me he'd been permanently assigned to the night shift. I believed him, of course, and it was only after his arrest that I discovered that had been the point he'd resigned his job on the police force. I don't know where the money came from after that, but we always seemed to have enough. Knowing what I know now, it sounds awful to say, but those were some of the happiest years of my childhood. I'd lost my mother, but my father doted on me, and together it seemed like we would get past our pain.
Oh, interesting.
I know I've made him sound like an alcoholic recluse who lived in the shed, but those were generally nocturnal activities for him. During the day was time he spent with me. There was only one time I recall him going into the shed during the day. This was a couple of years after my mother's disappearance, and I must have been about 10. The phone in the kitchen started ringing, and my father was upstairs. I had recently received permission from my father to answer the phone, so I was excited to take up my new responsibility. I picked up the handset and said my memorized phone script into the receiver. "Hello, Montauk residence." A man's voice asked to speak with my father. It was a breathy voice, like that of an old man, and at the time I decided he had a German accent, though when I was young, a lot of different nationalities and accents were lumped together in my mind under the label German. "What is this regarding?" I asked, as I had a whole phone conversation memorized and wanted to use as much of it as possible. The man sounded surprised at this, and said hesitantly that he was from my father's work. I asked him if he was from the police, and after a pause he said yes. He asked me to tell my father that it was Detective Rayner on the line with a new case for him. At this point my father had come down to the kitchen to see who was calling. I told him, and he visibly paled. He took the handset from me and placed it to his ear, not speaking but listening very intently. After a moment he told me to go up to my room, as this was a grown-up conversation. I turned to leave, but as I was heading up the stairs, the light bulb in the landing blew. The bulbs in our house broke off, and my father said we had faulty wiring. So even at that age, I was quite adept at changing them. So I turned around and headed back downstairs to fetch a new bulb. As I approached the cabinet where we kept them, I heard my father's voice from the kitchen. He was still on the phone and he sounded angry. I heard him say, "No, not already. Do it yourself." Then he went very quiet and listened, before finally he said okay, that he'd do it as soon as possible. He put down the phone, then went over to the cupboard and poured himself a drink. He spent the rest of the day in the shed. The one question they kept asking me over and over during the investigation into my father was whether I knew where the rest of the bodies were. I told them the truth, that I had no idea. They claimed they wanted to confirm the identities of the victims, which they couldn't easily do with what was left. I didn't know where the bodies were, but I also didn't tell them of the other way they might have identified the victims. My father's photographs. I didn't say anything because I had no idea where he kept them, and I thought it would only make things worse if they couldn't find them. But yes, my father took photographs. During those 5 years, I had gradually started to notice more and more canisters of photographic film left around the house. This puzzled me since, though my dad and I did sometimes go on short holidays, we never took a lot of pictures. Asking him about it, my father told me he had been trying to learn photography, but didn't trust developers not to ruin his films, as he'd apparently had problems before. I suggested he make himself a darkroom for developing them himself. I'd seen one in Ghostbusters 2 on TV the previous Christmas and loved the idea of having a room like that. His face lit up, and he said he'd convert the guest bedroom. He then warned me that once it was done, I could never go in there without his supervision, as there would be lots of dangerous chemicals. I didn't care. I was just so glad that an idea of mine had made my father so happy. That summer, my father converted the guest bedroom into a darkroom for developing photographs. Like the shed, it was locked almost all the time, but occasionally my father would take me inside, and together we'd develop photographs of cars or trees or whatever else a 10 or 11-year-old with a camera takes pictures of. Mostly, though, my father worked in there alone and kept the door locked while he did. He seemed almost happy those last couple of years. I didn't have an unsupervised look inside until a few weeks before my father was caught. It was a Saturday evening, in late autumn, and my father was out of the house. I spent the day watching TV and reading, but as it started to get dark, I found myself bored and alone. Passing by the door to what was now the dark room, I noticed that the key was still in the lock. I sometimes think back to that day and wonder if my father left it deliberately. He'd been so careful for so many years, and then he just forgot. I knew about the dangers, but something inside me couldn't resist going in. There were no photos stored there. To this day, I don't know where my father kept his developed pictures. But there were about a dozen images hung out to dry. They're still vivid in my mind, black and white and washed in the deep red of the dark room. Each photo was of a person's face, close up and expressionless. Their eyes were dull and glassy. I had never seen corpses before, so I didn't really understand what I was looking at. On each face were thick black lines that formed these symbols that I didn't recognize. But they were clearly drawn on the faces themselves, not just on the photographs. I don't remember the symbols in any great detail, I'm afraid. Just the faces that they were drawn onto, though they weren't people I recognized. Nor did they match any of the photos the police showed me later. I never went back in the dark room after I closed and locked the door behind me that day. I spent the next weeks wondering if I should tell my father what I had seen. I didn't know what I had seen, not really, but it felt like a bad secret. I didn't know what to do. Finally, I decided to tell him. He was drinking on the sofa at the time, and he turned off the television as soon as I mentioned going into the dark room. He didn't say a word as I told him what I'd seen, just looked at me with an expression on his face I'd never seen before. When I was finished, he stood up and walked towards me. Before taking me in his arms and giving me the last and longest hug I would ever get from him, he asked me not to hate him, and told me it would soon be over, then turned to go. I had no idea what he was talking about, but when I asked, he just said that I needed to stay in my room until he got back. Then he left. I did what I was told. I went up to my room and lay in bed trying to sleep. The air was heavy somehow. In the end, I spent the night staring out of the window at the street below. I was waiting for something, though I didn't know what. I remember it was 2:47 in the morning that it started. I finally had an alarm clock, and the image of it is still clear in my memory. I was thirsty. I went downstairs to get a glass of water. I turned on the tap, but what flowed out was a thick stream of muddy brown, brackish water. It smelled terrible. I froze as I remembered the last time that had happened. My father still wasn't home, and I went into the living room to watch desperately out of the window. Looking down the street for his return, I was terrified. As I stared down the road, I was struck by how small the puddles of light were from the street lamps, stretching far into the distance. But not as far as they should have gone. There were fewer lights than there should be, I was sure of it. Then I saw the light at the end of the road blink off. There was no moon out that night, and all the houses were quiet. When the street lights stopped, there was nothing but black. The next closest street light failed, then the next, and the next. A slow, rolling blanket of darkness making its unhurried way towards me. The few lights still on in the houses along the road also disappeared as the tide approached. I just sat there, unable to look away. Finally it reached our house, and all at once the lights were gone, and the darkness was inside. I heard a knock on the front door, firm, unhurried and insistent. Silence. I did not move. The knocking came again, harder this time, and I heard the door rattle on its hinges. As it got louder, it began to sound less and less like a person knocking, and more like wet meat being slammed against the sturdy wood of the front door. I turned and ran towards the phone. Picking it up, I heard a dial tone and would have cried with relief if I wasn't crying with fear. I dialed the police, and as soon as they picked up, I started to babble about what was happening. The lady on the other end was patient with me, and kept on gently insisting I give her the address, until finally I was composed enough. Almost as soon as I had told her where I was, I heard the door begin to splinter. I dropped the phone and ran towards the back of the house. As I did so, I heard the front door burst behind me, and I heard a growl. It was rumbling, deep and breathy like a wild animal, but had a strange tone to it that I've never been able to place. No matter where I turned, it sounded like it came out of the darkness right behind me. I didn't have time to think about it as I ran into the back garden, and into a light that I did not expect. There in front of me was the shed. It glowed, a dull, pulsing blue from every crack and seam. I didn't stop though, as I heard again that growl behind me, and I ran towards it and pulled at the door. The shed was not locked that night. To this day, I don't know if I regret that fact. The first thing I saw when I opened that door was my father, bathed in the pale blue light. I couldn't see any source for the glow, but it was so bright. He was knelt in the center of an ornate chalk pattern, scrawled on the rough wood of the floor. In front of him lay a man I didn't know, but he was clearly dead. His chest had been cut open, still gaped and bled feebly. In one hand my father held a wicked-looking knife, and in the other he held the man's heart. My father was chanting, and as the song rose and fell, the heart in his hand beat to its rhythm, and the blue light brightened and dimmed in time. I looked at the walls, and noticed that they were covered in shelves, each of which contained glass jars, full of what I would later learn was formaldehyde, containing a single heart, which also beat in time with the one that dripped in my father's hand. It was an odd thing to notice at the time, but I remembered that the dead man wore the same pendant as my mother, a silver hand with a closed-eyed eye. I don't know how long I stood there staring. It might have been hours, or it might have been only a moment or two. But then I heard that growl behind me and sensed a presence so close that I could feel the darkness on my back. Before I could react or move or scream, my father's chant came to a crescendo. He plunged the dagger into the beating heart. All at once the presence vanished, the blue glow died. I could no longer hear the beating of the hearts. In the silence, I realized I could hear police sirens in the distance. I heard my dad tell me he was sorry, and then he started to run. You know the rest. Manhunt, trial, prison, death. They say there were 40 hearts kept in that shed, not including his last victim. But of course the police didn't arrive until all that was left of it was a grisly trophy cabinet. Whatever I had seen my father doing in there, its effects had long since vanished. I don't know why my father did what he did, and I doubt I ever will. The more I go over these events in my head, the more sure I am that he had his reasons. Statement ends.
Oh, very
There's not
intense.
much more to be added here. The police reports on Robert Montauk are predictably thorough, and there are few details to be added.
Holy
the vast
crap.
majority of research into this case.
So, I really like how they set that up. Just like, man, what a horrible man murdering all those people. Then you're like, oh, okay. This was, something where he was trying to prevent something of some sort. That was very intense, yeah. And that poor little lady, like, she just woke up one time and then accidentally doomed, like, her, dad to prison. Mass murders are just poor understood souls. In this one specific instance, not usually. I don't think you should usually be like, oh my god, they're sad. That's so sad. That's so sad. Like, that's not good generally, but... that's generally not good. But I think in this one instance, there's something a little bit off there. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Okay, I just wanted to... I just loved how they set it up, just like, okay, yeah, evil guy, oof. Poor little girl, and then you're like, oh, something horrific is happening beyond our comprehension. And I love how they set it up like she's like a child and doesn't understand, but we as an audience don't understand either. We gotta figure things out. This is all about trying to figure things out and like kind of like slowly going mad. I just absolutely love that vibe. I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it. Get out of here, spiders. Get out of here. Come on. No more. No more. Come on. Come on. Oh, very nice over there. Holy crap. Let's see here. I guess we'll start some. There we go. Clearing it out for me. Nice. Crap. They are just eviscerating that thing, though. 50% damage. Here we go. This'll help. We can get more stone pretty easily. Luckily, we can get it pretty easily. But hey, 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 hey. We need our minions to be a little bit beefier here. But yeah, anyways, it was nice. Let's see what he has to say.
Already being done by the serial killer enthusiast community, which, though deeply unsettling, does often prove to be surprisingly useful in high publicity cases like this. In addition to the body of one Christopher Lawn, 40 preserved hearts were recovered from Robert Montauk's shed. They were arranged on the walls on individual shelves, forming patterns of 11 hearts on each inner wall and 7 on the wall of the door. Photos of the patterns match up to the various formula of sacred geometry, but don't appear to correspond exactly with any specific school.
Sacred geometry, baby.
Possible significance also is the fact that the rest of the bodies were never found. The symbol on the two pendants is that of the People's Church of the Divine Host, a small cult that grew around the defrocked Pentecostal minister Maxwell Rayner in London during the late 80s and early 90s. I knew I recognized the name from statement 11069222, though currently it just looks like a coincidence. Christopher Lawn was a member of the church, and his family hadn't heard from him in the 6 years prior to his murder. Mr. Rayner himself disappeared from public view sometime in 1994, and the group fragmented shortly afterwards. The police made many attempts to follow up on this lead in the Montauk case, but were never able to locate any members willing to make statements. The house on York Road is still inhabited, though the current owners pulled down the shed over a decade ago and replaced it with a patio. Robert Montauk died in Wakefield Prison on November the 1st, 2002, He was stabbed 47 times and bled out before anyone found him. After reading this statement, 3 points of interest occur. No culprit or weapon was ever found connected to the killing. He was apparently alone in his cell at the time, which was supposed to be locked. And at the time of his death, the light bulb in his cell was found to have blown out, leaving him in darkness. Recording ends.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International License. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims. It was produced by Alexander J. Newell and Murray Porter, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To comment on episodes, make donations and view links, images, videos, and show notes, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, visit us on Facebook, tweet us on Twitter at @TheRustyQuill, or email us at mail@rustyquill.com. Thanks for listening.
That was such a good episode. That was and that was also the 9th episode. We are now on the 10th episode. Such good stuff. Started looking at the Wikipedia. Be careful! Such big spoilers! Such big spoilers! Do not look this up! Do not look it up! Do not look it up! Do not look it up! There are gigantic spoilers about where the series goes, though, and it's so cool to let yourself get there. There's, like, one of the biggest, like, most intense moments of, like, oh crap, oh no. Like, you like, feel dread. It's so good. Sorry. Let's see. Tweet us on Twitter? Doesn't he mean, no, I'm not saying that it's tweeting on Twitter? Tweeting on Twitter? I wouldn't spoil yourself on the specific series. They should make this into a TV show. Well, no, never mind. I know exactly why they won't. There's one thing the producers probably wouldn't budge on, and there's one thing that they really would not want them to focus on. So, that's never gonna happen. Are all of these connected? Maybe. Isn't it cool, though? They're all so episodic, and, like, they're all so... oh my god. It doesn't have the Umbrella Man, but it has something interesting. Oh, it gets so intense? Yes, I was so happy when my bestie finally went through the story, spoiler-free. It's amazing spoiler-free. Force someone to sit in a room with nothing but a chair and, like, a radio playing this, and they'll be like, this is really weird, you're being gross. And then after, like, 10 hours, they'll be like, oh my god, you're so cool, thank you. Oh my god, I love you, thank you so much. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, no, my husband the Umbrella Man isn't in this. Someday. Someday he'll also realize he's my husband. Just, you know, someday. Someday they're gonna notice. Sorry, I gotta take all the medicine that makes it so my hair doesn't fall out because I get stressed out easily. Not gonna lie to you about who I am. Yeah. Life, baby, comes at you fast. Umbrella Man, Worm Woman. I don't think the Worm Woman is alive in the same sense anymore. Overlord, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really love this show. This is like the most... Also, Cheese, thank you for the 100 bits. I love this show. I love it. It's really good. And thank you so much, Rye, for being here for 5 months. And thank you again, Bob, for gifted 10 subs. I know that was like an hour ago. I'm constantly huffing Cofium about the Umbrella Man. How dare you? How dare you? I forgot where we were. We almost lost this little guy.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives.
Maybe it'll help us harvest quickly. Now let's reroll. One more time. Tax. That's definitely one.
Episode 10 Vampire Killer.
Ooh. that. Thank you for gifting 27 subs, dear God. You don't have to do that. Make sure you're taking care of yourself, for real. Take care of yourself.
Statement of Trevor Herbert regarding his life as a self-proclaimed vampire hunter. Original statement given July 10th, 2010. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. Right.
Along comes a spider.
It's been almost 50 years I've been meaning to pay you people a visit and get this down on paper, but I finally got here. So where to start? My name is Trevor Herbert, like I put at the top of your form there, and I've been homeless for most of my life. In fact, if you lived in Manchester, there's a good chance you'd have heard of me. They call me Trevor the Tramp. I mean, I'm not exactly easy to miss, am I? And
tramp means something else in Britain. But thank you so much, Silpha. 6 hours till 35% off. I'm just robbing Twitch. Oh, it's. Oh wait, so are they ending a sale? Well, thank you very much. Tramp means something else in America. So, a tramp in America means, like, there's someone that, like, bangs constantly and to a degree that it harms other people, usually. Like you're a tramp. Like, could be a guy, usually is a lady, but, like, you're a tramp, you suck, like, that kind of thing. Tramp means homeless. Tramp means homeless guy here in America, too. I've never heard it used that way. I've only heard it used for, people that are banging to excess to the point where it's making people angry. It's like, I usually, like, they're banging in, like, a way that makes people sad. So, classically, a tramp just meant hobo in America? Really? I have never heard that. Maybe I missed that, like, I guess, terminology. Used to mean that back in the 1920s. Yeah, but we're in the different era now. Kind of. Wonder if we're gonna be okay here. Uh-oh. We might be, actually. Those zombies are really getting them. 155, baby! Okay, minions have a chance to spawn. No, increase the size of explosions. I think this is it, right? Yes. That'll increase the size of explosions, I guess, which is positive. And then we can run around. Whoa, baby! There we go. Alright. There we go, baby. I think I can just keep running rocks back to it. Doesn't seem to be, like, anything wrong with that. We're doing really good in terms of running rocks back and just going crazy. Yeah, the zombies are doing well. Just run some rocks back. The spiders are mean, but you know what? We can keep going. Alright, let's go for this. Just throwing more in there. To excess, even. To excess. Alright. But anyways, that's what a tramp is. We're gonna play the episode now.
I've been living there in public view for so long, I guess I've become kind of an institution. Helps that I've always had a kind of uncanny knack for guessing people's ages. People will come up to me on the street and ask me to guess their age, and I'll tell them, and most of the time they'll be shocked when I get it right. It's fun. So everyone around Manchester knows about Trevor the Tramp, sure. I hear someone even made me a page on the internet and it got a few thousand likes. I don't know exactly what that means, but it sounds nice. Obviously that's not why I'm here, though, is it? No, I'm here because I've also dedicated my life to finding and killing vampires. I've killed 5 people that I know for sure as vampires, and there are 2 more that may or may not have been. There is 1 man I have killed, unfortunately, who I'm now sure was human. But I also know that he was a violent criminal, so I try not to feel too badly about that. I'm sure it's hard to accept for anyone, even an organisation such as yourselves, but I do not have proof to give you except the vampire teeth that I will leave with this statement. Do not feel bad about reporting me to the police for the murders, as I am sure you must, since I have recently received a diagnosis of late-stage lung cancer, and it is doubtful I will be living much longer anyway. That is the main reason for finally putting down on paper the details of the mission I've been secretly undertaking for the last half a century. I killed my first vampire in 1959. At that point I was still living a mostly normal life, save perhaps for the abuse my family was subject to from my father. He was a vile man who ended up killing my mother in 56. It was a clear-cut case of drunken murder, but the courts ruled it as an accident, and my father stayed out of jail. Luckily, myself and my brother only had to endure 4 months of unpleasantness from him before he finally finished drinking himself to death. I was 13 when he finally died, and my brother was 15. Following his death, there were several attempts to rehome us as orphans, but they always split us up, and we couldn't be doing with that, so we'd generally run away. After a while, it became so we were happier finding our way on the streets than in another stranger's home. It was in autumn of 1959 that we were taken in by Sylvia MacDonald. It wasn't any sort of official fostering agreement, but it was getting to be quite cold at the end of October, and it just saw us shivering in a side street next to the King's Arms Hotel as it was back then, on Tipping Street before the Ring Road took it over. Looking back, I believe it to have been visiting the pub for the purposes of locating down and outs for use as victims, and in my brother and myself, I must say, it successfully found some. It looked like an older woman, a widow, I assumed from the way it dressed in black, and had a strange manner, which I know now to be the mark of the vampire, but back then I paid no attention to it. Many of the older folks had lived through both wars, and it was not uncommon for them to be somewhat strange. I thought this was the case with Sylvia MacDonald, and after a small amount of discussion, my brother and I agreed to the offer of food and shelter. Let me say a little bit about the vampire's manner, because once I taught myself to read, I read as much on the subject as I could, and it isn't covered often or clearly in those books I have found. You see, from my own observations, I believe a vampire to be more like an animal than a man. That is not to be taken as merely a turn of phrase, but more to do with how they work. I do not believe vampires are human in anything more than their appearance, nor have I ever seen evidence that they create more of their kind through feeding. One thing that should be noted is that they do not speak. In fact, they are, in my experience, totally silent, having no need for air and no room in their throats for a windpipe. They are able to make themselves understood, however, with absolute clarity, though the manner through which they do so has never been clear to me. When Sylvia MacDonald came to us in the alleyway that day, we understood that was the name it gave itself, and that we were being offered a meal and a bed, even though it never uttered a single sound. More than that, I do not recall the fact that it never said a word as striking either of us as strange in the slightest. I have never fully understood how they are able to do this, and I doubt that I ever shall, but I can only assume it to be some instinctive form of hypnosis or mind control. Another misconception I have always faced when trying to discuss vampires is that people think they cannot go out during the day. They can. While I have witnessed them avoid direct sunlight if possible and wear generally more covering clothes when moving around during the daytime, they seem to have no significant problem doing so. I would describe them as weaker during the day, but whether this is scientifically due to the sunlight or simply because evil has less power in the daylight hours is unclear to me. Sylvia MacDonald came to us on an overcast afternoon, and enough of its pale flesh was uncovered that, were sunlight to truly harm a vampire, then it would likely have been destroyed. On that afternoon, my brother Nigel and I agreed to go back to the house of Sylvia MacDonald in the hopes of a roof over our heads for a little while. It lived on Loom Street, which is still there, though the house itself was torn down long ago, and there's just a bit of scrubland now where it used to be. I sometimes go there to pay my respects, since my brother has no burial or grave I can visit.
Damn, that's sad.
The house was old, even when I went there in 1959, and entering it, I was hit by a stale, coppery smell that I did not recognize as old blood at the time, since I was barely 16 and did not have then the experience I have now. The furniture and wallpaper had clearly not been changed in many decades, and a thick layer of dust covered everything. Even the floor was pale with dust, except for a stark line where Sylvia MacDonald moved, the train of its dress dragging behind it. I remember wondering whether Sylvia MacDonald walked exactly the same route through the house always, as I saw other clear lines of passage in the rooms we passed through. None of the furniture looked used, and when I picked up a book from one of the shelves, the pages were solid with damp and mould. I began to feel very uneasy at this point, but whatever powers of persuasion the vampire had calmed me enough to continue following it with my brother.
These are kind of like the free run demons,
We went up the
I
stairs,
think.
and I was led to a small room with a bed in it. I was made to understand that this
Just
would
in
be my
case
room
you'd,
and
like,
was left
need a
there as Sylvia MacDonald led my brother
understanding of,
away
like,
to the
what it's
room
like.
next to it. When it returned, it brought a bowl of fruit and offered it to me. The fruit was clearly weeks old and in various stages of
From
rotting,
his perspective.
but just to appease the thing, I found an apple and a couple of grapes that seemed edible, and I ate them. It watched me silently the whole time, and then turned and walked out towards Nigel's room. By this time, whatever the creature had done to make me compliant seemed to be starting to wear off, and I was realizing just how wrong everything was.
Yeah, like
I was also realizing that it didn't look like there was any easy escape from the house. All the windows I had seen were barred, and I recalled Sylvia MacDonald had locked the sturdy-looking front door behind it after we had all entered. So instead I just laid down on the musty old bed and I waited. Couldn't rightly say what I was waiting for, but soon enough it got dark and I assumed Sylvia MacDonald had gone to sleep, not yet realizing the manner of being that I was dealing with. I wanted some light to comfort me, but the old house seemed to have no electricity at all, so I used my cigarette lighter on a candle I found next to the bed and crept towards the door. It wasn't locked, thankfully, and I left the room assigned to me and walked over to where I believed my brother was. I went in and found him lying in his own bed, pretending to sleep. After a bit of talk, it became clear that Nigel was no happier with our situation than I was, and we both resolved that another night on the cold streets was better than staying with this strange woman. As we talked through possible ways to escape, however, we heard a rustling sound outside the door, and the handle began to turn. Not wanting to anger our strange host, I crawled under the bed to hide, while Nigel returned to pretending to sleep. From my vantage point under the bed, I could see the door open and the skirt of Sylvia MacDonald enter and move towards the bed. I simply laid there and tried not to make a sound. I am not proud of this, and sometimes have a certainty that my inaction led directly to my brother's death, but most of the time I accept that if I had alerted the vampire to my presence, then I would also have died. Either way, the fact of the matter is that I did nothing, as I heard the sounds of a struggle overhead and Nigel's strangled cry. The creature turned quickly and hurled him down. Something fell to the floor in front of me, but I didn't look at it. My eyes locked on Sylvia MacDonald as it pounced on my brother. It opened its mouth, for what I then realized was the first time since we met it, and I could see nothing inside save for a dozen long, thick, pointed teeth like a shark. In one fluid movement, it plunged those teeth into my brother's neck and tore out a great chunk of flesh. Blood started to spurt from Nigel's spasming body as Sylvia MacDonald's throat began to twitch. Its jaw detached, and a long, tubular tongue, about the thickness of my forearm, snaked out of its throat and clamped onto the gushing wound. There was an awful slurping sound, the first noise I'd ever really heard the creature make, as the tongue sucked the blood from my brother's throat. I just lay there watching, as its stomach began to distend and swell, the now bulbous belly straining against the black dress it wore. After the longest 10 minutes of my life, the vampire finished. Its tongue retracted back into its throat, still dripping blood onto the now pale corpse of my brother, and it lay back upon the floor, apparently contented. As this had been happening, all my energy had gone towards not screaming or giving away my presence. But as the vampire lay satiated on the floor, I turned my attention to what had fallen from Nigel's hand when he had been dragged out of the bed. It was his pocket knife. I had no idea what a small knife like that would do against a creature that seemed far stronger and faster than me, but I didn't see any option other than to try. I moved so slowly as I reached for the knife that at times it seemed like I wasn't moving at all. I was worried that the creature would spot me and strike as it had with Nigel, although I now know that smell is in fact the vampire's major sense, and with all the blood around there was little chance of it detecting my scent. Grasping the knife in my hands, I crept over towards the creature as it placidly digested my brother's life, until I stood over it. I felt a sudden surge of rage and adrenaline come over me, and with a speed and strength I never knew I had, I plunged the knife into Sylvia MacDonald's blood-bloated stomach. It burst like a sick balloon, and blood began to pour out. The creature's eyes shot open and it clutched at the wound desperately. Its throat was not capable of uttering a scream, but its face displayed a silent pain and anger as it flailed on the floor. Stumbling back, trying to wipe the blood from my eyes, I felt an unexpected burning in my hand. I realized I'd touched the still-lit candle on the bedside table. I don't know what I expected to happen when I grabbed the candle and pressed it to the dry part of Sylvia MacDonald's dress. I was just trying to find anything else I could do to harm it before it could recover from its split belly. But I certainly didn't expect it to catch like dry tinder. The fire spread quickly over its repulsive form, though it did slow somewhat where the clothing or flesh was still moist with blood. It struck me that the vampire must be a very dry creature when not fresh-fed and engorged. And perhaps I had struck before the liquid could spread throughout its body. Whatever the reason, Sylvia MacDonald was alight, and to such a degree that the rest of the room was starting to catch fire as well. I was distraught at the idea of leaving this house without my brother, but he was clearly dead, and I needed to escape. I recalled the vampire had been carrying a handbag when we first met it, and had used a key from it to lock the front door. It did not have the handbag with it now, though, so I began to desperately search the other rooms of the house, trying to find it. I did find it in the end, in what I assumed to be the vampire's bedroom. I'll not describe it in detail except to say that it appears to be where the creature took most of its meals. Hopefully that makes the picture clear enough for you. I found the key, though, and escaped that house before the fire did me any serious damage. I was terrified of the police coming and thinking I was a murderer, so I didn't stick around. I just fled into the night. It was almost a decade before I encountered another vampire. I'd been living on the streets all that time, occasionally in and out of various institutions, and had just about managed to convince myself that Sylvia MacDonald had just been a bad reaction to the stress of watching my brother's murder. It was in the late 60s that I learned different. It was 1968, I remember, because that was the year United won the European Cup, and I did quite well out of it, people being generous to begging when they're happy over a sports win. On a Friday night, I would generally spend my time around the Oasis Club in Lloyd Street, and hit up for change anyone who was slightly the worse for drink. Well, this night in particular I was doing quite well, as it was a warm June evening not too long after the cup final, and everyone was in a good mood. Now, about 11:30 that night, I spied a stranger all turned out for dancing, making his way from the club with a lady friend. I reckoned they might be good for a tanner, so I made my approach. I gave them the spiel and waited. The man looked at me and I understood he wouldn't be giving me any money, and I stepped away. It was as he turned to leave I realized that he hadn't opened his mouth, and memories of Sylvia MacDonald came rushing back to me in a flash. I wasn't sure what to do, so I followed behind them at a distance. I didn't try to hide or disguise myself, as I had long since learned, and it's true now as it was back then, that no one pays any real attention to a tramp. As I watched, I saw the clearly drunken woman asking this stranger questions, and each time he'd just look at her, and she'd smile as though he'd given some reassuring answer, and stumble on behind him. All the while he never once opened his mouth. I didn't rightly know what to do about this. I had no weapon save my brother's old pocket knife, which I had kept sharp all these years, and while I was pretty sure of what I was seeing, I was still hesitant to attack with no provocation and no plan. As we walked, I kept an eye out for any discarded wood or timber, and sure enough noticed a broken wooden pallet partially sticking out of a bin. I grabbed a long shard and used my knife to quickly hack it to a point, ignoring the splinters. While I had not at that time done much research into the creatures I faced, believing as I did my experience as a youth to be the product of a disturbed mental state, I was still aware of their supposed weakness to wooden stakes. I had now followed the vampire, who I would later find out called itself Robert Arden, and its victim back to the building where it apparently lived. It let itself in the front door and the woman followed. I wasn't fast enough to get in before the front door closed and obviously didn't have a key, so I went round the windows and, luckily, it seemed the vampire lived on the ground floor. I watched through the window as it led its victim into a sparsely furnished living room. I couldn't see any obvious signs of previous slaughter, but I remembered how cleanly Sylvia MacDonald had sucked up all the blood from my brother, so this did not strike me as odd. I gently tried the window and found it locked, so searched the garden for the heaviest stone I could find and watched what was happening inside. I had to be sure. Soon enough, Robert Arden moved smoothly behind its now seated prey, and finally opened its mouth to reveal those rows of shark-like teeth I knew would be there. I hurled the rock I held through the window, showering the room with broken glass and causing the woman to scream in shock. Robert Arden raised its head in surprise, and for one moment our eyes locked, and I knew I had made a terrible mistake. The woman looked at her monstrous companion and, seeing his now open mouth, screamed her terror even louder. In a
I have
single
said some
movement,
stuff,
far quicker
sorry.
than I
I'm
expected,
enraptured.
Robert Arden was through the window and on me.
It's a really
I
good
struggled
show.
and fought, but it was far stronger than I was, and I could barely keep its jagged teeth from finding my throat. It was the first and last time I ever touched a vampire's skin with my own. The flesh was cold and spongy, like the inside of a bruised apple, and I felt bile rise in my throat even as I fought for my life. Finally, its teeth bit into my neck. Not enough to kill me outright, but with enough force to cause the blood to flow. At that moment, I saw a sort of frenzy enter the eyes of Robert Arden, and with a spasm, its leech's tongue surged from its throat, and I felt it attached to my neck. I do not know if you've ever felt your blood being sucked out of you, but I would not recommend it. Now, it is at this point I have something of a confession to make. For the 3 years preceding this event, as well as on and off throughout the years since, I have had a relationship with the drug heroin. I tried it for the first time shortly after Nigel's death, and since then I have periodically relapsed. I have always tried to keep this a secret, as I am aware that I have a certain reputation to uphold, and I would not want it to be damaged with the revealing of my addiction. But it is important to this account, as I believe it was whatever heroin still remained in my system that night that caused the vampire Robert Arden to remove its tongue from my neck.
Oh, hell
and start
yeah.
to shake as though having a violent choking fit.
Hell yeah, baby.
I lay there, trying to compose myself enough to fight
You know
back.
what? You going through
I
it? That's
became aware of
okay.
the screaming. The woman, who had been brought in as a victim, was standing over the flailing Robert Arden, stabbing it repeatedly with a kitchen knife. Strong and quick as it was, the vampire didn't seem to be able to cope with the sudden onslaught of violence and was on the ground. This gave me the precious seconds I needed to get to my feet and locate my improvised wooden stake. I took aim and plunged it into where I believed the thing's heart should be. It was easier than I thought it would be. The chest was soft and yielding, and there didn't seem to be any ribcage to stop the blow. Robert Arden went rigid and froze, apparently unable to move its body, though I saw its eyes darting around wildly. It was at that point the woman, whose name I never discovered, dropped the knife and ran. I never saw her again, but she had already saved my life. I took out my cigarette lighter and set Robert Arden alight. Like Sylvia MacDonald before it, it caught fire in a matter of seconds, and by the time the police arrived, there was nothing left but a small patch of scorched tarmac. I was lucky that night, and nobody saw anything or called the police before I was finished and had made my way from the scene. But I was always more careful after that. Following that night, though, I was never again worried that I might have been wrong about the existence of vampires.
Damn, dude.
I always kept my eyes open for them, although sometimes I was too eager, as was the case of Allard DuPont, who I killed in 1982 and later discovered was a human. It is my belief that they are very rare and feed only infrequently, as all evidence I have seen points to their feeding being fatal. If there were many vampires, or if they ate often, the number of disappearances would quickly become noticeable to the rest of society. I do not know what they do with the bodies of their victims, and this has always perplexed me, as they do not have any mechanism for eating solid food, and I do not believe there are many, if any, cases of murder where the body is found completely without blood. I certainly do not think they rise as vampires themselves, as the vampire population seems far too small for this to be a possibility. Statement
there you go.
ends.
That was one of, like, the more, like, just straightforward, like, there are vampires, I don't give a crap, I don't care if you believe me, there are vampires, I don't know, I'm telling you, whatever, I'm addicted to heroin, it don't matter, just vampires are real, I don't care. Like, that one's a very, like, subdued, kind of, like, connected to the earth one, weirdly, even though it's about that, which is strange to think about. Oh, I want the minion one, There we go. But yeah, I think it's quite interesting. I don't know, like, I really do love this series. The anglerfish is so dang good and creepy. Yes, and this is kind of like an extension of that. I know some people were asking, like, are these connected and, like, does it have to do with, like, the overall story? Yeah, it often does come up consistently. Oh, ads time? Okay. Really? Already? What the hell? Oh, it's 9:20. Oh my god. The time flies by when you're listening to this, like, for real. That was a real story? That was a story in this universe. Yeah. I love this podcast so much. We're doing 3 minutes of ads right now, and then we're gonna get back to it. Time to get some rest? No, we're getting to my favorite episode. I told you, this actually happened. Everything in this is real. It's awesome. I'm so glad so many of you guys like it. How many episodes is in the podcast, Grimmi? We're not going to talk about that right now. Also, Ellen, please get some good rest. Yeah, you absolutely should sleep. And I'm so sorry if I'm keeping some of you guys awake. I know it's been like a 9.5-hour stream at this point. It's gonna go until I get to the episode I want to show you guys. I think it's like episode 16. Let's see. It's episode 15. That was episode 10. So we're pretty close. Kind of. It's really worth it though. The payoff in that one is really cool. I remember feeling very uncomfortable for that one. I just love this. I love this one. Who needs sleep? What for? Exactly. I only just joined and this is so good. Yay! I'm so glad you like it. It gets even better. When is the last time you ate or drank water? I'm drinking water right now. I do have food. Very delicious water. You don't need to worry there. My goal is to just show you the episode I like the most. I'm so sorry. I do not speak Russian. Russian no comprehend. Russian no speak. I don't know which one would be more likely to be understandable. Until the credits stop for commentary, I beseech you. I'd really like to. There's just occasionally times where I'm just like, I'm not gonna remember that. I need to let everyone know. I'll do my best to. But I'm gonna probably pause it at the end of each story. We could also pause it after, like, he's done going like, I hate everyone. Everyone is wrong, etc., etc. It's just that right now we had ads, so we had to chill. It's really cool. It made me very uncomfortable as Fuddy out of context. I get you. Also, I love that we have our little harvesting minions now. We've gotten so much as we've listened to this. We're probably gonna die on this next stretch because this is not a very strong build. I'm trying to, like, do more minion builds, like, where you gain more power from having those guys, but what you kind of, like, I don't know. I've been making some very poor decisions. I've been making very poor decisions. So that was a real story from a fictional universe? Perhaps it was a real story from our universe. Perhaps. Ooh. But yeah, once the ads are done in about 30 seconds, we're gonna listen to the rest of this one, and then we're gonna go to the next one. So, it'll be great. We'll also have, I think, 2 episodes that we can do, so that'll be great. It works, so it's a good decision. It's such a good podcast. I'm so happy that we can listen to it together. I'm not sure how Grimmi's time zone relates to mine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And we're back, baby! We're back.
According to Martin, who was here when they took this statement, it was at this point in writing that Mr. Herbert announced he needed some sleep before continuing.
Martin's my favorite.
He was shown to the break room where he went to sleep on the couch. He did not awaken, unfortunately succumbing to the lung cancer right there. Martin says the staff had been aware of how serious Mr. Herbert's condition was and had advised him to seek medical aid prior to giving his statement, but were told rather bluntly by the old man that he would not wait another second to state his case.
Dang.
I can't decide whether this lends more or less credibility to his tale. Regardless, there is substantial evidence to support the version of events told by Mr. Herbert in all aspects except the vampirism. There is a news report of a 1959 fire that consumed a house on Loom Street and apparently claimed the life of an 18-year-old boy, although no mention is made of the homeowner. And a police report from 1968 confirms the disappearance of Robert Arden in Manchester amid circumstances of violence, including a broken window and signs of a fire, though no human remains were found. There is also a murder report concerning one Allard Dupont, whose partially burned corpse was found in his home on August the 2nd, 1982.
Crap.
Unfortunately, Mr. Herbert was never able to give details of others, so we cannot corroborate further. There was, however, a small bag left on top of this statement, which appears to contain 6 shark teeth of varying sizes. According to correspondence with the zoology department at King's College, they didn't match any currently known species. Personally, I don't know what to think. I certainly don't believe in wild tales or vampirism, but I can't help but notice that the statement above appears to be a photocopy of a photocopy, and can't find these supposed vampire teeth anywhere in the archives or the secure containment room. I don't know where the originals are, but the file number is listed among multiple information requests from the Institute's government and law enforcement contracts. It may be that they take Mr. Herbert's statement far more seriously than I do. End recording.
That wasn't in the episode, by the way.
The Magnus
Sorry.
Archives is a podcast
It didn't have a very.
RustyQuill.com.
It didn't have a very beautiful, uplifting trumpet talking about a heroin addict's death. I'm just letting you know it wasn't in that. I'm so sorry. It was well timed. But it gave it a very different vibe. Oh crap. You know what? He deserved the trumpets, but it would have you know what? That's a beautiful. You know what? It's beautiful. He deserved that. You can tell he's going to heaven. It's beautiful. There. This one's the Dreamer.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives.
Oh god. So close to death. Oh god.
Episode 11. Dreamer.
Holy crap.
Statement of Antonio Blake regarding his recent dreams about Gertrude Robinson, previous head archivist of the Magnus Institute. Original statement given March 14th, 2015. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, current head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London.
We're barely living through this.
Statement begins. First off, I should admit that I lied to get in here. I know your criteria are very clear. Any supernatural or unexplainable experience or encounter occurring within the realms of apparent reality. No out-of-body experiences, visions, hallucinations, or dreams. And this is about dreams, make no mistake. But I think you need to hear it anyway. Whether you believe it or not, well, that's up to you. I just don't feel like I could rightly go on my way without at least trying to explain myself. You see, I had a dream about you. I know how that sounds, and I can assure you we don't know each other, but the Institute, the building, even this room, I saw them in my dreams clearly as I see them here before me now. So no, I don't have any tale about a shambling horror in the dark. I ask you to read on, though, as this wasn't the sort of dream you just ignore. I should probably give a little bit of background about myself, rather than just gibbering about dreams and prophecies. I've lived in London for almost a decade now.
Oh my god.
I came here to do my undergraduate degree at the London School of Economics. I ended up taking a position with Barclays shortly after graduating, and did well enough there. It didn't last long, though. I barely made it through a full year before the stress of my new job, not to mention some problems in my personal life, led to me having a full nervous breakdown. I'd broken up with Graham, my boyfriend of 6 years, and had to leave the home we shared, going to stay with some of the few friends that had survived my year of stress-fueled outbursts and constantly cancelled plans. It was there, sleeping on my friend Anahita's sofa, in the depths of my misery, that I first started to have the dreams. I found myself standing atop the very peak of Canary Wharf and overlooking the Barclays building, where I had spent so many hateful hours. Behind me, I could feel the pulsing beat of the light that stands atop that looming tower. It thrummed through me, and I could see the glow pass across my skin like oil. But try as I might, I could not turn around to look at it. It was then that I noticed there was something wrong with the city below me. It was dark, lit by the sickly orange glow of the street lamps, and there too something pulsed oddly. Looking down, I could see a web of dark tendrils crisscrossing the streets and crawling up the buildings. They were like blood vessels, thick and dark, some as wide as roads and some as thin as a telephone wire, and they all throbbed in time with the beat of light behind me. I needed to get closer. Lucid dreaming has never been a skill I've possessed, and I generally get swept along in the current of whatever runs through my sleeping consciousness. So it came as something of a surprise when my wordless desire to get closer became manifest, and I moved forward. Even more surprising was that my forward motion brought me over the edge of Canary Wharf's roof, and I fell. I plummeted, I don't know how far, until I hit the ground with a crack. I would have expected this to wake me, but instead I simply lay there, spasmed by dream pain. You know, the knowledge of pain without the white heat of nerves. After some while, who can say how long in sleep,
Throbbing
I
tendrils,
became
different
standing
context.
again, and started to move through that veined orange hellscape that I knew to be the city. As I moved, I will not say walked, for that would not be quite correct. I saw people. Not many and not moving, but they were there. They leered like photographs, overexposed and washed out, caught and immortalized in a single instant. Each had those tendrils wrapped around them, pulsing against their stillness. One had a thin black vein that snaked around her arms and appeared to vanish into where her heart would sit. Another, an older gentleman in a dark blue suit, laid on the ground with a beating mass the size of a tree trunk crushing his legs. On the face of each and every person I saw was that same rictus of surprise, pain, and terrified confusion. I had never dreamed like this before, and I knew there was something in it beyond my own reeling consciousness. Eventually, my wandered drifting led me back to the Barclays building. Something inside me wanted to go inside to see what it was like in this rhythmic, fleshy dreamscape. The lights were on, but they were a sodium vapor orange, like those outside. And as with all the other lights, their brightness pulsed in and out in that beating world, which seemed to rule over all this place. The desks were set up as I knew them to be, but there were no people that I could see. I took the stairs, as something about the thought of riding the lift filled me with a cold dread. It was 23 floors to the office where I worked, but if I even had legs in this place, they were not what carried me up that stairwell. It was there I found my own desk, clear and empty as I had left it some weeks before. I then knew, all at once, that there was something in the small office next to me. I felt it in the rhythm of my dream, and I carried myself across to see. It had been the officer of my old line manager, John Ouzel, and he was inside. One of the dark black veins had snaked in through the window and seemed to have suspended John 2 feet from the floor. wrapped lightly around his throat. Like all the others, he was still, an image held in place, dangling and hanged by this pulsing mass of otherness. I awoke at that point. Normally a nightmare would leave me a sweating, wide-eyed mess, but that morning I felt invigorated. It came to me that while the dream had in all ways appeared as nightmarish, I had never felt any true discomfort. Even my fall at the beginning had been curiously lacking in any true distress. I tried to put it from my mind as I searched through the job sites, but something about the dream lingered, like a foul odor that you only smell when you've stopped thinking about it. I hadn't seen John Oozle in several months. He had left the company some time before my breakdown, and I had never known him that well. But the image of his face in my dream wouldn't leave me, so I resolved to find out why he had returned to my mind in such an odd manner. For whatever reason, the idea that there might be no cause for his appearance, that it might be entirely incidental, never occurred to me. I had been offered the chance to return to Barclays after my rather dramatic departure, once my mental health was in a better state. But at that point I couldn't even take the Docklands Light Railway, as I'd get a panic attack whenever I saw the train hit Poplar, and the looming figure of the Barclays building in Canary Wharf came into view.
I feel you.
I'd declined the offer, but I still kept in contact with some of my now ex-colleagues, so emailed a few of them to see if they knew how to get in touch with my old manager. It didn't take long to find out the truth. John Oozle had apparently hanged himself, following the loss of a bitter custody battle with his ex-wife. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that this shook me deeply. Again, there was no question to me that it may have been coincidence. I knew, I still know, that what I saw in my dream deliberately mirrored his fate. I don't remember my dreams for the next few nights, but I do remember that I had that same dream again the following Saturday. It was the same in every detail, except there were different people. Some remained the same, but others were new or had disappeared, and those that I remembered had faded, like wallpaper left too long in the sun. Again I began atop Canary Wharf, with the light pulsing behind me. And once I was down, I found myself able to traverse the city at will, watching all the figures wrapped in those throbbing veins. I returned to where John had been, and sure enough, there he remained, though faded to the point where, if I didn't know who he was already, I could not have identified him. The tendrils that wrapped his throat were as dark as they had ever been, though. Knowing now what I did about John, I could see the depths of each poor soul I saw as I wandered through the dream. The dark vines would clutch the head of the stroke victim, the lungs of a cancerous smoker, and would bury the car crash victims under the vastness of their bulk. I did not go towards the hospital, as so many of those thick and rubbery lines led towards it, that I could see no space within that was not choked with them. These dreams have been a regular part of my sleeping for about 8 years now. Even as life improved and I found a new job and place to live, believe it or not, I now work selling crystals and tarot cards in a magic shop.
Cool.
They continued to crop up a few times each month.
Sorry.
If there's one advantage to working where I do, is that I've been able to read every book on esoteric dreaming ever written, but none of them even come close to what I have experienced. I tried to make peace with the dreams for some time, reasoning that as long as they caused me no discomfort, they were harmless. This worked fine until I saw my father in the dream, walking down Oxford Street, the pulsing veins climbing up his leg and into his chest. I tried to warn him, of course, asked leading questions on his health and how he was feeling, whether he'd been tired recently. I even went so far as to book him a doctor's appointment, much to his annoyance. It did no good, though. 10 days later, the heart attack came for him. And despite the rapid response of the paramedics and how much of his medical history I had immediately to hand, there was nothing I could do to save him. He died on New Year's Eve, and as 2014 ended, so did any hope I had of my dreams doing good in the world. It took a month and a half for my father's image to fade from the orange glow of the street lamps in my dream London. And by my estimation, he had appeared about 10 days before his death. I tell you this because I feel you have a right to know the sort of timescales that we're dealing with here. I haven't had much of a chance to experiment or see anything more specific, I'm afraid. There are so many people who die in London, and I know so few of them. But I recognize you. As I write these words, I can see you in the other room, eyes locked on whatever book you're diverting yourself with. I recognize you from my dreams. They said at the front desk that you review all the written statements, so I can only hope that you take the time to read through this one fully. Allow me to explain in a bit more detail. It was the night before last that the dream came again. It started as it always did, with me on top of Canary Wharf. But almost immediately, I could feel that something had changed. The dull orange glow that thrummed up from below seemed muffled, somehow. And there was an oppressive knowledge within me that something was deeply wrong. Looking down, I could see that the veins, whose domination of the dreamscape had only ever been partial before, had thickened and now seemed to cover almost the whole space of every street. They still pulsed as before, but rather than pumping their dark, unknown cargo invisibly, there would now sometimes be seen a dark red light that traveled along the inside of them. I thought I saw this red light illuminate faces and shadows within those tendrils, but it moved too quickly for me to be sure of any details beyond the direction. This was not something I had ever seen happen before in these dreams, and I was aware that I had two choices: to follow the light to wherever it might lead, or to turn and retreat into the waking world. I decided to follow the path of that scarlet glow, though I found I was floating some distance from the ground, so thick were the vines below. I followed them for some time, how long exactly I couldn't say. I never seemed to travel faster than walking speed in these dreams, and yet the distances I covered as I passed through the orange twilight of this pulsating other London seemed far further than the time it took to traverse. Such is the way of dreams, I suppose. All I know for sure is that I realized after some time that the red light was leading me towards Vauxhall and the Thames. There were fewer people visible here. Did rich people die less? Or perhaps they just had greater control over where they died? Or maybe they just couldn't be seen, fighting off death for so long that when it came at last, its icy tendrils covered every inch of them. I crossed the Thames, and the bridge was knotted high with the flashing vines. One or two of them seemed to pass through the river itself, and the occasional flash of red could be seen beneath the water, but most of them were laid across the bridge. Finally, I saw the destination of the blood-tinged glow. A small building, standing alone the other side of the bridge near the embankment. I couldn't have told you what the street was called. The London of my dreams has no street signs. It was old, pillared, and possessed of a quiet dignity. It was this building into which all of the veins flowed. Every door, every window was solid with them. When the bursts of red light passed into it, the whole building glowed crimson. I could see a bronze plaque next to the door, not quite covered. It read, "The Magnus Institute, London, founded 1818.
1880? Symmetrical.
I entered, though I couldn't tell you how. The veins blocked every possible entrance entirely, and yet I found myself moving through them. I saw the corridors, these corridors, choked with that shadowed flesh, and passed through them, following that red light that would now pulse so bright that I knew were I to see it awake it would have blinded me. It led me to a room, the label of which was still visible, and read, Archive. I entered to see walls covered with shelves and cabinets stretching off into the distance. These shelves were coated in a sticky black tar, which I knew at that moment was the thickened, pulpy blood that pumped through each and every one of those veins. At the front of the room stood a desk, and the veins were wrapped around it so tightly and so thick that I knew that this must be where they ended. Getting closer, I realized that there was a person sitting at that desk, and it was them that all of this scarlet light was flowing into. I could see none of the figure's body beneath the flesh that enclosed them, but as I moved around, I saw the face was uncovered. It was your face, and the expression upon it was far more fearful than any I had seen in 8 years of wandering this twilight city. That was when I awoke. I'm well aware that I don't even know your name, and I have no responsibility to try and prevent whatever fate is coming for you. Based on my previous experience, such a thing is likely impossible anyway. But after what I saw, I couldn't live with myself if I didn't at least try. I did as much research into your institute as possible, and arranged an appointment to provide a statement about some spurious supernatural encounter. Even then, I was told that the archivist only reviews the written statements once they have been taken. So here I am, pouring out my lunatic story on paper in the hopes that you might eventually read it. If you do see this in time and read this far, then to be honest, I don't know what else to tell you. Be careful. There is something coming for you.
That's it?
I don't know what it is, but it is so much worse than anything I can imagine. At the very least, you should look into appointing a successor. Good luck.
What?
Statement ends.
That's it?
Just like, oh yeah, you know, be
I'm
careful
sure
out
I
there,
don't
though.
need to explain how disquieting it was to find this statement tucked into the recent archives. I'm not entirely sure whether to bring this up with Elias or not. When he hired me, he was vague on the point of what happened to my predecessor, Gertrude Robinson. I asked if she would be available to train me up for a handover, but he simply said she had passed away, and not to worry about it overmuch. Actually, now I think about it, his exact phrase was that she died in the line of duty, which I had assumed meant having a stroke at her desk or something similar. She was quite elderly, I believe. I mean, I don't believe in the predictive power of dreams, obviously. But still, it's a deeply unsettling thing to find. I had Tim look into it, as I don't entirely trust the others not to have written it as a practical joke and slipped it into the archives. Unsurprisingly, he came up with nothing. Antonio Blake is a fake name, and all of the contact details provided were similarly fraudulent.
That's not good.
It's almost certainly a joke. A bit of hazing for the new boss, maybe? Best not to engage with it, I think. Still, I might have a word with Rosie to make sure I get a copy of any new statements as soon as they're made, not just once the researchers are done with them. She seemed very open to the idea of recording them, so I'm hopeful she'll be willing to do this too. If this is genuine, well, I have no idea if Gertrude got the chance to read this statement before she passed away, but if anyone comes in ranting about dreaming my death, then I very much want to hear about it.
Dear God.
End recording.
Alright. We waited until that was over for the commentary. It was hard, but holy crap.
I like that, just like, yeah, you know, this organization usually has people ready to murder everyone and whatever, but you know, we got through it, it's fine. I'm sure this is just a joke.
Like, what is wrong with you, dude? Stop! Start assuming you're going to die, please. Please, I'm begging you. Dear God. There we go. The boss is dead. I really like this episode just because it starts to get into, like, the overall plot a bit more. But I like that he's just like, this is quite the joke here.
Oh, these jokers. They love joking so much. Going to have a word with all these jokers at the end of the day. Goodness my.
Like, what are you doing, dude? What is your problem? It's fine. I don't know. It be what it be. Start assuming you're gonna die, a wild line of thought, I don't know, he should assume that this is not the work of a random person. He should be like,
oh yes. Kinda feel like I'm about near death.
Like, I don't know. Hi, Jimbo. Hello there, just some Asian guy with a dog. How are you? I hope your dog's doing well. I can't discern if your name is completely sarcastic. You could be like a white dude that has a cat or no animals. Like, it could be crazy, dude. I don't know. That's the vibe you give off. It keeps you guessing. The wild card. The wild card, baby. But yeah, we're playing a game I super like, and I'm surprised we got through it with this one because I did not think that was gonna happen. I did not feel like this one was very strong. But I guess we somehow got it together. Somehow. I didn't feel like this one was difficult. But yeah, I'm trying to get like a gold build going, but we are just never getting rolls for gold builds lately. It's super weird. I could be a Russian lady with a parakeet. Exactly! You give off that vibe. You're making me think about the nature of propaganda on the internet. I just accepted it when you first got here, but then it's like, has he ever talked about his dog? When does that happen? Uh-oh. Like, you know, that's the vibe. Hello, Addicted Grimmi. I'm addicted to this game, and I'm addicted to the Magnus Archives. That one was a really cool episode. I like that it's just like, yes, when my father passed away, I saw him covered in tendrils, you know, like a few, like 3. Okay, then I saw you dying in a dream. I saw several hundred, and everyone around you was, decaying as well. You know, I think you're going to have a worse time of it. Anyways, goodbye. Oh, hi, Beepers, what's up? Hope you're doing well. Guys, Beepers is a little ray of sunshine. He's also a TV head. I'm not gonna be crazy. I'm gonna be normal. I'm gonna be normal. I've decided I'm gonna be normal. Be normal, Grimmi. Be normal. Be polite. Be normal and polite. Be normal and polite. Be normal and polite, Grimmi. Okay, I'm gonna put out some more of these guys, and then, ooh. This is gonna be great, even though we've just ended the run. More minion damage, baby! 26 of these Babbages! I don't know how I got here, but it seems interesting here. Oh, yes, it is. Are you ready for a little bit more of this? I've been trying so hard to figure out a way to, like, play the Magnus Archives on stream. God gifted me this. God gifted me this opportunity. Oh, I need the extra. I want the extra. Let it go, Grimmi. Watch. This is so good, man. I'm so happy you guys are into this. This is, like, my favorite.
The Magnus Archives.
Let's go for some... Let's go for carrying capacity. And then we don't have a new city, so let's try hard again. Let's try hard again with
Episode
my favorite.
12.
I like propaganda and near city.
First aid.
Let's try hard. I think I know how to play this game. Oh, Beepers, this game is going to delete your time. It's so good. Throw on the Magnus Archive or your favorite story-based, like, audio drama. Mine is probably the Green Hornet still, just because that's just something that I found online when I barely had internet and I was having a mental breakdown and a child. But still, you know how it be. You know how it be. Pick one. But yeah, guys, please go check out
Laziri Saraki
regarding
regarding a night shift at St. Thomas Hospital, London. Original statement given February 11th, 2012. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I'm a nurse at St. Thomas Hospital, down in Lambeth near Waterloo Station. Technically these days I work for Guy's and St. Thomas NHS Foundation Trust, but Guy's Hospital is at a completely different location, the other side of London, so for the sake of clarity I work at St. Thomas. Christmas is one of the worst periods to be working at a hospital. and in the accident and emergency department it's even more unpleasant. Pensioners who can't afford to properly heat their homes, drunken partygoers who overindulge and hurt themselves, even just people who didn't look where they were going and slipped on a patch of ice. Christmas brings out the side of people that always seems to lead them to the hospital. So I was relieved last year when I got my shift pattern and learned that my last A&E shift of the season was going to be on the 23rd, 2 full days before Christmas itself. That was the good news. The bad news was that the 23rd was also the Friday immediately before the big day, and that meant people finishing work for the holidays and going out for some celebration. When you work in accident and emergency, there are few words that fill your heart with such dread as the word celebration. That night wasn't as bad as some I'd seen. A few broken bones and a couple of drug-fueled injuries, but no fights or angry drunks, which was a blessing. It must have been about 1:30 in the morning that the ambulance arrived. They had radioed ahead, and we knew that we had a pair of severe burn victims being brought in, so we were as ready as we could have been. I was heading out to meet the ambulance when I noticed that the A&E waiting room was totally silent. I looked around and there were all the people there that I expected to see, some cradling obvious injuries, but none of them made a sound. They continued to stare at their phone, read books, comfort one another, but not one of them spoke. I didn't have much time to really consider what I was seeing, as at that moment I heard the ambulance pull up outside and ran off to see to the first patient. By the time I arrived, they were already wheeling him out, and the doctor was assessing his burns. The doctor's name was Kaylee Grice, and she was a junior doctor at St. Thomas. She started giving some instructions to myself and the EMTs, but I was struck by how quietly she was speaking to me. She didn't whisper, but every word was very soft, as though it was a real effort to get them out. Nobody else seemed to notice, so at the time I assumed the effect was due to my own lack of sleep. I've always had difficulty adjusting to the late nights, and this time had been particularly bad. We finished transferring him to a treatment room, the only available one we had that night, and the doctor and EMTs returned to get the other patient while I began dealing with the burns on the first. I'm 48 years old, and I have been a nurse for most of that, so I've seen a good number of burns in my time. I was prepared for some deeply unpleasant scenes when the call came in, as bad burns can be some of the nastiest injuries you see working in a hospital. These ones surprised me. They were second degree, which is severe, but not usually such as to require hospitalization, except that they appeared to cover his entire body. Every inch of exposed skin showed signs of this burning, and cutting away his clothes, it became apparent that the damage had spread there as well. Anything hot enough to cause this sort of effect should have damaged his clothing or even melted them onto the skin in places. But they were utterly unharmed, as though he had been dressed after he'd been burned, or the heat had passed right through his clothes without touching them. He was a tall man, heavy set, with the sort of build I associate with an athletic middle age. Any hair he might have had was gone, apparently burned off, and his clothes were a nondescript black suit and white shirt. He didn't scream or cry or moan in pain, and in fact the doctor had had to check his pulse when he'd come in to confirm he was still alive. He was, but as far as I could tell, he appeared to be sleeping peacefully. I had just started treatment when the second patient was wheeled in. He was in almost identical shape to the first, except for the fact that the burns seemed to stop at his neck, along a clear line. It was as though he'd been wearing a choker that the heat couldn't get above, but his neck was bare. He was smaller than the first man, and younger, I'd guess in his mid-30s. He was clean-shaven, but had long hair dyed completely black. He wore a similar suit to the older man, except that over the top he wore a long black leather coat, just as undamaged as the rest. It looked new, and I felt quite bad having to cut it off him, but we had to confirm how extensive his injuries were. Like the first, he was completely covered in almost uniform second-degree burns, except for what at first I thought were small black scorch marks. Looking closer, I saw that they were eyes. Small, tattooed eyes on every one of his joints, his knees, his elbows, and even his knuckles, as well as just over his heart. I would have expected the burns to have almost destroyed tattoos that small, but instead they were unblemished, and the skin about a centimeter around each one also didn't seem to have been affected. To say I was unsettled by this would have been something of an understatement. I barely noticed when Dr. Bryce and the EMTs returned. They seemed to be talking normally now, discussing who these two people were. Apparently the fire brigade had responded to reports of a blaze in a building site near St. Mary's churchyard and had turned up to find the two men lying unconscious. There had been no fire, although the ground they lay on showed several burn marks, and a metal bar that had been lying nearby appeared to have bent slightly, as if from great heat. The fire service had called out an ambulance, and they had brought the men here. Apparently the older one hadn't had anything on him at all. No ID, no phone, no keys, nothing. While the younger man had only a Zippo lighter with an eye design on it, similar to the one tattooed all over him, and an old passport that identified him as Jared Key. I never got a look at the passport, but from the way the EMTs were talking about it, I gathered the man was well-traveled. It was at this point that the EMTs had to head out on another call, and Dr. Grice and I got down to treating the two men, the weirdness temporarily forgotten. Medically speaking, there was nothing abnormal about the burns, and it didn't take as long as I had feared to get them properly cleaned and bandaged. Throughout it all, the two of them didn't stir, and I wondered if they were comatose, but that sort of diagnosis would require a lot more testing, which probably wasn't going to happen that night. So, having finished giving them what treatment we could, the men were moved to one of the few wards with bed space, and I returned to working A&E. And, for an hour or so, I forgot about the odd strangers that lay unconscious just a few doors away. I only noticed them again when I had to pass through that ward heading towards the nearby stockroom for some more gauze. As I walked through, I became aware of a sound coming from the bed of the older burn victim. I never did find out his name. I walked towards him slowly, straining my ears to hear what he was saying. It was so quiet as to be almost inaudible. It was definitely words, the same words over and over. The more I heard, the more it sounded like most of them weren't in English. The first sounded like a sark, or a sarg, then vipalach, and finally in English, the lightless flame. The last part was very clear, and I assumed he was talking about whatever burned him, but he said it with such intensity that the words made me feel quite uncomfortable. His eyes were still closed and his lips were barely moving. I started to feel warm, like there was a fever quickly creeping out towards my skin. It wasn't the first time I'd had a reaction like this, though, so I took a moment to center myself, and the feeling receded. The burned man was still whispering. I might even have called it chanting, and I wasn't entirely sure what to do, so I checked his bandages to make sure that they didn't need changing, and left to go and continue my shift. If I saw Dr. Grice, which was more than likely, then I could tell her that our mystery burn victim had started talking. Mostly I just wanted to get out of that room for as long as possible. It was as I returned to the main accident and emergency reception that things started to get really strange. And by really strange, I mean that the reception was completely empty. I don't care how late it gets, and at this point it was nearly 3 a.m, the waiting room for A&E is always full, especially on a night like this. I mean, I'd been in there not 5 minutes before, and there were upwards of 30 people. But now it was utterly deserted. Even the staff at the admissions desk were gone. I was freaked out, quite frankly. and started checking through all of the examination rooms, the wards next door, the individual patient rooms. All empty, except for those patients physically too sick to move or hooked up to IVs. They lay there sleeping, and part of me wanted to wake them just to hear the sound of another human being, to not be alone. But like I say, it was 3 a.m, and weird as all this was, I couldn't justify waking up patients just to put my own mind at ease. I went as far as to make as much noise as possible directly outside their rooms, but they just slept on. It was as I returned to the waiting room for the 3rd time in as many minutes that I heard it. It sounded like the growl of an animal, a rolling, angry sound, and I realized that the floor was shaking ever so slightly. I looked around for the source of the noise. I was getting more and more frantic by the second, and then I saw it. Lined up against the wall of the waiting room were 2 vending machines. I rarely paid them any attention, as there were better options in the staff room, and one or both of them were usually out of order. But I now saw that the one on the left, a clear-fronted machine that stocked bottled soft drinks, was shaking violently. As I got nearer, I saw why. In every bottle, in every row of the machine, the drinks appeared to be violently boiling. Cokes and lemonades and fruit juices shook and bubbled before one by one the bottles exploded, coating the inside of the clear plastic front with liquid that still kept steaming and hissing. It couldn't have taken more than 30 seconds for all of them to pop. And then the waiting room was silent once again. At this point, I was just about ready to abandon my shift and leave the hospital. Whatever was going on there, I wanted no part of it. I ran towards the door leading from the A&E to the chill of the December night, not something I would ever have thought I'd look forward to. As I approached, though, I noticed that the plastic at each end of the metal handles was ever so slightly warped. I tentatively touched the back of my hand to them and withdrew it almost immediately. I didn't even have to touch it to feel the intense heat radiating from the door. I almost wept. If I was getting out of there, it wasn't going to be through that door. I started to make my way back through the wards, heading towards another exit, but as I passed through, I could hear the burned man still mumbling to himself, louder now, so that his weird chant was audible even outside of his room. It was starting to get to me. I went in. I don't know what I was planning to do, I just needed to make him shut up somehow. His eyes were open now, bloodshot behind the bandages and staring blankly towards the ceiling. At that moment, I decided that I was going to shut him up, even if I had to physically hold his mouth closed. I approached him slowly and reached towards his face. A second before I could touch him, a hand shot out and grabbed me by the wrist. I turned to see the other burn victim, whose passport had identified him as Jared Key, on his feet and shaking his head. His grip on my wrist was far stronger than I would ever have expected from someone that injured. I could feel a heat through his bandaged hand, like his skin was still burning somehow. I screamed. Why not? I'd already established no one was around to hear me. He immediately released my hand and apologized, said he'd only been trying to protect me. I asked him from what? He gestured to the burned man, still lying motionless in his bed, chanting his nonsense phrases. Sparing a glance at his own wrapped form, he said that touching the man would have been a bad idea. He seemed to be in tremendous pain as he spoke, but did his best to hide it. I didn't say anything then. I wanted to ask what was happening, and it seemed like he was waiting for me to do just that. But something stopped me. Something told me that if there was a coherent explanation for everything that had happened since the ambulance arrived, then I would be no better off for knowing it. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Jared spoke. He asked me if the paramedics had brought any items in with them. Specifically, he was after a small book bound in red leather and a brass pendant he had been wearing. He didn't say what design had been on the pendant, but I guessed it had been an eye. I told him that neither of those things had been brought in with him, and he was quiet for a long time. After the last 10 minutes spent desperately wishing for another human being to talk to, I should have been relieved with Jared's company. But watching him, standing and walking despite the burns covering 80% of his body, despite the sheer quantity of painkillers we had given him, he just made me very afraid. Finally he nodded, as though dismissing me, and limped past into the corridor, towards the supply cupboard. I followed him, asked what he was doing. I got no answer, but he seemed to know the code to the door immediately and strode right in, scanning the shelves for something. He saw what he was after and picked up a small object wrapped in paper and plastic. I recognized it immediately as a sterile scalpel. He was going to kill the chanting man. I could feel it in the way he stared past me as I stood in the doorway. He started walking towards me. The storage room was not big, and it took him barely a second before he was in front of me, but it was the longest second I've ever experienced, as I tried to decide whether to risk my own life for that of the burned stranger, blankly chanting his unsettling prayer. Behind Jared, I saw bottles of saline solution start to bubble and boil. I stepped aside. He nodded in appreciation and said something that I remember very clearly, even though it still makes no sense. He said, "Yes, for you, better beholding than the lightless flame." I didn't try to stop him as he walked back into the ward. I just stood there and watched as he took out the scalpel, muttered some words I couldn't make out, and plunged the blade into the center of the chanting man's throat. At that moment there was the sound of sizzling and a smell like rotten meat on a grill. I watched as the flesh around that wound began to blacken and crack. The bandages curled and disintegrated, and the scorched skin spread over his body like water. There was no fire, and I felt no heat. But over the course of 20 seconds, I watched this man's body cremate itself to ash. Even the scalpel was gone. Jared Key walked over to his own bed, and picking up the empty bedpan beneath it, gently swept the ashes into the basin and handed it to me, asking me to dispose of it. I took it and numbly walked out, heading towards a medical waste bin. As I walked the corridor, I noticed a figure at the other end. It was Dr. Grice. I'm not ashamed to admit that I wept in relief as I ran to the waiting room and saw it once again full of people complaining and moaning to themselves. By the time I was finished and got back to the room, Jared was lying in his own bed, apparently sleeping. I considered asking him now what had happened, but at that moment another ambulance arrived with 3 members of a Christmas party that had gotten dangerously out of hand. Just like that, the rest of my shift was gone. Jared Key was treated for a further 4 days in the hospital before being discharged into the care of his mother. I tried to talk to him about what happened, but he was on a lot of painkillers and never seemed to really register I was there. It may have been feigned, I suppose, but in the end the result was the same. Since then, I've just tried not to think about it. I'd managed to get almost 30 years of nursing under my belt before something like this happened, so with any luck, I'll be long retired by the time anything like it happens again. I worry sometimes, though. Over the last few months, when I'm alone on the wards, I get the feeling I'm being watched. Not threatened or judged, just watched. I avoid that storeroom particularly. Statement ends. There's obviously a lot to unpack here, so let's start with what is provable. Sasha managed to get access to the hospital records for this period, and they do list the admission of Jared Key and an unknown male for burn injuries similar to what Ms. Saraki described. Furthermore, there are only discharge papers for Jared Key, and a short police report on the disappearance of the second burn victim. No evidence of foul play was found, and no official missing persons case was ever opened.
What was that? Did anyone else hear that? Huh. Okay, well, we'll continue onward. You heard something? Yeah, it was like a... Was it on this? Was the screaming in my game? Oh yeah, everyone's dead. I thought it was different than usual. Oh, we're getting a new body to die in. Oh no, we failed. Okay. We're continuing on, sorry.
As far as the mystery man's chanting goes, if it was indeed a Sarg that he was saying, then that's quite interesting. A Sarg is the name of a demon in Sumerian mythology associated with disease and corruption, which doesn't really seem to have much relevance to this statement, except that it was also fabled that a Sarg was able to boil fish alive in their rivers. Admittedly, in Sumerian myth, this was because he was monstrously ugly, but a curious coincidence nonetheless. The Palach might also be a mishearing of the Polish word Wypalacz, according to Martin, which means to cauterize or brand. Admittedly, if Martin speaks Polish in the same way he speaks Latin, then he might be talking nonsense again, but I've looked it up and it appears to check out. I can't find anything conclusive on the phrase, the lightless flame, however. It crops up in a lot of different contexts throughout various esoteric literatures. It has not escaped my notice that this is the second time Jared Key has turned up in this archive. I'd be very keen to get his statement, but unfortunately it looks like he passed away from a brain tumor late last year. We're doing further research into him, though, and if we're lucky, maybe we already have a statement from him tucked away somewhere in these damn files. We contacted Miss Zaraki to see if she wanted to make a follow-up statement, but she declined. Apparently she still gets the watched feeling occasionally, but aside from that, there haven't been any other abnormal occurrences in her professional or personal life. One final note. Sasha has been able to access the hospital's CCTV footage for the night of 23rd December 2011, and it shows something quite startling. I had assumed that there was a significant hallucinatory element to Ms. Saraki's story, and indeed the ward where Jared Key was admitted didn't have a camera. The accident and emergency waiting room did. At 03:11:22, it shows everybody in that room, which I personally counted at 28 people, standing up and calmly filing out of the doors. After this, Ms. Zaraki can be seen entering and leaving 3 times, once taking a minute to stare at something beneath the camera, which I assume to be the vending machine.
I'm watching
the
chat,
rest of the
I just
staff
can't
and
talk.
patients do not return until 03:27:12, over 15 minutes after they left, when they walk back in through the same doors. The footage does not contain any sound, and no alarm of any sort was recorded, so I cannot offer any guess as to why they left or what they were doing in the intervening time. There is one other thing Sasha highlighted, however. At 03:22:52, the feed cuts out for less than a second, and is replaced for a single frame by a close-up of a human eye staring back through the video feed. Recording ends.
Ooh. I believe her quantum may only exist when while watched. They were being watched.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast
They
distributed
run
by
at television
rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution non...
Some people actually believe that, like, they're the only person that exists, which I think is kind of psychotic, but, like, they just go like, well, you know, no one else can prove their consciousness. Like, this is my time, baby. Like, it's a bit interesting. Like, it's a bit harrowing and scary sounding, too, to be real with you. Explosion kills generate 1 ice shard on the spot. Okay, we have a lot of explosions. Okay. I'm not sure if we're even gonna be able to get this one, but that one was quite intense. Main character syndrome, kinda. Let's run the ads now, because we still have, let's see, 1, 2, 3. We're so close! We're so close! Yes! We're gonna make it! We're gonna make it, you guys! We're gonna make it! We're gonna make it! Are you feeling okay, Grimmi? Absolutely. It's an amazing series. We're so close to the one I thought was really cool. I like a lot of these, those. I think the military one might be one of the cooler ones, too. Soul character syndrome? Yeah, some people believe that no one else has a consciousness and, like, they're here to, like, do all their stuff. It only took 10 hours? It did only take 10 and a half hours. It's probably going to take around 11 and a half. Thank you for showing me this. I'm so happy to... You became a VTuber guy with none of that specific genital? I'm so happy to hear it. Oh my god. That's wonderful. Congratulations. We're going to make it out of the mansion with this one. We're going to make it, baby. We're going to make it. Yo, we got this. We got this. I always was. Yo, congratulations on adding the VT. I like it. I think everyone has to go through their VT stage. We can't prove that our existence are not just Boltzmann brains floating in infinity of space. Oh. Pause. We paused for you. No one. He can't hear me. Crap. Can someone tell that guy we paused for him? Don't those people feel stupid when they get scammed or tricked by an NPC? I don't know. Also, Salty, yo, I'm so tired, Grimby. I am too. Have you listened to the Magnus Archive, Salty? Oh my god, she would love it. Also, please go check out Salty. She draws the most beautiful, horrifying, amazing women. They're crazy looking and they're fun and they're cool. She draws a lot of cool pinups and stuff too. And she also did she did the lore video for Sir Bird. Did you do their models also? I think you might have. Magnus Archives? Have you listened to it, Salty? It's so good. I love the Magnus Archives. We're listening to it right now. I don't care if I exist or not. I'm just here to drink Grimbo sauce and play video games. Drink? That's real. Drink though? But that's nice. But drink? 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 Too bad. We're not. Pause. Pausing joke. Yeah, we pause. We're chilling for a second. Don't drink the sauce. No. I don't know what the Magnus Archives are. What? Okay, I can't go into too much of it, Salty. It's just a really good horror podcast. And it feels very, like, I can't spoil it. I would just say go in with an open mind. We're listening to it right now. I don't think you'll get any spoilers from listening to, like, episode 12 or something. Instead of episode 1. It's just so good. Hot sauce is liquid. You can drink it like a bottle of soy sauce. I can't forget if it's the kidney or the liver that gets hurt. I think kidneys. I think your mouth and your stomach and your anus. I think those are the ones that are really they're gonna get hit hard, baby. They're gonna get hit hard. This has been an incredibly engaging journey. Grimmy's passion and enthusiasm. I'm really glad you like it. I know I've been very quiet, but you kind of have to be quiet to get, like, the vibe of, like, the story. But I also have, like, the visual equivalent of crack on screen, so I hope it's making up for it. Okay, that's awesome. I might have to give it a listen. Oh, you would love it. It's like Monster of the Week. And there's so many good people. Oh, okay, there's so many good ladies in it. There's so many good guys in it. It's a great series. Okay, we're back to it. All right, everyone. This is episode 13. Alone. Oh, crap.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives.
Usually kills all the monsters in that square, but they just live.
Episode 13.
Hard mode's a little harder.
Alone.
So please start getting some good drops soon. I also get multiples.
Right, let's try this.
We're not.
Really? Does that thing even work? It must be 30 years old.
I know, but we have previously had some success using it to record statements that our digital recording software
isn't it?
struggles with.
Yeah, well, that's one way to put it. You need to get some better equipment.
Believe me, I have been trying. Still, tape recorder seems to work fine as a backup, and I can have it transcribed later. So for now, if you'd be so kind...
You're serious? You actually want me to tell my story into that rattling piece of junk? I see why no one takes you guys seriously.
You're under no obligation to speak to us.
No, I guess I'm just desperate. The last paranormal investigator I went to laughed at me when I suggested talking to you. Still, I guess you have to believe me.
Something like that.
Okay. From where we left off?
Probably best to start over. Name, date, subject, etc. I'm not optimistic that any of the previous recording will be salvageable.
Fine. My name is Naomi Hearn, and I'm making a statement about the events following the funeral of my fiancé, Evan Lucas. The date is the 13th of January, 2016.
That sounds sad.
To be honest, I'm not even sure I should be here. What happened was weird, and alright, I can't think of a rational explanation for it, but I was distraught. I still am. I should go. I probably just imagined the whole thing. He's gone, and that's all there is to it.
That's certainly
sound
possible.
sad.
It might all be in your head.
You don't
Though
sound sad.
there is the matter of the stone.
That could be... or... I don't know.
You don't sound sad.
I just don't know what to think.
Take your time.
Wait, where are you going?
I was going to give you some privacy while you make your statement.
Okay, it's just... Could you stay, please? I don't want to be alone.
Oh.
Very well. Let's start from the beginning.
Aw.
All right. I guess the beginning would be when I met Evan. I've never really been the social type. I've always been more comfortable alone, you know. My father died when I was 5 years old, and my mother spent so much time working to keep us fed that I hardly ever saw her. I wasn't bullied in school or anything like that. I mean, to be bullied, you need to be noticed, and I made sure that I wasn't. It was the same in secondary school, and even in uni up at Leeds. When everyone was moving out into shared houses for second year, I stayed in a nice cosy room for one in university accommodation. I've always just been happier alone. Well, maybe happier isn't quite the right word. I did get a bit lonely sometimes. I'd hear laughter coming from other rooms in my building, or see a group of friends talking in the sun outside, and maybe I'd wish I had something like that, but it never really bothered me. I knew my own company and was comfortable with it. I didn't need other people, and they certainly didn't need me. The only person who ever really seemed to worry about it was Pastor David. He worked in the chaplaincy, and I saw him occasionally when work or stress was getting to me. My mum's a Methodist, and I felt more comfortable talking to him than any of the secular counsellors. He used to tell me it wasn't natural for people to live in isolation, that we were creatures of community by nature. I remember he always used to say that he was worried I'd get lost. Back then I didn't know what he meant. I think I do now, though. Anyway, the point is that when I graduated 3 years ago, I left Leeds with a first in chemistry and no real friends to speak of, and that was fine by me. I got a job as a science technician down in Woking. It didn't pay well, and the children were a thick, entitled lot, but it was enough to live on and kept me close enough to London that I could apply for the various lab jobs that I actually wanted. It was interviewing for one of these where I met Evan. He was going for the same position as I was, lab assistant in one of the UCL biochemistry departments. He got the job in the end, but
yeah, he didn't hate
care.
Kids.
He was so unlike anyone I'd ever met before. He started talking to me before the interview, and I amazed myself by actually talking back. When he asked me questions, I didn't feel uneasy or worried about my answers. I just found myself telling this stranger all about myself, without any self-consciousness at all. When he was called in for his interview, I actually felt a pang of loss, like nothing I've known before. All for a stranger who I'd barely met 10 minutes ago. When I came out of the building after my own, somewhat disastrous interview and saw him standing there waiting for me, I don't think I've ever been happier than in that moment.
Aww.
We went
nice.
out, and dating gradually turned into living together. I'd had 2 boyfriends in the past, both short-lived relationships that ended abruptly. In both cases, they said it was because they never really felt like I wanted them around, and looking back, that was kind of true. With Evan, it was different. It never seemed like his being there stopped me being myself or crossed into spaces that I saw as my own. Everything about being with him felt so natural that when he told me he loved me, it only came as a surprise to realise that we hadn't said it already. He had friends as well, plenty of friends. How could he not? And he would take me out to meet them when I wanted to, and when I didn't, he let me be. After a year with him, I actually had what could perhaps be called a social life. And more than that, I didn't hate it. I always used to roll my eyes at people who said that their loved ones completed them. But I honestly can't think of any other way to describe how it felt to be with Evan. I proposed to him after only 2 years, and he said yes. I'll skip over the bit where he dies. It's only been a year, and I don't want to spend an hour crying into your crappy tape player.
Jeez.
Congenital, they said. Some problem with his heart. Always been there, but never diagnosed. No warning. 1 in a million chance, blah, blah, blah. He was gone, just gone, and I was alone again. There was no one I could talk to about it. All my friends had been his friends, and once he was gone, it didn't feel right to see them. I know I'm sure they wouldn't have minded. They would have said that they were my friends too, but I could never bring myself to try. It felt more comfortable, more familiar to be alone, as though Evan had just been some wonderful dream that I was now waking up from. I don't remember the week between his death and the funeral. I'm sure it must have happened, but I don't have any memory of it at all. After leaving the hospital, the next thing that is properly clear in my mind is walking into that big, austere house. I don't remember where it was. Somewhere in Kent, I think. And I must have been given the address by someone in Evan's family who had organised the funeral.
The drill. I'm so tired.
It was strange. Evan never really talked about his family. He said he wasn't on good terms with them because they were very religious and he never had been. I'd never met or visited them or even been told their names, as far as I remember. But they must have known me enough to invite me, as I somehow ended up at the right place. Just as well they took on the responsibility for the funeral. I was in no fit state to organise anything. The house was very large and very old. It had a high gate separating it from the main road, which has the name Moorland House carved into the stone of the gatepost. I drove there alone, my old second-hand Vauxhall Astra complaining all the way. You remember that storm that hit at the end of last March? Well, I hardly noticed it. Thinking back, I really shouldn't have been driving at all, but at the time it barely registered. The trees were bending ominously when I finally parked at Moorland House, and I immediately lost the only respectful hat that I owned to the wind. Evan had once told me that his family had a lot of money, and looking at this place, I realised why the funeral was being held there. I could see round the side what appeared to be a well-kept mausoleum, the last resting place of Evan's ancestors, and soon, I guessed, of Evan himself. This thought set me crying again, and it was in that state, weeping, windswept and soaked through from the rain, that I saw the door open. I don't know what I expected from Evan's father. I knew he couldn't be anything like the easy, charming man I'd fallen in love with, but the hard-faced stranger that confronted me on the doorstep still came as a shock. It was like looking at Evan, but as if age had drained all the joy and affection from him. I started to introduce myself, but he just shook his head and pointed inside, to a door down the corridor behind him, and spoke the only words he ever said to me. He said, "My son is in there. He is dead." And then he turned and walked away, leaving me shaken, with no option but to follow him inside. The house was full of people I didn't know. None of the lovely, welcoming faces I'd come to know from Evan's friends could be seen among the dour figures of his family. Each wore the same hard expression as his father, and I might have been imagining it, but I could have sworn that when they looked at me, their eyes were full of something dark. Anger, maybe? Blame? God knows I felt guilty enough about his death, though I have no idea why. None of them spoke to me, or to each other, and the house was so quiet and still that at times it seemed like I could hardly breathe under the weight of the silence. Finally, I came to the room where he was laid out. Evan, the man I was going to marry, was lying there in a shining oak casket that seemed too big for him somehow. The coffin was open, and I could see him, dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit. I realized I had never seen him wear a suit before. Like everything else in his death, it seemed utterly alien to the life that he had created for himself. I remember going to my father's funeral when I was very young. I remember seeing him lying there after the undertakers had done their business. My father had looked serene, peaceful, like he had calmly accepted the reality of his passing. It had comforted me as a child, though it had done little to blunt the acute sense of loss that I felt. There was none of that on Evan's face. In death, he seemed to have that same hardness and reproach that I saw on every one of the silent family that claimed him for their own. I don't know how long I stood there. It felt like seconds, but when I turned around, I almost shrieked to see dozens of black-clad figures stood there, staring at me. The rest of the Lucas family were standing, waiting without a word, as though I was between them and their prey, which I suppose, in some ways, I was. Finally, an old man walked forward. He was small and hunched with age, his black suit hanging off his body like sagging flaps of skin. He spoke. "It's time for you to leave. The burial is a family affair. I'm sure you want to be alone." I tried to reply, but the words stuck in my throat. They stood there waiting for me to respond or to leave, and I realized the old man was right. I did want to leave, to be alone. I didn't care where I went, but I had to go, to get away from that awful place with its strange, quiet watchers. I ran past them and out into the storm. Inside my car, I just turned on the engine and began to drive. I didn't know where I was going and could barely see a thing through my tears and the driving rain, but it didn't matter. Just as long as I kept going, as long as I didn't have to stop and think about what had just happened. Looking back, the only thing that surprises me about the crash is that it wasn't bad enough to kill me. When I became aware of myself again, I realized I was in the middle of a field, quite a distance from the road. The tracks behind me showed where I had skidded into the dirt. Luckily, I hadn't hit anything or flipped over, but smoke billowed from the engine of my poor old Astra, and it was clear I wasn't going anywhere. It was dark, and the time on my dashboard said 12 minutes past 11. My phone said the same thing. I had arrived at Moorland House at 6 o'clock, as instructed. Had I been driving for hours, or had I spent even longer with Evan's body than I thought? I hadn't hit anything, so I couldn't have been knocked unconscious. Had I just been sitting there in my smoking car all that time? It didn't matter. The rain was beating down hard, and I needed to get some help. I tried to call the emergency services or use the GPS on my phone, but the screen just said no service. I took a deep breath, trying to stifle panic, and got out the car. I was soaked through in less than 10 seconds as I struggled through the downpour towards the road. I could hear no sound except for the howling wind, and there were no headlights anywhere to be seen. Having no idea where I was, I made the decision to turn right and began to walk. I tried to use my phone again, but as I reached into my bag, I realized how much of the rain had soaked through. Pressing the power button only confirmed what I already suspected. My phone wasn't working. Anger washed over me, and all the bitterness and rage that had been building over the worst days of my life surged through me, and I threw the useless lump of plastic on the ground. The corner shattered as it hit the road, and then it bounced off the side and disappeared into the thick mud. I suddenly felt very cold as I stood there in the road, rain beating down, tears flowing freely, and utterly alone. I kept walking, desperately hoping to see headlights in the distance, but there was nothing but darkness and the steady pounding of the rain on miles of empty countryside in every direction. I didn't have a watch, so without my phone, I have no idea how long I walked. The cold bit into my soaked funeral clothes, and I shivered, falling to my knees and just about giving up. No cars were coming, and I didn't have the first clue where I was going. It was then I noticed that the rain had stopped. Wiping the tears from my eyes, I saw that a fog had gathered around me, and I could no longer see more than a few feet in front of me. I kept walking, though, as the clinging mist made me feel somehow even colder. The fog seemed to follow me as I went, and seemed to swirl around with a strange, deliberate motion. You'll probably think me an idiot, but it felt almost malicious. I don't know what it wanted, but somehow I was sure it wanted something. There was no presence to it, though. It wasn't as though another person was there. It made me feel utterly forsaken. I started to run, following as much of the road as I could see, in the hopes of getting to the other side, but there seemed to be no end to it. I don't know exactly when the hard tarmac of the road became dirt and grass, but I realised after a few minutes that I had strayed off the path. I tried to backtrack, but it was gone. All that remained was the fog and the skeletal outlines of half-glimpsed trees. The dark lines of them bent away from me at harsh angles. But if I tried to approach them, then, rather than becoming clearer, the trees would disappear back into the hazy night and I would lose them. Kneeling down, I was surprised to realise that the ground I was now standing on was not wet. The hard-packed earth was damp from the creeping mist, but it did not appear to have been rained on. The despair I felt was quickly turning into fear, and I kept moving forward, further into the fog. I realised afterwards that the night should have been far too dark to see the fog. There were no lights there to show it, and the moon had been shrouded in storm clouds all night. But despite this, I could clearly see it. Shifting, slate grey and smelling of nothing at all. As I walked, I saw more shapes nearby. Dark slabs of stone, sticking out of the ground, leaning and broken. Gravestones. They spread out in all directions, and the gentle blurring of the mist did nothing to soften the hard weight of their presence. I did not stop to read them. I kept moving until I reached the centre of what I can only assume was a small cemetery, and there I found a chapel. The top of its steeple was lost in the gloom, and the windows were dark. I started to feel relief, as though I might have found some sign of life at last. I began to circle it, moving around to where I assumed the front doors were. As I went, I noticed that there was stained glass in the windows, but without any light from inside, I couldn't make out the design. Finally, I came to the front of the building, and I almost lost hope. Wrapped around the handles of the entrance was a sturdy iron chain. I would find no sanctuary here. I came very close to making a rash decision at that point. I started to shout, to scream for help, but the sound seemed muffled and disappeared almost as soon as it left my throat. No one heard me, but I continued shouting for some time, just to hear the noise, even if it did seem to die as soon as it touched the fog. It was useless, though, and as I finished, I felt the prickling damp flow in and out of my lungs. It was cloying and heavy, and I decided I had to do something. I started to look around the ground for the heaviest rock I could find. I was going to get inside that church, even if I had to break a window to do it. Anything to get out of the fog. I was sure that eventually someone would find me. I noticed that one of the graves had been slightly broken by age, and a small chunk of it could be seen on the ground. It had an engraving of a cross on it, and the weighty lump of stone now lay embedded in the graveyard soil. I bent down to lift it, but as I did so, I saw something that froze me in place. The grave was open, and it was empty. It wasn't dug up, exactly. The hole was neat, square, and deep, as though ready for a burial. At the bottom there was a coffin. It was open, and there was nothing inside. I backed away, and almost fell into another open grave behind me. I started to look around the cemetery with increasing panic. Every grave was open, and they were all empty. Even here, among the dead, I was alone. As I stared, the fog began to weigh me down. It coiled about me. Its formless damp clung to me and began to drag me gently, slowly towards the waiting pit. I tried to back away, but the ground was slick with dew and I fell. My fingers dug into the soft cemetery dirt as I looked around desperately for anything I could use to save myself, and my hand closed upon that heavy piece of headstone. It took all my self-control to keep a grip on that anchor as I slowly dragged myself away from the edge of my lonely grave. Flowing around me, the very air itself willed me inside, but I struggled to my feet. The image of Evan's family suddenly came into my mind, and I vowed to myself that they would not be the last human contact I ever had. I looked towards the chapel, and saw with a start that the door was now open, the heavy chain discarded on the steps in front. I ran to it as quickly as I could, crying out for help, but when I reached the threshold I stopped, and could only stare in horror. Through that door, where the inside of the chapel should be, was a field. It was bathed in sickly moonlight, and the fog rolled close to the ground. It seemed to stretch for miles, and I knew that I could wander there for years and never meet another. I turned away from that door, but as I looked behind me, I could have wept. Beyond the graveyard's edge lay that same field, stretching off into the distance. I had to make a choice, and so I began to run from that chapel, into the field behind me. I nearly fell into a hungry grave, but kept my balance well enough to get beyond them. The fog seemed to be getting thicker, and moving through it was getting harder. It was like I was running against the wind, except the air was completely still. I could hardly breathe as I inhaled it, and then, as I found myself in the middle of that open, desolate field, I heard something. It was the strangest thing, but as I tried to run, I could have sworn I heard Evan's voice call to me. He said, "Turn left." That's it. That's all he said. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's what he told me to do. And I did it. I turned sharply to the left and kept on running. And then, nothing.
That's when the car hit you.
Yes.
What?
I remember a second of headlights and then nothing until I woke up in the hospital.
I see.
So what do you think? Was it real?
Well, we'll need to do some investigation into a few of the details that you raised, but at first impressions I'd say it was only real insofar as trauma can have a very real effect on the mind. Beyond that, it's difficult to prove either way, but I would suggest you leave the stone with us so we can study it. And it would likely help you move past this unpleasant incident. Some time with a more qualified care professional might also...
I don't know what I expected, really.
We'll let you know if we find anything.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I can't believe I've wasted my time.
Statement end. Following
Oh my
Ms.
God.
Hearn's statement, we did as much follow-up as we were able, which admittedly wasn't a lot. Evan Lucas did indeed pass away from heart failure on March the 22nd, 2015, and his body was taken by his family for burial. All requests to the Lucas family for information or interviews have been very firmly rebuffed. At roughly 1 a.m, on the 31st of March, Ms. Hearn was involved in a collision with one Michael Getty. She had apparently run out into the road in front of Mr. Getty's car near Worms Hill in the Kent Downs. She was quickly taken to Sittingbourne Hospital and treated for concussion and dehydration. Her car was found abandoned in a field 5 miles away. There are no cemeteries matching Ms. Hearn's description anywhere near the road she was found, nor could there have been any fog given the incredibly high winds during the storm that night. I'd be tempted to chalk this one up to a hallucination from stress and trauma, if it wasn't for the fact that when she was hit, Ms. Hearn was found to be holding a piece of masonry. It appears to be a lump of carved granite with an engraved cross design. The style and size match what would conceivably be found atop a headstone though we have been unable to trace its origin. Still attached to it is a small fragment of what we can assume would have been the marker itself. The only text that can be made out simply reads, "Forgotten."
Oh.
I've arranged for it to be transferred to the Institute's artifact storage. Recording ends.
Oh, no. There's another one. So that one was very neat. It was the first time we had someone else narrating something that wasn't like the main dude. And it also has an interesting concept behind it. That someone could like essentially probably like die and then have like things outside of them kind of controlling their situation. I thought it was quite interesting. I thought it was cool. Get back, turtle. Sorry, that's unrelated to this conversation. I'm really loving this game, by the way, in case you guys couldn't tell. This one's been very addictive. I still can't beat hard mode, though. I don't think we're gonna get it on this one either, with, like, how quickly, like, all the damage is going. I love when you collect a bunch of gold, it just gives you, like, a bunch more, like, physical bombs that go off at once, though. That's pretty cool. Hey, fire! That's helpful. But yeah, we're probably not gonna make it on this one. I'm not able to keep up with it enough. Let's see here. Yeah, let's go for an extra projectile with the gun. That will help a lot. Holy crap. So this was like a money build. We weren't getting the right things for money. Like, I wish I could just play it, but it's not on PS5. I'm so sorry. Maybe they're gonna bring it to PS5 at one point. Alright. This is the last one before the one I remember a lot. Piecemeal. Finally. We're so close. We're so close. I'm so happy. We're so close to the episode I remember and got really scared of. Okay, we can do this. Oh, we're dead.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archive.
This is the only thing I can imagine might help. Like, I have to physically block this. No, it's over, it's over, it's over. There's no way, there's no way, there's no way. There's no way, there's no way.
Episode 14. Piecemeal.
There's no way. Get out, get back. Hard mode is really, legitimately very hard. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Get through. We're gonna die on the other side. We're gonna die on the other side. Come on, get in. Dying on the other side, dying on the other side. Come on, come on. Woo, baby. Dear God. Who would have thought that hard mode is hard? I know.
On the murder of his associate Paul Noriga. Original statement given May 29th, 2011. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London.
Probably helpful.
Statement begins.
It's been real, but I'm falling asleep. Please go to this. Please go to sleep.
Let's get one thing straight right off.
From the
this
west.
is not a goddamn confession, alright?
Hmm?
If you go to the police with this, I will deny every word, and I know enough about the law to know that even if I spill my guts to you about all the horrible things I've done, it will count for nothing in court. It's not like you'll even be able to help me. My mate Hester said he came to you a few years back, been seeing ghosts and that, and you guys looked into it and told him it was some sort of noise messing with his head, infrasound or something, and he's fine now. I need that. I need you to tell me that it's just coincidence and my mind playing tricks, and I need to not lose any more bits of me. So yeah, I killed that asshole Noriga. Stabbed him in the throat and left him to bleed out on the dockside.
Damn, dude.
Maybe that shocks you a bit, maybe not, but trust me when I say he had it coming. 8 years we worked together, and it was him that got carried away kicking McMullen's head in and moved it from assault to GBH. But sure enough, when we get picked up, he turns on me and I get pinned for it. 5 years I served because of him, while he walked free as you please. I'd say that I was due a bit of payback. And I certainly got it. It wasn't my first choice, though. I'm not stupid.
and parole keeps you on a short enough chain that slitting Noriga's throat was not my top priority. Don't get me wrong, it was something I'd been itching to do for 5 goddamn years, but I wasn't in a rush. I had plenty of time to arrange something nasty for him, and I wanted him hurt more than I felt I had to do the deed myself. So when I got out in June last year, I bided my time and kept my ear to the ground, tried to get in touch with him, but was told by the few friends we had in common that he wasn't interested in talking to me. He'd clearly done okay for himself in the years I'd been away and could afford some muscle to make sure I didn't bother him. I ended up with a couple of bruised ribs when I finally got tired of the runaround and tried to have it out with him properly. It was laying there, some grim side street in Lewisham of all places, that I came to the decision that if I was going to hurt this asshole, and I mean properly hurt him, I was going to have to think outside the box a bit. I decided to pay McMullen a visit. Before Noriga had gone to work on him, Toby McMullen was just some street punk. These days he was just a street punk who had trouble turning his neck. I've met plenty of born losers in my time. I mean, it's kind of a given in this business, but I've never met someone so intent on being a screw-up as McMullen. When I saw him, he was high as a kite and barely knew I was there, but you bet his eyes lit up when I mentioned Paul Noriga. It took hours to get anything useful out of that waste of skin, but eventually I pieced together his side of this sorry tale. Noriga had paid him a visit in the hospital, apparently, before the police had picked us up, and promised that if he fingered me for the assault, then he'd have all of the narcotics his little junky heart could dream of. Only once he was out of hospital, and my conviction had gone through, it wasn't 2 days before McMullen was out on his arse again, and Noriga didn't want to know. Any idiot could have seen it would play out that way, but not poor, stupid Toby. Still, he'd been itching to get the knife in for almost as long as I had, and he had had the freedom to plan it. So I asked him if he had anything I could use. I shouldn't have been surprised when he suggested magic. Toby had always been into all of that mystical crap, even before the drugs. And if there was some half-baked New Age fad going round, you could bet you'd find it dribbling out of his mouth whenever he was coherent enough to actually talk. I punched him in the gut and turned to leave.
This helps too.
He followed me, doubled over and struggling for breath, begging me to help him. He said he was serious, said it wasn't like the other stuff, said he knew someone with real power who could put the hurt to Noriga, but he just didn't have the money. I should have kept walking. I should have shaken him off. I should have beat him so bad he couldn't turn his neck the other way either. But I didn't. I stopped. I listened to what that piece of human garbage had to say. I was an idiot. So Toby took me to see his friend Angela. He never gave me her second name. I asked him what it was, Wicca, voodoo, some crystal ball, but Toby said no, nothing like that. Said he didn't really know how it was supposed to work, but he had a girl a few months back had told him about Angela. Said she'd used her services on a particularly unpleasant ex-boyfriend. Apparently he'd disappeared, and they never found a body. So then I'm thinking maybe there's no magic there, just a killer with a shtick. But hey, if that was the case, it was fine by me, just as long as Noriga got done. When I finally met Angela, it was all I could do not to cave McMullen's head in. I'd just about convinced myself I was going to be meeting with a hardened killer, maybe one that kept a bunch of spooky Halloween crap around, but still someone who'd get the job done. I wasn't even put off when we pulled up to a well-kept suburban house in Bexley. When the door was answered by an old lady in a lilac dressing gown, I almost lost it. McMullen asked if she was Angela, speaking in a quiet voice, like he was actually scared of the geriatric fool.
Yes.
The old woman said yes, she was Angela, and asked us to come in. The house felt almost as old as its owner, faded floral print wallpaper, dark oak furniture, and threadbare carpets. The walls were covered with framed portraits, the sort you get in any cheap antique store or charity shop. Although as we went into the living room, I noticed something I didn't expect. They weren't paintings. They were jigsaw puzzles, each completed and framed. And sure enough, when we sat down on the worn cloth sofa, there in front of Angela was another jigsaw, half finished. I've got no problem with the elderly, and if they want to throw away their last years putting together a damn picture, then I'm sure not going to stop.
Okay, this guy's complaining. It's not that scary. I'm gonna take 1 second. Oh my god, we got through hard mode. I didn't think that was gonna happen. That did not feel likely. It didn't feel like that strong of a build, but we did it, baby. We did it. Yo! Let's go, baby! Oh, you're a pro at this now. We're getting better little by little. I think the biggest thing is, like, this is so RNG based. I love it, but it is very RNG based. You have to roll with the punches. Did we unlock extra hard mode now? We can try it. Let's get back to listening to this man talk about all the people he was terrible to. He's a psychopath. Let's go!
Stop them. But it wasn't exactly going to kill Noriga, was it? I was so angry at this massive waste of my time that when she offered us a cup of coffee, I almost put McMullen face first through the glass table in front of us. I grunted something which Angela apparently took as a yes please, and so a few minutes later there I was drinking instant coffee from a chipped mug that this doddering old ass clearly hadn't thought to wipe the dust off of. When she asked if I wanted Paul Noriga dead, I nearly choked. She asked it very matter-of-factly, like it was a question on some form she knew the answer to but had to fill in anyway. I glanced at Toby, who nodded at me, and I thought, what the hell? I might as well play along. So I said yes. Yes, I did want him dead. And more than that, I wanted him to suffer. Angela smiled when I said that, a warm smile that suited her round face, and said that that wouldn't be a problem. I started to explain the situation, but she waved it away and told me that Toby had filled her in on all the details, and that there was just one thing she needed from me that he couldn't provide. I started to tell her that I wasn't paying for someone's grand to take out a hard case like Noriga, but she said no. She wasn't after money. She said that she was well compensated for the service she provided, and that all she needed from me was an object. Anything that I had taken from Noriga. Not a gift, she said, staring into my eyes with a look that I recognized from years of working with very unpleasant people. It wouldn't work if it was a gift. At this point I was starting to feel uneasy. Not scared, alright? I wasn't scared of this old woman, but being around her was bad. I don't know how else to say it. She was bad. You've got to understand, I know dangerous. I understand dangerous. Hell, I am dangerous. This was something else. But I wanted Paul Noriga dead so badly. 5 years ago, just before we'd been picked up by the police, I'd borrowed his lighter. It was a battered old Zippo, used to have a picture of a topless woman on it, but now that was almost worn away. After he turned on me in questioning, I didn't feel much like returning it to the treacherous backstabber, so I held on to it. I hadn't thought much of it, but here it was, still in the pocket of my jacket all those years later. I handed it to Angela and she gave me that look again and told me that it would work just fine. And then we left. Angela told us not to worry about it, that Paul Noriga wasn't going to be bothering us for much longer. We just had to wait until she was finished. Finished with what exactly she didn't say. She didn't need to. We knew whatever it was, we were probably better off not knowing. The waiting came hard, though. After he'd had me roughed up, it seemed like Noriga had decided I wasn't worth worrying about. I'd see him walking those streets like he owned them, his pair of leg breakers in tow, and I knew there was nothing that I could do about it. He knew it too. So I waited. And I waited. I waited for the shot, or the knife, or the poison, or the whatever would end him for good. It never came. Days turned into weeks, and there he still was, as cocksure as ever. I was patient. God, I was patient. But after 3 weeks, I had almost written off that useless old bag as a time-wasting con job. I was going to give her one more week. Just one. But then something came up that I couldn't ignore. Word came down that Noriga was meeting someone at the docks, some fence by the name of Salesa. The man dealt mainly in stolen art and curios, valuable stuff, and was paranoid as hell, which meant Noriga was going to be there alone. It might have been a trap, sure, but I'd been sitting on my ass waiting for him to magically drop dead for so long that if there was even a chance it was on the level, I had to take it. Turns out it was true, and went off smoother than I could have hoped for. I found the warehouse a few hours before the meet and staked out a good spot. Then I waited. Salesa turned up first, a big Samoan guy with close-cropped hair, flanked by 4 men in dark suits, who carried a square wooden crate between them. They went into the warehouse and, sure enough, 5 minutes later there he is, that snake. He was alone, and seemed to be limping slightly. He headed inside through the same door, leaving it unlocked. Perfect. There was no point me going in yet. I wasn't keen to get my head kicked in by Salesa's goons, so I just watched, my hand gripping the hilt of a combat knife I bought at an army surplus store I know is happy to sell off the books. It was almost an hour later that Salesa and his men left, still carrying that box. They didn't look happy, but I could have given a damn. As soon as they were round the corner, I headed inside as quietly as I could. And there he was, leaning up against a pile of bricks, smoking. I started to move towards him, but as I got near, he must have heard me and turned around. He started to say something about reconsidering and lowering the price, when he realized I was not Salesa. Then a look passed over the face of Paul Noriga that I will treasure forever. No matter what happens to me, the memory of that look of panicked terror will stay with me. He turned to run, but whatever was wrong with his leg meant he tripped over the bricks instead. I grabbed him by the collar, my knife already out, and dragged him up. I had always been the stronger of the two of us, and he knew he couldn't fight me. Holding up his hand, he begged me to wait, to listen. I noticed that his hand was missing a couple of fingers, old wounds that had long healed over, though I didn't remember seeing them before. It didn't matter. I could hear the blood pumping in my head, and nothing was going to stop me taking my revenge. He begged for mercy as I plunged the knife into him once, twice, 3 times, again and again and again. I stabbed that backstabber until, finally, I let him fall. He landed on the floor hard, dead weight, his head making a thick, cracking sound as it hit the bricks, and blood began to pool on the floor around his body. As the rage started to fade and my breathing returned to normal, I took a second to look over poor, dead Paul Noriga and saw something that seemed to have been knocked loose when his head hit the bricks. Picking it up, I saw it was a glass eye. I looked back at the corpse and sure enough there was a gaping hole where his left eye should have been. When had that happened? He certainly had both eyes when we had worked together, and all 10 fingers as well. He'd also had all his teeth, where now I saw gaps all over that dead, smiling face. I shivered, though I don't know why. I won't go into detail about how I went about disposing of the body. Just trust me when I say that even if the cops did find any piece in Origa's corpse, they wouldn't be able to pin it on me. And life went on. His boys did come looking for me when their boss didn't return, but I knew to lay low for a while, and soon enough they realized that if he was gone, they weren't getting paid either way and moved on. And so I had my revenge. And that should have been the end of the story. But it wasn't. It was 5 days after I killed Noriga that I found the first package. I was on Tottenham Marshes, near the reservoir, on business you don't need to know, and I came to a metal bridge over one of the streams there. Now, this wasn't a place I went often, and I don't think I'd ever crossed that bridge before in my life, but there, lying in the center of it, was a small box. It was wrapped in brown paper and string, like an old-fashioned Christmas present, and had my name printed on it in clear letters. Lee Rentoul, for immediate consideration. Obviously, I was a little bit freaked out at this, but not as freaked out as when I opened it. Inside was a black cardboard box, full of cotton wool, and a single severed finger. It was obviously some sort of threat. Some punk reckoned they could put a scare on me. No chance. I threw the finger into one of the canals and set the box on fire before throwing it in a bin. I headed home quickly, keeping my attention all around me and my hand on my knife. I was so busy looking behind me I didn't see the hole in front of me, and I tripped. As I fell forward, I felt a hot pain in the hand that had been on my knife. You guessed it. Falling had caused the blade to slice clean through my little finger. I'm not too proud to admit that I screamed at this. I tore up my shirt trying to make a bandage to stop the bleeding, at least until I could get to a hospital. But as I began to wrap it up, I noticed that it wasn't actually bleeding. The wound was closed. It had healed, like it had happened years ago. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to do. So I just went home. I wasn't getting my finger back, so I figured I could try to deal with it after a decent night's sleep. There was another box at my flat. Same as before. This one contained 2 toes. I tried to ignore it and keep my foot well away from any knives, but I was trying to adjust the settings on my flat screen when it fell off the wall, hit my right foot, and, well, have you figured it out yet? That was 2 weeks ago. Since then, I lost 4 more fingers to accidents, most of my toes. This eye I managed to put out on a goddamn fence post. I've lost count of the number of teeth gone, and believe me when I say that you don't want to know how I lost the hand. Each time, a box wrapped in brown paper. Lee Rentoul, for immediate consideration. I've tried everything. Once I thought I managed to outsmart it, spent the day in my bedroom, nothing sharp, no edges. I'd taken out everything except the mattress. It didn't matter. I woke the next morning with an agony in my foot far sharper than any knife could cut. And the big toe missing, just like the one I'd received the morning before. I knew it was Angela. Of course I did, I'm not thick. Whatever curse she'd laid on Noriga must have passed to me. I went over there, you know. Went to confront that old... And you know what happened? She let me in. She was nice, civil, offered me another cup of coffee. I told her where to stick it. Demanded, asked, begged her to stop whatever was happening to me. You know what she did? She shrugged. She just shrugged. Told me that some hungers are too strong to be denied, whatever the hell that means. So I went for her. I was gonna strangle the life out of that curse-flinging bag of bones. But as I reached for her, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I know that's how I lost the hand. I know I chewed it off. Look, it doesn't matter. I just need your help. I need this to stop. I don't know how, but this is your area, right? This is what you do. You look into this weird ghost crap, right? Well, this is the definition of weird ghost crap, and I need you to help me. I need you to save me from whatever is happening. I don't have much time. I got a box this morning, a few hours before I came here. It was a tongue. Statement ends. It doesn't look like this case was ever properly followed up. According to the supplementary notes, shortly after making his statement, Mr. Rentoul became violent towards Institute staff, and in the ensuing incident there was an accident. No details are given, but apparently it required Mr. Rentoul's hospitalization. I'm reminded of a somewhat tasteless joke about loose tongues. He did not return to the Institute afterwards, and his statement was archived.
You lost his tongue.
According to the arrest records Sasha uncovered, Mr. Rentoul was telling the truth about the somewhat checkered past of himself and his associate, Paul Noriga, with extensive files on both of them. The last listed interaction between the police and Mr. Noriga is 2 months before Mr. Rentoul's statement, and since then, no sign can be found of him in police records, or indeed anywhere else. I sent Martin to look into this Angela character. Not that I want him to get chopped up, of course, but someone had to. Apparently he spent 3 days looking into every woman named Angela in Bexley over the age of 50. He could not find anyone that matches the admittedly vague description given here, though he informs me that he had some very pleasant chats about jigsaws.
Aww.
Useless ass.
No!
Tim has done his best to try and hunt down Mr. Rentoul and see if we can contact him for a follow-up interview or evaluation. But it looks like he disappeared shortly after making this statement. We were able to find his old landlord, though, who said that Mr. Rentoul vanished in early April of 2011, leaving many unpaid bills and no forwarding address. He said that when he had gone to clear out the flat, he'd been surprised to find that there was no furniture left. All that remained, he said, were hundreds and hundreds of small cardboard boxes. Recording ends.
It's that lady, the one from earlier, one with the trash episode, remember? Like, you can tell. Like, she's already moved, like, it all is coming together in such an interesting way. The narrator obviously does not... Yeah, he doesn't appreciate anyone. Ads in 6... Okay, we made it to the episode. We made it to the episode. I might take my day Vigo, like, now, so I can, like, go to sleep in a second. So we're gonna take some ads, and then we're gonna listen to my favorite episode that took, like, 6 hours to get to. I'm so happy you guys have been enjoying this. It's an amazing podcast. I'm really happy that, like, there's a space where you can discuss what's going on in it, because it's so complicated. Also, you guys have been doing so well not spoiling, like, the really specific stuff in this show. I know a lot of this is really probably stuff where you're like, oh my god, Grimmi! Like, look. Good job. I can't believe it, honestly. You guys are real champs here. You guys are doing amazing, all things considered. I know what this series contains. You guys are being incredible. Seriously. Seriously. Let's get that little bit of money over there. Let's grab that. Let's do one more reroll. Let's do 2 more rerolls. Let's just grab this. I'm so proud of you guys, seriously. Good job. So we're gonna take a very half asleep. Oh yeah, you're welcome. Yay! I'm glad you like it. Never would have listened to this, or I've never listened to this, so you can spoil even if I wanted to. That's good. It's honestly so wonderful. I probably won't do too many streams like this just because we aren't really talking. But we had to get to this episode, and I would highly recommend listening to all of it. It's so good, baby. It's so good. Okay. All right. Short break, baby. Short break. Okay, baby. This is it, the final one. The final one of the evening. Let's go, baby. Finally, we got to it. The saucy bottles it is. It's lovely. Sky actually think made that, like he edited it, and Taro was the original one. This is Lost John's Cave, and I really hope this is the one, because if it's not, I'm probably gonna just go to sleep. I took my sleeping pill. Oh, almost 12 hours, baby! Whenever I don't have the timer up, I can just do crazy, like, long streams. It's kinda crazy. Get ready. Get ready. 12 of Grimmi. I haven't been talking for most of this one, but... It's starting.
The
Get your
Magnus
popcorn.
Archive.
Get your popcorn, baby. We should marathon the whole Magnus Archives series on stream. It's 200 episodes, but we've gotten quite a bit into it. We've gotten pretty far.
Episode 15.
10%,
Lost
almost.
John's Cave.
I woke up when I just woke up. I left 11 hours ago. We don't need to worry about that, do we? No. We're having fun. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
We want gold. We want gold, baby. We want gold.
Statement of Laura Popham regarding her experience exploring the 3 counties system of caves with her sister Elena Sanderson. Original statement given November the 9th, 2014.
Here we go, baby.
Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London.
Oh no!
Statement begins.
I was doing really poorly there.
Caving has always been one of my hobbies. My main hobby, really. All the equipment can get quite costly after a while, and I don't earn enough to have more than one expensive activity like that in my life. Elena, my sister, came along with me on a trip a few years back. She'd lost her job and her house in quick succession and was staying with me. I thought it would cheer her up. It did, and we've been doing it ever since. Stupid idea, really. I wish I'd left her crying on the sofa. At least then she'd still be alive. We didn't really have the money to actually go potholing all that often, so I spent a lot of time reading and planning and just looking at stuff online. We averaged maybe a cave a year. Elena was never quite as into it as I was, though. Don't get me wrong, she was no claustrophobe, and I wasn't forcing her to follow me into the darkness on threat of a family rift, but she mainly enjoyed the climbing. And I always ended up going a little bit deeper than she wanted. I think, to be honest, she would have preferred to get her exercise under the open sky, or, failing that, in an above-ground gym. Maybe we should have tried cliffs or a climbing wall, but caving was our thing. It had helped her when she was in a bad place, and she knew how much I loved it. She also wasn't too keen on the scrapes and bruises you always get on expeditions. She used to joke that it felt like the earth itself was trying to kick her ass. If only she had known. We did have fun, though, and she always chose to come along. I never forced her to be there. I never did that. We'd done some of the 3 counties cave system before, a short trip of only a couple of hours into the Riftpot Caves. The whole system is huge, though. I mean, there's a reason it's called the 3 counties system, so there was plenty more to explore, and we'd had so much fun the first time that I wanted to try it from a different angle. We were going to go in through the Death's Head Hole, then travelling through Lost John's Cave as far as Gavel Pot before heading back. The prospect of this excited me, as in order to travel between Lost John's Cave and the Gavel Pot system, we were going to have to do some cave diving. I had never done cave diving before, and neither had Elena, although she told me that the prospect spooked her less than some of the squeezes we'd had to do to get there. We made all the arrangements, got our permits in order with the CNCC, and had my husband, Alistair, note down all the details in case anything went wrong. You never go caving unless someone knows where you're headed and what your plan is. I had also done as much research into our route as possible, as I had no intention of straying from the well-explored, thoroughly charted caves. I was never much of a pioneer, if I'm being honest, and I was happy to stay to the main route. No, what I used to love about caving was the feeling of being deep inside the earth, the cold, solid walls folding in around me. It always used to feel like they were keeping me safe, though it doesn't feel like that anymore. It was Saturday, June 14th we went. I had taken the Friday before off work to prepare and was planning to spend Sunday nursing well-earned bruises. Elena and I drove up to Lancashire, towards Death's Head Hole. I live in Manchester, so it wasn't too long a trip. We parked up at Lech Fell, the closest you could legally park. I was surprised to see that we were the only ones there when we arrived. It was a sunny day in late spring, and the weather was meant to be clear for days, with no chance of rain making the caves too dangerous. It was a perfect day for caving, but it seemed we were the only ones taking advantage of it. Death's Head Hole is not nearly as impressive or intimidating as its name suggests. If you didn't know what you were looking for, you might end up missing it entirely. When we went, much of it was covered in wild plants and bracken. It was barely larger than we were, and I remember at the time the phrase, "a perfect fit," came into my head unbidden. Still, the resin anchors were in good condition, and we hooked up and descended our ropes without incident, despite a few unexpected twists in the pothole. It was a bright day. It was almost noon when we went down, so the light filtered a lot further in than I would have expected. It was some time before we had to turn on our headlamps, but eventually we did so. By the time we hit the bottom, there was none of that sunshine left to be seen, and the silent darkness of the cave swallowed us. Beneath our feet, the gentle waters of the underground stream ran their course, as they had for thousands of years, undisturbed by the rough tread of humanity, and we followed them. It was a much gentler descent than that which we had come in with, but it was very slippery, and I was glad to have invested in a waterproof map case, although it made it slightly harder to read at times. Elena stood back to let me have my ritual. There was something I always did when I first entered a cave, and that was to take a moment to turn off all the lights and place both my hands upon the cold, earthen walls. I remember once when I was a child, we went on a school trip to White Scar Cave up in Yorkshire. It was a lovely, safe, accessible cave and was absolutely beautiful, which I suppose is why it was popular for such trips. After we'd been down there for a few minutes, the guide led us much deeper and told us to stand very quietly. She turned off the lights to show us children what true darkness is like. I had never seen anything like it. It was such a pure black, so encompassing, and in the warmth of the underground I found myself full of a joy I've never forgotten. Even among a class of 30 schoolchildren, I felt like the only presence that mattered was the cave. Ever since then, I would always take a moment on any potholing trip to do the same, and feel again that utter darkness, with no sound but the gentle flowing river and my own breathing. I don't think it's an uncommon practice, actually, but I rarely went caving with anyone other than Elena, and while she indulged me, I don't think she ever really got anything out of it. We turned our lights back on and began to head deeper into the cave. I had a map, which we began to follow as closely as we could. I'm quite experienced in these things, but even I find it hard sometimes to match the irregular lines and angles of the underground passages to the often abstract shapes written into the map. There were several junctions that were significantly smaller than the map would seem to show, and the point of entry into Lost John's cave was what we would call a squeeze. It wasn't on the map, but it seemed to be the only way through. Now, most passages you find yourself travelling through when caving are much smaller than would normally be comfortable for people to move through. After all, they were eroded by often tiny streams of water and minor tectonic events, so accommodating humans was never high on their list of priorities. A squeeze is something different, though. A squeeze can be a hole less than a foot wide, sometimes going on for a long way, the rock pressing in on all sides of you and your helmet banging whenever you try to turn your head. In a particularly bad squeeze, there are parts where the walls and ceiling are so close that you can't move your arms or bend your legs to push forward, and you just have to squirm your way to the other side like a worm. This was a particularly bad squeeze. Near the end, it got so bad that if Elena hadn't gone in first, I would have told her to go back and forget Lost John's cave. About halfway through, I realized that it was far tighter than I had imagined. I called ahead to make sure Elena had made it out okay. She called back, told me it was a hard one, but she was fine. I wanted to answer her, but by that point the rock was so close around me it was stopping me from doing anything but holding my breath and willing myself forward. A hand grasped me firmly on the shoulder and pulled me through. Just like that, I was out. Lena gave me a smirk as if to comment on the fact that she had made it through unassisted and I, the true cave aficionado, had needed a hand. I wanted to shoot back some pointed comment about her being more slender than me, but by the time I had got my breathing under control again, the anger had died down and I managed a weak smile. We made our way through the cave until we came to the cathedral. It's a large, arching cave, quite breathtaking, though it requires a couple of sheer drops to access, one of about 40 feet. We had experience and equipment enough to make quite light work of it, though, and soon we were beneath the cathedral, in what is imaginatively called the crypt. We stopped here for a rest and a bite to eat, and Lena told me an interesting thing about Lost John's cave. While I had been concerned with finding maps and as much information as I could on getting through, she told me she had been looking into the history of the place. She said everyone puts the apostrophe in the wrong place when talking about Lost John's cave. As the story goes, it was two men, both named John, who were the first to delve deep into the cave. They went too far, though, and their candles had gone out. They lost their way together in the sprawling labyrinth of tunnels and never emerged. Elena said she thought it was quite sweet in a strange sort of way, and joked that if she ever got trapped underground, she'd want it to be with me. I smiled and nodded, though secretly the thought appalled me. It wasn't at the thought of being entombed down there. At the time it didn't seem like such an awful fate, but the thought of having to spend my last days with Elena was a bit too much. I'm sorry, that's a horrible thing to say about the dead. I loved my sister, and I loved spending time with her. But to be lost beneath the earth is such an intensely private thing. Maybe she realized that at the end. After our brief stop, we made our way down through the dome. It was beautiful, and this was the part that I had been dreading, as all the experienced cavers I had talked to had said that this was the hardest descent. It went easily. Very easily, actually, and at the time I remember getting a weird feeling, like I was being swallowed. Finally, we made it through the shale cavern and into the master cave. As we stood there, I felt anticipation and trepidation in equal measure. Before us lay the passage filled with the still water of the sump. We were about to have our first cave dive. I had always been told by experienced cave divers that you never judge the distance correctly. The first few times you try to surface, you will always hit your head on the stone above, so it's best to try and not be too alarmed by it. I reminded Lena of this as we got our equipment ready, and she told me she remembered, and then surprised me by asking to be the first one to go through, saying something or other about conquering fears. I said yes, why not, and let her go through. As I stood there alone, waiting, I began to feel something I had never before felt this far underground. I began to feel uneasy. It was as silent as it had ever been, but there was something else there beneath the silence, almost like a whisper. I shook the feeling off when it came time to follow Elena and dived into the pool. It wasn't far to the junction which would lead us onto the gavel pot. I pressed myself through the narrow space, half swimming, half climbing, until I thought I had gone far enough and attempted to surface. Clunk. My helmet hit lightly against the roof of the tunnel. Fine, that was as expected. I kept swimming another few meters and tried again. Clunk. That gave me a nasty shock, as I should have been well past the end of the first tunnel. I kept going until I reached the end of the subterranean waterway and went towards the surface. Clunk. I started to panic. Was this a dead end? There was no further I could go. Where was Elena? She couldn't have come back past me. The tunnel was far too narrow. In desperation, I tried to come up one more time. I broke the surface to see Elena laughing to herself and holding a rock over the part of the water where I had been trying to emerge. I swore at her violently, not sure whether to hit her or join in her laughing. She apologized, but said she had seen the rock and couldn't resist, as I was always going on about the helmet banging on the roof. I sat there, suddenly drained. The adrenaline of my panic seemed to have sapped much of my energy, and I think my sister could see that, but she didn't press me to go on. We both knew that the passage through from this junction to the gavel pot itself was a much longer dive, and neither of us was really up to it. We just sat there for a while in silence. It had taken longer to get this far than we had planned, so I suggested going back the way we came rather than continuing to go deeper into the cave. Elena agreed, but as I turned away, she asked me how lost I was, in a low, grating voice. I snapped back that we weren't lost at all, that I'd followed the map exactly. And she just gave me this look like she didn't understand what I was talking about. I shrugged and told her that I would go first on the way back, and she agreed. I was eager to get back and be above ground in a way that I had never been before. I got my equipment ready and dived back into the water, heading back towards Death's Head Hole. That's when everything started to go really, really wrong. To begin with, the water didn't end. I tried to surface as I had on my first time through, and again there was that clunk as my helmet hit the roof of the tunnel. I moved on and tried again, but still no luck. I began to fight down the rising alarm, told myself that the tunnel had a definite end and I just had to reach it. But it just kept going. No light, no surface, nothing but this cramped waterway pressing on every side, waiting to claim me. I don't know how long I was desperately swimming forward, but I almost screamed with relief when I reached my hand and felt it break the surface of the water. It wasn't the cave I expected. What stretched before me was a tunnel even smaller than the waterlogged one I had left. I scrambled forward into it, not because I wanted to go on into that unknown passage, but because I was worried about Elena being able to get out of the water behind me. I must have taken a wrong turn, except that didn't make sense. I hadn't turned at all, and more than that, there weren't any turns or junctions in this part of the cave. I had checked all the maps of this area over and over, and they all put it as a straight line. I waited, wanting to talk to my sister when she surfaced and discuss where to go from here. She didn't emerge. I don't know how long I lay there. It was too cramped to check the time, but it felt like hours. I wanted to go back and check, but I couldn't even turn around to see. I just waited for a splash that never came. I decided to go on, press forward until I at least found somewhere wide enough that I could turn. As I crawled on, I scraped against the jagged rocks until I felt them pressing into my bare skin where my clothes had ripped. I can deal with it when I'm out, I kept thinking, but the passage just got smaller and smaller, until at last I couldn't move any further. I finally accepted that I was going to have to try and squeeze back the way I had come without even turning round. I started to shuffle backwards, and my feet touched against solid rock. The tunnel was gone. It was then that I screamed, and my light went out. I said earlier that I enjoyed the pure dark of the cave. I was wrong. I had never truly known a darkness like this. Unable to move, barely with breathing space enough to cry for help. Even as I lay there, it felt as though the walls pressed me further, and I knew that the stone I had always believed to be my friend and protector was going to entomb me here. In the distance, I saw the faintest point of light. It looked like a candle flame, far down the tunnel, and so weak that it lit nothing but itself. It grew closer, but any hope it might have given me quickly died as it grew. It was coming towards me so slowly, and deep down I knew that it was of this place, It meant me harm. As it got closer, I saw the pale hand that held it. And I heard something. It was Elena. It sounded far off and muffled, but I was sure she was calling for help. I shut my eyes for all the good it did in that place and tried desperately to will it all away. When I opened my eyes again, the light was still there, but it had changed somehow. It seemed brighter, and as I looked, I realized it was no longer coming from a candle. I could hardly believe it, but it looked like daylight. With every last ounce of strength I possessed, I pushed myself forward. Had I been climbing this whole time? My clothes were ragged and torn, my skin scraped and bloody, but after nearly an hour, I broke onto the surface through a small opening, not in any of the maps. I breathed in fresh, cool air, and I screamed as long and loud as I could. That was how Alistair and the cave rescue team found me. Apparently I'd been underground for almost 24 hours, and he had called in the cave rescue service. I was well cared for as I waited for news of Elena. My wounds were treated, and I was given food and water. It took another day before the rescue team told me what I think I already knew. There was no sign of her anywhere. I never saw her again, and she was added to the list of fatalities, so I suppose that's an end of it. I haven't been underground since, and I don't intend to. Statement ends. This is a strange one. I have rarely come across a statement written with such conviction, yet where so many of the details are provably false. The CNCC have no record of Ms. Popham getting a permit for this expedition, and the number of other permits they issued for June 14th would indicate that they certainly weren't the only ones in the cave that day. Beyond that, Death's Head Hole and Lost John's Cave are, as Ms. Popham pointed out, well documented in layout, and according to Sasha's reckoning, the route she described is borderline nonsensical. What is true is that on 15th of June, the Yorkshire Dales Cave Rescue Organisation was contacted by Mr. Alistair Popham, who told them his wife and sister-in-law had gone caving the day before and had not returned. I sent Tim to check the details. Martin declined to help with this investigation as he's a bit claustrophobic. And he found some more bizarre discrepancies. Miss Popham was not found above ground as she claimed. She was found a few yards from the bottom of Death's Head Hole, unresponsive and kneeling next to a small pile of burned-out candles. Alistair Popham claims not to have seen any such things being packed. She only came out of this stupor when brought above ground, at which point she started shouting about her sister Elena, demanding they go and save her. There is also the matter of the recording. She does not mention it in her statement at all, but Miss Popham took a camera with her into the cave system. It was never claimed back from the CRO after her rescue, and Tim managed to gain enough access to copy the footage. Best not to ask how, I think. Most of it is mundane footage of Miss Popham and her sister cave climbing, which seemed to match her statement. But the last recording is somewhat alarming. The timestamp puts it at just past 2 o'clock in the morning of June 15th. It is completely black, though whether this is because it was in a pitch-dark cave or simply because the lens cap was still on is unclear. The audio is what concerns me. And here I will play a sample. The video is 2 hours and 43 minutes long, and the audio remains consistent throughout. No sign of Elena Sanderson has been found in the 2 years since her disappearance, and I have made the decision not to follow up our findings with Miss Popham. Recording ends.
The mag.
What is she saying? Take her, not me, I think, is what she's saying. I think she's saying, take her, not me, about her sister. That one was the scariest one, I think. That one's my favorite episode. That's terrifying. That entire episode was so well done and also so cruel and so messed up and so scary. Thank you so much for the 100 bits, Mystic Zealot. And also, thank you for gifting a sub. Silver Digitalis, thank you for being here for 44 months. Boxy Brown the Duke, thank you for subscribing with your Prime. What a jerk. I think it's probably really hard to ascertain. Also, Kusagaki, thank you for gifting 5 subs. And K-Nugget, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, I have been awake for a long time. Thank you so much, you guys. That's my favorite episode. I'm gonna go to bed now. Yeah, that is fair. I'm gonna finish this run and then I'm gonna go to bed since we're at the boss point. Otherwise, I just go like, we're good. That one's horrifying. Everything about it is scary and uncomfortable. Everything. It sounds like she started some sort of ritual or something. It's really creepy. It's really creepy, and I never forgot it. I've been afraid of that episode for, like, I guess since I've listened to it, so, like, a long time. I think I heard it, like, a long time ago, like, around the time it came out, so about 8 years. 8 years, sometimes I just remember it and go, that's not good. It's very uncomfortable, isn't it? It would be nice if I didn't die in a hole. Yeah, like, can you imagine what happened to her? It's very possible she even ended up in a place where she couldn't move and she was just entombed. She might even... her consciousness might even still be there. So, when she's saying, take her, not me, she might be in a real bad place. Emotionally. And I'm not saying it's right, I'm just saying that's probably what she wanted to avoid once she realized what was going to happen. Oh, dear God. Dear Lord. Dear Lord. God. Don't go into caves unless you're a professional. Don't go into caves. I think is this the end of the sentence? I would never go in a cave after hearing that. Ever. Just ever. Just ever. I would never go in a cave. Just not my thing. Not my problem. Not my modus operandi. Just not something I do. Oh my god. Caving is way too... yeah, has way too many fatalities. Yeah, the fact that they were just like, well, I guess she died in there. You want us to, talk about it? What? Hey, what's wrong? What's wrong, kittens? Oh, crap. Well, these guys are pretty, these guys aren't as bad, I think. You just gotta target the purple one. And then you gotta target the purple one. And then you gotta target the purple one. Yeah, baby, yeah. And then you gotta target the purple one. And then you gotta target the purple one. Alright, I think we're almost got him. The guy who died in a cave in Utah, you couldn't pay me to go caving? Oh yeah, same. I'm really not a big fan of, caving, but I think that episode is probably why I never forgot it. I've always felt very uncomfortable with the concept of it ever since. And the fact that she was, like, I don't know, like, there with her sister, and she'll never see her again even though she was the one that got her into it, I feel like that's even, like, a level beyond. Like, you feel quite bad about that type of stuff, you know? Like, those things tend to weigh on you. And I don't think she was a sociopath or psychopath or anything. I think she just happened to make some really bad decisions. Which is something that can happen to anyone. It's just very scary. It's very scary. With that, I'm gonna call it a night. Hell yeah. I'm going to bed right after we finish this. This is it for me. But thank you guys for listening to that one. That one's... it needs the buildup of the other episodes, so you get the context of why they're talking on their recordings and stuff, but oh, that one's really bad. Oh, that one's really scary. That one's very uncomfortable. And you know what? I'm happy we got to listen to it. Even if it was, kind of a little too much. You don't really want to think about those types of things, but that's good horror. That's good horror. It's good horror, baby. Oh. It's very good horror. I don't even know if we have explosions. No, we have explosives. Okay, that'll help a lot. Oh. Calling it a night, it's morning. Yeah, I guess, oh god, it's just morning. It's 6:30 where I live. Oh no! Oh crap! Oh, I really messed this one up. Well, it's okay. I'm glad we got to play it still. I'm glad we got to enjoy it still. But that is crazy. Holy crap, though. Holy crap. Oh. Well, I enjoyed this one. Thank you guys for hanging out. There we go. Probably not gonna level up. I absolutely confused my friends. Oh, what'd you do? I learned about Nutty Putty Cave the other day while playing Peak. Strangely enough, I was talking about Silly Putty, the bouncy rubbery toy! They're not related, but that's really funny.
Just like, oh man, I can't believe Silly Putty did that to that guy. Yeah, what? Wait, what?
Hell yeah, brother. That's funny. Was that the one you were waiting for? That was. I think that's the scariest one. This won't matter at this point, so we'll still get it though. It's gonna make it so it fires constantly, but at the same time, all of the monsters are gone, baby. We did it. We did it. I think this also gives us a cool unlock because we had over 500 gold. So we're just gonna chill. I like all the little guys welcoming you too. Also, Bob, thank you for gifting 23 subs. You really don't have to though. Make sure that you're okay. Make sure that you're okay. Thank you though. I appreciate it, but make sure that you're okay. Yo. But thank you so much, Bob. I'm glad that you're doing well financially and healthily and everything else in life. Things are only gonna get better. Thanks for the stream, Grimmi. Has been comfy and spooky? It has. I'm glad you enjoyed it. But again, take care of yourself though, because that's quite a bit. Just saying.
Also, Lex. I'm going to sleep. I'm sorry. Hope you're doing well, dude. Hope you're doing well.
We just finished this. Every reroll heals the city and increases all fire damage by 5%. Holy crap, that's amazing. Fires bonus explosive bullet for every 5 gold deposit. Oh, wow. We got really good stuff on that one. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for coming by. I hope that if you guys liked that show though, if it was for you, I love that show and I think it's always worth checking out. I'm gonna go for some stuff that I don't usually. There we go. I'm quitting that game. It was really good. I don't know how many hours we played of it. Oh my god, I have 12 hours. Almost 13. I started playing this like 3 days ago. God. If you guys like the Magnus Archives, I'm gonna send you the playlist so you can see it. I think this is also where it is on it. So you guys can check it out. That is the Magnus Archive. It's only gonna be pinned for a few seconds, but please check it out. Sun is up, bedtime for me as well. Yes, I think a lot of us should probably go to bed if we chose to stay up for that one. Let's see here. It's morning. It's just the morning now! Oh my god! Okay, you know what? It's okay. Let's see. Okay. Hey, we haven't raided Kana in a while. We should raid Kana. Kana's up very early, dear god. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna raid Kana. Alright everyone, thank you so much for coming by. And thank you so much for listening to this with me. Oh, we're waiting Johan. We never get to raid Johan, actually. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's raid Johan. No Kana? Why not? Oh, has Kana been awake all night? That's fair. Everyone, thank you so much. Please enjoy the best girl on Twitch. Johan is a very fun streamer. Why is your name Michi's foreskin? Good night, everyone. Good night.